much of this comeback. You have to go back towards A, but that's crumbling as well.
MOUZ is in a huge amount of trouble. He's gonna try and take matters into his own hands. Couldn't find the second shot fast enough, but Dax, he drops in. Oh, talk about an Estonia. Oh, talk about a superstar. Talk about the elite.
USPs and the A-ramp is shut down. Starry gonna get his name onto the feed with a 3K. Oh my God, one more. Nex is able to cross over. He's got a smoke. He's got a kit. Nexa, don't do this to him. Don't steal it with the smoke defuse. Nexa, no! A knife!
And he wants a hunt, but is he Sudden Pious! He was, and half phase, you can hear they're coming for you. They're coming for you! Sudden Pious! Continue! Strike! Oh, God!
Well, hello, everybody, and good morning. It's Trace, not so much from space, but I am over here in Romania. We're ready to kick off another day of the CAC. I'm not going to be alone. We'll get into that, though. There's plenty of time to go ahead and introduce my co-host here. What is most important, though, is that if you are just joining us today, if you are just trying to get some Counter-Strike action on and you saw there's a new patch, you're like, man, I don't know if can I watch it? Can I? Yeah, you can watch it. And if you didn't watch it yesterday, this is exactly what you missed.
Let's begin the journey of the Dragon in China here in Shanghai. We've got ENCE versus TYLOO kicking off on new best of one CS2, Jason. Let's do it.
Vladin going to be forced into the open by the Molotov. Can't access Dark. Good flashbang, but still lands the first kill. Oh, that's a nice flick back.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people getting excited about Vladin. Well, he's looking crispy. There's Madden to clean up and upgrade into the AK-47. Oh, that's going to be a MOUZ on a double kill. And now it is just MOUZ, and he has to do absolutely everything. He's looking for 4 kills from the same position, and MOUZ has got it.
And now Mercury steps up. Oh, over at the boxes, misses the opportunity. A little bit crazy. Oh, and it all falls apart. And now he's done.
Oh.
He's done, and man, did that turn around quick.
It did.
Flashbang out for device.
Oh.
Traded, and it's Amelia in a 1v1, tapping away, but Buzz wins it out.
bust them up, going to the side. It's Borup looking to try and hold, but his first bullet accuracy is not what he would have liked, and that actually allows the bomb plant to come in. They clean up the rest, sure, but bomb plant locked through, and now the A4 looks to deliver death. That Starry down. He's actually disrupted this initial run-up, but they know that he can't have got far. And now BlameF's turn to try and break them again. He does it once more. BlameF on the triple. This man's a bulldozer, and he flattens Lynn Vision inside of the B-bomb site. 8 rounds for Astralis at the turn of the half. So he upgrades that 5.7 into an AK-47, and now there's a play out long. It's Stair tapping away, gets a double. Sampayas and Snappy both gone. Oh, Flatten just shows a little too much skin, and Borup nearly takes him out of the round, but still standing with 5 RNs for the time being. Borup will finally take one down. Not only one, but a double, and Stair suddenly strikes as well. So ENCE go from the 5v4 into a 4v2, favoring Astralis in this one. They are getting dominated. None of these advantageous positions are going their way, and Sampayas has to drag them kicking and screaming into a round position where they can win this. Sampayas fakes the plan, baits out Stair, and is now looking for BlameF. But this man ain't losing clutches today. Another 1v1 for him, and Sampayas decides it's time for the rifle. Throw that trusty AWP out. Sampayas makes it look ridiculously easy. Maybe just getting another one here. Devices inside of the Red Room smoke.
Yikes.
Ships in the night. Madden's behind him. Hello, there's the knife kill.
They might get a little bit crazy. Let's pre-nade this and just see what happens.
Yeah, well, they're already penetrated this B-bomb site. Oh, just like that, the smoke just disappears, and on the other side of it is 4 Astralis players looking right into your soul. Stair will reap the soul of Snappy, and we're down to just 3 ENCE players. Sampayas taken out, obliterated through the smoke. Absolutely nothing he can do.
This is much better, but they are getting lined up in this corner. It's a bit uncomfortable. Mercury gets a kill, but Westmelon with the MP9 managing to make things work. Good double kill, and Kaze is going to be on his own now inside of the smoke. I love the counter nades coming out from the CTs. That was a real difference in this round. And the MP9 getting a little bit of work in. Your favorite gun, Lynn?
And I say that with bated breath because anything can and will happen here in this particular series. These two rivals locking horns right now. 40 seconds remaining, and G's pulling it back, 2-on-2.
29 seconds. Kaze making a bit of a swing.
No, what?
Missed the shot. I can't believe it.
That is unprecedented. This was another 4 versus 2 Anders. Another one TYLOO have given up.
There's no way. Grenade, they're at a crossfire position here, and he walks right into it. 13-11 as Lynn Vision will overtake TYLOO, and in a shocking fashion, you've got to say.
Yeah, that's right. Day 1 done and dusted. We actually already sent off our first team. We're going to get into all that, though. Don't you ever so much worry about it. Speaking of worried, I'm not worried about you two at all, right? Like,
shouldn't be.
No reasons.
I don't know about that.
Huh. And speaking of you two, we've got Bled in the middle. We've got Pimp down on the end. Gentlemen, first day is over, and now we run it back. Group B.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that, Trace. Yesterday is in fact over, and we can't really go back, and we can't change anything.
And after today is tomorrow, right?
That's also
that's
a
deep.
fact that you can't deny. But yeah, we had one team going out of the tournament yesterday. We had 3 progress. Astralis obviously winning that group, looking rather solid. Whereas for ENCE, a little bit up and down. And then we had that domestic lineup taking place, player that left us with a bit of a sour taste. Let's be honest.
I think TYLOO would be feeling way more sour after the way that one crumbled. But yeah, we had to say goodbye to one of the most well-known names in Chinese Counter-Strike. TYLOO having to, well, just not go home, just sit at home, I guess. That's the way it crumbles.
Yeah, I think it works out like that if you do all the math. Let's take a look at that bracket so that everybody understands exactly what you mean when you say TYLOO is at home.
TYLOO is, in fact, at home. That's what happens when you lose 2 out of 2 games. Unfortunately for them, they couldn't get it done against ENCE. That's also a very rough matchup to start off with.
With a stand-in, man.
With a stand-in as well, yeah. But still, you know, TYLOO, and then we had that lower bracket game between TYLOO and Lynn Vision Gaming, back and forth affair. And in all honesty, I think we all agreed yesterday that TYLOO probably should have, could have, and must have won that game, but they didn't. Lynn Vision kept in it, and TYLOO once again managed to lose to Lynn Vision Gaming in the span of 4 days. They've lost 2 massive games, and yeah, as you said yesterday, maybe changes are on the horizon.
But at least for the side of Astralis, I got to give them credit. I just saw their debut in CS2 online just a week prior. They looked flat, they looked miserable, and yesterday, look, not particularly against the best opposition, but they were looking very solid against Lynn Vision of 13-4, I believe the scoreline was, and against ENCE, even though, yes, there is a stand-in situation, and they lost one map, but the maps they won over a still dangerous ENCE was very convincing. So the Danes looking pretty decent right now, Trace.
Yeah, they usually look decent. Okay, well, you know what? I was going to give the compliment. No, I'm taking it all back. Hey, let's look at Group B. Since we're already here, we've already got Group A out of the way. So Group B does kick off today. We start with a little bit of MOUZ and Wings Up. We've got FaZe, NIP thereafter. So tell me why this is the group you don't want to be in.
You don't want to be in the group if you're Wings, to be completely honest. It's a stacked European group, to be completely honest. 3 European teams coming in here. FaZe, obviously, right now, you know, they've been dominating CS2 so far.
The best team in the world right now.
The best team in the world, if you can say so, right? We haven't had that many tournaments, as some of the top-tier teams haven't played any CS2 tournaments online yet, but so far, FaZe have been doing it both online and online as well. NIP, interesting project they're going with right now. You know, a couple of roster changes. Alex coming into the roster as well, not at this tournament. MOUZ, obviously, one of the most interesting team as well, coming into CS2. Another team that could be in contention for a trophy contender moving on forward. So if you're Wings right here, you really got a cut out for you.
Yeah, it's kind of rough as well, because they were called up because I believe, yeah, G2 couldn't make it, right? G2 with the...
Imagine that group with G2 then, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. Imagine a group with G2 and Liquid, because Liquid was supposed to be here. Yeah. And NIP was a replacement as well. So this would have been a brutal group, Trace. It is still brutal. But then again, you know, you look at, it's mainly for Wings Up, in all honesty. But for NIP, yeah, the situation with the fact that you have Alex having not made it because the roster submission was a little too late for them, makes things a little rough for the Ninjas.
So let's do this. Before we jump straight away into the whole game, yes, MOUZ is joining the server, Wings Up joining beside them. What was this patch about, and is that a big deal?
It's a big deal because we're going to be seeing the patch live here today, baby. Literally a couple of hours after Valve dropped it. Couple of cool changes for me personally. One thing is there was a small little bug with jump inconsistency where you jump and you hold your movement key and you were jumping at different heights. So that seems to be patched. Secondly, I believe the sync between a server, the tracers on your rifles when you're spraying has been sorted out. That means, Trace, you can't just blame, oh, the goddamn CS2 spray. Can't say that anymore. You're just bad.
I've never said that.
Sure.
In fact, I find spraying in CS2 easy. So, Jacob, thoughts? Questions?
Now?
I mean, I've never seen you spray, so I wouldn't believe that for a second.
Yeah, sprays and praise.
Fair enough. Yeah, so as long as we know that we're on the same page with the patch, right? Like, we're not looking anything monumental, but movement is a big one.
Well, I think the jury is still out, you know, in terms of how much of the movement issues that's been solved and looked into, but it's a complicated matter, it's a complicated issue, and as long as they're moving in the right direction, then I'm all happy for it. Hopefully, it works out, no issues with the patch, and we can move on with the game.
Yeah, which is exactly what we're going to do. Thank you very much, Jacob.
Welcome,
Let's move on with this game. Wings Up. Bleh, tell us all about them, everything you know from start to finish.
All right, here's the thing with Wings Up. They won, I mean, they came 3rd, 4th in ESL Challenger Melbourne last year, where they took down Pain Gaming, which is the good Pain Gaming, and OG as well. I'm like, damn, this is looking pretty solid, but now we only have 2 players remaining from that particular lineup. Recently, picking up Kriaz, and Blog is Kriaz, Swedish player you might have known from a couple of teams, which is an interesting experiment, Trace. And like, all right, you guys are going to be switching to English. Results have been kind of middling. They lost to Rare Adam, they lost to TYLOO, they lost to Lynn Vision as well. But unfortunately, now because they got called up for CAC 2023, they have to play with the roster they played with before Kriaz, because that's the league which qualifies you to this event. So they have 2 stand-ins.
I wasn't joking.
Do you need more?
Do you need
keep
more?
going. All right, yeah. So now they have 2 stand-ins. That is, of course, going to be Marek and I believe Child King, best name in China in Counter-Strike. And the good side, the silver lining is they played with them in the past. They're not like strangers to this team. And now they're here and they're going up against MOUZ, the international young team. Trace, are you happy with that?
Yeah, I think that's pretty
satisfied. Yeah.
That's pretty good.
I know Asian CS, baby. Okay, go on. Sorry.
Yeah. Look, you know, as far as Wings Up getting in the server, How tall is the task they have in front of them just to start out the group?
It's massive. It's a Mount Everest from start to finish, to be completely honest. If they can avoid getting demolished, I think that in itself would be a victory. Playing with 2 stand-ins, playing against one of the most up-and-coming teams in the world in MOUZ right now, it's a big task ahead of them. Again, can we have a competitive game? Can we have a game where it's maybe going a bit back and forth? I think that in itself would be a positive sign for Wings Up. But by no means do I expect them to put up a good fight. By no means do I expect them to win against MOUZ. But let's hope for a competitive game, and let's hope they can use this as a learning experience against one of the best European teams.
I feel like, Trace, it's the classic cliche, if we're here to just have fun. Like you said, I don't think they're going to be even finding fun here. MOUZ have looked dangerous. Even in Sydney, we didn't have Jimmy playing. They had a stand-in situation. Even there, they took down Na'Vi, yes, with a stand-in as well, but still they got the win. They took down Bedboom, eventually losing to FaZe, who we can call the best team right now. And after that, they also played the Thunderpick event online as well, where against they fell to the nemesis that is FaZe, but they took down Complexity, who are looking damn good as well. So now they're back on land with their full lineup. They're hungry, they're raring to go, they're young, and Wings Up. I feel like the Wings just might be clipped here, Trace.
That sounds so dark when you say it that way, but you know, I guess the sentiment's there, Jake.
Yeah, for sure. As said, it's going to be incredible tough for Wings Up. You're playing with 2 stand-ins. You're coming into this tournament. One silver lining could be the fact that you want to do yourself proud in front of your home crowd as well in your own region. And there's always something to be said about having 2 stand-ins coming in and playing for potentially a new contract somewhere else. So again, there's all these small things that, you know, when you add them up, they don't really hold much weight when you go up against a team like MOUZ. But you got to find the small positives that you can.
Small positives.
Small positives, not double positives, because that makes a
positive.
Right. Yeah, one of you got that, surely. There's only 2 answers, I think. I'm not entirely sure on that. What I do think, though, is in terms of familiarity and like a comfort zone, not so much as to, oh, let's get into a hardcore nitty-gritty map pick, because it is a BO1.
Yeah.
Talk to me about where Wings Up might even feel like they have a chance.
I don't see a map where they might have it. Maybe Ancient. I'm just looking at the numbers here. They played Ancient quite a few times, 67%, and that's one kind of the slightly weaker maps are side of MOUZ. But MOUZ are going to ban that. That's a best of 1. So whichever way we go, could be Mirage, Inferno, Nuke, maybe even Overpass. MOUZ are overwhelming favorites. I can't even spin this. I can't even lie to you, Trace.
Well, you don't have to. Jacob, tell me about, you know, you're jumping in the server under these conditions. Like, yeah, there was a patch, there was this, there's Frozen. Getting down.
He's vibing. He's real vibing.
No, he's definitely vibing.
Do you want to go up against a guy who's that confident, that comfortable right now?
I don't know. Jacob,
I don't think so.
Tell me about playing against a guy like that. You look across the way and it's like the water boy's looking at you and he's coming for you.
Well, I just close my eyes, to be honest, and look somewhere else. You know, when you go against a guy like Frozen, he's fantastic. He has been for a couple of years one of the most underrated players within international Counter-Strike. I think recently, the past 6 months, 7 months, people have, you know, gotten a bit of an eye-opener in terms of how good he actually is. I think he's one of the best rifle players we have to offer in the game of Counter-Strike. So when he's feeling it like that, when he's energized, then you should be scared if you're Wings Up, to be completely honest. And for me, this is not a game that, sure, we talk it in the context of Wings Up going up against MOUZ Sports, and if I can have a competitive game to start off the day with, that'd be great. But for MOUZ, they had to win the tournament. They're one of the favorites to go all the way into the grand final and win the entire thing. So for them, this should be seen as a bit of a warm-up. This should be seen as getting familiar with the stage, getting familiar with the setup, familiar with the new patch as well. But let's be completely honest, MOUZ is here to demolish Wings Up. They're here to win the game, and they're here to move all the way into the grand final. That's the ambition of this.
I'm looking at this FaZe rematch, which is on paper be happening here today. I think it's an exciting rivalry we're starting to see develop for CS2. And yeah, absolutely. I think this matchup is a great appetizer, so to speak, for MOUZ, right? You eat it up, you're like, all right, you know what? This is going to be easy. We're warmed up, and then you're going to be going up against either FaZe or NIP later on.
Yeah, and the realities are this. You know, this is a MOUZ that went through one ESL Pro League, and then we come through here, and they have to play a BO1 against Wings Up that's going to end up on Inferno, right, Blay?
Yeah, 100% Inferno right there, Trace. You are prescient, I believe the word is. We're very smart.
Run that one back.
Prescient.
Oh.
Google that.
Isn't that where the cops work? The prescient?
The prescient, yeah,
oh,
yeah,
sorry.
Exactly, yes. I did bring up Ancient earlier. We're saying, you know, it's a map where, you know, Wings Up might feel a little comfortable. Second ban immediate. Anubis is the usual ban coming out from the side of MOUZ. Vertigo is a perma ban for Wings Up. And look, the remaining 4 maps, Overpass, Mirage, Inferno, or Nuke. These are 4 maps where MOUZ have over 60% win rate on. In some of them, it's even 70 and 80 against much higher opposition. So, Trace, you would have to be absolutely deluded to think Wings Up are going to pull off something miraculous here.
So the lucky part about this situation that he's exactly said right here is, I don't think So that way, you know, I've skipped out. I've cut the middleman here. So we cut the thinking out. Jacob, tell me a brighter pasture that we might find for Wings Up. Like, what do you want them to do to get out here and get in front of the ball? Get out in front of the ball.
Yeah, it's tough. You know, I hope they get to start on the CT side. I could worry a little bit if Wings Up are starting on the T side, then MOUZ would just suffocate them straight off the bat. They aren't going to play aggressive. You want to see MOUZ go down banana. You want to see them rush down middle. You want to see them go at it, right? So if Wings Up can start on the CT side and sort of try to dictate the pace of the game in that regard, maybe themselves are being the aggressor on the server, then there's a bit of a chance that they can go in and surprise MOUZ and get off to a good start.
They are starting on the CT side as far as I can tell.
Well, there we go. That's, again, another small positive in a small pile of positives, but you got to take what you got.
A positive in a small
pile of positives.
Nice.
I would also like to see Wings Up. Look, again, you really have nothing to lose. We all know the expectations are kind of low. You have two of your older players standing in right now. You know how to play the map. You played the map before, right? Just don't give too much respect to MOUZ. Play a little bit more gung-ho. Just go in your faces, take some duels, and show all that classic Chinese CS aim that, you know, we've been very proud about.
Just don't do like TYLOO. I think that's the sentiment.
Yeah, just don't do
play
it
like TYLOO and you'll be fine. You know?
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest. There was some rough Counter-Strike play yesterday. We all were witness to it, but it doesn't matter now. Like, we know that TYLOO's gone from the tournament, but for Wings Up to come in here and try to, I don't want to say dictate pace, because we've already kind of theorized that's impossible, but trying to have some control in the very beginning.
I mean, there's always something to learn from it. You know, 3 of these players obviously most likely will stay with Wings Up and the new iteration of the lineup. They get to play on a big stage. They get to play against the top European team, and they'll be around, you know, in the game where you have to do mid-round calls, etc., etc. So they can always learn from a game like this at the very least.
A learning experience.
All right, and just so we're clear, Bled did pick Wings Up to win this. Okay, let's go ahead and get into the game. Bled didn't actually do that. I kind of did that for him. But what I am ready to do is pass it over to the commentators. Our commentary crew featuring Anders and Henry G.
Save me.
Yes, among others. It is going to be mainly us, though. Good morning, Anders. How are you feeling today?
Feel pretty good. Surprisingly, got up, you know, pretty early this morning. But
pretty early.
You know, we walked to the studio. It was nighttime out still, but
it's true.
It's pretty good.
We've got to catch up. There's been a new patch, which we will be playing on today as well.
Yeah.
I'm sure you didn't get a chance to really read the notes. Only got launched a couple of hours ago. But it seems like there's some real positive movements in the CS2 space. And that's enough of us. And I'm about to get into this game as the analyst broke down. It seems like a very one-sided affair here. I'm not familiar with many of the Wings Up players. I maybe recognize 1 or 2 of these names, Anders. Child King, interested to see what he brings to the table today as we would get into Inferno, a rare map to see these days for some reason. No one wants to play Inferno, but this is a best of 1 and the opening game of Group B, ladies and gentlemen. MOUZ Sports goes without saying the absolute heavy favorites here, and we'll see what Wings Up can do. Maybe a few players can make a name for themselves, and we'll continue to follow that thread as the pistol continues here. It's going to be Exertion to open things up. A kill from Flying, though, and it's going to be the mid Assault coming in from MOUZ Sports, but they are finding a lot of headshots en route.
Yeah, good shot for the USP, but a little bit too much, unfortunately. Exertion coming in with an overpowering Glock, 3 kills to match the 2 from the USP. Will put them in a 2-3 advantage here as the bomb is planted in the meantime. Child King and Merrick coming in. The smokes just keep going up. They're actually from the CT side, which is kind of interesting. I don't know if it's going to help them all that much. They don't have a kit right now, and unless they can find a headshot in the next 5 seconds, it's not even going to get close here. It's Torsha picking up a shot, and that leaves Child King alone. It's Exertion with 4 kills to start this off with. It's a brilliant start for MOUZ.
Yeah, you couldn't really ask for much more there. 3 players surviving, a pretty standard A execution, a smoke down towards Moto, coming out towards the apartments, killing everyone en route. It's Exertion with a quad kill there as well. And so, yeah, that's pretty much the nightmare start. A best of 1, and you're the heavy underdogs. You're full eco in the second round here. And, yeah, not really much to report going forward. This was USP's no armor, and as we all know where this is going.
There's no other way. We enjoyed how beautiful Inferno looks. And I guess, you know, just again, to probably set the expectations, it's fair to say any kind of, you know, really positive result here for Wings Up. Like if they get up to double digits, if they can have a bit of an impact here, we'd be really impressed. It'd be really cool to see.
Like,
but it's a tough opponent.
I don't know much about this team, admittedly, but apparently they're playing with like 2 stand-ins as well. And this is MOUZ Sports at full strength. Bear in mind, it's Sydney. They didn't have Jimfat, and he is now here. And this is a team that's looking incredibly dangerous in the last 6 months. So they're obviously they're heavy favorites here. But yeah, if Wings Up can give them a game, run for their money at times, win a few important rounds, you never know. It won't be this one, as like we said, against the USPs, it should be quite easy pickings for MOUZ Sports, only giving up 1 frag there in the form of the MAC-10, and Frozen managing to farm some cash with the SMG towards the end. But here come the rifles, Anders. Now, it's really going to set the tone. What kind of play style are we going to see? Is it going to be quite passive, slow default CT setups, or they're going to be full send, balls to the wall, and looking to find opportunities themselves.
It's definitely the kind of stuff that we've associated with Asian Counter-Strike in the past.
I would like to see them kind of
game-heavy
get
stuff.
stuck in here. I'd like to see them just kind of show some flair, something a bit unorthodox perhaps. But
I'd appreciate that too, I really would. They're grouping up on the quad side of the A-bomb side at the moment. Bit more of a traditional setup here, I suppose. Just ready to fire any flashes. That's a meaty grenade, I believe is what they say.
Legit, like max damage right there. I couldn't have heard him more. Hit the body, landed in the head. And yeah, that's going to be them pretty much giving up banana control here. Frozen at the very top, more than willing to take some duels. Nice incendiary, I suppose, doesn't do too much for them. As MOUZ Sports, pretty standard for them as well. A couple of players towards banana, 3 in total. Show some presence towards top middle. This is kind of denying vision right now for the CTs. You can see they've pushed back towards middle. And now top of banana as well. So you're operating with almost no information on the CT side.
Yeah, that could really be a bit of an issue here. A little bit of a pre-fire almost there, it looked like. Or maybe just trying to get someone into the fight. He certainly did, but Gas is going to come out on top. He actually got the dink on Sue as well, so could have been even a double kill for him. But unfortunately, he does get traded. Now they're doubling up in the pit, which could be fine. That could be a cool position to be in right here. See, Ian is up there, ready and waiting. Again, there's no railing on the exit from the apartment, so you can just kind of slide back down.
We don't really have a huge sample size to really comment on how it's affecting the games. We never get to watch Inferno right now, but interested to see how that develops. Flying is in a good position to get his second frag. He's going to find Jim Fat. It's going to be Ian that beats him to the punch, though, as we get into a man advantage here. First gun round and Wings up. Might be able to pull this one off. 14 seconds, Anders. And yeah, this is looking pretty convincing. Just the in-game leader remaining. And Child King with a double kill towards the end there. Very nice. Good individual aim there. And a nice passive hold. Worked out for them.
It seemed very clear in the late stage of that round towards the bomb side that MOUZ were really sure they were going to win those aim duels, and they just didn't. And that's, again, I think traditionally, historically, supposed to be one of the strengths of the region is to be able to pick up, you know, some of those aim duels. So, you know, if you're
it's just such a shame against like the TYLOO games. I know we're having fun yesterday, but where was the individual skill? Like, it felt like they just fell off the edge of a cliff.
Yeah, maybe it is because they have such a long history that it just becomes this really awkward game, but we certainly were lacking it in that game. It was a little bit disappointing to say the least.
Yeah, well, Wings up, a good start here. Bear in mind that was maybe a bit of a bonus round. They're up against a few residual Galils and SMGs in the mix, and well, Frozen, we'll call that a fortunate kill. Just straight through the smoke, and nice positioning. Ian's actually got a chance to cause some damage here. Princeton's back to a 4 versus 4, but Exertion has looked very strong here in the initial stages of Inferno. Continues to find the man advantage. And the CTs are lacking utility here. We are going to have a couple of HEs, 1 single smoke remaining on Child King. And thankfully, he's towards Banana with the incendiary as well. So he's got enough to fend them off and buy some time here if they do want to play in towards B.
Oh, they're running in front of the Molotovs, though. That's a really smart move from Frozen, just beating the timing. He probably knew that once the Molotov was gone, there was going to be a smoke to follow it up, so he just decides to cancel all of that. And that's the round pretty much won in that kill. Frozen coming up with a little bit of a trick there.
Yeah, and it was a nice idea from Child King, but if he throws the incendiary a little bit shallower, that doesn't happen, right? He gave him a bit of a path to pull through. He only took like 2 ticks of damage. He wasn't ready for it, and like I was saying, he had another smoke. He had the incendiary. If he throws a shallower incendiary, he can drop the smoke afterwards, maybe buy some time, maybe find a single frag there to give them a fighting chance, but there'll be absolutely no chance of winning this round now, and Exertion knows it. He's on the hunt. He's on the prowl as he looks for players in towards the pit itself. Does spot 1. Doesn't fancy the fight though. Realizes he's got a disadvantage there. They might as well keep their money strong. And the thing is, Anders, if you let them save 2 rifles, they'll be tempted to force buy in the next round and start sabotaging their own finances. So keeping your own money strong, letting them save a little bit is absolutely fine.
Yeah, and that's something else that we just don't know anything about yet. But you know, how are Wings Up going to feel about the economy? How much are they going to be feeling the pressure early on? I guess we'll find out. But yeah, quick adjustment for MOUZ as they did give up a round, but they kind of swing right back into it. Frozen getting the better of them on that one occasion there. But yeah, otherwise, I think they had the right idea, if nothing else. Early tactical timeout being called by Wings Up. And as we did mention yesterday, there are in fact 4 timeouts in this particular format. So they can use them early on. It's fine. Not going to be a big deal.
Yeah, absolutely true. Not the best starts, but at least got a round on the board here. Wings Up with the timeouts.
It's my first time commenting, Jimmy. I haven't.
Oh, he's great, man. Like
I obviously saw him play, but you know.
Yeah, he is
it's a bit of a revelation.
An absolute prodigy. And Pro League, he blew our socks off. Anders, he was so good, leading them to the win, of course. And yeah, #2 in the world right now. So we'll see if the absolute favorites are able to get over the line here. So far, so good on their T side, 3-1. We're back underway. We did say the money could be a bit of an issue, but they've made it work here. 5 rifles. In terms of kits, they've got one as well. And utility's not too bad. So those 2 saved M4s are a welcome addition. Thing is, MOUZ Sports, you give them a chance for a heads-up duel with those AKs. They are going to absolutely rock your world. Exertions look strong so far, but it's gas taking down. It's actually a nice little alley-oop from flying as well with the flashbang. They've done very well. Not the best smoke, but we'll take it.
Exertion even saw it coming. He was actually using the wall to cover himself from the flashbang, but still ended up losing the duel somehow. So that's a bit interesting. Yeah, you mentioned the smoke here being off, and you're not wrong either. Gas is obviously well away. He's looking for it, but
yeah, that's why it's like anything working against you.
Yeah, even if you know. Let's see a flash around the corner here. They're trying to turn for it, but they're getting crunched really quick. This is not a great position to be in inside of the bomb site. Even with the double setup here on the CT side, this could be a bit of a struggle. But in the meantime, Frozen is actually opening up, and they're running the bomb back. What a call to make with 35 seconds left here. They're really trusting that Frozen is going to be able to hold on to this, because if he dies now, it could be a really awkward scenario.
Well, there is a fly on the ointment. Child King is ready and waiting. He can maybe save the day here. It all comes down to this frag. If he gets a clean one, maybe they can do something with it, Anders. Up for the 5, 14 seconds. They have to plan. Sure, we removed from the equation for 3 or 4 seconds here. Can't deny the plan, but they have got themselves a fighting position. 2 versus 2. Bear in mind there's a kit available, but no Child King anymore. Lovely shot from Shui as we see flying thrust into the 1 versus 2 here.
Yeah, and awkward timing there, just throwing out the flashbang, unfortunately. Torshi's going to be picking right on top of it, so... Yeah, but that really was kind of close, right? You're down to 14 seconds, you haven't really got control of the bomb site. Could have been a bit awkward there, so... Good position for Child King. I mean, he had the right understanding of what was the way back into that round after Frozen kind of opening up things on that other side. Still doesn't change the fact that it's a 4-1 scoreline here. And that, again, wasn't the best buy in the last one. They were lacking some stuff on the CT side. Now, they're all the way out. They brought some smokes just to try and buy a little bit of time. It's fine. But otherwise, they are not in a great position here.
No, that's fair enough. You make some reasonable points, Anders, for once. I feel like that's one of them.
I try.
So, not really much to report, I'm afraid. I call this one maybe even a full eco. We've got a couple of players with upgraded pistols and some Kevlar. Here's Marek, though. He does not have said Kevlar, so he's incredibly squishy on that B-bomb side, but maybe Child King's hit some good shots. Can do something with this one. Jim Fat's got his number, though. Finds that opening frag, and I would suggest there's going to be a few more of those coming in towards Wings Up. Like I said, I'm not overly familiar with some of these players. Heard of a couple of them. A chance for them to prove themselves here and show that they can compete. The problem is with a best of 1 and this format, like, we could be saying goodbye to them today, because you get a 1 best of 3. If you lose that, you have to lose a bracket.
And this group is wild.
Yeah, and it's the group of death as well. We've got NIP and FaZe in this group as well, so it's going to be a very difficult battle for them throughout. But there it is, MOUZ Sports 5-1, Wings Up. Money's okay, but they don't have the full buy. They can't afford the AWP. We have no idea whether they can even bring that to the table, and whether it's a kind of linchpin of their operation. But here are the opening kills. Nothing too crazy, I'm afraid. Just going through the motions, map control, basic utility, land your shots. Jobs are good. And MOUZ Sports, yeah, they've got enough really for the rest of the half. Like 5 by their standards would be fine. I think they're going to be going for a lot more, but it's going to be Wings Up now. Needs to start posting consecutive rounds to stand a chance there.
Yeah, I've got to strike while the iron is hot. There's no reason not to just keep it up. There's actually, it's a wallbang shot with the smoke as well. Just shooting at a half wall and catching Frozen. That's something. That's a great start. Let's see if MOUZ are going to feel pressured or if they're still going to try and take this banana control. It looks like Sue still wants to. Doesn't want to give it up too early. So he's going to have top banana now. Forcing Wings Up a little bit further back. Smoke up, and Marek really wants to go for it. He's going to be able to win that fight. Good timing on it right as the smoke is thrown.
They take some confident duels.
Yeah.
They are not scared to go one-on-one with these players here. And it's actually working out tremendously well for them. Ian will find the 3rd kill of the round. They are yet to concede a single death up until this moment. Dorji could get the quick scope here. Opts for the scope itself doesn't actually work out for him. Now Jimfab, there it is, Anders. That's that pedigree we're looking for. Beautiful.
And he has the bomb as well, so he can just go straight for the bomb plant here. He is a little bit suspicious, but has a good read on the situation. He's Molotov the middle, he's smoking off that other side, and they are going to be coming through to try and get him right away. They swapped out the AWP on Ian for an AK, which is probably a great idea. And he's going to be hiding in the corner, actually. He doesn't even try and escape any further than this, so potentially could be a bit of an awkward battle coming in. Molotov not going to be touching him here. He's ready for it. The spray is good. And now it's a 1 versus 1. It just was a 1 versus 4. Almost baiting it up, but the jump might betray him there. And Ian will take him down. Good round from Ian. 3 kills on him. And Wings Up going to be able to win the round.
Yeah, but the thing is, that was what, like, essentially a 4 versus 1. He brings it all the way down to a 1 versus 1. It wounds them significantly going forward. So, yeah, absolutely true. Did they grab the AWP? I don't think he made it. So, it's the AK-47. That's how they got the majority of their opening frags. Okay, that was a straight-up wallbang through the smoke at half wall. So, another fortunate frag, this time in the favor of Wings Up. So, we'll call it 1-1. But now they're in a lot of trouble here. They didn't recover the sniper. They're operating with 2 SMGs here. Ian can afford the silenced M4, so they should be fine for at least 3 rifles. We've got Charking on the AK-47, who seems to be playing towards... Oh, no, sorry, it's a GUI. It's above them. So the Charking has an MP9, and he's got a whole banana.
We're curious if the MP9 is going to change their playstyle. That happens to some teams, especially on a map like Inferno. You just try and get the MP9's close range. You try and just, you know, maybe run down the bottom of banana just to try and put some pressure on. Definitely is an option. We haven't seen them try anything super crazy yet, but there's always the mid push on the CT side, even from some of the A bomb side. They haven't done anything like that yet. Maybe they just feel like it's unnecessary, but it's fun to try it every once in a while. Also, because MOUZ are kind of proving that you give them the map control, they know what to do with it right now.
Well, here we go.
Banana, they're good to go.
Oh, Torji has the smoke blown open, and feeling like they've got decent grounds to make their way up towards banana. Hearing those SMGs on the other side, Chalking, this is ambitious. If he goes for another jump shot here, but there is a flashbang being set up. That was the moment I was waiting for. Shui, sort of player that can hit those, and yeah, I'm not sure that was the maneuver. A solo MP9 swinging around off the back of 1 flashbang, like, even with an M4, I think that would have been difficult to pull off.
Yeah, you see, it was a great flashbang, and it doesn't even make a difference, because there's so many targets out there, unfortunately. Oh, I think he hit the chicken with
does the chicken affect it? Does it actually slow the smoke down? I guess it does, because we just saw it happen.
Yeah. Okay. Something to really keep in mind, you know? Leave the chickens alone.
And there's actually like a perfect little gap for gas. Flashbangs going over. It's going to be an APS pop. And there's gas and flying, so that smoke actually a bit of an issue here. Stacking towards the quad. An old school maneuver. It's one that's actually paying out for them. They're actually back to a 2-on-2, though. Torji, he just seems to be reading them like a book, though. 3 kills found. Actually, 4 kills found, and he's gone for the ace as well. Beautiful round from Torji. Absolutely dominates them with the AWP.
They did not need to peak all of that. They were in such a great position, but it's, you know, a little bit of a callback to that game that we saw yesterday between TYLOO and Lynn Vision.
Oh, let's not have any callbacks to that.
We don't need it.
I couldn't sleep well last night because of that.
Look at all these great kills. 3 in a row coming in. Sure, Torchi's going to be quick on that one, but now they could just slow it down. They're in a good position. It's a 3 versus 2. There's only about 35 seconds left, but they really, really want to fight him. And he has just absolutely schooled them. An ace with the AWP, Henry.
Yeah, indeed. And that was their force buy. Bear in mind with those SMGs and a couple of safe guns, but this is actually looking promising. They're going to get maybe a couple of kills out of this. 1 for now. It's flying to find Shui, but not checking the left side. It's going to be a very convincing. I can't even get a sentence out before the round's over, Anders.
They're dying too quickly, unfortunately. You're right.
Yeah, that's a real quick round. They get the 1 frag. It was an eco. It's absolutely fine, but this one already getting out of hand here. MOUZ look way too comfortable, and we've got the AWP for Ian once again. At least has Kevlar, but now Shui, he's doing one of those good plays. Like all in-game leaders should be doing this, I think. Like reading the economy, bringing out the MAC 10 when you know you've got their finances on the ropes.
Yeah.
There's only 1 helmet or 2 now. So the MAC 10 is going to be incredibly powerful in this particular sort of round.
Yeah, it's so worth it, isn't it? Gives you the mobility, you get the jump around the corner effect.
Exactly.
You find one of those players with no helmets, and they're just gone so quickly. So yeah, definitely very, very smart.
Yeah, I'd love to see in-game leaders kind of reading the economy, even when you've got enough for an AK. Sure, like you could maybe do more damage, but you find 1 opening kill with jumping around the corner, going for a Molotov, just sabotaging their defense. Like it's incredibly potent.
So hard to control. Well, ENCE in a different position. He was obviously top banana last time with the AWP. Now he's going to be playing over towards the quad side here. Looking to see if we could find anything. Let's see. It's going to be a Molotov instead to displace him.
Okay, I was interested to see how teams are going to start deploying that Molotov towards the quad. You can't do it in the same way you used to be in CSGO because the walls are so much higher.
Yeah.
So it's a run and jump, bounce it, deep towards quad side. And for now, a 5-on-5, just trying to remove that CT vision once again, making sure they have nothing to worry. You see they have no information towards Banana, nothing really towards top of middle. Ian is there watching Boiler Room, but he has no idea if they're making their way towards Arch. They are operating with very little here on the wings upside, and it's going to be an Apps pop. Here come the flashes, and it's going to be the M4, and there's that MAC-10 as well, and it's going to be the AWP going down quickly. They know exactly where Flying is. I think his days are numbered. He did hit something quite remarkable, and it's already round over, I'm afraid. You can't go for this one.
Yeah, and they recognize it. Good read at the very least for Wings, realizing it's not going to be worth it.
Double AWP on the T side.
Why not? You're feeling pretty good. You're about to have an 8-2 scoreline. And again, like the mobility of the MAC-10, like leaping out of apps like that.
That's what you want to do, right? And taking down the most valuable player on the other side, the AWP with no helmet. It's just kind of completely smashed into pieces. And it's another save, 8-2. Unfortunately, feels like GG after this, I'm going to say. They really are getting pummeled out there.
Yeah, which again it's not super unexpected, right? Like MOUZ is such a hard-hitting team right now. I don't think there's not much to say other than that it is playing according to the script pretty much.
This is one of the world's best teams right now.
Yeah,
and they actually did pretty decent in Sydney with a stand-in as well. So yeah, the fact that they're going to be super hungry to prove themselves to the full lineup, their first real showing in CS2 on LAN. They've got an open runway here just to kind of guarantee this opening victory, as maybe a tactical timeout is in order for Wings Up. They do have a bye once again, riding the coattails of that maximum loss bonus, of course. They've got the fuse kit, they've got utility. Ian no longer has the sniper rifle, unfortunately, here, and Shui does give up that secondary AWP and goes for the silencing for himself.
Very curious to hear what the players are going to be saying after the game in terms of how the patch feels, because we're going to have a live reaction, presumably. Nice grenades and a good push behind it. Look at that, 2 for 1. The double nade setup just absolutely demolishing MOUZ, but unfortunately, they keep on the aggression once again, and it's not necessary. That's going to open up the B-bomb side.
Point. Like the fact you've got the man advantage, right? Like you've made it very difficult for them to commit towards Banana, but they keep just overpeaking these sort of situations. Now, like how do you hold this bomb site if you're gassed? You've got nothing. He has a couple of flashes. His teammates rotating in shore, but the damage has been done. Thankfully, MOUZ have been very tentative with their approach. That smoke's not great. Gas will do well to get one, but they completely fumbled the smoke and giving MOUZ a real opportunity now to make their way in towards the B side. 2-on-2 at least. Round's not over. They've got a flash and an incendiary for Flying. Ian is pretty far removed. Tucked in towards the underpass at the bottom of the middle.
Oh, told you. He hardly even stops when he's taking that shot.
They don't seem to wait for each other on this squad. I guess lots of solo interactions before your teammate even arrives. I assume Ian maybe for a flashbang over the top or something like that, but yeah, they didn't really seem to work in tandem as Torgi and co absolutely mowed them down once again. A couple of fumbled smokes on the CT side we've seen now, just giving them prime gaps on the T side to take them down with the AWPs. It's final round of the first half. It feels like we're going for about 5 minutes here.
To be honest, it's probably like a bit of an eye-opening experience for Wings Up too, because if you're used to playing regionally in a space where you can do that, like you can go for more of the one, like I'm alone, but I'm going to try and take the fight. Maybe I'll get a double kill myself. It's going to be great. It's very different if you're suddenly up against a team
that's got all the protocols in place for trade potential.
Get away with it.
Yeah,
you just can't.
This is the only round that really worked for them. The quad boost. They seem to make this look quite easy for themselves, but the thing is, once you've deployed it once, it's commonly pre-fired in the following rounds. So you can also get wall-banged as well. So trying to take as much aggro as they can from that boosted player. It's 4 of them towards middle, but Shui just making light work of the initial frag here. So do they pre-fire the quad position? They have enough players there to justify a decent fight here, and here we go. It's going to be gas to open things up. But the thing is, I think they've spotted the boosted player now, so he needs to get the hell out of there.
It also reveals that there's a bunch of people here, so they might just say, all right, fine, we'll just go towards the sole AWP player at the B-bomb side. If they know all 3 people are there, why wouldn't you? Yeah,
and that smoke he's thrown again doesn't do anything to protect himself. There's gaps in it. He's wasted his smoke, essentially. And now the orb is pretty far removed, and Torgy's got such a prime position, and is like to find multiple kills. Like, he's absolutely destroying them out there. Oh, there it is, through the smoke. Fighting chance in the 3-on-3. Bear in mind, Ian is low. And in terms of kits, and there's nothing, and a couple of flashbangs. I think they have to go for it. Well, it's the last round.
They definitely do.
My own thing. I stated that.
You are not wrong. Torgy ends the first half at 14-3, by the way. One of them, obviously, you know, he had the ace and everything, so we'll see. They're trying to break their way through, but instant kills are coming in. Ian very low on health already. He's going to go down. A very, very powerful first half scoreline here for MOUZ. As we kind of did expect was going to happen, but, you know, MOUZ living up to the hype a little bit, I suppose. A 10-2 lead for them.
Anyone who's not aware as well, from what I gather, Wings Up are playing with 2 stand-ins. So they were already on the back foot coming into this matchup. So, yeah, I'm not sure what we were expecting. This is probably par for the course, though, all things considered. 10-2, really couldn't ask for much more here from MOUZ Sports. Win the pistol, it is literally GG. So we'll see, though. If they can find maybe win the pistol themselves, Wings Up, and they get up to like 5-6 rounds, I think that's mission accomplished. I just have a good showing in terms of win some important clutches, like see if you can apply some pressure here, make them look uncomfortable at times. That's what we're looking for now.
There isn't much else to say. I mean, like we've covered everything already, so
exactly.
I mean, you have to say wait and see how it plays out. Yeah, I think this is again what I was really hoping for, and I guess the same I was really hoping for with Lynn Vision and TYLOO was to see, you know, so a little bit more individual stuff, right? And it just promised when you're getting beat this hard in an MR12 format, you might not even have many rounds or even any space to really get yourself warmed up. Like, you're just showing up and it's just boom, it's over in no time flat. So hopefully Wings, it'll be cool to see them win the pistol just to get a sense of how what they're like individually. I'd appreciate that.
Let's give them a fighting chance in this pistol then. Ladies and gents, second half, Wings Up with a smoke and a couple of flashes. Any upgraded pistols in the mix? I don't think so. Kevlar otherwise, and here's the flashbang. Note this one down. Very meta flashbang towards Banana using that red sign. And they're not going to need it. Didn't think they actually... Oh, a decoy. And bear in mind, decoys have been adjusted now, Anders. They actually interact with smokes. Not to a massive effect, but...
I love it.
Just to note, I'm a big decoy fan myself. Speaking of meta flashes, that's the God flash as well being set up. And they're just going to go for the contact play. The thing is, Frozen's going to smoke them out. They've got the Julies to deal with up top, and sometimes they get a little bit out of hand. Now, P2000's going to have to do God's work here, and it's Frozen delivering the goods. A couple of kills. Keeps the round competitive here. 3 versus 3, but advantage Wings Up.
Man, it looked like Frozen didn't even see one of those 2 players that he shot, maybe just through the smoke. So that might have been a little bit fortunate. We'll see how the retake's going to be. So he's up first. Merrick is here, missing a couple of the Glock shots, and a bullet to his head will end him. They spotted out gas back here. Oh, he could have just stayed tucked in, but he wanted to take a peek. He'd already been found out. Leaves flying on his own in a 1 versus 3 to try and hold on to this one and really give themselves any chance to have their mark on the second half. But Jim Fat's going to be taking him down, and instead... It's a strong start for MOUZ.
It's a pretty convincing retake. They got the bomb planted. We always say that's a minor victory in itself. You can bring out the Galils, which they certainly will in the next round here. It's 11-2. They're 1 away from that point. And unfortunately, there's not much to speculate anymore. This is MOUZ Sports on cruise control, as we will see them go with a massive lead into the second half. And it was a decent opening here. Like I said, they had the advantage at 1 point, but it's just the individual form is shining through. Frozen did more than enough there, kept it to a 3 versus 3, and they just retake in a very, very convincing manner here.
I think, again, it's another, you know, element of the same sort of symptom we were talking about earlier with gas back there. Probably regionally, the teams they're used to playing, he could take that peak and it'd be fine. Maybe they're not quite looking. Maybe they're not going to be, you know, hitting the shot quite as quickly. But at this level, a little bit of impatience, and you're just getting blown up. And if he's stuck back there, even if they know that he's there, it's just time that MOUZ have to waste, you know, running back there to find him. Maybe they can't get a defuse easily. But you can tell that Wings Up they're just not experienced at that kind of pushback.
Hey, I would say more often than not, most teams win this second round forced by on the T side. I haven't got a ton of info on Inferno because it's just never played anymore for some reason. We've commentated a lot of CS2 in the last couple of weeks, and it just seems to be a bit of an anomaly that Inferno is brought through to the map pool. But we're going to see Galils, as mentioned, a Tech 9 for Marek. It goes without saying, ladies and gents, they need this round. Best of 1. You could go down to the lower bracket. You'll play against one of the other losers today. But tournament life on the line. If you give this best of 1 up, it has to be nothing but wins going forward. Otherwise, you go out on day 1. It's the start of Group B on day 2 here at CAC 2023. So,
Group of death.
it is the group of death. That's more than fair.
Just hiding inside of the smoke there. So we're waiting. Not going to find anyone yet. Smoke's going to be... Oh, just as it clears. What a flashbang to set it up. That's a cool little trick. Torchi's trying to get it back. They line up for him. Oh, no. They had the opening, but instead it's the quad kill to swing it back, and he's looking for one more ace. He's already had one of them, Henry. Could he line up a second in the game? I think Flying is going to maybe deny it for him by running the other way.
He's going to have like a 2.0 rating after this game.
Why not?
If they keep this clean enough and they win up 13-2, yeah, he's going to have an unbelievable rating. Should be a done deal on the round, and it will be Frozen to close things out there. Map points, I'm afraid, as Wings Up are surely done for now. That was the force buy. Traditionally, you take the eco here, but of course, for the map point, you're just going to have to buy. They'll probably use the timeout. I guess why not? They've used the majority of them so far, but yeah, opening frag found. Nice little flashbang there, but Torch, he absolutely dominates them here. Huge spray down as he shows he can do it all, not just a sniper, it seems. As, like I said, they have to force buy. It'll be 3 pistols, make it 4, and a Galil for Flying. Should be the end of it, but it never is. Whenever I say this is probably the end, they'll always find a 1D. There'll always be something mental that happens. So probably a few more rounds to go here, but let's find out.
Again, I kind of hope so. I feel like they've just had so little space to try and show themselves at all.
If you're just joining us, hoping if the action will pick up after this one, it's FaZe versus NIP next.
That's true. That's a good
fair.
point. Yeah,
it's coming up at 7:30.
Early risers getting up in the morning, you know, trying to catch the games. We've got that coming up, it's true. All right, Surgeon coming up with a good couple of kills here as well. It's Child King going down. Unfortunately, the Frozen leaving Ian on his own. 1 versus 3, and he gets run down by Torchi. So he does end up with a ridiculous scoreline. It was a 21-3 at the end, I believe.
That is the fastest game of Counter-Strike I have ever commentated. I'm happy to put my reputation on the line there because it felt like we were in that server for 15 minutes.
That's probably true. We might actually have the record, Henry, now.
Yeah.
Which is weird. We're covering both ends of the spectrum. Normally, you know, it's triple overtime whenever you're on the on the microphone.
That's a good point. And I guess we expected this one to be a bit of a blowout. It certainly delivered on that front. And unfortunately, Wings Up, you could see they're frustrated there. They never really got going. They never got a chance to show us what they're made of. A couple of interesting moments there with the AWP wall bangs, and they had a couple of good opening frags.
Yeah.
But it seemed like they're just a little bit overzealous. It felt like in the advantages they had. I think we've said that a lot for the Chinese teams going through this tournament, unable to hold on to the advantages they find, and unfortunately just completely dominated. The skill really shined through in every facet of the game here. MOUZ board showing why they're considered to be number 2 in the world right now. And I'll say it one more time, Wings Up, they weren't expected to do much, even if they had their full team here. They've got some stand-ins playing against MOUZ that are hungrier than ever. Playing Sydney with stand-in, of course. This is their first showing with Jimfat in the lineup, and it's going to be a 13-2 scoreline. Do you have any final words before we throw it to the desk?
Pretty much like we expected, Henry. I've got nothing else.
Amazing. Thank you for that insight, and we'll throw it over to Trace and the boys.
Yeah, thank you very much, gentlemen. Yeah, I was just trying to piggyback there on some of the insight from Anders. Jacob, what did you derive from what Anders just said?
Nothing.
Same. All right. Also, kind of what we got in this series, a non-starter.
Nothing, yeah.
Unfortunate reality here for Wings Up. MOUZ do kind of trounce all over them blood.
Yeah, we did say this could be a learning experience, and I do really hope they learned what not to do in certain scenarios. Like Henry pointed out as well, they were just they felt very discombobulated, disconnected in how they're taking these peaks. And firstly, let's talk about Torji. He went 21-3.
Sure.
Were some of those kills for free? Yes, they were, but he still got them. And that's a good sign. You know, you look at his team and you're looking at players like, you know, the Exertions of the world, Jimpat, and of course Frozen, who had a great start to the game, to be the ones really, you know, dropping that 2.0 rating. But if Torji is going to be feeling comfy against the best of 3 they're going to be playing later on today against maybe the NIP or FaZe, that's a good sign for MOUZ. They look great.
It was a good start for MOUZ. You know, I think we kind of got what we expected, and there's something to be said about that, you know, in the sense that often we find ourselves standing on the death trace, and we have a theory, we have an idea of how the game is going to play out, and often we're wrong. Often something is going to happen that we didn't really see coming, and this time around, I think we got exactly what we expected. Wings Up weren't able to test MOUZ at all. Unfortunately, they weren't able to be aggressive. They weren't able to dictate the game on the CT side. Some of these wing conditions that we pointed out, they weren't able to facilitate on, and MOUZ just answered, you know, by playing good Counter-Strike, basic Counter-Strike, and basically every single time they were put under pressure by Wings, they handled it pretty well. So I feel like this was exactly what we expected coming into the game, and sometimes I like that, you know. Sometimes I like that we can count on what we actually think.
Yeah, I mean, this is quite the, you know, the example of disparity in skill in some parts. I mean, we're talking about two different teams of two totally different calibers right here.
Yeah,
so
it's not even fair. It's really not even fair, because obviously, as MOUZ said, they are definitely contenders in this tournament, right? Alongside FaZe, they look really pretty solid, in all honesty, in the last 2 games they've played. And the fact that they woke up ready to go, there was no, you know, ring rust, so to speak. They've been playing non-stop as well, right? So it looked fantastic. 21-3 is just stupid numbers. It's just stupid. Frozen doing good as well. Look, 4 the side of Wings Up, couple of decent rounds, but even the second round they won, I think it was a 2 versus 4 or something. It came down to a 1v1 at the very end, which Jimbat was unable to close out. But they just looked lost on that map, unfortunately, and you can see clearly the gap in not just the individual skill altogether, but also how they approach the game, so to speak. But to be fair, Trace do stand, and there's so much you can do.
Yeah, lost the Big Mac sauce, huh, Jacob?
Yeah, I think that's a fair sentiment.
Yeah, and which you can get separately now, in case you didn't know, Jacob.
That's fantastic.
That's
news to me, yeah.
Yeah, it really is.
I mean, if they're open, of course.
Yeah, if they're open. You know, it's hard to say, but it's obvious that when you have a player like Torzy or someone coming out from a team like this, and they have this, you know, this monumental score that shows. That's why he'll be an MVP for this game. But obviously, you can take that and run with it if you're MOUZ, maybe, right?
I think so. You know, I have them personally to win the entire tournament. I think they're one of the contenders for that. I think they will go all the way. Should be motivated to finally, as you said, play with the full roster. It's a team that coming into CS2 that really have a shot and a chance of establishing themselves as a top tier team. You know, as a team that we can count on tournament after tournament. MOUZ have been interesting to follow for the past couple of years. They've had a couple of periods where they were up there, you know, where they were having runs at big tournaments. I think personally, this lineup you're seeing it right now could be the real deal.
Yeah. Speaking of which, here's the real deal down on stage with Torzy.
Good position.
Yeah, I think we are pretty jet lagged because we traveled home for Sydney and then we traveled here, and the time zones are really different. And I am pretty jet lagged at the moment, but it's going well at the moment, and Shanghai is amazing. It's really beautiful, and we are enjoying the time here.
刚刚也是说到，他今天表现非常好，然后手感也非常火热，然后同时就是他们来的这里没有感受到就是时差嘛，就没有感觉到很累嘛。然后他就说，就是之前也是飞到悉尼，然后再飞回家，然后再飞过来，的确是还挺累的。不过他非常喜欢上海，然后在这里打也感觉非常开心。
Now, in terms of enjoying Shanghai, though, it's all about the Counter-Strike right now. So this was obviously an opponent we expect you to be able to win against, right? You do it very convincingly. But you've got to look at the likes of FaZe, right, and NIP right now. This group's a bit tougher than the other group. How are you feeling overall? How do you feel your chances are for MOUZ?
Yeah, I think we have a good chance. I mean, we really want to start from semi-finals. So we have to beat either FaZe or NIP, and I really hope we can play FaZe again, because in the last 2 weeks we played them like 5 times, or like the last 3 weeks, and it's just a really good team, and we want to show again that we can beat them in CS2 as well, because we didn't do it yet. So yeah.
也是说到，就是他们今天就是这场比赛，大家原本就比较看好他们，然后那他是怎么看待接下来一些对阵呢？他说就是接下来他其实这场比赛的确是大家本来就是比较大的一个优势，然后呢就是接下来的比赛他其实很想面对 FaZe， 因为在之前的一个版本的时候，当他们面对的时候没能够战胜他们，然后这次想要在 CS2 来克服这一点，来证明这一点。
And then we have the community question coming out from Perfect World as well.
接下来是来自完美电竞 APP 的玩家提问。 至于是否能够带着兄弟们冲一波 Major? So basically, can Siri bring you guys to another Major?
Yeah, I hope so. Like the next Major will be in Denmark, right, in Copenhagen. Yeah, we are preparing for that, and we are just. I hope we can make a good placement there. We can make a good placement. Yeah.
也是说到他们已经 开始在为明年哥本哈根的 Major 在做准备，然后也希望 Siri 可以带着他们冲一波。那我们再次感谢一下 Torzy 接受我们这个采访。那在这个环节，对吧？赢了比赛肯定非常开心。那我们要请他来选一个观众，一名幸运观众来获得本轮的奖品。
Yes, this is where you have to pick out one fan from the audience, and they'll win this lovely headset over here, my man.
Yep,
pick
the
someone out
prize.
there.
奖品也是。
You see, and they all got their hands up. This one?
Yeah, he has the MOUZ logo, so I pick him.
MOUZ logo, come on up.
Man, I was really wondering who was going to get that.
I figured it out. I figured out how to win this, right? Just have an iPad or a sign or something. Just put the logo of the team that won, and boom, you win a free.
Even better, put his name and a heart next to it, man. Come on.
Yeah.
Gotta pan it to the crowd. Or pan it to the player, I guess. Other way around.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Pan it to the player. Yeah.
The other way around. Yeah, obviously cool stuff going on over there. And we are here kind of just putting a bow on this one. I think it's pretty much done and dusted about the time it started, huh, Blay?
Yeah, pretty much.
But round 8 gave you hope?
No, it didn't give me hope, actually. It's a round where I'm like, yeah, this one's done. This one's a Dunzo, the Dunzo Washington, as we're going to be sticking with. All right, so this is basically an ace for Torji. Just look at how they're feeding him. Listen, it's a 3v2. It was actually a 4v2. He takes on Gas. Why? Like, literally, why? You know where he is. This is the most egregious move coming in there. It's a 2v2, still a chance. They give him the kill, and then, of course, a good read from Torzi. He knows that the final player is coming in from B, probably going to be coming in from mid or from Arch. But yeah, you can't do these plays. You might get away with it, you know, playing in the domestic regions and whatnot, but here, absolutely not. Torzi showing, basically teaching them a rough lesson.
The thing about it is, it could be avoided in so many different instances, right? Hey, you could have peeked in Boiler together if you wanted to.
Yeah,
you could have grouped up on him, and at worst case, you would have had a trade and you had a 2v1. So I agree with you, Blay. It's rounds like that, you know, situations like that, that if your wings up, you got to look at that and think, okay, next time we'll play, when we go up against NIP or FaZe later today in the elimination
Let's
game,
not do that.
Let's not do that. You know, that's a win condition for them.
I mean, we even had that one round where he's tucked inside of Cubby towards brackets, and 4 guys just come charging out mid. Not one trade. The spacing was all over the place, just lining up together. I mean,
I think that's a general thing, though, from what I've seen so far in this tournament. We saw it a bit with TYLOO yesterday as well, and Lynn Vision. The general common sense of spacing within Asian Counter-Strike seems to be a little bit disconnected, at least to the way you do it in European Counter-Strike, where it's a lot about the individual. Either you win your duel or you lose your duel, and that's it, round over, done, dusted. Whereas you could space it way, way better. You could, you know, play the trade potential. You could play the trade percentage so as well. And I think that's maybe a cultural difference in the way you approach Counter-Strike.
And once upon a time, I could have said, like, you know, you had a lot of mixed lineups. TYLOO had Bented and whatnot, extra playing for them. So I'm like, maybe it was a language comms issue. Sure. There's no excuse here. They're all coming the same language altogether. So it's more like, you know, do you want to coach them maybe? You know, pimp.
If they can afford me, you know, yeah, sure.
If they're going to afford you.
Nice. I don't want to know what that number is, but I do want to go to a break so that we can kind of get to the bottom of that. Off air, of course. So what we will do is go to one of those. We'll come back. We're going to have FaZe versus NIP in a best-of-1 on LAN on CS2. Holy smokes. We'll be right back.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the interview section for CAC 2023. We have Frozen here. Can you maybe just say hi to the camera?
Hello, guys.
First of all, so let's welcome back the defending champion. You know, it's been 4 years. It's been quite a while, right? How does it feel to be back here again?
It feels amazing. Yeah, I've been looking forward coming back to China. I think last time I was here, it was my first time, and I enjoyed it very much. And yeah, I just think now it's gonna be way more enjoyable.
So what has that been like? You know, as long as you've been here like 4 years ago, and then you're here again, but with different teammates. How have things changed for you?
Yeah, I mean, there was few lineups over the time, I think. Yeah, since 4 years ago. I mean, now we have the academy lineup. You know, I'm with the young boys, so I think we're just having a lot of fun. We're a high energy team, and you know, it just feels like a school trip most of the times coming to the tournaments. So yeah, I mean, it's just enjoyable. You know, it's enjoyable to play.
Do you somewhat feel like you're the older parent that has to like take care of like?
Maybe sometimes, but I think I'm pretty goofy myself, so it's like I think I can fit in pretty good.
Do you think there's any team here that can match your energy, like your team's energy level?
I don't think so, honestly. I think we are a little ADHD, I would say.
Did you guys get more pumped up on
stage?
Yeah, on stage, or?
Me personally, I think I can feed off the crowd. It just feels good to hear the people in the back. But I think in the end of the day, for me, it doesn't really matter if it's the crowd or not. But I think more for the team environment, I think it helps to get the energy from the crowd.
Among other things, Sui came as like the runner-up of the major, right? Since he joined the team, what kind of changes has he brought about?
I think Shui, when he came, obviously brought a little bit of his system from Gamer Legion, but I think we as well tried to kind of keep the identity that we already had, so some of the stuff stayed. Yeah, like he came in, added some new stuff. We got used to how he wants to work, how he's calling in the game. It's not like we deleted everything and started from the scratch. Yeah, I think the type of IGL he is, he just fitted in instantly from the start. So it was pretty easy.
So was a lot of systems established from like maybe the MOUZ NXT days, so that maybe like some of the teammates were kind of familiar with it, or like he was able to just come in and be like, he figures out what everyone needs, and then he just makes it work for everyone.
I think it's more of the case where he has to figure out people, because, I mean, as you said, they had some certain system in academy already, right? But then he went to Gamer Legion, where I don't think he would basically do one-to-one things. You know, he also probably had to figure out people who is acting in what way and like what player needs what. So I think it was kind of the same with MOUZ. You know, probably made it much easier that he played with the guys already in academy. So for me, it was just, you know, getting to know him and just seeing how he is.
Yeah. So how have you guys adapted to like the new version of the game so far? How do you find it personally, actually?
The start was pretty rough, not gonna lie. Obviously, you miss your love, you know, CS:GO. Yeah. So it was hard to swap. But I think the game is going in a very good direction. I find myself lately enjoying the game like a lot. You know, I just wake up and instantly wanna play. So for me, I've been enjoying it, and I hope it continues going this way where WoW is heading with the game.
In your opinion, what's like the difference between the Chinese teams and like the Western teams? I mean, it's a question that's often asked.
I think one thing is like you sometimes don't really know what to expect from them, right? When they come to a European tournament, it's not usually teams that you would meet on every tournament. So I think for sure there's like a surprise element. I still think like I don't want to say only Chinese, but I think Asian teams in general as well. Back in the days in 1.6, I think it's always been very. I'm like. Obviously, there's some strats, but I think like they can shoot very well. You know, like there's headshots going on. So I think it's always interesting to play an Asian team, to be honest, because they just have something that there's just a little spark in them that you don't see with the European teams anymore. I feel like.
To add on a little bit, what do you think are some of the things maybe Chinese teams can improve upon, or like?
Like it's obviously probably easier said than done because I think it's kind of a little bit of the same situation with Brazil, for example, where you guys are a little bit forced to, you know, play against the same teams. Obviously, there's options to go bootcamp to Europe here and there, but I think just missing out on the actually practicing against the tier 1 competition is something that makes the improvement fast, I feel like. So I mean, for now, I mean, as I said, it's easier said than done, so I cannot really pick up like, you know, get better at this, get better at this. I think from what level the Asian scene is at, I think they're doing very good, to be honest.
Okay, I did say we'd be right back, and as it turns out, that isn't the case. But we're here now, and that's what's most important. We hope you're joining us as well. Maybe go ahead and grab some friends, family members, whatever have you, and bring them on down, because we do have FaZe versus NIP on the docket in a best-of-1 opening game for both these teams here at the CAC. That's CS Asian Championships for short, gents. I do have Pimp on the end, Bled in the middle, and a nice BO1 on our hands.
Hells yeah.
Hells yeah.
Yep.
So, I'm looking at FaZe, I'm looking at NIP. I'm thinking about a few things, but most importantly, let's get the teams on stage.
These ninjas have Maxter standing in once again, but it's his chance to shine at his first international event. Can he rise up with his fellow ninjas to see victory? This is NIP.
作为队内的替补 ，Maxter 是否能够在自己的第一个线下赛、国际线下赛，带着自己的队伍取得胜利呢？让我们一起欢迎 NIP。
NIP, you can sit down.
请 NIP 入座。
Back-to-back tournament wins here in the new version of Counter-Strike. The undisputed best in the world looking for another gold, this time in Shanghai. Give it up for FaZe Clan!
目前世界排名第1的队伍，在连续取得2个比赛的冠军之后，来到了上海，剑指第3冠。让我们一起欢迎 FaZe。
FaZe, you can take your seats.
请 FaZe 战队入座。
Yeah, FaZe, sit down. No, I'm kidding. That was a little aggressive. I didn't mean it like that. What I am saying, though, is they do have to sit down.
They do have to sit down to play the game. Absolutely.
That's kind of how it works out. Okay, so let's get into this one. Yes, FaZe come through here. They have a couple tournament victories underneath their belt, and then a lot of question marks outside of that. Jacob, what is the most peculiar thing about FaZe Clan in this moment that you can think of?
I think it's the fact that they have come together, you know, into Counter-Strike 2 and have played so well. Again, we're still early into the days of CS2. We haven't seen all the teams play at big LAN events just yet, but so far FaZe is the best we have to offer when it comes to Counter-Strike 2. That despite the rumors that you were alerting to right here. Twist maybe going in and out of the lineup. We don't really know where his future lays. Maybe they're looking towards roster changes. Fact of the matter is, though, that right now FaZe is playing the best brand of CS2 we can see.
Yeah, it just doesn't make many sense, really, for any changes to be happening here. The really cool thing about this matchup for me, Trace, is the fact that they're going up against NIP, who have had a rough start to their CS2 legacy. No, far from the 87-0 we saw about a decade ago. Meanwhile, FaZe have won 11 series back-to-back. They've only dropped 1 out of the 12 matches they've played, of which that was the best-of-1 opening against Game of Legion in Sydney. And ever since then, it's been a hot streak from the FaZe side.
And even that was an overtime game, right?
Of course it was an overtime game.
You know, of course it was. But, you know, for FaZe, you still can't negate the fact that they did come in at 13-0 for the first time ever on LAN. That did happen.
That did happen as well. Look, the really cool thing about FaZe, what I'm really enjoying is while, you know, with the launch of CS2, and let's be real, right? It was a little rough around the edges, and, you know, things are getting fixed very quickly as well. But while a lot of teams were like, we're feeling uncomfortable about this or not really putting in the reps when it comes to officials, grinding it out online, or, you know, just being motivated, so to speak, FaZe are like, hell yeah, this is great. We're gonna play hard, and it's showing in the results.
Yeah, I think it's underestimated. They also have some of the, you know, dare I say, biggest nerds in the game on the server. You know, you have a guy like Rubs who's just nerding out the game in the best possible way you can imagine, right? He's a geek in the best sense you can think of. He likes to nerd it out. He likes to figure it all out. He's helping even Valve right now, you know, fixing some of those updates, providing feedback. So does Twist. He's been very vocal on Twitter as well with certain, you know, things he would like changed as well. So for me, it feels like it's a team right now that has got gotten that second win, second energy, they were getting a little bit tired of CSGO. They knew CS2 was coming out. We didn't see the best of FaZe the past 6 months. But coming into this game, Twist is ignited again. Robs is definitely ignited. Rain is playing solid Counter-Strike. Kerrigan seems to be calling. And Brokey is one of the highest rated players we have as of right now in CS2. So it's all just coming together, Trees.
There is a bit of a reinvigoration that happens with a new version of the game. You know, can the same be said about the NIP side?
Oh, okay. No.
Just no. Okay, well.
It's a big question mark. Now let's address the elephant, the rhino, the hippopotamus in the room here. Trace. I mean, they're all big animals, right? So why not switch it around? They are still playing with Maxter because they don't. They submitted the roster a little too late to make any changes. So Alex isn't going to be here. So I'm assuming the calling responsibilities maybe going to be with S-Attack or whatever, right? This is not the real lineup of NIP. But even if you go to the real lineup, you have Alex, you have Config, you have Rez, you know, you have these guys, and I still don't think the pieces are solidified for this team to where I can be like, you know what, NIP, you're trying to live up to your legacy.
Trace, will you allow me to be brutally honest?
Please,
hold on.
Go for it.
All right, yeah, go for it.
All right, I don't care about NIP anymore. I simply don't care anymore. It's a team that we've been saying the same thing over and over and over again. You look at the lineup, you think of the potential of the players, they should be doing better than they are. They make roster changes almost as I switch underwear, to be completely honest. It's been insane how many players that's been going in and out of that lineup. You know, benched, not benched, benched, not benched. S-Attack recently coming in again. I don't see the direction they're heading right now. Now, Threat is back in, you know, to be a guy that is leading that project. That gives me a bit of confidence that at least some sort of like nice decision-making process is taking place with NIP. But honestly, right now, I'm just bored of even following this team. I don't want to watch them anymore until they show something on the server. It's been too many years with lackluster performances, and it's been too many years of just being boring.
So why don't you just say what you want to say, Jacob?
Well, that's exactly what I did.
That it's simply unacceptable.
I don't know if it's unacceptable. It's just boring and not interesting.
It's just kind of sad.
Yeah, there is that.
I'm sad. I'm looking at this org and like what they've achieved in the past and what, you know, the potential
like 9
promise
years
they have.
ago, yeah.
9 years ago, fine, 8 years ago. Right? I'm trying to be a
Was
little
it 8?
generous here, and it's just been downhill ever since. I was looking at this interview from DJL. He's like, we got a very good feeling for this event. I'm quoting this. I said it to the guys yesterday. They have a very good feeling about this. That just smells like copium. Just pure copium, hopium, whatever you want to call it. I just don't see anything happening for this NIP team, especially in this event.
Which is why we go to Ancient and NIP start on CT side. How fun does that sound, Jacob?
Yeah, it could be fun, you know. Again, they're going up against FaZe Clan, who are very, very good on Ancients, so it's not going to be an easy game at all. And I'm not saying NIP is a bad team. It's just when you look at the budget they're working with, when you look at some of the players, the potential, now Brolan out of their lineup as well, it's just been so many games, so many years of they show a couple of good glimpses and we think, oh, now NIP is arriving. Now they're coming into the top 8, top 7 where they can compete and maybe contest for at least a playoff spot at big tournaments. And then they fall back to the old rhythm where it's just like they lose to everyone. So I don't know where to put a finger on NIP. They're coming in with a stand-in here as well. Now, Alex is an interesting signing. I'll give you that. That's something new, you know, a new air and a new look to the team, but we don't even get to see him at this tournament. So for me, it's hard to get excited about it. And again, going against FaZe Clan right now, who's the best in CS2, I don't see it happening.
It's a pretty monumental task, play.
It's, some might even say, an impossible task here.
I mean, putting FaZe in the back foot is one thing, doing it in CS2, whatever. But when you talk about FaZe, you talk about some of that veterancy and some of that self-guided tenure that you get out of veteran players. Whereas you look at the NIP side, you're just like, hey, can you guys kind of all go in one direction? Like, can we just go towards the finish line?
I think, look, I don't want to sound too negative here. Obviously, we still get to see them play, and obviously we know that they don't have Alex. But it's just the fact that there is an overall lack in them just being on the same page, or even the same book even. So, you know, that's rough.
Yeah. Well, we'll shelve our books, and we'll head over to the commentators. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Commentators, are you ready? That goes Anders and Henry G, I think is your names, right?
Apparently, those are our names. You ready, Anders?
I feel ready, Henry. I must say, I actually share a lot of the opinions that Pimp was
go on, which ones?
I feel the same level of disappointment with NIP. It's just very frustrating. It's a weird roller coaster to be on. Yeah, the project is in a weird state. It has been for a long time.
Yeah, and going into this tournament as well, bear in mind they've just lost Hampus. They don't have Alex at this tournament.
Again,
so
they've lost Hampus.
Yeah, Maxter's going to be playing in this one. And FaZe, I think, undisputably the best team in CS2 right now. Take from that what you will. We've only seen a couple of tournaments, but they seem to be taking to this game very well indeed. They're the absolute favourites in this best of one. Ancient makes things a little bit more interesting, I suppose, that we don't see much of it. So I'm interested to see whether FaZe just completely wallop them or if it's going to be a close competitive game. NIP were with nothing to lose, really. They've got Config, who's ill as well. He's apparently feeling better today. And hopefully we're going to see that at least get to double digits. They've got enough firepower on this team to make it interesting. They need some pistols, some clutches going in their favor. And with Esatag as the in-game leader, I guess they know this is like just a chance to kind of get some reps on CS2 on LAN.
Yeah, and that probably has to be a little bit of a takeaway. Also, I guess that is an interesting point you bring up. Esatag kind of showing that he can do everything. Like, literally he's done every single role in the game now.
That's true. Like, he's one of the most selfless players I've ever worked with. Like, he's fantastic, great attitude, and he's happy to do anything, whether it's entry fragging, AWPing, in-game leading. He can really do it all. So, yeah, he's a great asset for any team. I'm glad to see him back in the main roster. There's Rez, of course. His future kind of up in the air, I suppose. Like, he's been part of this team for, what, like 6 years at this point. His performance in the last couple of years has been underwhelming. I would say he's got the potential to be a world-class player, but in the mechanical skills there, it just hasn't really come together, and he's been part of this kind of revolving door of NIP ever since.
It feels like somebody like a Rez, to me, feels like he has the same like mechanical skill to be able to go toe-to-toe with some of the really wild aimers that we've seen. Just pull one name out of the hat, but somebody like a Boris, like maybe Boris is way more aggressive, but it feels like they've reined in Rez so much that that system works really when you're playing another team that's playing like that, but you run into some of these crazy aim players, and playing that really conservative style is going to be absolutely, you're going to get wrecked behind it.
There's so much to keep up with NIP as well. So bear in mind, Brolan just been removed as well. So there's just so many players coming in and out non-stop. To be fair to Maxter, I'm excited to see him because he stepped in for the Rubet and Thunderpick Cups, and he actually did a very good job. He was top fragging for a lot of their games. So excited for him. It's another opportunity to showcase his skills up against one of the world's best, if not the world best, currently ranked #1 in the world. We've got FaZe in incredible form. The likes of Brokey especially, he looks fantastic in CS2, despite AWPers being quote-unquote nerfed, Anders. But he looks really, really strong. And the fact Twist is reignited and the fact Rops is turning up as well. Once again, this team is looking deadly. And at one point in 2023, at the early stages, they looked burnt out. They looked like they were done.
Yeah, they really had some struggles, obviously, especially, since the whole debacle of the Rio Major, things really started to look super weird for them, and it took a long time to recover that whole scenario. But yeah, I agree. They do look very, very strong. I don't think he's going to be throwing any objections to that. We are headed into the game, Henry. We're going to be good to go. It's FaZe starting on the T side. It's NIP on the CT side, and we are ready. It's a best of one. So I guess in that sense also there might be a little bit of a bonus to NIP that they have to win a couple of really crucial rounds, pistol rounds, win a couple of conversion rounds too, and maybe you're going to be in a good position after all.
So, T-side start for FaZe. Considered to be a T-sided map. NIP, I think, opted to choose the CT forces here. They've got a diffuse kit on the back of Headtrick. He's got a couple of flashes as well. Not much utility on the CT side, but we have got plenty for FaZe. Rain with the Molotov, smoke, and flash set piece being deployed here. He's got the flash in hand right now, so he's going to try and get them some control at the ramp by the looks of things, but it's all quiet on the Western Front for now. We are going to see a rotation in towards this B-bomb side. Looks like a smoke for short, Molotov for long, potentially, as we get ready for FaZe to pound towards the B side. It will be Maxter and Rez to defend.
Yeah, second smoke as well coming up towards the cave, so only really one position that they really have to check, and you can see Carrigan's running up close. This is really well designed, but they're ready and waiting. Headtrick in a good position to stop Carrigan. The bomb is going to get planted here, but with a little... I said that. But that's the P250 coming into play. Twist going to be able to pick up Headtrick. And just like that, it's back into 4 versus 3 now. Esatag, the next to go down. And they are dropping fast on that CT side. Rez and Config left alive, trying to fight their way back into a 2 versus 2 now. They've almost found the kill there on Twist, but running out of bullets and knives are coming out. What's happening?
Guys?
Why are they running behind? I have no idea what's going on, Henry.
Well, I assume Twist run out of bullets completely. Smiles all round. A little bit chaotic towards the end there, but it will be FaZe with a pretty convincing finish. No knife kills found, and some decent shots from NIP. They had the opening frag in their favor, but a nice execution. Smoke down towards the cave and indeed towards long. And as soon as Twist started hitting shots to the PT50, all bets are off. NIP with a full eco here. So a chance to catch up, ref. He's got one single HE for Config. Now, why is he be throwing that towards middle by the looks of things here? He'd do well to find a frag off the back of a single high explosive grenade, but we'll see what he can make of it. It's going to be FaZe operating with SMGs pretty much across the board. A couple of AKs there, but 3 MAC-10s in hand as Carrigan confirms that Jaguar or Cheetah, whatever you want to call it, is clear. What do you call it, Anders?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie to me, they look like cheaters, but everyone's been saying Jaguar, so
yeah,
I feel like
same.
I'm just, you know.
I've been saying Jaguar. I think you might be right though. But here's Brokey. Should be a frag. He makes a bit of a meal of it. Not gonna lie to you. Running and jumping, and this time it eludes him, but the round should be secure. I'm going to say that with bated breath. We've seen a lot of full eco victories in CS2. Here comes the Mo down, though. A couple of quick frags, and to be fair, 3 kills on a full eco.
Right, yeah.
You would take that.
That's not too bad.
Oh, they lost the AK at the end as well. I think he was trying to upgrade or give him an AK on the other side. I think they threw away the AK and just saved him Mac 10.
It's not perfect. Listen, it's early days. Oh, man.
Yeah, well, it's a very expensive round. NIP, if they can win this one, round number 3, they're actually in a pretty interesting spot. You can see there's no residual cash for FaZe.
Yeah.
Very expensive rounds there.
Backs to the wall in an economic sense, you're absolutely right. But the main task still ahead of NIP here to try and actually turn this into a reasonable round for themselves.
I played against Config and STAG in Premier a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, yeah? What was that like?
Well, to be fair, I'm not going to lie to you, Anders. I dropped 25 kills in the first half. They were very impressed.
And they haven't asked you to play for them
They
yet.
won in the end, but I gave them a real good run for their money.
Right.
Like, they knew. They even said, like, Henry, it's time to come back pro. I was like, you know what? I'd love to. Too busy, though. Too many events. Got too much casting to do.
Yeah. Maybe waiting for that FaZe pickup, you know.
Exactly. I'm available.
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to say.
For the right order.
So it's quite a slow, methodical start here from FaZe. Is trying to gain mid-control if possible. STAG allowing them to have it. Smoked off towards Donut. Well, they're going to blow that smoke open. There's another one to deal with, though. Do they just want to run through the Mac 10? Bear in mind, this is a very important round. If NIP win this one, they lay some decent foundations going forward. Passive hold. NIP watching the red room back from the B lanes. It's going to be maybe an A split here. We'll see. Time will tell. They know Hedrick now defending that area. Smoked off, and this is looking quite promising. STAG does well to get 1.5 kills, but now Hedrick to be tested as you want to push through the smoke.
It's awkward for Config back here. If he dies, the round might just be done, and he will die, but not before Rain finds that kill on Rez on the other side. So it's really falling apart here. Again, there's so much potential for NIP in this round to really stop FaZe in terms of the economy, but it's not going to happen now.
The fact that Rain goes down, it was so convincing with that opening frag.
Yeah.
They had 2 players locked behind the smoke. There's just no way they can go for it now. So, yeah, FaZe 3-0.
Just because you brought it up, Henry, I've got to confess, this is one of my toxic traits. Is I always have had this feeling that, you know, if I didn't have a lot of other things going on in my life, I probably could have made it like, you know, some kind of like pro in 1.6 or something like that.
Okay, this is a bold statement. Let's go.
I feel the exact same way when I played Dota now. I played quite a bit of Dota recently, last couple of months.
And you think you can go pro?
In the back of my mind, like, I know how delusional it is in a way. Like, I'm living in like 2 worlds. Like, one part of my brain is like, this is so delusional, you have no idea what you're talking about. And the other part of me is like, but I think I could, like.
If I was given all the tools, I had the time.
If I just had more time, if I didn't have any other responsibilities, if I dedicated myself to this, like, I think it's so stupid.
Speak to your wife. Maybe I should give you permission. Just say, you know what, chase your dreams, Anders. At 36, whatever you are, let's go for a pro Dota.
To be honest, she probably would say that. She'd roll her eyes and be like, whatever you want, honey. Yeah, just go for it.
Well, it's going to be a tactical timeout. NIP feeling the burn early on. This is the best of 1 if you're not aware. This is a big matchup, but it's early stages. Day 1 of Group B. And we are looking for the opponent against MOUZ, who took down Wins Up in a very convincing manner in the opening game of the group. But FaZe, so far, so good. That was a very important round for them to win. Quite a technical strategy as well. Like, we don't see many of those, like going through Red Room and smoking off towards the back of the B bomb side like that. I think it's very powerful. I just like to see it more. So it's great to see them have that within their arsenal and deployed so early.
I think it just makes the map so much more interesting when people do that. It's the same feeling that I had with Vertigo in the beginning when the Ts were just ignoring the middle. It's like, why? There's a whole part of the map you're not using.
Yeah.
And I guess this is more of a choke point, really, but it does make the map so much more interesting because it really it forces some really awkward CT rotations.
So, we saved a couple of rifles here, but not the force buy from NIP. There's a deep smoke towards elbow, courtesy of Hedrick from Spawn. But got to keep that money around $2,000 here. So still every chance they can win it. Maxter and Hedrick. Rifles in hand.
That Deagle. He's the only one who can do anything. Nice shot. I was going to say, yeah, but if they probably need another one, to be fair. He's done a great job, but unfortunately they need more of that. Twist gets one, and inside of the Molotov there, I don't know what Config could have possibly done. So again, you probably just saved the rifles here.
Yeah,
as much as it sucks.
Well, it was the opening frag for Reds, but yeah, you're dead on. Probably needed to stay alive, needed rotations there. As soon as they lose 2 players, it's just not worth it. This retake's not going to happen for them. 4-0 is completely locked in. That is maximum loss bonus, though, so we can bring out the AWPs. And, well, that kind of begs the question, I suppose. Does Hedrick throw over the M4? I guess he will. And enable Config to have a nice strong buy going forward. So it's FaZe with 4 players alive. Carrigan going down as well. They can pick up the orb themselves. And Brokey can throw over the AK-47. It's not really required on T side of Ancient, but the way Brokey's been playing right now, you might just want to give it to him as Rain finds the 3rd frag of the round and takes down that aforementioned rifle. So the orb has been purchased on the CT side. I just caught that before we went to the cameras. So brilliant start for FaZe. They're the heavy favorites. If you're not aware, if you're trying to work out what this lineup is, Maxter is here as a stand-in. I think he's from the Academy team. And he's been playing great online for them. They've just signed Alex from Movistar Riders, the Spanish in-game leader. He was unable to make it to this event. Bear in mind, NIP weren't even supposed to be here. They're replacing Team Liquid in the kind of last-minute sort of situation.
Yeah. Yeah, so a bit of a curious position for NIP for sure. Oh, that AWP, they almost lost it.
Yeah.
Still a lot of pressure. Here come the grenades, Henry. And they've taken down Hedrick. He thought he got away, but he wasn't.
I thought Carrigan should have had him dead to rights there, but a fumbled spray has given NIP the man advantage here. It's Config. Yeah, I was going to say, this is a really nice flank coming in. He's surely guaranteed the round at this point. Up against Rain and Brokey, though. 2 players have been performing very well in CS2, and it's a decent retake overall. A nice change of pace there from FaZe. If they get that clean kill towards Hedrick to kick things off, if Carrigan nails the shot, I think they win the round there. The fact he delayed them and made things a bit more uncomfortable certainly was a prime asset there for NIP. So 4 players surviving, they've still got the AWP. There's Config hitting a couple of crucial kills as they find their first round here in the best of 1, CT side of Ancients, but still plenty of money for FaZe. This is the moment there. Yeah, Carrigan probably should have taken him down, but the grenades made up for it. There was a trade at the very least. As oh, that's how S-Tech got involved as well. So yeah, real nice. I guess that's still overlooked. Like, you still don't really consider it in those sort of scenarios. You think, well, we smoked donut. It should be clear, right? But got to be on your toes.
Yeah, you're just, it's probably, you've been playing the game for 10 years or something, for most of these players probably, so you're just not really sure of yet. Carrigan, good, double spray down, did have the grenade out there. Not that anyone ran on top of it, but the pin was actually pulled there. 3 versus 3 after a lot of battle in the middle. They've lost Carrigan and Twist on the FaZe side of things, and Maxter, good position here. Smoke's going to be clearing up. Good headshot to bring down Rain. And again, they've escaped for the Red Room. They should probably be looking at the bomb plant here.
Yeah, you might be onto something there. The map is wide open. 3 CTs, all grouped up together at the B lanes. A bomb site under threat. Sending in Maxter.
The bomb's taking a long way around through the back tunnel towards the bomb site. That's a little bit disappointing, perhaps. Going to make it a lot tougher. Smoke going on right on top of the Maxter and Rez. They're just going to be walking straight through. Surprise on the other side. Maxter with a good spray down on Brokey as well. The FaZe were not ready for that. That's a really big round.
Yeah, huge from Maxter as well. Solid hold towards the cave position. Really assertive with that AK-47. Even after the Carrigan double kill, it's a pretty convincing round here. This is how it all kicked off. You think that might be it. Config was good for 1 at the very least. Maxter, a really brutal kill on his second interaction, takes down Rain as a real nice little maneuver as well. They had no idea the CT's going to push that smoke, and I think that's an eco for FaZe at this stage, and pretty much a full eco. A couple of deagles in the mix, but no Kevlar, apart from Rops, who had a bit more money by the looks of things. So we'll see if they can make a dent in round number 7. 4-2 overall.
Again, it's getting to the point now probably where from FaZe point of view, it's a little bit important that they get some kills in here. Quite a lot of money on Rez, enormous amount of money on Maxter. So this round you should hope to get maybe a couple, maybe 3 kills would be really nice. But so far they've denied Carrigan and the rest of them are hanging around.
Yeah, I think that is bleeding out the utility right now and just trying to have some sort of financial input in that sense. If you can bait out all their smokes, their incendiaries, that's still thousands of dollars. But we'll see. NIP playing their advantages, no one overstepping the mark. He's got nice crossfires enabled, every choke point covered, and this is exactly how you want to approach this scenario. Just making sure they make things as uncomfortable as possible. That smoke's not ideal. It'll work, though.
Improvise it into a bit of a one-way.
Exactly, right? Like, it's still fine. It's not like it's going to lose you the round or anything.
Twist, trying to shoot through. Playing battleships, as I like to say, Henry, you know? Don't really know where the bullet's landing on the other side, but...
Yeah, I see what you mean. I haven't played battleships for a while. And,
I don't think many people have, to be honest.
It's going to be maxed
There's a bit of a boomer reference, I'm not going to lie.
Building his confidence here. All of these strikes, even against the eco players, like for an inexperienced younger player, this is very, very good news for him. Like, he's going to be in the zone now. In a best of one, he can put his best foot forward. And like I said, online, he was absolutely doing work. He was top fragging at times as well. So a great chance to showcase his talents and show what he's capable of. As we have a technical pause here, it's the early stages, bear in mind, best of one. So you just want to make sure you got everything covered. Everything's good to go.
Yeah, luckily there were no patch issues. We're a little bit worried about that coming into work today.
Yeah, because, right,
you never know.
Even it was quite a significant patch, right? So the problem is, historically with Counter-Strike, when they release a big patch, there's normally some sort of oversight, like one weapon will be buffed or like there'll be some sort of anomaly.
Yeah.
I haven't noticed any issues today.
Or even just the server infrastructure, the people running the tournament. You never know. You know, like it's not always clear how is that updated. Like, is it all going to work out? You know, maybe they have like some arcane setup that doesn't update quite properly, and it's all a bit confusing. So.
Just to reiterate, we are playing the new patch as well, which is pretty remarkable. Honestly, you don't really see that too often. Pretty exciting.
I think it's great news, though, because, again, like Valve are trying to, essentially patch this game all the way up into the major, you have to assume.
Yes.
So why not just get I'm glad that the tournament is doing that immediately.
And yeah, right, we need to get some data on this patch and to see what it's all about. So haven't seen any complaints from any players after the first game, and looks like the thumbs up are coming through. We should be good to go momentarily. Looks like it's probably just a headset issue, I would imagine. Something trivial like that. But yeah, welcome, guys. This is day 2, CAC 2023. This is the start of Group B. This is the group of death, people are calling it.
The group of death, yeah. We've got this game, and we've got the best of 3, and then it's Dinko and MOUZ taking it for the last best of 3 of the day.
Yeah, so we're going to be covering the winners game, which is likely to be FaZe versus MOUZ. I say that with bated breath because NIP is starting to look quite deadly here. They had a big boot camp before they came to this tournament. So it's not like they're just kind of throwing caution to the wind and to see what happens. Like they want to cause some damage here. So they've had a boot camp. They've played with Maxter before. S-Tag is in-game leader. He's been doing that online for them the last few weeks. So it's not like it's a complete mixed bag here. It'd be nice to have Alex in the first showing, but you know what? This is the deal. They're going to make it work.
I've got to say, I mean, to the extent that they are playing well in IP and getting some rounds here, I've got to say it does, in a bizarre way, it does reflect really well on the players. Because I have to assume it is very, very hard keeping a motivation up when you've got all these roster changes, like Hampus halfway in and out, Alexi's there for a while. It's like, it's just such a long stretch of back and forth, right? You have to wake up every day and there's some story playing in your head about how this is going to work out
and
well.
The whole device debacle as well.
The whole thing, right? You lose Brolin all of a sudden. Like, it must be so hard to keep that story up in your head about how we are going to be a successful team eventually, like all the puzzle pieces will fix. But you know what? I mean, in that sense, I guess, like, credit to the players for actually sort of, showing up and, like, doing what they can. That can't be easy.
It is a bit of a shame that they're slowly but surely losing the Swedish identity, the kind of DNA of this organization. Has always been Swedish teams, and now we're down to just this one Swede within the team.
The problem is, though, that does open up the door, unfortunately, to the whole conversation about the Swedish scene in general, which, for some odd reason, just has never really recovered from the early days. Which I think is really, that is unfortunate. And it's just it's the whole scene, right? Like, also a lot of the Counter-Strike used to be played in Sweden, like a lot of
It used to be the capital of Counter-Strike.
It really was, yeah. Wish we could bring it back there every once in a while,
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be Jönköping necessarily, but just to bring it back to Stockholm every once in a while. It's a beautiful city.
Like, who would you consider the best Swedish player right now? Would it be like a Rez? That was where we're at?
Man, the thing is,
like a Brolin or a Rez?
For a good long while, I had this neat trick of saying I thought Hampus was the most impactful player, without saying that he was necessarily the best. Like, it was a little trick that I had to play. Just because I think he took up so much space on the server, so many neat little tricks. He was just he just had a huge impact on the game. Man, who's the best Swedish player right now?
It's a sad state of affairs that we can't even really answer that question.
There's no one that I would pick out and say I'm so confident.
Yeah, right.
It's got to be this guy. Like I feel really good about this. It's just, unfortunately, that is the state of it. I think, like I do with the NA scene, the trick is to try and bully them into, to it again. Like try and see if we can, make more memes. Hopefully that'll upset them a little bit.
I guess we've got Nork, right?
Yeah, actually,
he's actually. I'd probably put it down. I'd put him as the best Swedish player right now.
Yeah,
that's for my money, 100%.
He's definitely had some impactful games. My God, like it is a bit of a tragedy, isn't it? That there isn't more. There should be.
Yeah, the fact we're even scrambling to name even 5 players you consider, that's a problem. But I'm going to say it's Nork. In terms of individual skill and his potential going into CS2, I think it's got to be Nork for me. But that's neither here nor there. Just interesting thought considering the DNA, the lineage of NIP. But we're back into the action, ladies and gentlemen. It's a best of 1, MR12, so about the halfway point here. FaZe with the great start, but NIP finding some decent footing here on their CT side. 3 rounds in a row as we get into round number 8 here. It's going to be a bit of a mid-assault potentially from FaZe Clan, but they need to get through the utility first. 4 players on this side of the map as well, so is it going to be a straight-up execution towards A? Trying to get to mid-control first, time will tell. They do have a pretty decent buy. We have not seen the AWP of Brokey thus far, but as mentioned on the T side of Ancient, it's not like you need it.
Is everything all right? Are they? I feel like
I don't think so. Something looks off.
Yeah,
like they're jumping around with knives. I think we're not live.
I was about to go for a couple of cliches myself. I was like, maybe they're waiting for utility. It's like, a little Rolodex in my brain of things to say, but I caught myself. It's like they're not waiting time. They've got the knives out looking at walls. It's not that.
So as long as no damage has been done in the round, we can quite easily restart them. So thankfully, that's no harm, no foul. Everyone can be happy with that. Nothing was really given away. No additional grenades were thrown. So I think it's okay.
The thing that I think is really confusing is, as far as I know, there's a lot of grassroots infrastructure happening in Sweden in general, like at a school level, at an educational level. Like there are a lot of projects that should be lifting up Swedish Counter-Strike. So I don't know whether the talent, maybe it's out there and we just don't know about it.
Well, it's the academy teams you need to look towards. Hopefully NIP keep the talent team, the majority of Swedes. But either way, we're back into the action here. Very fast pace from Twist. Beating that utility at the start, and Config will do well to get a double kill here, and he delivers on all fronts. Excellent work there. Maintains the advantage for NIP. Brutal individual skills, what he's known for, even though he's a little bit sick this tournament. He is looking very, very sharp. Huge kill from Rez. That's more like you with the AK-47.
And especially in the middle, right? This is Config's playground on really either side. This is what he'd be like. I think on Ancient, he was one of the first players that showed how good you could be at controlling the middle. So look forward to that maybe on the T side as well. It's certainly something that I enjoy watching myself. A 4 versus 2 all of a sudden here. NIP, for all of the criticism that we're sort of, dishing out towards them, they're playing really well at the moment. So we'll take that, absolutely. Makes it a bit more interesting, certainly. Config, he wasn't aware that they got that far in, and suddenly it's a 2 versus 2. Oh dear. Rez showing up the spray. It's a good lineup. I can't believe the bomb actually gets planted there. Brokey, ice cold on the other side. Didn't even think about stopping for a second, and Maxter loses the fight there. And that's not a great look here. Rez, that's a 2-on-4, Henry, into 1 versus 2.
Well, he'll give it a good go, I suppose. Some damage has been done towards Brokey, but time is of the essence. He has got a kit, a flashbang, but it just doesn't look possible. The flash can be deployed, but until he touches the bomb and shows some sort of commitment towards it, I don't think he's going to have much to work with here. That first kill, sure, but there's just no time. You can just count the 4 and take him down eventually. Rob's the master of the clutch. We'll find FaZe there next. And you're right, that's kind of disappointing for NIP. A 4 versus 2, and they barely find any further kills at that point. Excellent work there from FaZe. It's Brokey and Robs working in tandem there to dismantle the A defense. Money should be absolutely fine, but this is where the opening kill came in, and Config doing fantastic work. Rez pushed down towards the B ramp. Beautiful shot. You'd think that's enough, but it's going to be Robs absolutely manhandling them in towards that A site, and Brokey just buys enough time. There was no time to defuse here. Even if he went for the full one, it would just be an absolute disaster. Robs was never going to lose that. Here we go then. Is there an AWP on the T side? Not quite yet. Smoke from T-Spawn, very meta smoke. You'll see that from pretty much every single round here from T-Spawn. I couldn't do that in CSGO. Well, you could, but it wasn't as consistent. You had to do a running jump throw, which sometimes wouldn't always land. Much easier to throw in CS2. And again, this same setup with 4 players waiting outside A. Is this, hopefully the game's live. No one's moving. Okay, are we good? I can't tell.
I think we are.
Okay, I'm
going to go ahead
I think it's fine, because they're just looking into the walls with knives again. I think it's
also on their cameras, like they're sort of looking at each other half
exactly.
the time. It's very hard
Looks
to tell.
like we're good. I think it's fine.
Yeah. Proceed, we shall. Under a minute here. Good timing on the Molotov, saving it for quite a while there, Config. Going to be throwing in a flashbang. Oh, this is so aggressive behind it. Very, very risky. They know that he's here now. He's going to be able to backtrack it anyway. Flashed it. He's back in the red room. What a risk to take, but catching Carrigan. That's not exactly what you want to see. Config still tapping away. That's one thing about Config. It's that crisp aim, isn't it?
Let's start smoking red room, because Config is having an absolute field day with his shooting gallery. And speaking of which, Hetrick is offered up a freebie in towards that K position. It was Max that was baited into a corner as well. So once again, Config is absolutely demolishing them with the Silence M4 crisp headshots, as Anders mentioned. 5-on-2 though, and bear in mind they lost a 4-on-2 in the previous round with Robson Twists alive. 2 of the absolute strongest fraggers in CS2 right now. Anything could happen, but there's only 10 seconds remaining, so I assume they're just going to save.
Yeah, it looks like they're taking a little bit of a break on this one, which is fine. And again, NIP should have won that on the 2 versus 4, so this probably should be a 5-4 the other way. It should be NIP with a bit of a lead now. They'll have to try and see if they can make up for it still, but having Config there in the middle is proving to be a real problem for FaZe at the moment. But like you pointed out, probably the goal has to be to try and smoke him out. And I guess also Carrigan with a little bit of bad timing there, unfortunately, so it'll happen every once in a while, I suppose. But otherwise, we're in an all right position in terms of the game. Neo's still behind them. Talking about legacy here on the team.
Yeah, and he's the most successful CS2 coach right now. Picking up Sydney, Anders. Like, can't really poke any holes in that.
He was doing the calling when they won the major, VP.
Okay, I like that. It's a bit more of a throwback, but still, it shows he's got a mind for Counter-Strike. I think that's what you're saying, right?
Yeah. If you remember that Polish lineup had a ton of different in-game leaders
they went for like Taz, Neo. I think everyone but Pasha had a go.
Not Pasha.
Yeah, but round 10, we're getting to the closing stages of this first half. Still pretty competitive. I'm impressed. The likes of Maxter, he's been really impressive. Config up to his usual tricks, and actually look pretty solid on this CT performance so far. It's going to be Config jumping up in towards the B lanes here. Very common strat, needs to be flashed in to really cause some damage here. We Maxter to join him. There's the flash. Didn't spot anyone though, but doesn't mean it's completely clear. Nice spam coming in from Maxter. Takes Rain down to 44 points of health. The nade will chip him down further as well. And FaZe certainly on the back foot here. They've fully invested here. And it's after the 2 saved AKs, they've gone for pistols instead. They still have a couple of smokes, a couple of flashes. It's enough for a very basic B execution. You're smoking towards long and short, Molotov the default area, and make your way through. But not before Carrigan can do something in towards middle. He's got one of the aforementioned smokes, so they need to be careful. They don't have much more after this one. He'll throw a molly towards the cutout and flush out Config at the same time. So as they get ready to coordinate their final play here, we'll see if Maxter can hold them at bay once more.
Actually, it's a pretty good job Carrigan has done, because there was 2 CTs in the middle. If Carrigan doesn't get rid of them, then this B push is going to be really awkward. Now, he will go down, and I guess that's kind of the... Now you might as well call it. Just pull the trigger, go now before anyone else starts to really rotate. They're very slow with it here. 30 seconds. The bomb's still back at the ramp here. And the grenades, they're not blocking out this AWP. Easy shot for Hetrick. Rops is on the ground. Another one will follow. Brokey just going straight for the bomb plant. Hoping to get it. He will, but it's too much to handle. Can't get the job done with just a deagle, unfortunately, there. So it's going to tie up the game. NIP getting 5 rounds. I mean, this is pretty good.
Bear in mind, FaZe had the 4-0 start, Anders.
Yes.
Like, it looked like it was just business as usual. They would come in here and absolutely wallop NIP.
And NIP lost the 4-2.
Yeah, and yeah, they lost that 4-2 as well. You'd think that would have been it, but that's the only round they've won since. So this is going to get a little bit interesting at this point. Best of 1, NIP. Like I said, they came from a boot camp here. They've got nothing to lose. You've got Config, who I thought would be a little under the weather today. There was reports coming in that he was sick. He might not even play today. He looks absolutely red hot as we see the mid-utility come through. I think It's another little partial buy here. The Desert Eagles, Tech Nines, and Maxter have been impressed with his contributions here. Doesn't want to overstep the mark. He goes down with nothing. That could be an issue. Does give up a rifle. At least he gets one, though. Not the end of the world. And S-Tag chiming in, finding the in-game leader as well. So Rez needs to be on high alert here. Like, we know they're against pistols. He doesn't need frags here necessarily. But it's a nice little the jump. Okay, this could get messy. So at least he gets one there, but still, that's 2 rifles given up now with no trade potential. They lose this round. There's a few questionable maneuvers, but it's absolutely fine.
If Config would have gone down, it would have been a 2-on-2 with the bomb plant. So you're not wrong. That was probably a little bit too close. I don't like the jumping. I don't even like the aggression. Rez maybe risking a little bit more than what's necessary. But man, you're not wrong either. Config is having himself a delightful game at the moment. 11-7, but a lot of these kills, like he's having a lot of double kills in the last couple of rounds here. So started to look a lot more interesting. 6-5 in favor of NIP. And we're going into round number 12, Henry.
Oh, yes, indeed. Last of the half. NIP have already taken 50% of the rounds available here. FaZe looking a little bit out of their depth, especially in the 1v1 duels. They're getting absolutely wrecked by Config. Through the mid-smoke we go. Carrigan has been taken down more often than not here. That trend will continue. That's the AWP of Headtrick bringing out his Twist has been tagged down to 8 points of health as well. So what's their next move here? They had some interesting ideas of those 8 splits towards CT spawn, some good smokes covering the backlines, but they've got to get through the final boss. It's Config with that AK-47. He still has a smoke and a flash as well, biding his time, get the reload in. And it's up to Brokey to try and find him here. But it looks like he's just got too much to handle, and he will be dropped as well. Config continues his rampage here on Ancient.
A little bit surprised, but because they're doubling up, Rez is going to be able to trade it. Rain probably dead in this moment. Yeah, just not a great fight around the sign there. Rops all of his teammates that were meant to create an opening for him, they're all dead across the map, so just him to try and pick it up. 1 versus 4. If you get the bomb plant down, it could be interesting, but it's a stretch.
Yeah, they can allow him to plant as well. You don't really want to throw bodies at this to try and deny it. It's the last round. Money's not an issue. Let him plant and just take it back as a 4-man unit. Then you've got a 100% chance of winning the round, honestly. If you try and deny things and just try and take some risks, it's not really worth it. They know it's going to be a B finish here, so Rob's, sure, he might find a couple of kills. I just don't see a world where he can actually do much of this. It all starts here. Excellent work there from Rez as well. I'm really happy with that half. And just to be honest with you, from NIP, after going down 0-4, they show great character. And the individuals started to shine. Some solid CT defenses there, good reactions, and didn't really have to work too hard for it. They just looked like the better, well-rounded squad. And 7-5, considering the way it started, I think you take that all day long. Like, this is high alert now for FaZe. They lose the pistol. They're in a pretty sticky situation.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm really impressed too. Must say, we spent a fair bit of time talking about the potential failures of NIP, and it's turned out well.
There's just so many caveats coming into this tournament, right? Like, you haven't got your in-game leader. You've just removed Brawlan. You've just removed Hampus. Config's sick. Just so much to speak about.
Alex is coming in soon. Like, it's a whole...
Yeah, it's just a lot. But you can't really ask for much more than that. We kind of question whether Rez will be able to turn up here. He's actually top fragging on the server right now. Like, he's had some fantastic little pushes down towards the B ramp and hit some great shots, got lots of information. And 7-5. And it's a T-sided map. So the fact that they can win this pistol and potentially put FaZe on a full eco, that could be 9-5. So we'll see what happens here. Very, very important one here in the second half. We'll have a look at the buys. Carrigan with the utilities, you might expect a couple of flashes and a diffuse kit. That's about it for the CTs. And then for NIP, we have 1 smoke for S-Tag and a flash himself. Bear in mind, he's the in-game leader for this event, we assume, considering that was a setup online. But yeah, just 1 single smoke here. We're seeing a lot of teams just throw the smoke in CT spawn, flash over, and get the bomb down in towards A. Rez continues to impress here. The P250, a beautiful shot towards Twist, gives him a taste of his own medicine.
And Twist had the jump on them. He knew Brokey, totally peeking. I don't even know how he gets the shot there. Looked like he was halfway behind the wall, but either way, 4 versus 4 going to be the scenario now. Carrigan calling it in, since quite a few people coming towards the bomb site here. Config's found a kill in the middle. He's just locking it down. 2 headshots to bring it through. Carrigan going to get run over, and Rain looking for Config, but it is too late. That double kill for Config in the middle was too wild, and it will be a bomb plant. And an 8th round here for NIP. This is starting to really shape up for them.
Bear in mind, loser of this game goes down to play wings up in a best of 3.
Very true.
So you're probably still going to make the playoffs. Like we did.
It's looking likely.
We saw Wings Up play earlier. It left a lot to be desired, but they're against MOUZ. Their full lineup. It didn't really get a chance to get going. It was a 25-minute game, I think Blair told me. And that was with like 5 timeouts as well. So they didn't really get a chance to show us what they're really made of. But just to know that, loser will be playing them. Winner plays against MOUZ in the upper bracket final. And in the upper bracket final, if you win that best of 3, you go straight to the semis. If you lose it, you're in the quarters. So if you just win this best of 1, you're in the playoffs. Yeah, that's pretty much all you need to know.
Great position to be in, really.
All right, like I said, presumably would be a full eco if they lost the Pistol Landers. I'm not sure I love this call. They've gone for the force buy here. It puts a lot of pressure. This is opening the door for a 3-0 start now.
Trying to see if they can sneak through the middle. It's Twist to go down. Maxter with a long spray, but eventually finds the shot, and they can't even really respond that easily. Some Deagle shots in the middle again. Rain has had a really rough game. He's like 3-12.
I think if you maybe brought a scout into this equation with the pistols, like maybe that would make sense. I'd get some damage towards middle, get some tags going off, then maybe the Deagles can shine. But Deagle's pretty much across the board in just an MP9. I just trying to work out a map like Ancient where you're finding these 1Ds. There's not that many like open jewels available. Every choke point's normally smoked off. There's a lot of pressure, a lot of manpower coming towards you. So yeah, if they make this one work, I'll be thoroughly impressed. It's not the best start though as Twist. One of the talisman. FaZe Clan, he's gone down early. It's going to be Rain and Karrigan to follow shortly after. Beautiful sequence from Headtrick. And 5-on-2. Bear in mind, to reiterate, force buy. So full eco after this one. It'll be 9-5 and presumably 10. Roki, though, fighting for this round. There's still a slight chance we can find a couple more.
Yeah. That window's closing on him pretty quickly, but, you know, he's a dangerous player, so commanding a little bit of respect in that one.
I think he, in terms of rating, he's one of the absolute best in CS2, at least on LAN right now. So
that makes sense.
He didn't get a chance to show us the AWP at all on the T side. They just didn't have the finances, or maybe didn't really want it. He'll have to bring it out. He's got a spot named after him, after all. So, I'm
going to make this point. It's going to feel like really uncharitable, but this is perhaps one of the more frustrating experiences following the NIP project, is that every once in a while this stuff will happen where you think, oh,
I think
actually,
I think it's just more of a psychological thing here. Like I said, they've got nothing to lose.
Yeah,
like
maybe
in this particular outing, right? It's just like they can actually enjoy themselves. Config can be let off the leash, you know, and that's where he plays his best CS. Like hands down, I don't think anyone would argue with that. Oh God, there it is. He is in the zone right now. He's got the hot hand. It's Reds of 16. Config trying his absolute best to catch him up with 15 frags. Nice little HE there. Robs doesn't actually take too much damage, or any, to be honest with you. Rez needs to be careful. Entering these tight choke points with no trade potential or no utility deployed is a brave maneuver, and he will be finding that first. He's on high alert. Preempting the second. Nice shot from there, from Rez, from Robs, I should say, with the 5-7. Maybe on for a second as he gets the Desert Eagle.
Yeah, he's looking for more. Twist going to be able to land a kill on Headtrick. A little bit uncomfortable, but yeah, they're running the bomb.
It's getting a little messy now for an IP. This has been around maybe overstepping the mark, but it's absolutely fine. They get 3 players towards the B bomb side. Speaking of which, the C4 goes down eventually. There we go, Maxter. And in terms of remaining utility, they've got a Molotov, a couple of HEs. I don't see a world where they give this one up. It's possible, I suppose. But with the Molotov down in spawn, eventually it should be absolutely fine. There's be no time to defuse. So I think they're going to try and save the Galil and maybe try and upgrade to an AK-47 from one of the exiting NIP players here.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable plan. I don't really mind that they're trying to do this.
Everyone's watching. Okay, they're kind of fumbling this.
They're losing a lot more than they need to, even if the round is probably going to be fine. The Molotov on top there will pretty much secure it. And, yeah, but it's an expensive round here for NIP. Might lose even S-Tag.
Yeah, I think the blast gets them whatever happens. It's not the end of the world. It's not like they saved anything on the CT side. So, sure, you lost 4 players there. But you're up against FaZe with Desert Eagles. It happens. You know, like they're going to hit some shots. Maybe looking a little bit too comfortable there. Didn't go through all the protocols to make sure the trade potential was always online. But it will be the tactical pause. Maybe DGL spotting the same sort of issues that is described. Just want to tighten things up, making sure they don't give up this very impressive lead they garnered here. Bear in mind, they were down 0-4 to open things up. So the fact they brought this right back and everyone seems to be contributing in an exceptional manner, FaZe might be in trouble here.
That is what it feels like in a best of 1.
In a best of 1, Anders.
Carrigan on 4 kills, Rain on 4 kills. They've definitely got a couple of players there that aren't contributing the way that you would want to see.
And Config's getting like 4 kills around, so...
Yeah, that's another problem, you're not wrong. It's a definite concern. It should be brought up at the meeting soon. How do we stop Config?
Well, like I said, that one was a little bit too close for comfort, but it's absolutely fine. They still have more than enough to have a full buy here. It does cost them pretty much all of their residual cash, but S-Tag, in-game leader, making his way out towards middle, looking to crack things open, has to avoid these grenades and flashes. I think he's done for here. Should be the double kill for FaZe, and they look very comfortable here in round number 16. It's going to be NIP now, just trying to make this one expensive. Try and make a dent here in the round if possible. They've still got 1 minute 30, so maybe just a little B gambit. Try and find a couple of picks from Hedrick, get that bomb planted, apply some pressure. FaZe don't really have to do much of this one now. They've got crossfires enabled across the board. Twist patrolling middle. And, well, Rez, that's a beautiful shot.
Yeah, that makes it a little bit uncomfortable. Rain gonna get traded as well. Maxter on it. This is winnable suddenly for NIP. Didn't look like it was supposed to be.
Like we said, they get the bomb planted and just make things uncomfortable. Like, they've already done very well. Given the circumstance, they found themselves in a 5-on-3. And like you said, they can still win this round. If Hedrick has the presence of mind to take down Rops here, which he does, good lord, that's a great shot. He's brought it back to a 2-on-2, and bear in mind now, there's no kid available.
Oh, that smoke goes very, very deep. I think he just stepped in front of it. Maxter, maybe a little bit too early in the fight, just waited out. There's no reason to. Here's Hedrick, and the smoke, it did land right behind Hedrick, so he's got a shot at it here. Tapping the bomb once is Brokey, but he's almost run out of time already. Oh my god, he might have Brokey.
I think he's done
sure. No, but he without the kit, yeah, has no chance for it.
I mean Hedrick.
Oh, Hedrick, yeah, fair enough. Like,
that
hold
was the
on.
clutch.
There we go. My god, what a little bit of a fumble, honestly, for FaZe, right? They had a 3 versus 2, but they weren't able to find any of the relevant kills, and they couldn't block out Hedrick.
Yeah, he plays very well there. That was pretty remarkable. A 5 versus 3 advantage for FaZe to kick things off. And NIP slowly but surely grinding their way back into it. A couple of real impressive shots to open things up. I think it was Rez that found the opener towards B, and Hedrick showing his worth there. That's the first massive impact he's had in the game, and what a round it is as well. That might be enough to win this one. 11-5 after a 5-on-3 deficit. As we will see Twists patrolling towards middle. They got the double kill here before, but I think NIP will just slow things right down. As you can see, the money's low on either side here. After winning the previous round, they're down to Galil's and Barebones utility. But waiting for any CT aggression here. The money's actually pretty decent for FaZe, all things considered. Orbs there for Brokey. Rifles otherwise, I guess a Rain MP9 and 5 kills, 15 deaths is very uncharacteristic for a player of his caliber.
Yeah, it is all over the speed behind this one. They really wanted to see if they could run it down, but Rain's also going to get one, so Carrigan and Rain, the two people that we've been criticizing a little bit here on FaZe, each of them picking up a kill at the start of the round. And I don't know, I still like this from NIP. I mean, I think it was a good call to try and close the distance there, but you just have to win that first fight, unfortunately. So it kind of spiraled, 5 versus 3. No good reason why FaZe should be giving up this round.
Well, we did say that in the previous one as well, so
Sure.
We'll see what happens. All it takes is one opening frag to find an entry point, and they might have done it. And he's going to spot players. I don't think there's any chance. This setup towards CT spawn looks way too strong. Rob should be able to put this one to bed. Oh, not before Rez will give this one a good go, though. If he finds his kill in towards the B lanes, it's Carrigan as well. It's now a 1 versus 1, and as you said, they shouldn't be giving this one up, but they might. Rain's in a prime spot, though. Smoke down, and it looks like he's done for. So they get it over the line, but my God, was it ever close. Rain had to step up there. He gets killed the MP9 towards the B side, picks up the AK-47, closes things out. A scary point here for FaZe. These rounds are not clean. All these advantages they're finding, sure, that's great, but it keeps coming down to these 1v1s, and the money is still a question mark for them. Thankfully, I think NIP have been broken as well, but they might continue to purchase, considering they're bringing it down to such tight scenarios here. Very impressive scenes out. Rez, like I said, we kind of not necessarily called him out, but just commented on the fact that he hasn't really given us any star performances in a while. He's playing fantastically well. Like, looks very confident, assertive.
Absolutely.
And yeah, he's up there with Config in terms of the fragging department. Hedrick's had that remarkable clutch as well. It's
a bit of a coin flip for him whether he goes A or B at the end of it, right? He knows that Rain is going to be anchoring that B bomb site, so it makes sense why he's hoping to beat the timing, hoping that Rain didn't already rotate through middle. But yeah, he could have gone either which way. Just unfortunately picked the wrong bomb site, but not that he could have really known. Yeah, this is an interesting position that FaZe are finding themselves in at the moment. NIP with some deagles being picked up here. They didn't get the bomb on the last one. Obviously, it got interrupted, so...
Yeah, so you can see they're like bottom of the barrel loss bonus. So they're not going to force buy. A lot of teams operating with this $500 investment. So you take your total down to $500, get yourself a deagle, maybe some Kevlar if you've got a bit more cash. But this seems to be very on meta right now. But yeah, it's still a dangerous round. Like FaZe need to make sure it's a clean one. Need to start building their resources here. And this is nice little aggressive maneuver towards the B lanes here. Two of the key fraggers.
Oh my God.
We'll find a deagle headshot apiece, though. This is actually getting out of control now. Robs needs to be careful. Let's say he's got it under control, but now they've recovered an AK-47 in the hands of Estag. He hits an absolute belter of a shot, and now he's in the clutch once again, but it will be Brokey to shut things down, and still an expensive round there. I think there's another eco, or at least a partial buy for NIP coming up. So FaZe are grinding their way back into it.
Yeah, this is the lifeline that they were really looking for, and the rollback, I guess, is not that long when you think about it. If they can win a couple of rounds like this, it should be looking a bit better. And they're going to start to accumulate some money on that side as well, hopefully. Brokey's got the AWP, something to really look forward to. Some with the auto shotgun there, but obviously we all want to see him with the AWP. That's where the fun really happens.
So yeah, pretty much a full eco here. FaZe back in this game. Things were starting to get a little bit out of control, but we are going to see a pretty compelling round towards middle. This is exactly what they needed. Build up those resources. Make sure you have enough to rebuy everything you need if there are any further closer rounds, and it's just going to be max to here. Good showing from him so far. Plays for the NIP Academy, and yeah, couldn't really ask for much more than what he's put down today. It's got to go down now, but that's going to be Rops confirming the pretty much clean sweep.
Would have been a prime position, Henry, to use the Glock burst fire there, but, you know.
I don't think there's ever an opportunity to use that. It's terrible. Something they should have probably changed in CS2, honestly. Like, the fact is just, might as well just remove it at this point. Like, what's it even there for?
Nobody knows. Or, you know, I think just for making fun of people, you know. If you kill them with a burst fire, then psychologically damaging.
So, next gun round is upon us. NIP in a prime position to win this best of one. Booked themselves a place in the playoffs after one map. It's a great spot to be in, especially given all the caveats and circumstances they found themselves in here. Rob's potentially going to be pushing this mid-smoke. He's sat in it right now. Config's in front of him. He gets a deep flash from a teammate. Maybe there's something to be said about it. Could just be playing the fade as well.
I really thought he was going to walk through it as well, just as a little bit of a mind game, but yeah, he's comfortable sitting in here. Config doesn't look like he has any real idea that someone's in here either, but we'll see. Rob's backing out, and Brokey's there to catch him. My God, that was about to be dangerous, but Config getting laid low here.
Yeah, great protocols in place, and Rain's starting to come to life now. Not quite good enough for the hat trick, but job has been done, as only Rez remains with 3 points of health. Brokey making sure he's a team player there, covering all of the choke points that weren't covered when his teammates were transitioning. And there we go, 11-9. This game is well back on, as the money becomes another question mark. I saw so much damage at the start of the round. Their spams are doing so much for them. This is the shot that saved the round, honestly.
Yeah.
And then Rain, beautiful little sequence here. Reds, no chance of 3 points of health. Closed out by Brokey as we get into round number 21. I think it's another partial buy. Is it even that? It might just be full eco. So yeah, a couple of sets of Kevlar, Deagles again, and a chance of FaZe to find double digits.
They're really getting there. I forgot to say, Carrigan and Rain working the outside of this B bomb site, that is the quintessential FaZe Ancient experience for me. Like, they developed that meta so hard just when Ancient came out. They were so good at pinching that part of the map. So I'm not too surprised to see, you know, Rain feeling at home on the CT side on this particular part of the map. It's changed a little bit. It's become, you know, maybe a little bit more risky to try and do it on the CT side, but still, I expect that they're going to be feeling good with it. Rob's in the middle finding Config, so he's a couple of rounds here without getting the multi-frags in. And a couple of kills away from getting 10 on the board here of FaZe. So, yeah, this is a really nice recovery for them, for sure.
Oh, absolutely. This is looking like they're back on track, but could be a little bit more complicated in round number 21. 50 seconds remaining, a 3 versus 2. Maxter and Headtrick both recovering rifles here. Problem is neither of them have Kevlar, so Headtrick would do very well to find Brokey in towards the back lanes of the B bomb side, but not going to happen. There it is, FaZe posting, I think, 4 rounds in a row now. So they've tied things up. It's actually 5 rounds ended. So 11-10, and one more will do it. So this is very impressive. What a resurgence. A really slow start for them in that first half. They're going up 4-0. They only posted 1 following round after that, and then lost a pistol in the second as well. It looked like they were done for, but it will be FaZe in the tactical pause after winning 5 rounds in a row. So their money's great. They just want to make sure they have absolutely everything together in terms of a strategic point of view. It's a chance for Neo to chime in as well. But just looking at the opening duels, it's actually Twist at the very top with 5 and 3 in his favor. Config, who's doing God's work in that first half, he's 3-1. Headtrick 3-0 in opening duels as well. So it feels like pretty much everyone is turning up into some facet of the game. As we've seen everyone have their moments. Rain with that slower start, but on the CT side, he's looking much better.
He's getting there, yeah, slowly but surely. This is, well, it's crunch time now for NIP. If they want to close this out before FaZe really are fully woken up, then it has to be pretty swift ending for them here. Otherwise, they could be looking back on this match thinking, my God, we had an opportunity to really bring them down, but we just couldn't quite capitalize on it. Which again, strange circumstances for NIP coming into this one, but it's just when you see how well they played, you want to see them finish what they started.
Well, here we go. The all-important round. Will it be NIP posting map points, or will FaZe tie things up? Money, still a massive problem for NIP here, and they've lost Config to kick things off. Estag at least pulls one back. He'll find Robs. So 4-4. Technically favors the T side. Perez is down to 33 points of health, though. Battered and bruised outside the double doors here at the T ramp. And the bomb is towards elbow and middle. 1 minute remaining. In terms of utility, they still have, I say still, they've got 1 smoke remaining and a few flashbangs. This is going to have to come down to brute force. And Twists, they need to get by first. He's got the AK-47 towards Red Room, joined by Rain as well. And we'll see if this is where the next frag comes in. Head trick gives them the advantage.
Do you want to do this, Rain? If you peek into this and you die, it's going to be miserable. Brokey with a missed shot. That's not ideal, but Rain is there to pick it up, so it works out anyway. I think Estag jumping on top of the box, just exposing himself a little bit too much. They're making them wrap around, but there's 30 seconds. By the time they get here, they can't really be slowed down too much. And Carrigan, classic pickup for him on the Org. Been proven pretty good so far in CS2, you've got to say. See if Carrigan can improve that scoreline a little bit for himself. Down to 17 seconds. Oh, good grenades around the corner. A second flashbang. Even if he gets a dink, he's still going to be going down on that one. 10 seconds here, and the bomb is going to get planted on the other side. This is rough.
Yeah, the smoke didn't blow open. That was a chance for Rain to maybe get a bit of a spray down there, but I think NIP have done enough. They've guaranteed at least map points here. Rain, he has got the HP, he can find res, no problem, but the trade presumably comes in. Maxter holds his nerve, they just want to go for the instant trade. It could cost him the round, but he delivers the killing blow, saves the round itself, and it's going to be pressure alleviated, Anders. They've now got 2 opportunities to close this game out. The problem is their money's still very low with 2 players surviving, and we know FaZe got a ton of cash here. So if they can just win this next round, get things to 12-11, they should be absolutely fine to get us to overtime.
I agree. I
think it's probably going to get there. Like, there's just so much available for FaZe. They're going to have absolutely everything. And you can see Config's got 3,300. And they're going to need a tactical timeout as well. Just to note, we are operating with 4 timeouts here instead of 3. So that is correct at the top of your screens. Yeah, Config's on the Mac 10. So there are always going to be concessions going into this round. And now, one of your hardest hitting fraggers is on the SMG.
Maybe not ideal. This second kill for Rain is so perfect.
Yeah,
what a shot to hit right there. Okay, well, yeah, I mean, you're right. That's a really good point to bring up. Config on the Mac 10, not that he can't do any work with it, but it feels like such a shame. You want to see him continue his good work. Some grenades into the middle from the CT side. The Molotov kind of blowing up. I think
I was going to say,
there.
it looked like he eyeballed that. You have to use the lineups.
Yeah.
For that reason. But doesn't look like it's the end of the world. It will be FaZe with the opening damage at the very least, taking Estag down to 50 points of health. Config at 77 as well, but mid control has been granted. They're allowing them to have it. So what's the CT reaction here? We're going to be pushing down the B ramp, smoking off those double doors. Once you've given up middle, you can't just rest on your laurels. You do have to take some territory elsewhere. We'll see what the next maneuver is going to be. They are transitioning Twists over. It's a nice little boost. You can spot the ramp from there as well. You can have Just a double stack to challenge towards the K position itself. So this is the response. And you can see its twist is going to be baited in.
I like these setups, but you're right. It's still not giving them a lot of information to work with, but they are good setups if someone's going to be swinging the corners
Yeah,
here.
the fact they've got Brokey patrolling middle, he can at least confirm no one can get the red. Like, until he loses the vision, like, they don't need to react too much, I suppose. They've got a nice setup here. Brokey misses out on that first opportunity. Still a 5-on-5.
40 seconds here. Rez, how do you win this fight against Rain?
He's low, though. If he hit a couple of body shots, he's going down. He's 45 HP.
Yeah, that's what you got to hope for. Rain's been playing very well all of a sudden, but there we go. You're right. Couple of body shots will get the job done. Twist with a bit of a lineup here, and he's going to get the double in return. 23 seconds, and the bomb being brought up on the ramp here. They have to go for it. Nice shot from Maxter. That could have almost been a wall bang, but Carrigan doing amazing work, and I think that's enough. Config walking in here. Going to be able to get one kill, but it's only 10 seconds left, and he knows he can't get there in time. So that's 11 for FaZe.
Saving a MAC-10, potentially he needs to die at this point. And, well, if you can get that rifle and survive, it's fine, I suppose.
Okay.
Because that money's going to be absolutely wrecked, as I mentioned. They've got some loss bonus on their side, but not a ton of it. So they're operating at around $3,000. At least he saved the M4. That's the best Config could have hoped for. The fact he even gets an extra $600 towards the end of that as well means he can buy some grenades. So not all is lost for his round, but this looks good for overtime for FaZe here. That was the round they had to win. Pretty convincing stuff. We like that setup towards the K position. Sure, Rain went down. We said he was low HP, but it was setting up twists in the corner. They thought it'd be kind of job done at this stage, but they run around, get a lot more than they bargained for here. Perfectly played by Twist, gets that nice double kill. And Carrigan as well. This is the most impact he's had the entire game.
Yes.
Those are really important kills.
Yeah, but you stick around long enough, you know, eventually you find that impact, and that's part of the game sometimes. All the rounds, Henry. Maybe even with a chance of overtime.
I mean, a strong chance of overtime, yeah. Like, they wouldn't have everything they need. They've got, what, Desert Eagles on Rez, and ENCE, probably Galil in the mix as well. No, it's the M4, so Config, like I said, he got 2 kills in the MAC-10, so at least he gets grenades on top of that saved weapon, and they've given him the AK this time, so he drops the M4 to Maxter.
Okay.
And yeah, you want Config on the AK-47. That's his bread and butter.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Brokey setting up there. S-Tag going down. See if Rez could do anything. A little bit of grenade to maybe offset him, and Carrigan, it's the right call here. Put down the smoke. We're going to be careful here because all the bullets, they're going to come charging through. The Deagles haven't done anything on the other side, but Rain, good pick off here. It's looking so promising at the moment. 1 versus 4, and there we go. Robs with the final one. It's overtime between FaZe and NIP.
Yeah, great comeback there. And yeah, FaZe, the absolute favorites coming into this one. It was a rough start to that second half. It looked like they're spiraling. But as soon as they came online and started to assert their dominance, they got 5 rounds in a row, and the bankroll was just so high. Even when NIP managed to find map point and series point, I suppose, in the best of one, they didn't have the resources left after 2 players surviving. They had like MAC-10s and saved rifles. Like, it was always going to be a very difficult round. And Rain arriving just in the nick of time as well, because he had a pretty woeful first half, and now he's almost second.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, so you got Brokey 16, Rain 16, Twist 19, so he certainly woke up just when they needed him, and with the full reset here, like, FaZe should close this one out, to be honest with you. They look like they've worked out the problems. Carrigan 9 and 19, but like we said, the impact he had on that beat bomb side to save the day, that's more than enough for the in-game leader. As we get into overtime here, ladies and gentlemen. $10,000. It's the first overtime we've seen here. So kind of feels like we're kind of just redefining the CS2 rule set here a little bit. But so you got 4 timeouts, and it's 10K, which is significant for the CTs, because it means if you even do double AWP once,
you're
going
yourself
to
at
be
risk.
very poor. Even buying 1 AWP is going to be challenging to recover from. So if you have a very lackluster round, money's going to be an issue by round number 3. So we'll see what happens here. It's overtime, ladies and gentlemen. Best of 1 between FaZe and NIP. The fact that NIP have come this far as well, it's already a very admirable performance, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Great grenade from Twist, a boatload of damage. That sets up the spray, and he mows them down once again. Carrigan chimes in for the 3rd, and call it done. There's nothing NIP can do to recover this one. That's beautiful. Twist did like 100 damage with the grenade before they swung around, and he knew it as well. So assertive with the spray. And bear in mind, on the new patch as well now. Some people are saying, like, I don't think it's been tested a ton yet. It's probably the first couple of pro games.
Yeah,
but
people are just waking up in Europe.
Should feel better because the traces are more aligned to what actually is going on the server now.
I hope so. Be good if we could get some positive feedback on that. Hopefully people will be testing it throughout the day and we'll get some live reactions coming out from that stuff. Hetrick is going to get hunted down here one way or another. He was going to exit that round in a bad way. Man, the opportunity to win this game is slipping out of NIP's hands. They might end up looking back on this, maybe not too sad. I mean, they still really put FaZe to the test here, but still.
This is the #1 team in CS2 right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Literally ranked #1 in the world. You're playing with multiple stand-ins, and like everything's a bit of a mess. You've got to play wings up in the lower bracket. So even if they lose this one, like they put up a hell of a showing here. Like this is still like they can leave the server, their heads held high, and they should make the playoffs still. I would say I don't see in a best-of-3 environment the wings up take them. That's if they do lose. Like it's only the first round of overtime, but it just seems like since FaZe have turned it on, they look to be completely in control. Rops getting that mid smoke again. I'd love to see what the maneuver comes from here. So that's what he's playing for. Anytime the smoke's blown open, he's sat there in the corner waiting for you to do that. As we will see him just get one. Nice reaction coming in from NIP, at least managing to...
Is that no scope from Hetrick?
Yeah, I was going to say, like, the fact he's even hit that shot at close range, that's pretty impressive. And they've got to reset the round here. 4-on-4 favors them due to the fact that CT is going to be spread thin defensively. You can see they've actually vacated the A bomb site. I guess a bit of a gamble stack or a gamble excursion as they push down the B lanes here. It's going to be Rain and Swiss, a deadly duo working in tandem and continuing to find frags here. Carrigan, let's rip on the AK-47 spray. Does some damage there, but like I said, the A bomb site's wide open, maxed up. This is quite a brave move from him. He's just going to help himself towards the A site. And if the timing works in his favor, which it does not, Swiss, I think, just spotted him. It's going to be man advantage for FaZe.
Unfortunate. Great maneuver for him. Good initiative for him to try and do that. Like, it's really important. If he could have got it, that would have been a way back into the round.
Down to like half a second. If he maybe went a little bit sooner, he could have had a great spot to work with there. Slipped the net. But this one looks like it's going to be difficult to recover now. Carrigan, good positioning, finds the bomb, and that's round confirmed. As we mentioned, with $10,000, it normally affects the CT side more, but Hetrick has to save this AWP now. His money's at 250. Loss bonus won't be amazing, so they definitely want to take him down. Hetrick doesn't even want to fire off a shot here. He just wants to be undetected if possible. Now they're going to hunt him for sure. They definitely want to take him down. It's worth it, but I don't think they'll find him.
Just barely gets out of there. Pretty important stuff here, but in overtime, just like at the end of regulation, it's just FaZe powering through at this point in time here.
Okay, I was going to say, like, Robs looked like he was good for like a big spray down there. I guess that is unlucky. He hits a beautiful little no-scope through the smoke, of course. And yeah, Hetrick at least survives. That was his mission towards the end of that round because their money is absolutely wrecked. It's going to be Desert Eagle for Rez and probably either Khalil's or a lack of grenades. It looks to be the latter here. Hetrick has to do the heavy lifting. He's going to be boosted up in his first box. Carrigan with the secondary sniper. It's been a few years. Love to see that.
It's kind of curious. I thought, why not just buy the AUG? I feel like that's the weapon he's really comfortable with, but yeah, maybe he's just trying out some new stuff here. I love this from Robs. He's been aggressive inside of that smoke. Now he's on the other side now. Maxter is looking for it, so heads up play from him as well. Gonna put some pressure on the T side, no doubt, but if they can find Robs, which is always hard to do.
He's just isolated Maxter so well there. Like, the fact that he can't get any back from his teammates with the incendiary, he knows the only path he can take is on that right-hand side. Yeah, really beautiful heads-up play from Robs, but his config, of course, pulling a frag back. 4-on-4, S-tag on high alert for any more potential CTs, pushing the extremities here. And you can see the CTs are very active. Robs, once again, working with Brokey this time, trying to gain some information. Oh, this could be a hell of a backstab. If he times this well, goes towards A main, he probably kills all three.
Yeah, Rob's intuition for this kind of thing is so wild, isn't it? Don't know how he's done it. Might be walking the wrong way. Just as I say, I might have cursed him a little bit here. He's certainly looking. No, he just wanted to check the tunnel. And now he's going to be walking back towards it. 24 seconds left.
The problem is, Andy's got config in CT spawn. This is a very powerful spot. Yep, and for that reason, it's very difficult to find him in those sort of off angles, and this is now down to Robs to save the day here. He won't deny the plant, and unfortunately, Hetrick is watching for the flank. He should find him, no problem. So NIP are going to find at least one round here, presumably.
That round, in a way, was still on a knife's edge, even towards the end.
You're right. If he goes towards the A tunnel straight away instead of exploring T spawn, he probably denies the plant.
Yeah.
Hedrick's not looking in his direction. It just comes down to that decision, unfortunately. So well done to NIP. They made that round work with not a whole lot. They had Desert Eagles and a lack of utility, and the Hedrick AWP paying dividends there, considering he had to save that. Came down to a couple of seconds as to whether he could. At least one round found. That will do. FaZe with a 2-1 lead as they switch over to their T-side campaign here. Neo looking pretty calm.
Yeah, should be. I think, you know, everything now is kind of going according to plan.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, it's kind of same story for them. It'd be great to win this best of one and then go into the upper bracket final, get straight to the semis. Even if you lose it, though, you're making it to the playoffs. And
yeah, they're going to be quite happy with it.
Yeah, it's not like this is a super high-pressure game in that regard. But we get into this second half of overtime, ladies and gents. It will be Twist with 23 kills. Let me bring up the score by myself here. Let's have a look. Reds, to be fair, 24 frags as well. Like,
yeah,
really happy to see him shining bright. It's a quiet 24. But great contributions, and Hedrick looking very confident as well, finding some very important kills there as they flanked in. As Config goes without saying, he's having a decent performance, 22 and 19. As we get into the first round here, bear in mind, FaZe, they just win this first round, they've got map points.
That's what they're going to be looking for, but they were struggling at one point there on the T side. Obviously, in regulation, they won the first 4 rounds in a row, and it kind of just all collapsed after that, so hopefully, now that it's been a minute, they can rediscover this T side a little bit more for themselves and start to have more of an impact. That's what they're going to be hoping for. Rain was hardly not even playing at all in the first half, so now that he's been warmed up, it could be different. They got some mid control. One of the things that eluded them in the past because they kept running into Config and he would just get double kill after double kill, so he's still lurking around for it. He's still looking for that way in. So far hasn't been able to spot anyone as the smoke is slowly fading in the red room. 1 minute and 5 seconds. And only really Config in a position to, I think, engage in any kind of battle at the moment. But even he's been careful. Nobody wants to make a mistake right now on the NIP side.
Yeah, well, it's all on the line now. 50 seconds remaining. FaZe starting to coordinate themselves back in towards the B side of the map. Rain is low. Carrigan holding the double doors, aware of potential aggression here. But Rez is doing a bit of a Carrigan himself, is what Carrigan's known for. You hold the corner itself, smoke in hand. As soon as you get any contact, drop that smoke. And it's a very powerful one, Anders. With 30 seconds remaining, I think you just have to push through it. There won't be enough time otherwise. You can't wait this one out.
Yeah. Very risky. Maybe an even better smoke landing on the other side towards the cave there. They're going to try and blow it up and run their way through. Config with the spray down. 3 kills. And Rez with a double of his own. And that is the end of it here. FaZe getting wrecked in the round now. It's tied up again.
Yeah. Just quite a telegraph finish there, and Rez with the perfect solution for the defense. The fact he's got that smoke, he's held on to it this entire time. They opted for the incendiaries at the start, which did significant damage to the likes of Rain as they try to cross over towards the Jaguar room. Really nice round there. Rez especially, he might not have got all the kills, but the fact he dropped that smoke, he guaranteed the round. So great stuff. You get that down in 30 seconds just before they execute, yeah, you pretty much destroyed them. So it is going to be NIP on the comeback once again here. Config. Wanted to get stuck in early, but Brocky will be 1 step ahead of him.
That's a bit tough, isn't it?
Yeah.
Especially losing Config.
That's why like, some teams will boost a player up there, so you have like a cleaner entry up the boxes, then you flash over, then swing. If you jump up like Config does in North waiting for you, it's a very challenging fight. But we'll see if they can... Oh, Rez. I was going to say, do you want to hold your nerve? Trigger discipline wouldn't have had much of an impact there regardless. But Carrigan... Patience here.
Very patient, and he's going to find the second kill as well. Leaves Hedrick in an awkward position. Get a shot at the back by Rops. And that means FaZe have got 1 chance here to close it out in overtime. Otherwise, it's going to be double OT.
Could happen as well. Yeah, it really is a kind of 50-50 sort of scenarios. The money's absolutely fine on either side. 15-15, we do it all over again. It is 1st to 16 in this rule set. MR12. So what is the play? How do FaZe close this one out? We're going to see those initial smokes deployed. One towards Red Room. There's those same incendiaries. They don't seem to use the smokes this time. It's always that double incendiary. You can run through it, but you'll take about 50 damage. And that means you're very squishy. And Rez will be dropped first after Hetrick hits the initial orb shot there. It's only into the thigh. So it's down to Maxter here, playing that cave position. He's done very well to bring it back to a 4 versus 3, but it's scrappy. It's unclear who's going to be taking this round, but it looks like double overtime might be locked in at this stage as Rops, the last player remaining here. 3 versus 1. He is the clutch master. Don't discount him in these sort of scenarios. That smoke makes things a little bit more comfortable for an IP. And Comfy to close things out. So a reset, Anders. We are going to go double overtime. They'll remain on the CT side now. And Config, yeah, he's probably quite thankful that came through, considering he went down quite early on in that second round. And it looked like there was a chance this could have all come and collapsed for them. But it's a full reset once again.
I was getting a bit nervous, Henry. I thought maybe you lost some of that overtime magic at one point, but...
Oh, no, it's still here, baby.
Glad to see you've still got it.
Yep. And it's only day 2, Anders. Plenty more overtimes to come. Don't worry about that.
I mean, there were some great flashbangs being thrown from the NIP side to really make that hard for the FaZe players that were on the bomb side. You know, at the end of that round, you could tell they were so flashed at the end of it. So, good use of the grenades. Appreciate that. Config now even overtaking Rez with 28 kills.
Yeah, 3,000 damage.
Good scenes.
Great stuff. Impressive. Considering Config's ill as well, there was a question mark as to whether he could even play today. So, yeah, remarkable for him. Really great showing. Rez, again, just the fact he's posting 27 kills, that's wonderful to see. And here we go. Overtime number 2. NIP terrain on the CT side here. No real change in the setup. An Orc for S-Tag, and Hedrick still in the AWP. Brokey will bring his out on the T side as well. Didn't really get many chances to show his own regulation because the finances are so burnt out.
Very common setup here. One player just playing outside. You can see Rain, and the other 4 across the map. It is, I think, one of the most default positions that we see if people just don't default towards the B-bomb side, I suppose. But whenever they're stretched out like this, usually it's a 4-1 split. Robs, what a fine S-Tag. Getting blown up in the corner. He's had a bit of a rough game himself. Probably a lot on his shoulders right now, I suppose. But yeah, 11 kills to his name as we head into the first round of double overtime. Rain with some furious spray back here, but he's not being able to connect with anyone on the other side. I think Rez has taken a bit of damage, but that's about it. And they got big control on the FaZe side of things, so yeah, this is starting to shape up to be a bit of a round, although Rez will find the kill and he can escape. So Maxter, do you want to follow with? You've got to be careful, you're out here on your own at the moment. Config goes down, and Maxter, the timing, he might get shot in the back. Oh dear, it's not exactly perfect. Robs and Rain coming around the corner, leaving just Hetrick on his own.
My, oh my. It's going to be poor old Hedrick here, and presumably the bomb goes in towards B with Brokey managing to find all the information required here, confirms the bomb side's wide open. So yeah, bomb to be planted, and we will have Hedrick presumably saving the AWP. Just for the reasons we mentioned, that is that it's 10K. Star money is normally 12,500 to alleviate the problem if you get a double orb setup. You could be on pistols in the 3rd round, but he has to save the weapon. There's no other choice, I'm afraid. So we'll see whether that's going to come through. There's not much of a hunt coming in here, but for now, Hedrick holds towards T-spawn. So it will be FaZe take the early lead, and Rops to do the heavy lifting. Beautiful stuff.
It's quite curious to see NIP turning towards the middle so decisively. They just both got shot in the back. I guess maybe they thought it was still that 4-1 split, and as soon as they find Rain on that side, they just thought, okay, that's it, like, we're all good to go. But definitely a bit of a slip up in the hold there outside of the B-bomb side, unfortunately for NIP.
Well, there we go. FaZe with the lead once again. They had a promising start in the first overtime endeavor, but we'll see if they can hold on to it here, looking for the second round now. And bear in mind, the money will be low. If they can find this cleanly, take all 5 members down, they might be able to find that 3-0 as well. So, Brokey's still in the AWP. Carrigan, slowly but surely, starting to find some kills, some impact as well, as we head towards another A-lean here from FaZe. Seem more than happy to run for the utility. A bombardment of grenades, though, does over 100 damage towards Rain and Carrigan. And that might just force them to reassess their plan at this stage, because if they wanted to take middle, they've now got 2 players with the walking wounded.
It's not perfect.
It's not ideal, and they're starting to transition back in towards B. So it might just be a little set piece to close things out here. There's a couple of smokes down, trying to overwhelm the defense. They've got maxed up. He's in towards that cave position. He'll be joined by Rez this time. They've done a solid job throughout this showing on Ancient. And you can see, yeah, this will be the B execution now. As you can see them juggling the utility here. So expect more of the same. The smokes where you might expect them. Molotov down towards the default pillar. And then trying to break their way through the defense here. Now, Rez, he had that smoke before that was so powerful. It's a different setup this time.
Yeah, we have to be maxed to put down a defensive smoke, but he might not have the time for it. Oh, definitely not now. They're really far back. They're going to find out very late what's happening. Maxter, good shot. Even if he's flashed, he does get the double kill. But still, the bomb plant's going to be going through here. And it will be a 3-on-3 in the after plant. Mid being controlled for the minute by Rob, so he's going to be here a little bit late if need be. Could come through the wall bang, through the Jaguar tunnel as well. Good shot, but traded immediately. Twist. Oh, he's going to line them up. That's a quad kill in the round, Henry.
Yeah, super sick finish as well. Ice cold from Twists. Really comfortable. He knew exactly what he's up against there. Converts the shots, and that's going to be 2-0 for FaZe in their T-side campaign here in double overtime. Nice little execution to close things out as well. Like I said, Maxter, he's been doing very good work here towards the B side of the map, but Twist just too strong. Look at this finish as well. Look how assertive he is on the second. Quick as a whip, twice as deadly, as we will see him enter the final round here of the first half of double overtime. The money should be in a questionable spot. Yeah, S-Tag's down to the MP9. You can see a distinct lack of utility. Rez has no grenades to speak of. No kits available, Anders. Hedrick has got the AWP. Would just be a very difficult round to convert for the Ninjas.
Brokey off to a good start here, picking up Hedrick. Look at Carrigan on a bit of a mission. This is the sort of stuff that he's just so interesting to watch, but he will get caught by Rez, unfortunately. I was going to say, Carrigan, sometimes he can be a bit of an elusive player. You let him loose on the map, and he can do some tricks, but found instead in Brokey. He sees the shadow on the ground, so he's able to pick up the kill. Otherwise, very unfavorable fight there. Rain going to be catching Maxter, and now it's S-Tag with just an MP9. Not much he could do in this one, unfortunately. FaZe looking really good all of a sudden.
It's the final frag to find, as S-Tag is playing for stats here. I'm afraid there is literally less than 1% chance he wins this, I would give him. So smoked off, Brokey will find him, and it will be 3-0. Could be a bit of a death sentence here for NIP. They need to coordinate the perfect half on their T side now as well. Bear in mind they're in a compromised position as a squad. Don't have the actual in-game leader, Alex, here. Not that they've really played with him. They've been boot camping with this lineup, I think, for this event. But stand-ins are plenty, and just they've turned up today. The fact they're in double overtime with FaZe, the #1 team in the world, especially in CS2 right now, the fact that they're even going double overtime has been very impressive. They've made them sweat, they made them work for it. It's probably over now. I don't see a world where they get the 3-0 back in response, but more than willing to see it happen. Would like to, in a way, just see what kind of skill would have to be presented to get themselves out of this mess.
They're going to have to dig really, really deep, don't they?
Deeper than ever, Anders, I would say.
Deeper than ever. That's exactly right. I mean, Rez is playing very well. Conflict's playing well. Can't really point the finger at them. And Maxter's up there too, right?
It's, dude, like, this is a great effort. Like, no one can be embarrassed or upset they didn't win this game. Like, it's remarkable they're even making it this close. All things considered. So FaZe got some open runway now. One more round will do it. First to 19. 18-18, we do it all over again, baby. As Brokey will bring out the AWP. No double orbs this time. Hedrick will have his as well. He's had his moments. 18-20. As we see the initial utility exchange towards mid. And 4 players for NIP here, making their way over towards this A side of the map. Carrigan gets dropped. That was at the B ramp itself. And this first interaction from Brokey could be swung on in a couple of ways, and it looks like they've done enough here. 5-on-2, you're gonna have to save.
I was about to say, even in spite of the kill over at the B ramp, that's an unusually strong A setup with 2 people, one of them already boosted up, and AWP really deep on the site. Normally you don't get anything like that, but wow, they've just been completely picked apart here. NIP. Okay, if you're looking for more overtime, this is how you want to get started. Fair play.
Very convincing round. They find Carrigan, who was exploring his options towards the B ramp. Then Headtrick just goes absolutely ham with the AWP there. Beautiful finish. Took everyone down with him. As I said, might have been worth saving those 2 rifles, but it's neither here nor there. Brokey would be down to $650. Some money. Oh, Rob's down to 0 as well. So the last round could be really problematic to give it up. There's definitely a chance now this goes 3-0.
Yes, there is. Here we go. S-Tag trying to enter the middle. The spray is immaculate. He's going to be taking down Robs. He might have been able to get Twist as well. He will, in spite of the flashbang. He takes him down. So S-Tag sleeping through most of the game, but this is brilliant stuff here. Brokey does not hit the shot either. He's very low. Oh, this is getting very uncomfortable all of a sudden. Like you pointed out, FaZe are not going to have a lot of money going in the next round, so this is troublesome. Config, I don't know how, but he does it through the smoke, and he's hunting for it. Finding Brokey as well. It's just Rain left at a 1 versus 5. Nothing he could do about this one.
All right. They might have done enough there. Like,
God.
The thing is with 10K as well, it kind of does set up the infinite loop of overtimes just because the money is going to be wrecked now. So they're going to be down to, like, I think, like SMGs and pistols in a few cases there. But yeah, this is nice round from NIP. They've done enough. They found the 2-0, and it will be config through the smoke, of course. Clean as you like. Finds Carrigan. Closes things out towards Rain as well. So as I mentioned, money is an issue. MP9s ×3. A FaMAS and a Deagle. Doesn't look great. It's enough for a team like FaZe to win it. It's going to take just someone stepping up and finding a couple of cheeky frags. A push through a smoke, perhaps. A bombardment of utility. That's not bad. Rez eats a face full of HE.
I'm putting all my chips on Brokey with the Deagle. I feel like it's time. He's played a pretty good game. He's got 24 kills at the moment. We'll see if he can flex that pistol a little bit in this round. They've got some massive mid-control for FaZe, but the problem is normally you can't hold this for a very long time on the CT side. You run out of grenades, and it just becomes really uncomfortable, but they actually had 4 people here at one point. Going to be rotating the FaMAS back. They're pretty sure this is going to end up a B attack, which means the mid portion of this can sort of fold in to try and reinforce the bomb site early on. And that's if they can keep that mid portion of the hold. But they're still holding it. 3 people. Nobody's at the A bomb site at all. So this is interesting. Carrigan, plenty of space here with the FaMAS.
I've got a feeling Carrigan's got something up his sleeve for Anders. This is his sort of round. Just when you think they've got nothing left, Carrigan can make a huge play. And there it is! The double kill with the FaMAS. Has he got anything else left? Not quite. Significant damage. He gives them a fighting chance here. One more round would do it to close out this best of 1. And Robs, oh, it looked like he had a moment there. A chance. And Swiss is left in the 2 versus 1. No bomb planted as of yet.
And only 20 seconds.
Oh, I was going to say, Headtrick was low as well. And we're going to triple overtime, Anders. Have you ever seen anything like it?
No, not for a minute here. That was Headtrick's round, yeah. The crowd down there.
Too. They just recovered a 0-3 deficit in double overtime. So the fact they've got the triple, he should celebrate. That's wild. Well played.
And Carrigan, that looked like it was going to be the closing moment there. Double kill with the FaMAS, and it's still not quite enough. I can't believe
that was it. I thought I'd called it to spot on there, but he's about to just go absolutely wild with that FaMAS.
You weren't far off, I'm not going to lie. It was real close. But, yeah, Headtrick coming out big. Quad kill in that one. He got the, especially the first kill, super important because that was, I think, Robs or Twist, I can't remember which one, coming through the smoke. And he actually got tagged by the grenade, so they might have even heard the collision there. Either way, triple overtime. Let's go.
Just what the scheduling fans ordered.
Scheduling fans, yes.
But here we go, another reset now. I don't think I've commentated triple overtime in CS2 yet. This is a wild first for me.
Well, we had the fastest game ever
earlier
true.
Today. So I guess we were due this.
Swing the other way now.
Yep. Carrigan, nice effort there, but Headtrick gets it done. It was Robs through that smoke area there. So yeah, Robs could have closed out the round. He felt like if he did slip the net, the smoke was just there for him to push through. That's the sort of round he would lap up as well. But once again, we'll reset after getting 3-0 on both of their T-side campaigns. We are back to a full reset. Rain pushing out towards the cave. Carrigan will follow. But the trades come through. The Molotov's just a little bit too much to handle there.
Double kill for Rez.
Gets a double kill with the Molotov. Don't see that too often.
Well, Twist's a little bit unfortunate here. I think, yeah, the timing's going to be just against them. overworked, as you like to say, Henry, in that position, and will go down. Rez, with the triple kill, makes it a bit interesting. Robs might be favored here with the Orc at the range. Easily finding the kill on Maxter. So back into a 2-on-2 we go, with significant health advantage favoring FaZe in this one.
Positional advantage as well. Brokey, sure, he gets a bit of intel that the B lanes are clear, but actually gets the sound cue. The Molotov got deployed there as well. So he's got like a 10-second window here where he can cause absolute chaos. Oh, what a shot that is to open things up as well. Beautiful finish from Brokey. He made that one look easy. I was about to say, like, it's going to be such a difficult shot to open things up with the AWP, but he makes it just impeccable. What a flick that was.
Such a freak, isn't he?
Yeah.
There's also no reason why he peaks the next one, but you can just almost feel like, well, on the other hand, though, when you're that much in the zone, why wouldn't you do it?
Where's the double kill from Rez? His highlight of the round, didn't have to see anyone, and managed to get himself the third as well. But look at this from Brokey. Crazy flick on the first. Has a presence of mind to find the AK-47 as well. S-Tag gets absolutely bodied as FaZe pick up the first round here in triple overtime. 19-18 or 1-0. And it looks to be we're picking up the pace. S-Tag, the in-game leader, he's made a call. And I think that is straight up rushing A.
Yeah, change of pace. I like it. Robs likes it even more. He's going to get a double spray down with the Org, and he can fall back into the next position here. Very low on health himself, but it's a great start. They actually have another Org even back there. First team to 22 is now what we're looking for, in case you've lost count at home at this point in time. Grenade will find Robs. He won straight a little bit close there. And they're going to be pushing in. They're not planting the bomb. They're actually pushing towards CT spawn. So risky maneuver, but somehow it works. Carrigan missing the spray there.
It looked like they were completely out of luck here, and maybe they still are, because Headtrick's left in the 3 versus 1. He's been great so far, but Brokey, you have to wake up pretty early in the morning to catch him out. He nails the final shot there as we go 2-0 for FaZe. And they're starting to look like their usual selves here. To open this kind of regulation of Ancient, sure, they went up 4-0, but they only found one following gun round there. Rain couldn't really contribute in any kind of promising way. So this is looking more like FaZe at least, as Brokey nailing these shots, going above and beyond for his teammates here. This one looks incredibly fast. It certainly was. As we get into the final round of the first half of triple overtime here, ladies and gentlemen. It's a best of one. We wouldn't have it any other way. This has been a great game so far, and Rez looking to make the first incision here at the B ramp. Flashbang comes over, Carrigan applying the pressure, overlooks the beehive though and gets stung. And that will be the in-game leader removed. Rain has to try and pick up the pieces here. Brokey rotates in with the AWP, but they are dropping like flies now. Smoke's down. S-Tag continues to find frag after frag as we go into a 5-on-2 here. NIP have done enough to at least get one round on the board.
I think Rain peaked right into that flashbang, unfortunately, so a little bit off timing on that one. Brokey, you might as well try. I mean, you're going to be in a bad position no matter what here. Waiting for Ops, I guess, to show up on the other side. Oh, good spam, but the bomb is still planted. Would have been a lot of fun if somehow that could have stopped. That would have given them a fighting chance, perhaps. Yeah, Brokey back here. They've already guessed. He's a wild player for clutches, but this is too much. Low on health already, and he's going to get found by Hetrick, so yeah, one round for NIP here in the first half of the third overtime.
That will do when you're 2-0 down.
Sure.
The fact you managed to get that one in quite a convincing manner, you take it all day long. It's a change of pace, so bear in mind in double overtime, Anders, that both teams got 3-0 on their T side. So the fact FaZe have broke serve here, I guess you could say, and finding 2 on their CT side, that's pretty massive. They are in the driving seat right now. It's their game to close out. They know it. And I think, I'm not sure, 100% sure on this, in traditional CS2 rules say you do get an extra timeout per set of overtimes. But the fact we've got 4 in regulation, I suggest you've probably just got 4 in total.
Yeah, it feels that way.
Speculation now.
We're in deep at this point here.
Yeah,
I
didn't prepare myself for triple overtime today, I'll be honest.
Well, you should have, Henry.
I should have done.
You should have been.
That was foolish of me.
You should have known. We've been running light the last day. Like yesterday, we had best of 3, all 3 maps. There was no overtime there. Should have known what's coming.
Lynn Vision versus TYLOO.
Felt like overtime the whole way through.
It felt like, yeah, from the pistol round, it felt like just a perpetual overtime. But yeah, I'm going to see now. Maybe the conclusion. This was pretty cool from Rob. The fact he even gets that frag, sure, the bomb was already planted. Just like, of course he does. It's like this is one of his sort of moves, isn't he? He knows exactly where to line it up, gets the timing perfect as the initial smokes come down towards the red room. And flashes to be deployed by Brokey here as well. Twist to lead the charge, and there was a chance to get that first headshot here, but he's taken a lot of damage en route. S-Tag will find the first frag, and maybe the second available for Config as well. They're working in tandem from the donut, taking a bite out of FaZe here, and Maxter chiming in with the third. That should be enough to tie things up. Just one player remaining, and Rops, he's just going to sit here behind the boxes and hope he's overlooked. Yeah, this is a chance. He knows he could do something with this now. Find a couple of kills before you commit to this frag.
So mad that there's not 2 players here. That'd be a luxury for him if he could actually pick it up. But yeah, unfortunately not allowed for. He probably needed that to make this a really realistic bit. 1 versus 3 still, as he's picked up the first kill.
Yeah, but when it's Rops and it's 3 versus 1, he's putting the fear of God in them right now. You can see that they don't want to overcommit to this one. They're playing quite cagey. They want to make sure that no mistakes are presented. And this is where he thrives. When he knows he's got you in his pocket.
Good catch on the bomb being back there. That does take a lot of time for him to go and pick it up here, which is unfortunate. But you're right, they are still really playing with a lot of respect on the NIP side. You can tell. He can probably walk it quite a bit here before he runs into Rez, who's got 37 kills, and I think he might have heard, oh, Robs. No, he didn't. You're right, Henry. You're absolutely right. Still 30 seconds, and Rez tying around just at the right time. All right, a bit of a coin flip there, but that's 38 kills on Rez.
Good Lord. A scary moment there. Rez goes down. I don't know. Do the wheels fall off? I think NIP still win that round, but certainly an exciting prospect there for Rops with the trigger discipline towards middle Config, I'm sure. Got a nasty surprise there as we tie things up. It's going to be 20-20 as any double orbs here, and he changes the setup. NIP do manage to bring a AK-47, a couple of them into their ranks as well.
First to 22, and it's quite an open game once again. So is the A-bomb side.
Yeah, this feels like quad overtime, Anders. I'm not going to lie to you.
Let's do it. Listen, we're in deep now.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. Config pushed around here. Now, S-Tech's going to be going down, but I can't believe Robs is looking for this. How do you know to look for that? They're not even planting the bomb yet by the time that Robs is checking the back line.
He considers everything. And at this stage, Carrigan, not sure that was the maneuver required, but still gets the information. Hedrick's there. I'm not sure the CTs will have much to offer on this one. They are going to give it a go, but looks at things here. Rez and Maxter working together.
They got the money.
Brokey to secure the round here. Twist even more so. Hedrick will have to save the AWP, and it will be FaZe on map point once again. And in terms of money, let's have a look at that. So there is more than enough to buy. There may be a couple of concessions, but the fact that Hedrick can drop an M4 as well, I think they're fine.
I think that's why they went for the 3-on-4 to begin with anyway. I think that they wouldn't probably even got close.
They're going to get extra money on top of that. Yeah, they've got more than enough with the Hedrick AWP here. So that's not going to be an issue. But FaZe, the point remains that they do have map and series points right now. What a game it's been, Anders.
We're still here.
We're still here, and there's maybe a few more twists and turns to go.
I wouldn't be surprised. Well, getting more and more players into the mix. S-Tag's still a little bit far behind, but, you know, if it keeps going like this, maybe he can start to chime in. Carrigan on the other side, so it's really the captains of the two teams here that are struggling a little bit. No one's catching up to Rez, not quite yet. 38 kills. Hard to keep track of when you're in this much overtime, but still, that's what he's doing. Config trying to do what Robs has been doing, playing inside of the smoke in the middle here.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea. I guess you're just hoping the fact that Tease might blow it open and you're just there, ready to go. And you've also got the fade play as well. You'll have great positional advantage if the smoke does go down. A execution here for FaZe. They might want to pump the brakes though. That smoke towards A main, I think they'll just bide their time. And indeed they will. Have a smoke down towards the elbow from the CT side. Bear in mind, they've lost track of the map here. FaZe don't have any information towards the B lanes. This is extremely telegraphed now. They know it as well. That smoke was devastating to their execution here. Hedrick's in position. Rez will find the opener. It's going to be answered back, but it looks like we've done enough here. Quad overtime looking likely. Rain fighting back. It comes down to a 2 versus 1, but yeah, it was NIP that already did enough there, Anders. The fact that they threw that smoke towards A main and FaZe had lost control of the map completely. It was just too obvious. Like, it was no way that was really ever going to work because you just had the whole army ready and waiting for them as B was completely clear. So great stuff. NIP bouncing back, and I think this must be a world first. Quad overtime on LAN.
In CS2.
In the CS2, yes.
We had the shortest game, now we're holding the other record.
Yeah, we
Henry.
literally had the world's shortest game.
We can't be touched.
And now we're going for the world's longest game. Back-to-back records.
Yeah.
We've got it all here. This is what you love to see, and it's all going to be reset once again. So, Anders, what's the scoreline we're looking for next?
The scoreline now is going to be 25.
Okay.
That's the number, that's the magic number that we're looking for.
All right.
So for those of you counting hard at home, maybe you've got a spreadsheet at this point in time, just trying to keep track of everything. But
yeah,
you know.
because it's come out. But yeah, all right. I guess I haven't seen any timeouts since, so I'm going to stand with my kind of speculative statement of you don't get the extra overtimes here in this rule set.
Yes.
So I guess that's the case. And yeah, like I said, I wasn't a big fan of this. As soon as that smoke went down towards A main, I think you should have already called it off because you just have to wait 20 seconds and then you have literally zero info on the map. And a map like Ancient as well, the CTs are very active towards B lane. You just had maybe a 4-1 setup would have been more beneficial here. They had all 5 players towards the A side. I guess it's not going to work. That's why we see so many 4-1s happen on maps like Ancient. Either way, S-Tag taking damage early. I think that was from the grenade tossed off the wall towards middle.
But I guess this is what happens when you play this much overtime, right? Like you end up just...
They're just doing it again. I think they're just going to run the same strategy. Sorry to cut you off. I think they go with that same execution.
You're absolutely right. And I mean, I was just saying, like, this is what happens in overtime sometimes, right? You get a little bit desperate. You feel like we've tried so many things. Like, who can keep track of it? All right. They're going to put a little bit more emphasis on clearing out the middle. So we'll see if they actually end up at it. Yeah, some mid-control. They didn't have that last time, but...
What? He gets a double dink, maybe a triple with the kill on Twister. That is absolutely wild. Config always seems to make that one work. So it is the A play, but not the same execution they were looking for before. But it's going to be Rain bringing things back to a 4-on-4. Carrigan's very low. Smoke down towards Temple. Carrigan, he gets his shot, like that would be remarkable, but it's going to be Maxter with the pre-fire here. Bomb to be planted, but they haven't accounted for Config, who completely destroys them this round. What a beautiful play at FaZe. Yeah, a couple of questionable rounds now. It looks like they're getting absolutely wrecked. I guess this is unlucky. Like, just through the red room, like, Config shouldn't be doing that much damage, to be honest with you. Like,
He's such a ridiculous player, isn't he?
1.5 kills, like, and still gets a third. He seems to be everywhere right now. But FaZe, yeah, this is... getting a little bit worrying for them.
To be honest, Config almost had the kill on the player that was in the corner. He almost had the quad kill in this run.
That's nuts.
Boom, boom,
he's such a sicko when he's in the zone.
Yeah. Okay, good step in the right direction here. Get Config back online. Him and Rez both at 39 kills, but it's Brokey to open up. Hetrick getting tested and comes up short. Brokey with a double opening. Is he ready for a third player on there? He's got the right idea. Into the smoke up, he knows that someone's in there now. And Robs is taking care of Config. This is looking pretty good for FaZe in this one. Maxter and S-Tag left.
Yeah, you're dead honest. Final round next, so they've got cash. I guess they might as well go for it, see what they can do. Bomb's not planted, of course, and Maxter might be able to deny entrance towards the B side if he catches Twist with the aforementioned C4. Plenty of time, though. And FaZe... just going to wait for the next opportunity to arrive. Maxter has to offer himself up. S-Tag, almost zero chance he can win this round, but we'll see what he can make of it. The bomb's planted, at least has the intel. It's going to be a B finish for Carrigan. Hot on his heels, and it will be FaZe tying things up. 1-1 here in quad overtime.
Yeah.
Quad overtime, Anders. I haven't said that in years.
How long before the server just can't, like, it just doesn't have
That's like a Millennium bug sort of thing. Like, they haven't accounted for this amount of rounds in MOUZ 12, and the game just kind of just breaks at the stage. Yeah, that might happen.
Admins in shambles, like, they can't reconstruct the game. They're like, oh, you're going to have to just start playing from the start again, unfortunately. Like,
all right, well, it's the end of the first half at the very least. 1-1. Been some exciting rounds here. You can see that the strap hook does sort of go out the window at some points there. You have to start bringing the brute force forward. Carrigan and Rain working in tandem to find the first couple of kills. It was an aggressive maneuver there from NIP, one that cost them dearly. And there's so much time to work with here. There's been a couple of disastrous rounds on either side of the equation here. Some 5-on-3s given up more often than not. But with FaZe showing this sort of discipline and patience right now, I don't see a world where they somehow fumble this one. Great grenade towards Hetrick as well. He's playing a defensive angle with the AWP in towards the K position. from some smoke, and you'd assume he will reposition shortly.
Okay, jump around the corner, but dangerous. 5 versus 3, and if they find S-Tag, this round is going to be blown wide open. The jump pass there, honestly,
No way.
S-Tag, that's amazing work. Getting the double kill, especially with the first guys jumping. Bot Robs, always a nuisance, isn't he? Going to set up, oh, there's one, and he finds the headshot. My God, what a way to get that round. That's 23 to 22. And FaZe are 2 rounds away.
He is such a boss. Like,
He really
he always
is, isn't
just like gets the absolute most out of every scenario. Like, he's operating on a different level to everyone else. It's wild. And there we go. It is going to be 2-1 in favor of FaZe. Nice little finish there from Robs. And so we've got 30 seconds at least, just to catch our breath. I assume they can chat in this time as well. So there we have it. First to 25, as Anders mentioned. It's going to be 24-24. We do it all over again. And we go quintuple overtimes.
So ridiculous. Why not?
Why not?
I'll tell you who's loving life at the moment, Henry. It's our guys in the green room.
They've got a lot to talk about on the desk. They need like to give us like a video essay on this one. This has got a lot to digest, a lot to break down.
I look forward to a 30-minute breakdown afterwards.
Yeah.
That's coming up eventually.
Yeah, if we ever get there.
If we get there.
Like, bear in mind that when we enter this one, we're just like, well, if NIP give them a run for their money,
we'll be happy.
We'll be happy with that. They get double digits. Well, they're going into quad overtime, and like they still have a chance to win this. It'd be fantastic. The Ninjas can do is bear in mind you win this a single best of one. I'm sure we've got a lot of new viewers in here. We'll just reiterate some of the housekeeping stuff. You just win the single best of one here. You're in the playoffs essentially. You'll be in the upper bracket where you're fighting for the semis or the quarters. You lose it, you're going to be playing against Wings Up, who got smashed by MOUZ this morning. So
truly,
even losing this game, you're probably still making the playoffs, to be honest with you. But here comes the first interaction.
No.
Head trick. Once again, cracking things open. It was the aggression with the CTs that elude them this time. And now the Molotov's down towards default. The smoke's down in CT, but there's a fly in the ointment. Twist is in front of the utility. Not for long, though. He's going to be pushed back, and he's still managing to find some wiggle room.
Oh, this is interesting. They're waiting for Rez. He's on the other side.
The bomb's so deep, though. There's not really much. He can't call for everyone to come back. It's more of a backstab position here, and what a backstab it is. Finds Carrigan.
Yeah, that's huge. I think you're right. They weren't going to call it back, but just the fact that they didn't have to worry about everything else. Rain's getting picked off. Twist out in the open here. 1 versus 4. Could maybe find the kill, but no. Headtrick's going to be quick enough on the trigger there. Triple kill for him. Good discipline on NIP. They slowed that round right down and waited for a couple of more mistakes from the other side. So game is tied up once again.
It's all tied up. Who will be posting map point first? NIP or FaZe. NIP have really impressed me today, I have to say. Like they could be deadly in this tournament. They've had a boot camp before this, like regardless of all the silliness with the roster changes and the revolving door and the fact Alex isn't here. Like they've got some reps with this lineup. They played a few online tournaments. We commentated them there as well. And it was Maxter who was filling in, and he's been great. Like you couldn't ask for much more from this youngster. The fact he's turned up from the academy team, like he has played an absolute belter of a few tournaments here. It's Brokey though to open things up, takes down Rez. Puts FaZe 1 step closer to map points here, but the A site is open once again. Smoke down towards Donut. They've got a real chance of getting the bomb planted and bringing this round back to life.
They had the 4-1 split, so once the one guy goes down outside of B, they just pull the trigger. They know they have to go right now. It makes sense, I think, and a good call for NIP to just
for the reasons we saw from FaZe, right? You lose everything that side of the map that you don't have the time to execute properly. So here we go then. Still a fighting chance in the 4-on-3.
Yes, there is. Maxter falling back. Good position for play for the Afterplan. They got a lot of flashbangs here on the NIP side that could maybe slow it down. You could see they're just tossing them towards CT spawn. It's really being a little bit of annoying for FaZe. Surely missed opportunity there. Perhaps Rain gonna win that fight. Head trick. You're surely not going to live long behind this one. I can't believe the smoke is keeping him alive. He finds the shot, and Config to the rescue. Coming in for the donut. Twist realizing he's out of time. I can't believe they won that one, Henry. Headtrick should have been dead when he missed the first shot, but somehow he was kept alive. He gets a double. Config gets a double, and now they are at match point.
Headtrick pulls a rabbit from the hat. That is beautiful. Really enjoyed that. Like, he goes toe-to-toe with Brokey, the AWP there, jumps in the information, the pre-fire on his second kill as well. Just excellent work. This is the one here. Jumps up, And then best Broke here. That's his sort of frag as well. You think Broke would normally win that. He's so fast, so good at the flicks, so good at waiting for his opportunity. And now it's NIP once again. Map point. Can they close things out? Good flashbang. They know where Twist is residing towards that cubby. He's still a nuisance here. Can he find the double kill? This frag might decide it. Oh, S-Tag can't find him, but Maxter can. 3 versus 3. And it's rained down to the MP9. The money is... Oh no, head trick! After all that! He misses the easiest shot of the game.
He was running with his back turned. He could have had it. That could have been an instant victory
that was
right there.
That was the GG shot.
It probably was, but he can't have it back, can he? 2 versus 3 now instead. The bomb making its way towards the B bomb site. They picked up an AK in the meantime. Otherwise, Brokey was playing with the Deagle for a minute. He did get a 1 kill with the Deagle as well, so kind of crucial. MP9 could have spotted out. There's the shot from Hetrick. 2 more kills here for NIP, and they can walk away with a victory over FaZe. Otherwise, we're going into the 5th overtime.
Good lord. This one's on a knife's edge. I have no idea which way it goes. We've got Brokey watching that red room, CT spawn position. And you can see Hetrick, he goes for the MP9 instead. Not sure that was the maneuver. He knew he'd be up against it, the AWP. Not the best weapon for the job either, but now Maxter. Oh god, he didn't expect that. Brokey throws caution to the wind, runs through the flames, and enables a bomb plant here. And he knows he's probably done some damage here. 1 versus 1. Maxter to be tested from NIP Academy. Can he close things out against FaZe Clan? No! Carrigan takes us to quintuple overtime, Anders. We really are going all the way here. What a way that would have been to close things out. Maxter would have been the hero of the squad.
Truly. He would have saved NIP and brought them to a victory. He might have saved the broadcast as well, Henry, but that's too late now.
Yeah, that's all gone. Oh my, what a finish that was. This game is delivering on all fronts and reset once again. 24-24. This would be a long game for MR15, to be honest with you. So yeah, this is nuts. And we are seeing, I guess the scoreboard doesn't really have much of a knock-on effect anymore. 41 kills for Config, 41 for Reds.
We're playing essentially now 2 maps on a best of 3 if it's MR12. Like that's what we're doing now. We're on the 2nd map of going into the 3rd map basically of MR12 at this point in time. Stupid.
I can't believe it.
Terrific stuff.
Well, this woke me up, Anders, at least.
I'm feeling that way too.
Yeah.
You and I were up at like 4 in the morning.
Yeah, we had a nice little stroll down at 4:30 through the streets of Bucharest. Lovely part of the world. And yeah, this one has really got me bright-eyed and bushy-tailed now. This has been a great game with CS. Like, didn't expect much considering all the caveats attached to NIP here. But here we are, an OT number 5, ladies and gentlemen.
First to 28 now.
Okay. I like that, Anders. We need you right now because yeah, I've lost track of everything.
I've got the counting skills. I can add 4 to
you
whatever numbers at the
yeah,
top of the...
He's able to add 4 to 4. He's worked that out.
That is... It's one of the... I write that in all the emails that when people hire me for these tournaments, I just try and highlight my skills, you know.
So, it will be NIP to remain on the T side here. I guess this is just an example of why we play maybe 12.5k in overtime now, just because that 3rd round seems null and void, and they've got pistols and MP9s, but
true.
Anyway.
Oh, okay. Shots come. Oh!
All right.
Explain.
That's BS. That's just straight up BS. Rain is going to be fuming with that one. Nice little pre-fire from Config. Robs with the AWP now as well. Double AWP setup. Great shot on the first. Takes an S-tag. Was patrolling middle, so good adjustment here. Like I said, the strap hook really does go out the window. We don't want to say in overtime, but the fact you're in quintuple overtime now, yeah, like the double AWP setup, why not? Change things up a little bit.
Quintuple overtime with no more timeouts either.
Yeah, exactly.
Got your coach behind, you can't even help you out. Oh.
Yeah, he's just watching on. All right then, 4 and 4. Technically favors the T side here. Incendiary deployed. In terms of remaining utility, there's still a smoke on Twists. He's in towards Donut, however. And, well, not anymore. Config is just brutal with that AK-47. Let him off the leash. He is just an absolute master at finding those sort of frags. It will be Robs, though, with his 2nd frag of the AWP. Takes down the aforementioned Dane. And Robs, I think he's going to get an ace, Anders. Okay, maybe not, but still, great effort.
He saw the rotation in the middle as well. It's so sick. The bomb trying to be planted here. They're just going to get the quick scope. Yeah, they actually can't plant the bomb. Carrigan, he wants to get there in time, but it's too late. The spray, though. Oh my God, he's found it. That's huge.
Carrigan has been pretty quiet in regulation in the first stages of overtime, but he is roaring loud and proud in these clutches now. He saved the day multiple times, and it's not the most beautiful spray down. He's running and gunning, but he's getting the job done. That's massive. And yeah, just taking advantage of the fact it's so chaotic towards the end there. After all these amazing efforts from Config, it wasn't quite enough. And bear in mind, Ropt, not known to be an AWPer, I think that's fair to say. He managed to get 3 massive kills, and there's Carrigan. Oh, wow. What a finish that was. FaZe take the first round here in the 5th stage of overtime as we go 1-0. Is that double AWP setup going to remain? It certainly is. Rob's proved his worth there. I think that's a thumbs up from his teammates. He got 3 kills, we'll take it.
Huge. Oh, what a flash to set it up. That was an easy kill for Rez. Carrigan just blinded. Config can't be stopped. Why is he such a demon on this map? I just can't believe it. Rain's going to be going down. It's when you see it from the point of view of the person getting shot, Config's on the screen for like less than 1/10 of a second, and then you're just dead. He's instant headshot. It's so stupid.
Well, it said in the interview he was feeling ill today, but he's been nothing but sick on the server.
Nice.
You like that?
That's very well played, Harry.
Thank you. Been crafting that for the last 10 seconds.
Well, you're not wrong. Whatever meds they've given him, it's working.
It's very, very impressive. Like, yeah, this is like, if you talk about like Config's heyday, it was like he was known for playing Mirage, rushing mid on the CT side. Yes, it was like a solo position where he can be let off the leash, as it were. Ancient lends itself to that. Like, we've seen so many players thriving towards middle because it's just a shooting gallery. If you can time it well and you're flashed in, you're just sending in the sledgehammer to try and breach that middle area, and he does it more often than not. His aim looks absolutely sublime right now. Robs will at least maintain the AWP. We've got 50 rounds of play, Anders. 50.
This is just a movie that's just playing in my head whenever I think of Config and what kind of player he is. I think of him as that character that Mel Gibson was playing in Lethal Weapon.
Okay.
Where he can like dislocate his shoulder to get out of the
sort of like
straitjacket.
a Maverick sort of cop. Is that what you're going with?
Yeah, a bit crazy. Like, you
doesn't
know,
play by the rules, but he gets the job done.
Yeah, exactly. You know, but he'll take down like half an army on his own. You know, like that's
that's not a bad shout. He's a bit of a Maverick.
Yeah. Something about the straitjacket too.
The knives are out.
Oh.
Okay. This is part of the fun.
This is part. This
one of the characteristics of this matchup. We've had a few like the rounds. Everyone says, right, knives out, stand still.
I was so worried for a second. It's like the config or the actual server config that is sort of like messing. Could you imagine? Like, oh, Valve didn't count on anyone playing 5 or 6 overtimes.
Sorry, the game just kind of bugs out after 50 rounds. Like, it's not built for that. We never thought this would happen.
You brought up the Millennium bug. I can't believe it. Oh, there was a lot of drama happening at the time.
Not so much for me. I was like, what, like 12 then, I think. So wasn't really thinking about it. I was just playing like Mario Kart.
I remember, I knew quite a few people. I knew a couple of people who like, you know, my friends' parents who had IT companies, and they were so scared that it was going to go 1999, and then it was just going to like blow up the date.
Planes would fall from the sky.
Just absolutely terrified. Well,
maybe it has happened. Who knows what's going on right now? Like, you'd think after 50 rounds of play, everyone's kind of headsets working and the keyboards are plugged in properly. Like, at this point, it's just a matter of closing things out. There's Max here on your screen for you. I just want to give him another shout out here. Like, playing years above his experience. Like, he was brought in last minute to kind of jump in when Hampus and Brolam were removed. I can't remember exactly who for, but yeah, like in the Rubek Cup, Thunderpick as well. Not saying he carried the team, but he certainly had some very impressive performances where he was top fragging, and he's continuing that form here on LAN as well. Like, regardless if they win or lose this series, this is like a historic game. This is a memorable one now, right? This is it's
and he's getting
crazy.
He's getting the reps in. Like, imagine that too. Like, you get to go play in China. Like, you're sort of an unknown quantity beforehand, but now you can legitimately claim, you know, I've got tier 1 experience in a way that like a lot of other academy players are going to have. It's going to be hard to find. Like, it's very tricky.
And he's Swedish as well.
And he's Swedish.
And I guess that's a big throwback to the initial conversation we had at the start of the day.
Saving Sweden.
Where are the good Swedish players? And apparently we found one of them.
Great.
I'm going to look at NIP Academy and to see how many Swedes they have in there. You'd think if they're going to keep the identity of the squad, that'd be one way to do it, right?
Yeah, although it feels like that is such a hard thing to do with the all sort of having just one country representing the whole team. It feels like nowadays, it's just like it's hard to do that anymore. I feel like maybe Astralis or one of these can always going to keep on doing it, but it just seems like it's more and more the international lineups are powering through and showing what they could do. FaZe and MOUZ, I suppose, being prime examples of that exact thing.
Let's have a look here. Roster.
Do we know anything about the rest
of
the
Young Ninjas? I think he's the only player on there, apparently.
He is Young Ninjas. Well, that explains a lot.
This is almost
he's used to carrying through.
Okay, well, that kind of makes sense. It's the only option they had. I'm not sure. Maybe it's he hasn't been updated. I have no idea. But it looks like, yeah, he's the only player right now. Oh, what a player he is. We'll take it. Sorry about that. Wasn't much of an update, but we haven't got much to talk about at this stage. It looks like this technical pause could take a while.
Good times.
Just got to catch my breath. This is a lot of talking today.
This is what we need. We still have a whole nother best of 3.
We do. We have the winners game. So I guess we can go through that. We can go through some housekeeping. We can talk about what we've seen so far. So if you're just joining us, you're probably tuning in, seeing this ridiculous scoreline, wondering what the hell's up. This is day 2 of the CAC Championships 2023, and we open things up with MOUZ Sports playing against Wings Up. Pretty much par for the course. What we expected. Like an absolute bludgeoning from
the fastest game ever.
13-2. Yeah, the fastest game ever recorded in CS2. Not sure about that, but it felt like at the very least, I think it was like 25 minutes of play on Inferno. And then we moved on to this one. We thought, not more of the same, but it should be a one-sided affair considering it's FaZe with their full roster just off the back of a epic victory over in Sydney, of course. And you'd think with NIP, with all these compromises, caveats, whatever you want to call it, like they're not the full roster, but we knew they'd turn up and give it their all. I didn't think we'd be here in this stage. And technical timeout, and quintuple overtime, and it's coming down. Oh, that's not a good sign.
Oh,
that's not a good sign at all.
Yeah, that is definitely, that's where you start to get real concerned, don't you? Setting up. Well, this is an experience for all. I'm telling you, Henry, this is going to be a hard record for anyone else to beat for the longest best of 1 match in CS2.
I don't know what time we started, but yeah, for sure. Like with this little surprise thrown in at the end, definitely.
S-Tag in the middle. Definitely been struggling individually, but as time goes on, again, like I said, probably eventually he's going to start to get a little bit more warmed up. All right, I'm seeing. Looked like they were trying to set up a little bit there. Config, the man of the hour, certainly for the team. Him and Rez both just playing out of control. Hopefully that will continue once we get back into it. But yeah, again, for Maxter, in terms of experience, this is going to be another thing you probably have to deal with as a professional player, right? You have to deal with tech issues and then being able to sort of get back in the game. You can't let this frustrate. It is a frustrating experience, but you can't let it get to you.
Definitely.
So hopefully Maxter can skip over that hurdle as well once we're in the game, which nobody knows apparently when it will be.
No, it doesn't look like there's amazing scenes going down there right now. The headset's off and everyone looking pretty chill. Suggests maybe it's a PC restart, maybe need to change out the monitor. Those are the 2 things that would be like the top end of the problem pyramid.
Yeah, usually a little bit
usually it's just like a headset, like kind of TeamSpeak issue or something like that. But this sort of time going by suggested something a little bit more severe. But it's Brokey. Great performance so far. I think everyone's chimed in now. Like it was Carrigan and Rain that were like the only quiet players on the server in regulation, but they've had amazing impact as we get deeper and deeper into overtime.
In the past, we've had people, when they still used the hand warmers that had like the powder inside. Some of those would explode sometimes. I wish I could go on with the story, Henry, but apparently we do have a break.
Yeah, I just think in terms of us just to have reliving silly stories, Anders, we'll give this game the respect it deserves. We'll rest our voices and we'll come back as soon as the game's ready to be live. And thank you for bearing with us, ladies and gentlemen. We'll hopefully be back in a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for bearing with us. I apologize for the delay, but it's going to be well worth it. We're going into the 5th stage of overtime, Anders. The issues have been resolved. I believe it was just a headset TeamSpeak issue, and looks like we're going in thick and fast into the first round here, as we'll see. NIP with 3 players at the B ramp. Rez to lead the charge.
Yes, here we go. Rez trying to set it up. He's so deep in right now. Twist not even. He's running with a knife out back there. He could have got killed already. They're going to be conflict from the back line. He hasn't cooled off. Even he's plenty of time to, but he's still red hot in this one. Rez, unbelievably, is the one to go down. I can't really understand why. It's still a 3 versus 2, and the HUD's a little bit messed up, but if you look at the minmap, you're going to be able to tell. Sneaking up. There we go. Config gets dropped next, and now it's Maxter alone in the middle. The bomb lost to him as well. It's the first to 28, Henry.
Right, so this is the second half of OT5. Just to reiterate, we had like a 15-minute break there. But this is looking for the team that will pose a 2-1, and it's going to be FaZe Clan. So not bad. There we have it. Everyone good? Everyone up to date?
Hopefully, otherwise
it's a lot to go through as well.
It's a lot to go through, we're not going to lie.
Yeah.
These 2 teams have been struggling to try and find a conclusion to this best of 1. It's a best of 1.
It's a best of 1, and Carrigan, it says he's disconnected. I don't like that at all. We just had 1 round.
No way.
I'm hoping that's just somewhat of a, I don't know, it's a bug. I didn't want to say the word bug, but it is a bug. I've been confirmed.
Okay.
So looks like we are
just
good to go. We normally have 30 seconds in between each half anyway, just to reiterate that. So yeah, 2-1 in favor of FaZe. First to 28. Presumably go 27, we'll do it all over again, Anders.
How are you doing, Henry? Do you have any other plans for the day? Anything else you wanted to do?
I just wanted to, well, we've got another best of 3
we do have
after this, and like I said, scheduling fans are in disarray right now. But yeah, that's going to be the winner between this game and MOUZ Sports. So presumably we'll have to take a 40-minute break in between the series, but that's still to come. So it's certainly allowed either of these teams to get warmed up, and we'll get into the second half here. FaZe Clan switch over to their T side. It's Brokey who's top fragging, shortly followed by Twist as well at 37. And here we go, they'll set the tone. It's a chance to provide those hard-hitting, faster strategies here when kind of everything's gone out the window from a strategic point of view when you're 50-plus rounds deep. Brokey, first challenge towards long. Rez more than happy to bait out a couple of shots here, it seems. Throws a few grenades over the top. No significant damage to report just yet. That grenade tickles Rez as well. He's got 42 kills. Just to note, Config at 46. Bloody hell.
It's been impressive from those 2. Really has been. Once they let Config loose in the middle on that T side, he's just unstoppable. He got a bit of a sense of it even in the last round, even if it wasn't quite enough here. Okay, double elevation if you swing this corner. Going to be very hard to deal with. Flashbang doesn't really do anything. We'll see Brokey's going to be quick on the trigger. He's been a bit of a revelation himself here. Been starting to look like his old self once again, so it's been quite enjoyable to watch, really. But they don't even turn the corner. That's disappointing. I would love to see how that would have worked out.
It's a cool setup.
50 seconds.
We are going to have Hedrick, who's had some phenomenal moments. Challenged by Brokey. It's a flick that doesn't connect, and he's going to be in trouble now. The trade presumably comes through. It's down to S-Tag, who needs at least 1 to survive. That will do. Just maintain that advantage. A 4 versus 3 now as they look to tie things up. Using the smoke to his advantage. Config will take down Brokey, and now it's down to Rops and indeed Rain to see if they can do anything with this. Rain certainly can. Double headshot towards the donut. Brings it right back to an even keel. S-Tag and Rez now looking for the retake here. They have no further utility. There's a single flashbang, and the bomb is ticking at some pace.
Oh, it's very, very tricky. Nice little crouch in there, but Rob's on the other side. He can't want to read, but Robs is there to save the day. A double kill for Robs and a double for Rain, and that's how they close out the round. They're 1 step closer. They've almost got it in the bag.
Oh, a 4-on-2. It just falls apart, unravels at the seams there for NIP. Looked like Config did enough with that kill towards the donut room, but 1 more round will do it. 1 more. They've got 2 opportunities to put this one away. It looks like it's a done deal, if you ask me. But I've been saying that since about round 22 or something.
Why would you say that?
I don't know. Just felt like the right thing to do. As we'll see Twist full send in towards middle, looking to close things out right here, right now. He's found amazing space towards the red room. That's the option to push even further, but the CTs are more than aware of that prospect. They've given up mid-control essentially here. Going through the motions now, pretty standard stuff. Molotov out the donut room. Flash your way in there, and it's Rain waiting for the CT aggression to come through. A very common maneuver. The smoke goes down, though. Denies him the first frag, and it's going to be... Carrigan, I think, is still alive. Did he get dropped?
He's not on the minimap, so yeah, he must have died in the middle, or he disconnected, I'm not sure.
I think it's part of the bug. It's the ghost machine we've got right now.
Okay.
Anyway, I didn't see the frag. If it did come through, we'll get back to that. 5 on 3.
Oh, here we go. Rain just stepping up again. 3 versus 3 all of a sudden. That was supposed to be a 1 round for NIP. They had it all set up for themselves. Smoke is going to be coming up, and the bomb's surely going to get planted here. What a risk! Head trick. He just jumps the corner, misses the shot, and this time he's going to be dead. Rob's next in line. It's all on S-Tag 1 versus 3. Oh my god.
Oh my god, indeed. I don't think he can do it. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, the world's longest game of CS2 comes to its logical conclusion. It will be FaZe making their way in towards that upper bracket against MOUZ Sports in the next game. It's going to be in about an hour's time, I'd imagine. But still, Anders, I would say that's fair to say, it's a historic matchup there. Commiserations to NIP, playing with multiple standards and many caveats, still managed to give us a very fun and impressive performance here, especially Config as well, playing sick and still managing to play at an unbelievable level. You can see S-Tag just commending him there, I think, just saying, like, you played out of your mind.
Yeah, I mean, truly, a lot to look out for. Again, Max, the young kid coming in, standing in for the team here, but delivering on a really high level too. So and just overall, really impressive stuff. I
guess you do have to note, though, it's not all romance here, because NIP did have the 11-5 lead in regulation.
Yeah, that's true.
So yeah, it felt like they could have won that at any point, but the fact it goes to 5 overtimes, a historic moment. We're going to go rest our voices and see what the desk made of that one. Guys, over to you.
I'm just glad that you two made it through alive. And ultimately, staying alive is FaZe in the upper bracket, gentlemen. That's a pretty obvious statement. I think it goes without saying.
What a game, man. What a game. It feels like it was 3 hours ago it started.
It actually was.
Was 3 hours ago it started.
3 hours ago, yeah.
That was just such a back and forth affair from start to finish. I got to give credit to NIP for putting up such a great fight. I think we highlighted coming into the game that NIP with the stand-in situation, with, in general, just a very lackluster season for them, have not looked great, So for them to put up such a good fight against a well-playing FaZe Clan, for the vast majority of the game, it even felt like NIP were the winning team, especially, when you think back an hour and a half ago when it was regular time. It felt like NIP were the better team. FaZe had the experience, they had the know-how, and once we got into overtime, it was anyone's game.
Yeah, it's really hard to break this one down because, as we've all agreed upon, it's a stretch across 3 hours right there. But I feel like it was 11-5. Yeah, it was 11-5 for the side of NIP before FaZe, as they always do, particularly on this map, just clawing it back, making it entertaining. I do have to say, though, I feel like FaZe were looking pretty one-dimensional on their T side, in all honesty, like super slow, and of course, with NIP playing a little bit more free-flowing because they don't really have much to lose in any case, right? So you have Config really popping up, Rez having a hell of a performance as well, something which you rarely get to see from the Swede. But in the end of the day, FaZe, they still almost impossible to beat when it comes to these OT moments.
Yeah, I think both teams have two things they couldn't quite handle on each side. FaZe, when they were on the CT side, they were mega aggressive towards the lane area, constantly pushing. NIP never felt comfortable, and the only answer NIP had to that was just do a full-on execute towards the B bomb side, which they were allowed to time and time again. Maxter had a couple of rounds with double entries. Again, most of you guys watching right now probably didn't tune in an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, but it felt like NIP had the answers to everything FaZe were looking up for, up until the point the B execute didn't work anymore. So as you said, spot on the money right here, Blur. It was very one-dimensional, actually, from both teams. And once it got into overtime, that's when the strat book was thrown out, and it just became this brawl of a game.
And I think that's when it comes down to like double OT, triple OT. That's when having someone like Carrigan in a server, I'm going to give him his flowers, right? Even though he might be bottom rank in the server, he had like almost 20 assists, I think, at the end of this particular matchup. He was putting in a lot of damage as well. And also when it comes down to like the strat book going out the window, it comes down to mid-round calling. It comes down to kind of gaining an advantage over your opposition, and where we know right now NIP are not really playing with the new IGL as well. So you come down to the final couple of rounds, he was keeping FaZe a couple of steps ahead of NIP, and despite how close it was initially, in the end they win with a 3-round difference.
But look config.
Honestly, posting more than 100 ADR
That's
in such a long game, that is absolutely ridiculous. And it's a testament to what we spoke about coming into the game. We know how good config can be once in a while.
Yeah.
He's not consistent. He's not playing at this level at all times. I wish he was, but his peak level is up there with the best rifles in the world, especially on Ancient. We remember his time in Astralis as well, where he was one of the highest rated players on Ancient specifically. So he still got that vista for this map, but to post 100 plus ADR over such a long game, that's just insane.
I mean, 47 kills in 53 rounds. I think I lost count of how many multi-kills he has as well. It was good to see the Berserker out again, Trace. He was smashing some faces in the server.
Absolutely. And dare I say, if he wasn't there to do just that, this wouldn't have been as close as it possibly was. He had a lot of openings and a lot more impact, Jacob.
Yeah, he did. Him and Res, especially in regular time, they were the two hard hitters for NIP. We had Hetrick showing up, you know, a couple of rounds as well with the AWP, but it was a game of the riflers. Roki, again, had a decent showing, I would argue, you know, as well, finding some impact here and there, but it wasn't a game dictated by the AWPs. It wasn't a game dictated by Hetrick or Broky for that matter. It was the riflers in Twist, Res, and in particular Config that really stood out.
I also do want to point out, like, there were a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes being made by FaZe early on, you know, in regulation, even in the first couple of overtimes, where you don't expect them to make these sort of mistakes, right? Like in 2v2 situations, for example. I think the final round of regulation, or maybe the first overtime, it came down to a 1v2. It's Broky and Carrigan versus just one surviving player of NIP. Bombs planted, and Broky, all he had to do, he had him trapped. All he had to do was play time instead of just go for the swing, dies, comes down to 1v1, which Carrigan thankfully wins for the side of FaZe. But also, like, these are plays you don't usually see from a team of such veterancy like FaZe, and they were almost punished for the Trace, but in the end, FaZe things.
Yeah, and here they are.
On for the audience here, but Neo, for FaZe, looking at Ancient overtimes, what is it about this with you guys? That was tough.
Yeah, I have no idea. We've used everything we had. At some point, we just try to enjoy it as much as we can.
这场比赛的确也是非常的疯狂，然后呢，就是他们每次好像打远古遗迹的时候都会有这样的情况。那刚刚也是问他们感觉的是怎么样，然后Neo也说到了，就是好像每次打这张图都是这样子，然后他们也试了很多东西，到后面他们就选择学会去享受这场比赛。
Now, early on in the game, though, we saw NIP start to run away with it. They're looking very strong. Did you notice some changes or some improvements from them? Because they had been losing since they played with Maxter on this map, and we kind of really put you guys as massive favorites.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to say when teams going through changes in the lineup, and you never know what they're going to bring to the table on a specific day. So it was really hard for us to say. We knew they used to be good on Ancient, so they could make some trouble, and that's what they did.
就来到这场比赛的时候，其实大家都觉得FaZe是绝对的大热门。然后之前 NIP 这张地图表现也不是非常理想，也说了蛮多次了。那今天怎么会这样子呢？然后 Neo 也说到，就是他也知道他们以前就是每次任何一个阵容有所变动的时候，多多少少都会产生一些变化。然后 NIP 以前这张地图打得也非常强，那今天也是的确非常的精彩。
When the game was going so back and forth, like you said, you used everything, you spent everything. What were you saying to the guys when you were able to talk to them?
I mean, we've had some technical problems during the game, so it's been, just to stay up and stay focused during the whole, situations we've had, and just, reset and try playing our A game.
就是 NIP 他们在这场比赛一度也是取得就是蛮大的优势，然后到后面就是来回拉扯。那当时Neo是怎么帮助就是队员调整他们的心态？然后Neo也说就是也发生了蛮多次的一些暂停，然后也尽可能就让自己的队员保持专注在比赛上面。
Now talking about resetting, you basically just played 2 maps of a best of 3, and you're going into another best of 3 with a very short break time. What did you guys do as a team in order to be ready for MOUZ now? Because they did come in looking hot.
It's I mean, MOUZ is really one of the strongest enemies we could get after such a long battle, and a small break. It might be rough, but of course we're professionals and we try our best to just get ready for the game and do our best again. It's hard to say. We'll see what's going to happen.
在算是刚刚已经经历了接近一个 BO3 的一场征战，然后呢，接下来马上背靠背又要连续再打一场。那他们要在这么短的时间内怎么进行一下调试呢？然后你也说到了，就是他们毕竟是职业选手嘛，虽然的确时间非常短，也可能要尽量的去调试一下，为下一场比赛做准备。毕竟MOUZ是非常强的一个对手，而且当然他们刚刚打的这场同样的对手也是非常强的，可是毕竟是职业队伍嘛，还是要尽可能的把所有的东西都做好。
Guys, round of applause for Neo and FaZe. They're going into a next match real soon.
替 Neo 鼓个掌吧，替 FaZe 鼓个掌。那当然了 ，FaZe 取得了这场比赛的冠军嘛，那你们都懂的。接下来就是福利环节了，那也让 Neo 来选一位幸运观众来跟他合照跟签名。So Neo, please select the lucky fan.
The one with the cardigan.
Carrigan's face on the iPad.
All right. Well, I'm direly curious to see what he gets out of this because did he draw the face? We didn't see the face. We don't know really what it looks like, but it's Carrigan to our knowledge. So other than that, yeah, Neo saying that they were tested today. They came out here and showed what they had. For the NIP side, sounds about adequate.
Yeah, I mean, like I think we all agree, like at the end, you just kind of have to rely on feeling and on intuition, and that's when obviously FaZe, being an actual proper full-fledged team with no stand-ins and experience, were able to stand tall. But I do find it funny when he said, you know, we just at that point we're just having fun. And it did look like it. It did look like they were smiling, they were having a ball, even though it was close. And that's FaZe, man, in a nutshell right there.
If anything, it's bad news for Wings Up as well, because we had this theory that maybe NIP with a standing could be a team they could talk to, could be a team they could compete against, and maybe make a game out of it, a bit of a surprise. They'll face off in the lower bracket later on today, and with the way NIP were playing right here, I can't see a world where they're not winning and progressing into that third spot and into the quarterfinals.
Are you saying you have no faith in Wings Up whatsoever?
I have no faith in Wings Up whatsoever being able to compete with NIP. Now, however, I would like to see it, but I don't believe it.
Check this out, though. For the winning side, this is just a testament to what we're looking at. Yeah, Brokey top fragged over on FaZe, but if you look pound for pound with what these guys are doing, that's wild.
Listen, like 61% of opening duels being won while dropping that many kills, over 180 AR, and 33 headshot kills. That's, what is that? Quick math, over 60% headshots.
Yeah, that was crazy from Config. He was lights out throughout this game. Twist slowed down a little bit in the third, fourth, and fifth overtime. Not to be mistaken for him having a great game, obviously, but he was lights out. I think he at one point in the game was 30 kills and 14 deaths.
I think it was the first to hit 30, actually.
Exactly. So he slowed down massively, and that was also bigger the issue for FaZe Clan, why they couldn't close out.
And then Rain steps up, and then Rob steps up, and even Carrigan had his moment. So yeah.
Is that the life of a middle CT player on Ancient for Twist at least?
It's tough to replicate that over and over.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's certain plays you can do, but once you get into round 56, then
and you're still trying to get out middle, and you're still trying not to falter. Hey, that makes sense. I think we can look at the bracket real quick over here on the B side of things. That way that, you know, kind of makes a little bit more sense. In case you just joined us or you joined us halfway through what that skirmish was, yes, it did set up MOUZ to take on FaZe. The winner goes on into the semis, and the loser into the quarters. Yeah. All things considered, Wings Up and NIP in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, you lose two, you're out. It's kind of simple. And here, if you just even win one game, you are through to the playoffs. And honestly, yeah, I agree with Pimp. You know, the way NIP are playing right there, especially against the best team in the world right now in CS2, I really don't see Wings Up having a single sliver of a chance. But that MOUZ FaZe matchup, though, that's yummy.
That's a banger.
It's right around the corner, right, Jacob?
It is right around the corner. And as Neo said, you know, a short break for the FaZe Clan guys. They spend a lot of energy winning this game. It's no excuse, though, but a best-of-3 matchup, you know, on land between two of the best teams in the world.
But they're professionals.
They're professionals as well.
They're professionals.
We're looking at FaZe right now, a team that doesn't lose matches, and then MOUZ as well, who are a contender to be arguably one of the best teams in the world. It's going to be a bang of a matchup.
Yeah, and we're going to have to sit back, relax, and enjoy the show, which is what's going to be coming up after the break. We've got that best of 3. FaZe versus MOUZ at the CAC 2023.
go back towards A, but that's crumbling as well.
MOUZ is in a huge amount of trouble. He's gonna try and take matters into his own hands. Couldn't find the second shot fast enough, but Dax, he drops in. Oh, talk about an Estonian. Oh, talk about a superstar. Talk about the elite.
USP's at the A ramp is shut down. Starry gonna get his name onto the feed with a 3K. Oh my God, one more. Nex is able to cross over. He's got a smoke, he's got a kit. Nex is
Bit of a break there, and what that does set us up for is the first best of 3 of Group B. I want to welcome you back to the CS Asian Championships. My name is Trace Saranthus. You might know me as Stunna. I've been called infinitely worse than all of that, though. So, right over here to my left, that would be Blett, and then we've substituted out a Pimp for a Maniac. I don't know which one we'd rather have if we have to, like, compare not you two as individuals, but like a Pimp versus a Maniac type thing.
You would prefer have a Pimp or a Maniac next to you? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Clinical definitions and professional definitions?
Yes.
Is that? I guess you can figure that one out. I think Jacob was a bit tired after last game. I'm here to relieve him.
Perfect. So with that said, perhaps we can get these teams right on the stage. I think that's kind of the ultimate goal here, right? So we look at a best of 3, one that's going to send a team either into the semis or quarters.
Smiles
and let's
in
do
their
that.
first game. Now they face FaZe, who beat them heavily in the past 2 meetings. Can they turn it around now? Give it up for MOUZ.
在第一场比赛里面充分展现出他们自己的实力的情况下，他们将面对的是曾经2度击败过他们的队伍。他们今天是否能够顶住？让我们一起替 MOUZ 欢呼。
MOUZ, you can take your seats.
MOUZ 请入座。
They survived NIP, but it took everything they had. Now they match up against a charged up MOUZ for a semi-final spot. Can they handle it? Make some noise for FaZe!
成功挡住刚刚来势汹汹的 NIP 之后，他们即将面对同样另外一支强敌 MOUZ。为了争夺一个4强的名额，他们是否能够顶住？替 FaZe 欢呼一下。
FaZe, you can sit down and get ready for the match.
FaZe 可以入座了。
Well, I'd imagine FaZe went back and they picked them off some dinner to get ready, you know, after what was an arduous best of 1 with multiple overtimes. So you have to think about this in context that both these teams played already and FaZe just got off the server.
You know what, weirdly enough, even though there is going to be an element of exhaustion and maybe stamina if we go deep into the best of 3, I would argue this is a much better preparation for FaZe. If you consider this is the peak game, this is the main card of this Group B, we're looking for a team to send straight in the semi-final. MOUZ never really had to activate any of the real serious Counter-Strike. They completely destroyed Wings Up. I was at the gym, I was on the bike looking at that game, and I didn't even have time to finish my workout. It was already done. So FaZe, I think, are much more prepared for this behemoth of a game that's coming up.
Yeah, it is the culinary centerpiece, I might say, for the day here. Otherwise known as the main course. The main course. There we go.
Culinary centerpiece. Let me think about that. Okay, yeah.
We'll get through it eventually.
Makes sense out. Anyway, yeah, I think this game should deliver on all fronts, right? Number 1 and number 2 team, and at least based on the latest HLTV rankings as well. And obviously, right now, they're building up a bit of a rivalry as well. Go back all the way to the final CSGO event in EPL, where it was MOUZ who took them down, I believe, in the 2nd round of playoffs. And then, of course, we had FaZe take them down in the semis of IEM Sydney, and also knocked them out Thunderpick online just a week prior. So this is shaping up to a pretty cool rivalry, if you ask me.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, this matchup, you know, you would rather have that semifinal berth rather than the quarter any day of the week, Maniac.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's personally my grand final of the event. I think this is what we're getting here. We're getting an avant-premiere of the grand final of this event. That's going to be great. And I think for MOUZ, it's really important to early on beat FaZe on CS2, because I think there might be a little bit of a learned helplessness in the sense of, damn, we can't beat these guys. Like, they always beat us in CS2. They always have all numbers figured out. They've played the same maps. You talk about this series, Sydney, Thunderpick.
Same.
Equal vetoes, equal map peaks, different scores, of course, but still a FaZe W. So for MOUZ, it's very important early on to kind of break that obstacle. Don't make it a mental barrier.
It is. It has to be said, though, the caveats in all these three, the previous two matchups they've had in CS2, first in Sydney, they didn't have Jimmy playing, right? Jimad wasn't there, so they had a stand-in situation in which, FaZe make quick work of them. You would head into Thunderpick. It was online. There's one caveat right there, but they did have the full lineup. Now, you have all 5 players, the coach, everyone, and it's on LAN.
Listen, I hear you, but if anything, that plays in MOUZ's favor to play FaZe online. If you're going to play against FaZe, you don't want to have them in the stage. You don't want to have them 100%. Exactly. This is where they get dangerous. Online is where they might not get complacent, but maybe not go to the full 200% of whatever they can do. Once you get on LAN, it's get more complicated to play them.
This is a FaZe that has proven, time and time again, several times, that they can problem solve at the elite level and conquer their opponents. Right now, given everything that we know, at least, you look at the terms of what is MOUZ. What do they bring to the table of equal caliber?
I mean, if you look at individuals, so to speak, I think Frozen has been lights out so far in CS2. Torji started off a little bit slow over in Sydney, but he's ramped up as well. Individually, everyone's looking pretty solid. We had, of course, Jimmy. He didn't have his debut with his lineup in CS in Sydney, but right now he's looking solid as well. The map vetoes, this is my... Oh, the Vertigo ban. Mirage pick has to be.
Obviously, if Mirage is open.
That's a switch up. Or do they go with Nuke here?
Yeah, they stick to Nuke. It's been working out for them quite well. As you mentioned, if MOUZ has Mirage open, they're going to jump straight on it. If you think in terms of preparation as well, this might be a very easy case of getting that sweet little oil tarp on the road so your opponent can slip on it. MOUZ, we're going to go straight for that Mirage pick. We'll see FaZe already. And a bit of an overpass. That's a switcheroo as well for map 3. Usually it's Ancient.
And that's a bit of a surprise. I don't know. Like, if you're MOUZ, you just saw that epic game we had in the best one in Ancient, and I'm sure you would have been able to find a few flaws here or there. Now, overpass, even though FaZe haven't really had the numbers of win percentages going their favor, they used to pick this quite a lot. In Sydney, I remember this was their first map pick going in many a times. Close wins, close losses, but it's a map that they usually are comfortable on. So the first 2 maps, bit of a surprise, bit of a switch up coming in, especially for Mirage,
just a Mirage
allowing it through. But this overpass decider, maybe MOUZ have something in store for us and for FaZe. Maybe.
I don't know what to make of this Mirage pick. It was so very obvious. If you're FaZe and you're allowing it, that MOUZ would jump on it. The way I see it, this is where MOUZ make it possible to win in 3. I don't see a world in which MOUZ beat FaZe 2-0. I don't think it's really conceivable. I think Nuke is way too safe at the moment for the caliber of FaZe's clan. But if you lose Mirage, I think this might just be it. This is where they play their life in the series, as far as I'm concerned.
But if you're MOUZ, right, like FaZe obviously dictating terms right there. We know FaZe, they're liking to flex the 7 map pool that they have right now. So the fact that you ban Vertigo, you have to go for Mirage. I don't think MOUZ had an option. Where else do you go? Do you go to Overpass? Hell no. Maybe Inferno?
Inferno.
Perhaps.
The high win rate. It's a map that you can also play on the T side as well, which is very likely where you're going to start. I imagine
really good
they would start T side on Mirage. Today is a bit hard to take as a
test, a real
test. As a sample test. It was way too easy. Hell, maybe we could have one. Maybe not. Let's not exaggerate. We probably would have
a little bit, fella.
Been destroyed.
Let's do this. We've got just a few moments, really, just to get into the game. So, Blad, are you going to tell us who you want to, who you've got in this one? Who's your horse?
I think it has to be FaZe. I think that they should be really absolutely warmed up right now. I think Nuke is 100% in the bag, and it's up in the air. And the fact that if it does go to map number 3, Overpass is a map that I think FaZe really, really feel usually comfortable on.
Yeah, I'll go with FaZe as well. Just as I think this hard 10 years game they had against NIP is the best preparation possible for a peak game like this. It was a reminder to them as well that if you mess up, it doesn't matter if you FaZe, it doesn't matter if you're the best team in the world in rankings right now. If you mess up a couple of rounds, you are going to get punished. NIP reminded them of that very clearly, and I think they're on point and online for this game. And I'm ready too.
But how does it go wrong for FaZe?
It doesn't.
Like, I mean, like right out of the gate. We always talk about momentum. We talk about, okay, the underdog team, maybe they can get some leeway or they can get a good step in the door. But in this case...
So the thing is, with the results that FaZe are slowly accumulating right here, you were talking about this morning, you mentioned 11 series in a row.
12 now.
12 now series in a row. This is building you such a strong safety sort of belt, like you're driving in the car, against losing sense of a game once you're losing. Because you have that confidence that's building up game after game after game. We can always go back to the NIP 87 maps, whatever the hell. But at that moment, they were feeling like no matter the scoreline, we're going to come back. No matter what's going to happen, we're going to come back. And maybe FaZe is building something similar right now.
Which is exactly what I want to tell you all. Even if you want to sit here and listen to us and watch us and hear us ramble on, it is going to be us coming back after the game, because right now the commentator is ready to go. Henry G, Anders, let's go.
Thank you very much, Anders. I'm fired up for this one. Are you ready?
I'm ready. I think this is going to be one hell of a game. We won it. We get to see MOUZ and FaZe crack on with in a best of 3 as well. Wonderful stuff.
In a best of 3 for the semi-finals here as well. FaZe off the back of that epic best of 1 as well, over 50 rounds played. And I agree with Maniac here. That's a great wake-up call, I think, because they came into that pretty slow. Bear in mind, like, they got the 4-0 start, then got one following gun round after that, and it felt like they were kind of fading out, to be honest with you. They were down 11-5, had to grind their way all the way back into it. That's when Carrigan came online. That's when Ray started to show up as well. So if anything, I think it's a very good warm-up for them. MOUZ didn't necessarily need the warm-up after getting 13-2. Who have you got then? I have to ask you, like, I need to, right now, who's going to be taking this series?
Right now, I don't know. I mean, I have to pick FaZe still. I have to. I feel like I have to. I don't have to.
Okay, that's what I just wanted to clarify. No one's making
as a liar. You did catch me there. I don't actually have to, but I will pick FaZe.
Okay, I feel like, bear in mind, they won Sydney, but MOUZ didn't have their full lineup there. I feel like if Jim Fat was there, I don't know. I think they would have given them a run for their money. From what we saw earlier, in terms of form, I would say MOUZ Sports looked better. FaZe, like, they had some very complicated rounds. A few players that were sleepy coming to this one, honestly, if you ask me. And the fact it took them 50 rounds to take down a kind of labored NIP lost roster, I don't know. I'm not feeling that hopeful for them. I think the fact is Mirage, it's going to be really exciting to see if MOUZ Sports come out the trap hot once again and continue that momentum we saw against Wings Up. I'm going to take MOUZ. I'm going to take 3 maps, and I'm going to pick MOUZ in this one, just because I feel like, FaZe can't afford to have another slow start. To be fair, though, Robin Cool himself, he had an amazing showing against NIP.
Yeah,
he was fantastic, right? And if he can keep that up, maybe it will be enough here today. But still, it's really up in the air. That's what makes Counter-Strike such a beautiful game. We never know what's going to happen. That best one earlier certainly signified that. There's Shui as well, in-game leader, who's been doing a fantastic job in this MOUZ Sports roster. With Mirage opening things up, I hope this will be a high-flying affair. Lots of clutches, lots of intense scenarios.
Probably some more overtime as well, if I'm being honest. That could well happen. I've got to say, it's also very hard to match different scorelines with teams, right? Because you're right, MOUZ are always they're going to come into this festival looking better because they played Wings Up and they just demolished them on Inferno. So you're always going to have that in back of your mind. And you're right, FaZe, they were a little bit slow. They struggled, obviously. They were playing 5 overtimes. It's it's all right there. But I just think sometimes it's hard to match up results like that and say, well, then what will happen when they play each other?
Oh, definitely. I guess, it's all just for conversation's sake at this point. But, I just loved what MOUZ was doing for Torchi. Looked red hot as well. Like, it seems like the AWPers are starting to stabilize. There's Brokey, of course, who will be going up against. The AWPers at this tournament, at least, have looked fantastic. Like, it doesn't seem like anyone's been nerfed whatsoever. We had high-flying affair between Hedrick and Brokey earlier. Torchi looked amazing in that first game as well. So the scene has been set. It's been an interesting day here at CAC 2023. But this is for the semi-final, just to reiterate. It's the first day of Group B. Winner goes to the semis. Loser still goes to the playoffs. It's down in the quarterfinals. And then we have, of course, Wings Up waiting in the wings to play NIP after this one in another best of 3. There's Frozen, of course, and I agree with what Pimp said earlier. It's kind of considered to be one of the best riflers in the game right now. He's kind of flown under the radar. Everyone's always considered him to be a very good player, but I don't think he's got the recognition he deserves up until recently.
Yeah, I don't think it wasn't obvious maybe at the start of his career whether he was going to be just sort of a good all-around player or someone that could punch even above that. And I feel like he's proven that slowly now, that he's got more depth to him.
They're calling him the young veteran.
The young veteran. Yeah. I actually like that. That's great.
Good, isn't it?
Well, that does happen to players nowadays, right? It used to be that you'd wait for years and years for somebody to really get their fingers into the game. But I feel like nowadays they're moving so fast, right? You see people come out, they've no experience, but they're just playing at a really high level. So that's just what it is. I think either way, I think we're being promised a really, really good game. You just went Torchi versus Brokey, the two, like if they're going to get those two against each other. I don't think this is going to be, there's almost no way this could be a boring match. So I'm here for it. I look forward to it. Hopefully you're going to be all 3 maps as well. Why not?
These little figurines, are these gifts given over to them? Or are they just random people? Are they supposed to be them? I'm trying to work it out. Is it like I'm seeing the figurine and it goes up to the person? It's like, oh, is that him? I don't know. But I assume that's what they're going for. I think it's maybe some gifts from the fans, I'm not sure, but hopefully this one is underway momentarily. I think just want to make sure that everything's good to go, because it was a little bit frustrating having that epic best of one and having to go for the 10-minute timeout. So just think we want to make sure everything's good to go.
Yeah, now you bring that up, maybe worth pointing out to people who maybe haven't realized yet, but we are playing on a new patch which dropped in the middle of the night.
Good point.
So a lot of things changed.
I fell asleep in between the series. Was there anything on Twitter? Did anyone talk about the patch notes? Any players tweet out how the game felt? Because it seemed like it was business as usual. It felt like everything was going well.
I didn't see anyone catch anything so far, so I'm really curious about that, whether or not the players agree, you know, that the movement's changed and that the traces are different or whatever it is that's been updated. So I don't know yet. I guess we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, there's plenty of data to collect in that previous map. So
that's true. Well played.
Interested to see whether they can give us some insight. But of course, they're probably busy preparing for this one. MOUZ Sports versus FaZe Clan, two of the strongest international teams according to HLTV. This is #1 and #2 in the world. And so if that doesn't wet your whistle, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what will. Here we go, the upper bracket here of Group B, as we start on the pick of MOUZ. It's going to be Mirage. FaZe on the CT starts here, and we'll have a look at the buy on the T side. Just one smoke and a Molotov. We'll see if there's any upgraded pistols in the mix as well. No. So we'll see what they decide to do here. They're going to be positioning themselves towards the B apartments, bomb down towards middle, and we've got Frozen patrolling the extremities, and Carrigan exploring them as he pushes towards the Palisanders.
Oh, a lot could be decided on. If Carrigan and Frozen run into each other, whoever wins that fight is going to have a lot to work with for their team. So we'll see. Carrigan, this is so fast. He's not even slowing down at all. He's going to look for the kill, but Frozen will take him down instead. My God, it was close. Frozen just managed to spin around to find Carrigan there. The timing, it looked like it was going to be with Carrigan. He was lined up for it. Everything worked out, but not quite. And Twist is going to be sent packing a little bit. That's unfortunate. 4 versus 5 to begin with. The bomb is in the connector, and Jimfat picking up a kill on Rain. This is such a great start for MOUZ.
Jimmy is such a beast. Love commentating his games, and it's going to be a very, very nice start for MOUZ Sports. 5 on 3. Twists basically nullified as well. He's down to 6 points of health. The A bomb side is wide open. And Torji, not really giving much away. This is quite calculated. He's making sure they spot him. He shows a bit of presence. He'll stay alive at this point as well as they're planting the bomb in towards A. This is idyllic. You can't get much better than this in MOUZ. You hold up the aggression. You find Carrigan pushing the Palace.
Yeah.
You get a kill towards shorts. You get the smokes down, open A bomb, so you force all these rotations, and yeah, there's nothing FaZe can do. You might as well save your Kevlar. As disappointing as that is, I know Anders built it up to be the game of the year. But yeah, we're going to save some Kevlar.
Already let down.
Yeah, it's already over. No, jokes aside, I mean, it is worth saying the Kevlar. It's at 100. It means you get a helmet for $350 instead of $1,000. So,
a bargain.
Yeah, and that's if Torji doesn't find you first. But if you even take one lick of damage, that is not the case, and seems to be as well. Oh, they've done it. That's actually very good. You have to avoid the bomb blast as well. Bomb blast will take your Kevlar down, so you have to be the other side of the map, and they pulled it off. So they should force buy in the second round, Anders, which is quite rare, but it's not very often you see 3 players survive a pistol after giving it up. So they'll be aware of this as well. So we'll see almost certainly the force buy. As you can see, Robs gets a helmet, an MP9, and a smoke. It's actually a pretty sick little setup now. It's certainly worth it. I'm interested to see whether they can pull this one off, and they've been given a bit of a gift in that regard. So that's a really wise and informed decision, if you ask me.
Was there not a scout? Was I just hallucinating that?
Did they? Okay.
Just pure wishful thinking?
I thought I did see a scout. He sort of sold it, though, I suppose.
Oh, yeah, maybe. I keep forgetting about that. That's a good point. Well, either way, they've reverted to 3 Deagles, 2 MP9s, and we'll see. This is definitely a map where you can do some damage with the Deagle. I think as a result, playing it carefully here, MOUZ. Smoking off the window, trying to make absolutely sure that no one's going to be able to land an easy shot through the window. So that's going to be pivotal, and they don't have any more smokes now. So we'll see if they can get some control anyway.
Yeah,
they're running the bomb back.
They might not have smokes, but they've got plenty of firepower. That's what they've opted for in this particular round. And yeah, they're up against some MP9s with the helmets, the Deagles, but they should be able to pull this one off. You can see they're playing at range at the B bomb site here, allowing them to jump out the window. Brokey with the first line of defense out of the Palace as we see, well, Twist with that MP9 actually getting it done. Beautiful little first kill. And this is going to be the commitment now from MOUZ Sports. They're getting mowed down here. This is actually a little bit more problematic than I anticipated.
That could be Exertion though coming in. Strong as ever, looking for it. Broky's going to get out-dueled there. Exertion with 3 kills, and Torshi's picking up Rain in the meantime. So, yeah, there was some real danger.
Yeah, for sure. With that opening twist frag as well. If he gets an AK-47 in his mitts, bloody hell, anything could happen. But not to be the case. There it is, pretty far away. Thank you to the Observer team. As we see Robs remain with the MP9. Not really much he can do. If he can get like an exit, get another $600, take the MP9 to the next round, that's what he's looking for right now. It doesn't look like we gifted that. Might be able to show us some movement, get up towards short, and see if he can find that AK. He knows it's down there somewhere, so just going to be holding up. And it will be a nice recovery after losing that first pick, and they've got a fully invested FaZe up against them. They've actually done quite well there. Exertion was in impeccable form this morning as well. Say this morning.
Yes.
What time is it? Still is this morning. At 5 a.m. this morning, he was amazing. Twist. Oh, sorry, Twist. Robs managing to get that MP9 frag towards the end. That's $600 at least. Ideally would have got the frag and survived, but they're going to be fully going into the next one. Maybe a couple of deagles or two, considering they got some kills there. But when Twist went down, it looked like Exertion managed to pick up the pieces there. Great little sequence coming through. All the key choke points covered. And should be 3-0. But bear in mind, there are 3, maybe 4 deagles out there. And FaZe will have a chance of making this one interesting.
I feel like for a meta where... Hold on, hold the phone. There's a deagle in the middle. That was getting a little bit scary. I was going to say, there are a lot of players who are playing this like very jiggly kind of Counter-Strike where you're sort of like walking up to all the corners and you're just trying to bait out the shots and you're playing very careful. I feel like Exertion, one of those players that's just very brutal at times, like will run in and take some of those fights. I think it's a nice mix. It makes the MOUZ Sports team a bit more interesting. Oh, there's Twist with the one. Could he get another one? He's got the right idea. Exertion's out there. It didn't look like he had the lineup for it. My God, it was close.
Yeah, you give him an inch, he'll take a mile every single time. It's always scary when he's got the chance to fire off a few shots. Only good for one this time as Brokey. I feel like he gets one here, but apparently not. Jimpat will take him down. Perfect start for MOUZ, really, 3-0. But the loss bonus starting to accumulate. We will have a Brokey AWP to kick things off. This is the pickup MOUZ as well. They've been pretty scary on this map as of late. FaZe Clan, sure, like winners of Sydney, but bear in mind there was so many caveats to that event, and there's so many stand-ins, so many roster changes.
Sure.
Do not take anything away from them, of course, but I think it's difficult to say this is the best team right now in CS2. We just don't have enough information.
I think that's probably really worth highlighting. It's probably going to stay that way for a while into the future. We're going to have to say, well, everyone's adjusting. There's a lot of stuff happening at the moment, so oh, missed opportunity, but Robs will make up for it. So gonna get that kill. Smoke going up, and Jimmy's looking for it. He's got the right idea, but Rob's just dancing around. It's unbelievable, the movement on the other side. He's still there. Frozen's taking on Twist in the backline, but it's a 4 versus 4. And look at this standoff
they know he's there because they're patrolling middle, and Robs hasn't left yet. He's still alive and kicking, and now if he survives this one, like, Robs is a genius. Like, I have no idea how he's still alive and well. Oh my God, he might have to jump on him. He's done it. That is so sick from Robs. He waits for his time, finds the opportunity, and now it looks like FaZe have done enough here. Yeah, you're right. That is the bomb. Oh, but Shui slipped the net here. Oh my God, he's actually made it through Kitchen, and Rain is none the wiser. It doesn't look like he'll find a kill from this, but still, a crazy moment there. They're like ships in the night.
If he could get down into the middle, it'd be a lot more fun, but I feel like maybe that moment is kind of past. It doesn't look like it. Now they're thinking about it. Rob's going back to check. You said he was a genius, Henry, and I think you're onto something. There's a bit of a flash setup. Robs is going to get one more reminder. He should have been dead immediately after getting that kill. He should have been absolutely blown up, but somehow he stayed alive. Going to be Brokey going down next. 20 seconds here. Technically, you can pick up the bomb and run to the bomb site here, but my God, it's a long way away.
Well, here comes the Hungarian powerhouse, Torji.
10 seconds.
10 seconds, yeah, maybe I'm building this one up a bit too much because he's going to be having to save as Robs, though, absolutely wallops them. That was
ridiculous round from him.
Yeah, so sick, so smart, just thinking on his feet, just doing absolutely everything he can to squeeze the life out of them. They couldn't progress, they couldn't move on until they dealt with him. And just when you think you've got him dead to rights, he does this to you. Jimfat, it's unlucky he didn't find that frag. All that speculative spam, you'd think he'd be given a frag towards the end. And Rob's, just to know, just joining us, he's been picking up the secondary AWP a few times today and looks very handy with the weapon as well. So that's a great opening victory for FaZe. 3-1. Should be some cash left here, but it's been some very close rounds. So a MAC 10 for Shui as we get into another Rob's maneuver, setting himself up. But they are more than ready for it. 3 players at the top, looking to deny any of this aggression towards the middle area. Nice defensive smoke to allow him to progress towards the boxes here. He's taking a lot of damage. This time they get Robs through the smoke, but Rain will keep things at an even keel.
Yeah, look at the CT presence in the middle. There's so many people here. And actually the T's are just going to evacuate. Well, they were evacuating. Exertion sticks around for a little bit too long, and Rain's going to be able to catch him. So still a favorable scenario here for the CTs. Interesting stuff. That was basically 4 people committed to the middle for the FaZe side of things. Not necessarily all at the same time, but eventually they did show up. Now they're coming back to take a look. See Jimpat's on the other side. He's got the right idea. He knows that someone could still be up here. Not wrong either. Rain walking out, trying to catch the timing, but Sui's going to be able to take him down. 3 versus 3 and about 40 seconds left.
Really enjoying this game. It's setting the tone right now. The skill on the server is unimaginable. Some of the absolute world's best FPS players on the server at this stage, ladies and gents. 30 seconds remaining.
You can tell nobody wants to make the next mistake here, but they're running out of time, MOUZ. 22 seconds on the clock. Encircling the A bomb site. They're getting closer. They got their eyes set on that bomb cloud. What a peek! It's Brokey again. One of the fastest triggers in the game, and he's just been absolutely blown up. Might have been a chance there to stop the bomb plant, but Carrigan hesitating and not quite coming up with it. Now it's Twist. If anyone could with the mechanical skill, it might be him, but Jimpat's absolutely ready for it. 4-1. MOUZ looking strong at the start here.
Everyone on the server is hitting so goddamn hard. Every shot. You miss a bullet, you're going down.
Yeah.
Like you can't even have a moment to think. As we get into round number 6 here, that's going to be a tough one for FaZe to give over because it does reset their cash. This time they do find Robs through the smoke. It was Rain with that beautiful shot top of middle, but they knew he hadn't vacated the premises. Look at that. Ridiculous pre-fire. Proper drive-by there. Old school. As we get into the next round here, we're not slowing down for anyone. As I think we do have a scout in the mix as well. So Twist has picked that up. We don't see many scouts in CS2 for whatever reason. I think it's going to be unlocked by someone eventually. We're going to see the power of it as this tournament goes on, presumably. As right now, just a partial buy here from the CTs, and the first scout shot connects. That's Twist taking Shui down to 29, but he'll receive a few bullets in return. It's going to be the opening frag for MOUZ.
And that kill on Brokey looked ridiculous from Brokey's point of view, but looked even more ridiculous from Sui's point of view. That's hard to deal with. We have a single player at the B bomb site, and it's Carrigan.
What a player, yeah. Let's let him cook.
Well, needed that one first. He was headed toward the kitchen, Henry, so he was...
Exactly, that's what I was going for. I thought he'd make it there first, and I had something else ready, but didn't quite make it.
That's unfortunate.
It is unfortunate. You hate to see that. But 5-1, as you mentioned, the B-bomb side's wide open. They don't need to hunt any of these players, and there's only 2 of them remaining. So there's no rifles to recover of your FaZe, and there's no real potential threats to take down financially going forward. So they'll save a scout maybe, as Exertion looks to close things out in style. He is having a bit of a hunt here. Still 5 players alive, barely taking any damage en route. It's just going to be Robs with the 5-7 in towards the B apartments right now, waiting for an exit frag. And bear in mind that blast radius in CS2 is significantly larger. We'll see that's going to be a case. Not going to be. So, MOUZ Sports, huge cash injection there. Might be the first tactical timeout, I would say. Feels like we're due one.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 5-1 scoreline. So if MOUZ are really running away, and you've got 4 timeouts, why wouldn't you use them if you're on FaZe right here, just to slow things down? That CT side economy is not coming together in a big way for them at the moment. So they are going to be having a bit of a rough time at it here at the beginning of it. Carrigan's fiddling around with the cables.
I don't like this.
Please don't.
Yeah, whatever you're adjusting, leave it. Let it be.
Leave it alone. We know this kitchen on Mirage, Henry, is not going to be your kitchen. There's no air fryer.
That's
Seem to
true.
remember that's your...
That's all you need in the kitchen these days.
Kitchen appliance of choice.
Yeah, there's literally nothing else you need. You can throw everything else out. Even the sink. You just need the air fryer.
Just that's it.
That's
Doesn't need
it.
any cleanup or anything. Just...
You can cleans itself.
No way.
Yeah. It gets hot like an oven cleans itself. You just turn it onto this setting that like it gets so hot it turns any of the dirt into ash.
All right.
And it's good to go. So
Okay.
checkmate, Anders.
Well, you've got me. I don't have a counter, Henry. So I guess you win this exchange.
Well, it's going to be a long tournament. Don't worry. You'll have your victories as well. As we see another full buy on either side here. No AWP, just to note. On a map like Mirage as well, that's a big deal. Broky's certainly a serviceable rifler, but he's a world-class AWPer. And on a map like Mirage as well, against Torgy, in some career best form right now. Yeah, this could be significant. Round 7. No real damage inflicted just yet. Going through the motions and the default are MOUZ. Molotov towards connector. Going to try and maybe get a player up towards window and see if they get control towards shorts here. Shuey. Oh, needs to be careful. He got Twist on the other side. Good flashbang, though. Oh, the timing is sublime. They can actually pounce this B-bomb site. Can they ever? This is beautiful from MOUZ. The coordination, the timing, and the execution of the shots as well. You couldn't ask for anything more than that. They spotted a little weakness there. The flashbang that Shuey called in to push that smoke was absolutely brilliant. The timings on the pincer maneuver towards the B-bomb site, it doesn't get much better than that.
That's actually a rare thing. You're right. Like, normally when you try to do the 1, 2, 3, let's all go at the same time, not everyone is going to win their own fights, so there's going to be a little bit of exchange of information there, but it's just they just blew up the bomb site instantly.
Yeah.
There's 4 kills happening in the space for maybe 2 or 3 seconds there in favor of MOUZ. That's sick.
Perfectly executed. That's a really nice round. You ran the default. You denied the CT aggression. You made sure they were pushed back in the bomb sites there. Basic control of middle. Molotov down towards the connector. Even with the CT smoke down, Shuey was more than willing to push through it. His teammates were ready to jump through, apply the pressure from both sides. It's a classic pincer maneuver, and you could see that it's overworked in the bomb site. Twist was retreating, trying to back up his teammate. You could feel the execution coming through, but Shuey just comes through and absolutely mows them down. That was really nice, and it's going to be the second timeout. They're a bit discombobulated after that one. They've just been wrecked.
Yes, I saw Carrigan with a headset off try to
be fair, yeah, maybe
something.
he's been the main reason we had the issues in the previous game, because like if he disconnected in that final round, FaZe won the game, but it was like they had to do a 5-on-4 because he disconnected in middle just as he was getting ready to strike. They still won the round, but we were a little bit confused as to why he was already dead before he'd been shot. Oh no, I don't like this. The old headset's coming off.
It's just the why. He's he's untwisting it.
Fair enough.
They do have a way of doing that. I'm so happy that we've moved almost everything now to Bluetooth. I know some people in the audiophile community love the cables, but my God, having the twisted cables in your pocket it's a nightmare. You know, you put your headset in like in a backpack.
Oh, you mean like phone headset?
Yeah,
like
the phone
headphones?
headset.
I don't know, like
maybe it's just my management skills that are bad, but I just
I'm trying to work it out. You can't even really buy wired headphones anymore, and even if you could, like, there's no port on the phones anymore. So
I think you can get some that are USB-C.
Yeah, but then like you can't charge.
Who wants that?
That's the whole thing. Like
yeah.
There's always these compromises, but
it's too much of a hassle.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Like the wireless headsets are good. I just got to make sure you charge them, I guess.
That is a big deal. Especially if you're traveling a lot like we are. It's a bit of a nightmare if you can't do that. So they've become essential equipment, really. Yeah, tech timeout. I'm guessing it's Carrigan's audio that we are dealing with.
Yeah.
He's 0-7. I don't know if that's the audio necessarily, but he's having another rough start.
Let's say it is. Let's just say let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Let's say he's having some issues and it's affected the game so far. But it looks like I think it looks like cables. I think they've got the gaffer tape out. I used to work in the event industry, and that's how you normally fix anything cable related. Roll a gaffer tape.
Put more tape on it.
And yeah, just tape it together. It will hold it together for at least a couple of hours. That's probably all you need it for.
I didn't realize it was called gaffer tape in the UK. It is in Denmark as well, but everywhere else it's duct tape, right? I think
one's the brand and one's the actual name. I couldn't tell you which one's which, but yeah, gaffer is what we call it.
I used to play around with that a lot, but not because of event work, Henry. I wasn't that cool. It was because of making you know, foam weapons for
Jesus.
for the role-playing stuff, you know?
Oh, so you're like kind of LARPing?
LARPing, exactly, yeah, running around the forest.
Lightning bolt.
That's it.
That sort of vibe?
Exactly, yeah. I mean, I wasn't running around saying that. I just thought that was fun, you know, hit other people with the weapons, really.
Okay, so other friends were doing it with you, or was it just you?
Yeah, me and a friend. It was an exciting time.
Singular.
I'll tell you this. Yeah, it's just two of us, really. But there was like a whole gathering of people. Maybe like 100 people would meet in the forest, and they was all part of like this community doing it. But random people would show up too, and some of them, they would bring just baseball bats with duct tape on them.
Okay.
No foam.
That doesn't seem to work on any level. Or just to hide the fact it's a real baseball bat. They're just trying to injure people. Is that what they're going for?
Yeah, and some people also brought like actual swords with like, again, with foam and duct tape. Like that doesn't work. Like you hit someone with that, they're still going to die. It was an exciting time as a kid, I've got to say.
Well, maybe using rubber bullets here, because you can see the MP9s are out in full force once again. As FaZe are struggling. It has to be said, it's the pick of MOUZ, admittedly, and they've presented some fantastic CS. I think this is more of a case of MOUZ playing very, very well, rather than FaZe playing bad. Like, it's why I picked them. I thought that showing his wings up, like, as a unit, the individuals, everything's just coming together right now. And they're hungry to prove themselves after not having Jimmy over in Sydney, right? Like, they want to show that this roster can be #1. They're currently #2 according to the ratings, but we do have to take out a pinch of salt. We're still kind of in the fledgling days as Torji. Oh my goodness, you see what I mean? Like, everyone's just absolutely nailing their shots. The timings, everything is just spectacular.
It's very hard to find much of a fault with anything at the moment here. A little burst. Oh, how does he
Sewing machine stitches him up.
That's not what you want to see.
I guess, like, yeah, I'm the kind of the head of the MP9 Association as well. Like, you don't love to see that.
Yeah, gonna have a talking to Robs, you know, sort it out. So if you're gonna be using our weapon, you have to represent it a little bit better than that. All right, he almost took down Jimmy there, so there was a chance, but it's a 7-1 scoreline, Henry. MOUZ are just smiling their way through the first half. It's all gone horribly wrong for FaZe at the moment. And this is Mirage as well. I guess this is the thing, if you wanted to see a third map, probably MOUZ winning this one could be really important. I believe the second map is Nuke, which was picked by FaZe, and the disc were sort of warning us, good chance that FaZe are going to be pretty strong on Nuke.
I mean, MOUZ are going to be ready for it too, and it's in terms of form. Just what we've seen today, like, MOUZ are in better form.
Okay. I see where you're going with this.
Yeah, I feel like they'll be more than happy to play it, to be honest with you. But we'll talk about that when we get there. It's currently 7-1 on the T side of Mirage here. Still plenty of rounds to be played, even in this first half. Like, getting 3 or 4 might seem bad, but winning a pistol in the second, you can bring it right back to life. We've really come to learn that in our online adventures, Anders. Like, any scoreline is pretty deceptive. Even a 9-3 is possible to recover with a pistol victory, as we have a much slower, more methodical approach this time from MOUZ Sports. They still have the majority of the utility, to be honest with you. Exertion, he's just been fantastic, like, really blown my socks off today. Great performance. And Robs to defend the connector against the big man himself. Who comes out on top? It's Jimmy and Exertion working in tandem, and Anders are doing it again. Look at the timing and coordination. Everyone hits their headshot at the exact same moment.
It's so perfect, isn't it? Just very hard. Imagine if you're on the FaZe side of things and you're trying to communicate what just happened to you, but as that's happening, like, no one's even there to respond. They're just all dead all at the same time again.
This is wild.
Yeah, it's worked out.
They're making FaZe pretty average right now. They don't even have a look into any of these frags.
Yeah, just a bit of a helping hand to you, Henry. The Summers are calling it mid now. You don't average, just say mid.
What, for anything? Okay, I have heard that.
Yeah.
I've never used it ever, but
I'll
try and bring it in.
Start. I'm just no,
it's fair enough.
Just trying to keep you educated. I did try to get you on the skibbity toilet train, but
I'm never going to get on board with that.
Unsuccessfully.
I'm so out of that. It's unbelievable.
Don't say never.
No, never. I only watched 30 seconds of it, and I was like, that's
your problem.
Got to be so, like, that's offensive to comedy. Like, whatever this is, like, it's the opposite of humor. So if that's what I'm missing out on, I'm fine to be left in the dark with some of these crazes and sayings. That's all I've really got to say about it, Anders.
We'll see. I don't think I've lost the battle yet, Henry. I think I can. We'll see. We'll see how we go there. But
Jimmy, you're such a sicko.
That's actually really disgusting, isn't it? Karrigan's having a really tough game. I think the audio's working, but
so we can't even give him that anymore?
Can't even. I don't think we can even give him that.
Let me have a look at the scoreboard then. So yeah, Karrigan 0-8, Roki 2-8, Rain 3. And it's not like his teammates are really like going above and beyond, and they're just missing Karrigan.
At the start of that round that we just watched, Exertion had 10 kills, and the whole of FaZe had 13.
Yeah.
So that's just as to put a bit of some math behind it. Yeah, they're not doing too well.
So I know people are joining us, they're kind of filtering in as the day goes by. It's been a little bit weird with the scheduling today. We had an unprecedented best of one earlier between FaZe and NIP. It went to quintuple overtime and over 50 rounds played. So yeah, FaZe, that was about an hour ago. We all had a bit of a break. I had to sleep. I don't think FaZe would have had that opportunity, to be honest with you.
Probably not. Yeah, already getting everything set up, making sure everything's working. Here we go, another chance at it. Rain with a good spray down. Rops is there to help him out now. Unfortunately, Rops a bit isolated. He's still going to be able to get down to it. Very few bullets left on this one, but doesn't want to jump on this one, even though he did hear the gunshot come up. Torch is burning alive, but he catches Rops. He gave his life for that kill. And leaving Frozen in a 1 versus 2.
He was so committed, but here comes young David. We'll see what he can do with this one. Interested, because against Karrigan and Twist as well. Bear in mind, Karrigan yet to frag, and we're up to round number 10 here. He does do well in these sort of scenarios. These more condensed one-on-ones.
And he's got the AUG at this range. Like, what a great weapon to have.
Yeah, it's his specialty weapon, to be honest with you.
Look at the off angle that he's holding. This he almost had it frozen. He's got the right idea, but there's Karrigan on the board and FaZe with the second round.
Using the brain rather than the brawn. Nice off angle, good position with the AUG, and it will be the second for FaZe, but as you can imagine, there are so many resources available for MOUZ. They'll be absolutely fine. I love this, Torji, this falling on his sword, making sure he takes Rops down with him. The bomb gets dropped. There was certainly a chance there for Frozen to step up. If he kills Karrigan, you never know. I think Twist was low as well. So, here we go then. Getting to the bookend of this first half, ladies and gents. As we said, if FaZe can just get 3, I would say there's still enough to work with. Like, I know that sounds crazy, but commentate a lot of CS2 at this point, and trust me, it can and will happen.
They do say that 9-3 is the new 11-4.
They are saying that.
Yeah. The ominous they.
Whoever they may be, they've uttered those immortal words that it will be the most dangerous scoreline in the world going forward.
Yeah, we need one. Rops is going to find that one. That's a little bit perhaps of a slip up. Gmat trying to see if he could find that one, but in the meantime, Torchi's gone down to Brokey, so leading off a couple of more players in this one, making it 3 versus 5. And the spray looked like it was even good towards Connector, but Frozen, the first one to pick up a kill in this round for MOUZ. So they're slowed down a bit. They still have money on the T side, obviously. They've won a lot of rounds here, but things are starting to look a bit brighter here for FaZe. Maybe they could get not just 3, but maybe even 4 if it keeps going this way. Just don't lose the 2-on-5.
It should be fine. Twist is going to peek towards Connector momentarily, I would say, and he should be able to pick up the pieces here, but they've snuck through. It's down to Rain. He is essentially alone here, Anders. Makes a bit of a meal of the first spray, but it's absolutely fine. He can recover. They've heard him, though, so the Molotov will be dropped, and he's going to swing from it. Really nice play from Rain. Denies the initial plant. 2 versus 1 should be a bit of open runway to close this one out, as Exertion has no idea Karrigan's in position, who's starting to come to life now. That's his second kill. And like you said, 3 on the board. Final round of this first half. 3 will do. 4, considering what we've seen, would be great. They can recover this still.
They can, and honestly, you know, you get up to 4 rounds, you're not going to be very excited, but you probably will say, I mean, I think the desk were talking about it. FaZe are one of these teams that have proven time and time, they proved it earlier today. They keep you far behind, but they know how to make the comeback. They know how to get back into games.
They were down 11-5 earlier, and you can never discount them in any situation like that. Like, sure, it's been a slow start by their standards. Again, we had the same thing on Ancient against NIP, but slowly but surely they're grinding their way back in. Like, Rops is keeping the dream alive. Like, he is the only player that's kind of like playing to the level you'd really like to see. Like, he is finding a lot of impact at the start of each and every round. Twist had a couple of moments as well. Rain with 5 kills, contributing, but it's the final round here. If they can find this one, I think they'll have a sigh of relief, because they've managed to get themselves back in a winnable scenario. But we'll have a look at Rops can keep applying this pressure down towards the underpass and not slowing down for anyone. Spotted though.
Still, you know, you make them pay a little bit of attention. They have to worry about that underpass for at least a couple of seconds. You certainly have to worry about the lack of mid-control here if you're on the MOUZ side of things. Yeah, what a luxury first half. Even in this last one, look how much money is on Frozen and Sui. Not that they need it, but they just had so much money on the T side. So they're not going to ever be in trouble in this round when it comes to the money. She's already got the AWP out, and it's Exertion. Look at it jumping down. He's given it all, and that one entry is worth so much. Carrigan getting blown up, and now they're going to be able to get the bomb plant down behind it. And look at who's at the A bomb site. They've snuck one player first. Frozen. Oh, this could be everything.
Oh, he's jumping around a little bit. If he can stay alive now, he would have done enough there, but he actually kind of fumbles that one. He's given them a fighting chance. FaZe, that is, now, as they boost up towards shore. Time is of the essence. Getting to about the halfway point here. Torji been incredible in this one so far. Low HP Twists. That might be it. Our Sports might have got themselves 9 rounds on the board.
Ooh, missing the op shot there. The Molotov actually does work out. Torji's here, and that should be the kill that they needed. Rops on his own, 1 versus 1. Now he picks up the first one, but Jimmy's on the other side. It's still going to be a 9-3 in favor of MOUZ. They're in a very, very good position going into the second half here.
Yeah, it's looking fantastic. Really great showing from MOUZ Sport. World class, if you ask me. Like some of the executions, the timings. This is a well-drilled team, and it's FaZe. Like some of the individuals unable to convert some of their shots. They were just getting completely wrecked against the executions here. And like I said, I don't think it's FaZe playing necessarily bad. I think this is MOUZ just really showing up and applying a lot of pressure here. All 5 of them hitting incredibly hard, especially Exertion and Torji. Like they are incredible right now. And Twist fighting for his life there towards shore wasn't quite enough. You can see how blind Carrigan was. Nothing he could do with the AUG, as it was a closely contested round. Like Frozen, I think, was gutted in his own performance there. The fact he didn't get a kill after that backstab and then jumped. I'm not sure that was by mistake, but still, it got a lot closer than it had to be. But we're getting ready for the second half, ladies and gents. It's the pick of MOUZ. They've set themselves up an incredible scoreline to pick up this first map, no problem, but lose a pistol, and then if you force buy in the second and make some questionable financial decisions, this one can quickly unravel. You're against the #1 team in the world right now, FaZe. And we've seen them time and time again recover these sort of deficits. So nothing is guaranteed. As we have a look at the T side setup, they've got double smokes, which they've already deployed, and a Molotov as well. So smoke towards connector. And the initial interaction here. Chewy will try and fend them off towards middle, but the Jewel is caught out of position. Robs finds that opening frag.
Uncomfortable, you could tell, just as he's walking up to the spot here. So he's going to be careful. Rain, still 12 bullets in the Glock, and going to be making the jump around the corner. What a nice headshot, though. He actually almost jumped into the barrel there, it looked like. 3 versus 4. Oh, what a long-range pick-off. Exertion, could he do it again? He's getting tagged in the knees, I think. And it's a 3-on-3 here at the afterplant. Not seeing any grenades or anything else for them to really work with. Could be very, very hard to defuse the bomb on this bomb site. Even with a kit, if you don't have a smoke. Even in the pistol round, I feel like it'd be so valuable on this map, but that's not going to be put in play right now, you could tell. Twist getting the pick off there on Jimmy, and it's just a 2 versus 3, and they're very low on health on that CT side. Frozen, he actually lands a shot anyway, and Exertion gets one more. Carrigan now. I don't think they have the time yet.
Yeah.
I thought maybe there was a kid on the ground. I wasn't sure, but yeah,
no,
they don't.
There wasn't. So unfortunately, yeah, they might as well, again, save the Kevlar. And Carrigan, with his 2 kills, just had to stay alive there. And it will be FaZe with a much-needed pistol round victory. See the Neo pacing in the background. Got a little uncomfortable towards the end of that round. Felt like it could fall apart. There was a kit in play, but the CT's opting to save, suggesting they could force by themselves in the second round. Now, I would say they shouldn't do that. When you've got such a massive amount of rounds, I would say play the percentages, but you do have that Kevlar save, so they're going to give it a go. And if they end up losing this round, this is when that door opportunity starts to creep open, Anders. And this is a very, very important round, and FaZe don't have the firepower I was expecting, but I suppose there's only a couple of helmets out there. The MAC-10 might be the perfect weapon for the job.
Yeah, it could be. I have the same fear, though. We just talked about how good FaZe are coming back into games. you force it around like this, you are at least potentially helping them out. Now, if you win the round, it's a different conversation altogether, but we'll find out how that's going to be playing out. Sui there with the Deagle, not getting any connections on the other side, and actually they're powering through. FaZe started to make this look real interesting. Rops is going to be taking out Frozen, and the bomb is making its way to the site. I don't even think Surgeon and Jim can do anything here. They're a little bit too far away.
So that's the beginning of the comeback, if you ask me. Fending off this force buy in the second.
Yeah.
If we can keep the FAMAS and the Deagle up for Jimfa, who could maybe get a rifle as well. I think he did like a little player there, but that would be something at the very least, because this is going to be a very close game now, I would say. FaZe have got everything they need. They're laying their own foundations now, fending off that second round. And with 3 players surviving as well, we're going to see if Jimfa can get anything else done. It's going to be 9-5. On our first map of the best of 3, this is the upper bracket final, if you're not aware. First day of Group B. And the winner of this series makes their way towards the semi-finals. We have a day off tomorrow, Anders. How do you feel about that?
I feel pretty good about it.
I don't think I've ever attended an event where there's a day off, to be honest.
It's a rare thing.
What a treat.
I feel like in this particular context of all days, it's probably good news. Like I said, I think we were going before. I don't know about you, but I got about 3 hours of sleep last night. So, you know, I might just take the time to catch up on a little bit of sleep.
That's a good idea.
See how that goes.
It's
unless something else comes up that I don't know about, some wild plans.
I don't think there'll be any of that. We're here for one thing and one thing only, and that is some world-class Counter-Strike, which you're watching right now, ladies and gentlemen. FaZe Clan versus MOUZ, #1 and #2 in the world right now, according to the HLTV. It's going to be a close game now, a difficult one for MOUZ to close out here. A long way to go before they reach 13, and for now, pretty much on the eco. It's getting a little rambunctious towards middle. We are seeing Frozen negate all of these smokes. A couple of low HP players out there. Can he connect the shots? He can, but it will be Twist to take him down. And another player sneaks through. Next challenger, please. Jimfab passes with flying colors. Bear in mind, they didn't invest into this one. We're down to a 2-on-2. It's going to be FaZe who are the heavy favorites even in this scenario as Rops. Of course, he's slipping the net. He should be able to take this player down, no problem. Executes the penultimate CT player. We are going to have Jimfats, unfortunately, just 11 points of health, and with the MAC-10, I don't think there'll be much to say about this one.
Well, he can upgrade to the AK. That's a bit of a bonus, but winning the round
I would say to save that. Like the money's going to be fine, but it can be great if he saves the AK-47.
And again, you've got the round bonus to do this, right? Like you got a little bit of a buffer, so why not just try and make these rounds a bit better? Try to defeat FaZe with the real weaponry. So that's it.
Yeah, so
9-6 going to be the scoreline.
He can probably drop the AWP for Torji, just to keep his money as strong as possible. But him having Jimfat, I should say, instead of him, the fact he can have the AK-47 now in the form he's in right now, he's going to be looking incredibly comfortable for the next gun round. But that's going to be 9-6. Like, FaZe are right back into this. Like, bear in mind, that was a 9-3 scoreline. And all of a sudden, a pistol, and like I said, if they make those financial decisions and they don't convert those rounds, then you're on the back foot. Like, the loss bonus is very cruel in CS2 and ML12. But Jimfat's having his AK. Like I said, he should drop the AWP over, keep the AK himself, keep Torji's money as strong as possible, as we're on the comeback trail now. 3-0 in the second half for FaZe. Carrigan kind of coordinating the troops here. Doesn't look like there's a tactical timeout. And Jimfat, yeah, indeed, he did drop the AWP for Torji. So, a chance now. Brokey on the AWP as well. He's 4-14. He hasn't really got going yet. And down there with Carrigan right now. I'm sure that's going to change here with the AWP in his hands.
Yeah, you would want to see that, surely. Important. Right now, Rops is just doing a ridiculous amount of work. He's got 17 kills. He's so far ahead of everyone on his team.
Yeah, he's
and look at where he is again now. They're not ready for it. If there wasn't a smoke in the window there, that player is dead on the other side. I think they're Sui playing.
That's why he's biding his time. He knows he's slipped the net again.
Yeah.
Like, Rops, they have no idea he's into that position. And I think he's going to be gifted a kill eventually. He's waiting for that smoke to go down. We'll challenge it again. They're throwing the incendiaries over. They're trying to flush him out. And now they might have an inkling as to what he's up to.
Really thinking about it, a little bit of a jump. I can't believe it. That's supposed to be a losing fight if you're the player jumping. Torji picking up a kill, and like you said, he was biding his time there, Rops, waiting for that opportunity. Doesn't quite get it, but you know what Brokey does instead.
He does enough damage to Sui to dissuade him from the position, and kind of reconsider where he's standing, and then he walks straight into the scope of Brokey, and now Robs once again. He's trying to make his way through CT spawn. They have no idea. No one checking it. CT's a good response, though, pushing him towards the A ramp. But I feel like FaZe are just making things very uncomfortable right now. Twist with the bomb, and, well, he finds Frozen as well. Fantastic shot. Back to a 3-on-3.
There was a moment there where both players were showing on each other's monitor, but nobody really realized. Here we go. Torchies should be dead, and he will be. Brokey able to find him. What an uncomfortable round. That was a 4 versus 3, and they don't have no position. MOUZ have no idea where to stand.
Yeah, I don't think they have much of a chance in this one. Jimfat does fancy it. They've got a kit to work with here, but time is of the essence. You've got 3 kills to find and a bomb to defuse. I don't think it's worth it, lads. Off you go. Another save is on the cards here. It's Robs, though, completely stealing the show with that one. Just great maneuvers around the map there. Just constantly a nuisance, a thorn in their side, applying that pressure. He forces them to have to go in towards the A ramp because they've just lost control of CT spawn, jungle, window. He's just everywhere. And at that point, Twist is waiting for the opportunity. He hits a bang over shot from the Palace, and that's a wide open bomb side of that stage, essentially. Torchi just has to hold the A ramp, and then we saw Brokey come in and get an absolute freebie of a kill. So that's an absolute masterclass. This time from FaZe. These T sides have been very impressive. Rops continues to dominate the server here. Not a ton of frags that round, but he single-handedly finds them all of that positional control, Anders.
It's true. A good reminder that, you know, as much as it's about, you know, the gun mechanics, sometimes you really can just get great positions.
That's the reason there. That's why Torchi has to be the A ramp, because Robs has sabotaged the backlines.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't want to be in that position. You don't want to be on the A ramp with an AWP. Like,
that really is like the best description of what he does. He is a saboteur, isn't he?
Yeah. Like, it hits the speed he got into ladder room as well. Like, really interesting. So just a couple of rounds in it. A 9-3 scoreline that seemed insurmountable as quickly been shut down by FaZe here. We got just 2 rounds to go, and at least the money's pretty decent here for MOUZ Sports. They've got the Torchi AWP that hasn't really got going on the CT side thus far. Brokey's starting to warm up, though. Exertion found early. Torchi will have to try and find a response here quickly. He knows it as well. As he anticipates, Rain's already towards the mid boxes here. Doesn't seem to be aware of it. He's watching towards the top of middle.
She's so dangerous. And Rain, even though he did peek on the side of the scope there, he still somehow got the bullet off a little bit quicker. So great couple of kills here for FaZe. You said it, Henry. You lined it up for us. That one force-up round and the fact that they won it, I mean, there was a chance here for FaZe to get back into it. And they're trying to take that chance right now. Brokey with a shot, taking down the Soul B anchor. And now Bomb is going to be following through here. It's a 4 versus 2. They are moving in still.
Yo.
Sue, that's so wild. He wanted to go for it.
Oh, beautiful shot, though, from Robs. Frozen. Nothing he can do again. Far removed from the equation. Twist is going to give him nothing to work with here. Just tucks himself in. Flashbang comes over. That was his chance to try and close the round out. It's still going to go in their favor. It's just a question mark as to whether Frozen survives. Spots a shadow of Robs and hits a beautiful shot as well. Maybe he can take everyone down with him. Rain needs to save this AWP, though. Oh, goodness gracious me.
Okay.
Frozen with a statement save at this point. Like 3 frags and takes a ton of money away. Money's not amazing on the FaZe side as well. That's actually pretty sick that he's done that. Found the AK-47 as well. It's going to raise his confidence at the very least, Anders. He's looking very sharp. 9-8, 1 rounds in it. Tactical timeout. Rain unable to save the AWP. So will they have it going into the next round? I actually don't know. Let me check the cache.
A bit of an issue right there.
I think if they've got enough, they wanted the glass cannoner, which I don't think they will do. So that's actually kind of interesting. So were going on the hunt, trying to find Frozen, and actually lost everything they were going to take over to the next round. So that's why they'll take the tactical timeout. So sure, it's been a bit of a nightmare start, but the fact they've kept them modest, they've managed to keep the numbers low. They just need to win one of these rounds, and they have a bit of open runway at that point. So as you can see, no AWP available for Brokey. There'll be AKs across the board. They won't have any loss bonus accumulated whatsoever. So MOUZ just need to win one of these rounds, Anders. There's one, and they'll be in a good position to close this one out. That's if they get it.
It does feel that way. It feels like they're right on the precipice here. But that's not always enough, right? You do have that feeling, even if Carrigan is still not doing that well. You could tell that more and more players are trying to catch up to Robs, who's been leading the charge for FaZe. they're really waking up, and we saw what happened with NIP. I mean, even if it took 5 overtimes, eventually you play FaZe long enough, and they're going to get harder and harder to play all the time.
There we go then. First shot rattles off. Does hit Carrigan, but through the wall. He's down to 63. Rain with decent control. They've actually got 2 players in towards the connector already. Very efficient smokes going down. Chewy's under a lot of pressure here. The Molotov applies even more. And this could be an A pounce momentarily. It's going to be down to Torchy to try and fend them off. Hits the first shot, can't nail the second. Carrigan replies, and now it's down to the 4-on-4. They fully commit towards the bomb site. Bear in mind, MOUZ just need to win one of these rounds, but still losing players en route. Carrigan and Rain working in tandem here. It's down to Exertion and Jimfat to try and retake the bomb site. No plan coming in yet. It does go down, and there's Jimfat. Needs the backup now from Exertion.
Yeah, he's dropped quite low on health here. It's very hard to do anything with. Smoke is up, sure, but it is about that flank coming in. If they even want to get close to it, I kind of almost doubt it now. No kit either on Exertion coming a little bit closer here. 2-on-2, and Carrigan, he's ready for it. He's been so quiet this game, but it's a triple kill for Carrigan in this one. And they're just going to be walking away. No chance to defuse that bomb, which means FaZe are going to be tying up the game, making it 9-9. Sure, Carrigan is going to die. They do make it expensive, I suppose.
Again, Anders, yeah. Like, sure, I know I sound like an old record here, but...
Go on, Henry.
The fact that they keep finding these sort of situations, they're taking out all 5 players, the point still remains that if MOUZ can just find this one round, they've stayed in AWP, they've got the maximum loss bonus. The problem is on the CT side, that's not quite enough. I think it's still worth buying. Honestly, with the AWP up there, at least a half buy. Let's maybe get a couple of rifles and some pistols to go with this one, because you're so close to breaking them. And do they fully invest? Sort of. So Exertion's all in, Torchy's all in, Jimfat, Frozen, yeah, they've pretty much gone for it. I think this is the correct decision. If they can just get this round over the line, Torchy might have to carry them. They might have enough open runway to close out this map. They have yet to post a round. They're down 6-0 in the second half right now.
Yeah, that's a good summary of where we are at the moment. Nearly the shot. Look at how close Brokey is to death. That was Torchy hitting the flick in the mid-air, but in the leg instead, so he gets to live for a little while longer. Torchy's been looking very good so far today from what we've seen.
This is super tense. Best game of the day so far, if you ask me. We're only in the first map of the series. It's coming right down to the wire. FaZe showing that mental fortitude once again. But they know they are very fragile. MOUZ very aware of it as well. The force buy, the FAMASs, the saved AWP. Is it enough?
55 seconds to find out. Smoke up in the window. Bomb is leaning towards the B side so far. And you know what? With the right smoke down to drop off Exertion, or maybe just the right kill here for Rain. Oh, the flash around the corner. Exertion, how does he live through that one? If he dies, then there's only one player at the bomb site. They might still be able to breach this one, but there's only 35 seconds, and now backup is here.
This might be the one. It's a 4-on-2. The bomb on the back of Rain. He's in the underpass right now, trying to join up with Brokey. He's got 10 HP though. He's not going to survive this interaction. As Robs, he's going for it though. He gets the intel as to where the first player resides. Converts the kill. 3 more to find. If he gets a plant down, that actually helped them out, Anders, because it gives him that extra money. Bear in mind, they'll be absolutely broken going to the next round. If he gets this kill, he might be onto something. And finally, they've done it. They've broken through. Financially, FaZe are absolutely ruined at this stage. They're going to average, what, between $1,500 and $2,000 each. That's a first round they've given up after that huge streak. The problem was all the rounds are so tantalizingly close. More often than not, losing all 5 members, so they have to force buy here.
Yes.
And then you're down to 11-9 with a full eco up next. This is what I was speculating. This is the moment we were waiting for. MOUZ, if they can find some form here and fend off the A execution against the pistols, they might have done enough to win this map.
They're not far off. You're right. It's probably good to remind everyone of the economic impact that it has when you win rounds, but just lose almost everyone, which happened definitely a couple of times to FaZe. This is the result right here. Yeah, I'm going to try and go for it. They've got 1 smoke, so they can try and smoke that jungle or the connector, whichever one they prefer. Top stairs is what they go for to block off the AWP. That's fine, gets them a step closer, but there's a lot of road still to cover here. Nice jump past Carrigan, practically stabbing him with the P250. That's a way to get a kill, I suppose. The Tech 9 actually doing damage to range, and somehow the bomb is planted as well. No. This is madness.
This is actually looking super uncomfortable for MOUZ. This is the round they were supposed to convert no problem against the pistols. Chewy, so brave to be transitioning into towards the bomb side like that. He's got players all around him, and I think they've done enough. 3 versus 1, Twist, nowhere to be seen. As he comes in through short, he's just going to have the hope for the best here. I don't think the bomb's planted for him, so yeah, down he goes. And is there a kill available? Yes, there is. So we're absolutely fine. And it will be the bomb going down at the very least. So it's not the absolute nightmare scenario. The fact they got the plant through and a couple of kills there, it does keep the dream alive somewhat. But as I mentioned, it will be MOUZ now in touching distance, picking up this first map. After a great first half, 9-3 in their favor. FaZe came back in emphatic style with 6 in a row after winning the pistol. Will be their final tactical timeout phase, that is. And yeah, this is like sort of half-by territory, maybe even an eco. And with the bomb being planted, you might just have to allow them to get towards map points here. We'll see if that's going to be the case. Neo, a chance to chime in, offer up his 2 cents. But what a game this is panning out to be, Anders.
It is. I mean, I feel like we're being shown something special here, really, on all sides. Everyone's kind of started to get there. Carrigan, a bit of a slow start, but he's locked in the game now as well. We can feel it. And FaZe, we'll see if they can keep this up here. It's 11-9.
Oh, they forced it.
They forced it again.
All right. All right. Okay, so Galil's. Couple of Deagles here up against a very well-equipped MOUZ. They've got AKs, AWPs, full array of utility, but Brokey has got headshots. What a way to open things up there, and is applying a lot of pressure to the in-game leader of MOUZ as well. Frozen will back him up. They'll maintain the advantage for now, but the pressure is just so consistent here from FaZe. Lovely work from Carrigan. You're right, he really is coming to life here.
Yeah, he's stepping it up in a big way. He was 0-8 at one point. Now he's up to 8 kills, so doing a lot better here. 3 versus 3.
Yeah.
Twist still has a deagle. I think Brokey's picked up a Galil instead, but is it enough to make any kind of a breakthrough?
Oh, they've got to get past Jimmy first.
Yeah, never an easy task, it seems. He's got the health for it. And actually, they've gone to check middle. Now he knows he can do the footsteps, I think. Them running a bit closer.
Oh.
My God, he's just lining it up. He so makes it look easy. No problems. A triple kill for him. And putting MOUZ Sports almost at a map victory.
What a beast.
Why does it make it look so easy?
It's always so calm and calculated. Like, he knows when he has the advantage, when he can capitalize upon them, and he always seems to convert. He's so calm. And that's going to be map points. Bear in mind, that was another force buy with no bomb going down this time. So FaZe, like we said, they had that great spree of rounds, but the rounds are so close. And towards the tail end of this map, they just wouldn't have the loss bonus accumulated. And now they're going to have the force buy every single round going forward. They need 3 in a row to take it to overtime. It all starts here. 4 pistols and a single AK for Robt, who's been absolutely bloody fantastic today. 20 kills to his name. He kept the dream alive time and time again. They'll have to dig deeper than ever now. The hero AK. He'll have to be just that.
Yeah, Robs has been putting in an insane amount of work today already. We've only seen this is the second map that we're seeing out of him, but yeah, it'd be cool to see it continue. We know what he could do, but again, every time you see it at this level, it's just very, very impressive, isn't it? Rain taking a bit of damage. There we go. Rain and Carrigan.
Carrigan's had enough in the last few rounds.
Yeah, he's banging out now. He's ready to fight. Might be too late, but this is looking a little bit interesting. 5 versus 3. They might have spotted Frozen back here, trying to do it again. It's Twist instead with the Tech-9, and Frozen in a lot of trouble. Rain finding his second one. Call it a dessert eagle, Henry, because that one was sweet.
Oh, yes, indeed, Anders. That's very nice. And beautiful round from FaZe. Can't poke any holes in that. A force buy with 4 pistols and didn't drop a single player until it was a done deal. And there it is. Brokey with the final Desert Eagle headshot. And that's double digits. That's exactly what they needed there. The wheels were falling off. It all gone wrong. But a miracle round from Carrigan especially. Steps up just when they needed him most. Lands a couple of bangers. And now the financial woes are on the side of MOUZ Sports. If they want to take the half buy here, they can justify an eco or a half buy. They don't have to fully invest this one. They don't need to close it out right now. But there's Carrigan. That's the shot. That range as well. Twist. Beautiful work of that Tech-9. Everyone contributing here. It feels like...
Please don't.
New dance move. New emote.
Yeah. A new meta has dropped. Michael Jackson's left the building, unfortunately, obviously, but you know, we got
Probably for the best.
Yeah, you weren't into that.
I just wasn't into him. To be honest.
Well, we'll leave that behind for now, Henry. We'll move into the 23rd round.
So like we said, they don't have the force vibe, but they are going to have a few deagles, trying to give FaZe a taste of their own medicine, but it's Brokey to fend off the first encroaching CT at that A ramp. They get a couple of kills here, so we're going to go down to round number 24 again. You feel like FaZe are done with overtime today, to be honest with you, but might have to be the case, as they've done a great job here in the penultimate round. It's going to be a 5 versus 1, but bear in mind, MOUZ, they took a timeout, discussed their options here. I think this was the correct decision. Like, have everything you need to close this one out. Like, if you are going to close it out, you don't want to do it with deagles and a single FAMAS or something like that. You might as well have a fully equipped roster, as JimFab, not really much he can do. If he does save an AK, that would be pretty awesome for him.
I'm sure MOUZ don't want to be playing overtime here, but I'd be really excited if we get more overtime. I feel like, why not? We've already had a wild day. Just let's try and make it the ultimate crazy day and just play all the overtimes all the time. We are going to go to the 24th round, so either MOUZ, that little save in the previous round is going to pay off, and they're going to be able to win this one just right at the brink, or we are going to go to overtime. We'll find out right now. There is an AWP on Torshi. That's exciting news.
Well, Brokey's got one as well. He's starting to show some form, especially with the pistols. But it all comes down to this moment. Can MOUZ Sports close it out in regulation? Have we got another agonizing 50 rounds of play around the corner? FaZe have played so much Counter-Strike, but only one map so far. As we get into it, round number 24. See, this is a more tentative approach. Going through the motions of the default. 2 players towards the underpass. The smokes are deployed. They're going to boost the player up. That's going to be Carrigan this time.
I think it's Rob's throwing like 3 of those smokes in the middle. I don't know how he does it. He's made it through. Oh, but caught. Exertion. That's 1 kill in the right direction. Carrigan seconds away from finding the opening that they would have needed. Now the bomb is making its way back, so they are going to try and pincer this bomb site. But there's 3 people here, Henry. This could be a tough break here for FaZe. It's definitely well defended. Do they have a... No, they don't have a Molotov for Shadow either. So this position that Frozen is in is a lot harder to get rid of. Look at the smoke going down, so... Man, oh, and then they blow it up right behind. Rob's not ready for it. That is the trick, isn't it?
That's so sick. Those are the kind of plays we're to see more and more of.
Yeah.
That's what the HE should be doing. You shouldn't just throw it like in a kind of speculative manner for yourself. You should have set pieces like that to work in tandem. Alley-oops, we can call those from your teammates.
Yes.
That's what it should be. And that's a perfect display of how to use that mechanic. Is it enough, though, Anders, to take their map pick of Mirage? 5 versus 3. Surely it is. JimFat in a prime position as well. The Molotov is sublime. They're going to have to run the gauntlet and go through it. JimFat more than ready to mow them down. And there it is. It will be MOUZ Sports getting it over the line there in the second half after a 9-3 showing. It felt like it was locked in, but of course, FaZe, so resilient, always showing and displaying so much character in these sort of scenarios. A great comeback. They bring us all the way back to round number 24 there, Anders. But it will be MOUZ Sports with great financial decisions and just knowing that they could win that one round toward the tail end of that map, they would be absolutely fine. And it kind of was reflected there towards the end as well. As soon as FaZe gave it that one unfortunate round towards the end, they just couldn't recover. They managed to win a crazy deagle round. But as soon as MOUZ got back online, really great performance there. And they will pick up the first map of this best of 3, just to note that.
First map, it was their map pick as well. The second one is nuke pick by FaZe, so a lot can still happen. But yeah, again, FaZe kind of proving that you can't put them away even if you're really far ahead. But also, yeah, I mean, at the end of it, they did manage to finally knock them out. They had that little save in the 2nd round, and then they managed to make their way through, so not bad.
That's been my favorite map of the tournament so far. Big words for myself. Let's see what the analysts thought of that.
And that's what you are, Henry. Big man on the block. Hey, yeah, so y'all thought you were going to get another FaZe overtime, didn't you?
I was looking forward to it. A little saddened by the fact that we didn't get it. But yeah, look, listen, firstly, I just want to touch on one thing. That first half from MOUZ was magnificent. It was some of the most clinical T-sides I've seen on any map so far in CS2. It looked like it was almost like a hive mind. They knew exactly what every piece were doing, and FaZe looked absolutely lost. But then the second half, it just goes to show FaZe, no matter how much of a lead you have, if you put your lift your foot off the pedal for even a little bit, they will somehow make you sweat.
Yeah, props to MOUZ to remaining calm at the end of this game. I think we've seen many teams in the last few weeks just falter to FaZe Clan as they're mounting this comeback that we were referring to. You talk about the first half, and I echo your sentiment. I think FaZe played aggressive at the very beginning of the half, and I believe there was a round where they misplay a power play when they have top mid. It's a 4 versus 3, they lose this round, and it's almost like they made the wrong conclusion out of this round, because of the backside of it, they started playing way more passive towards middle, they played way more conventional, they allowed MOUZ to take connector control, they allowed MOUZ to take ladder room control, and once they had it, the quality of the split and the timing of this split, it's almost like FaZe Clan could not play Counter-Strike. So they gave way too much space and respect to MOUZ, and props to them for seizing that and having a beautiful first half.
And the way they were executing onto the sites as well, just when they explode, when they have the map control, it was really a thing of beauty. Like a fan of the game, a student of the game would just look at that, and you could learn so many things when it comes to not just the utility, but the synergy and the comms as well. But yeah, second half, we saw a lot of FaZe things coming out into play. Ropz was the reason for me that this even went to round number 24. He was great, but it was a losing effort.
I mean, he had some moments there, especially in the underpass area, where he was dead to rights.
Listen,
like dead to rights.
Listen, all the MOUZ players, we can talk about how good they are, how special each and every one of these young players are, but the way Ropz played, what he did there, he made Jimmy look like he's still an academy team. That was brilliant from Ropz.
Yeah, good movements as well. And you cannot teach that. You talk about academy, you cannot teach that. To stay alive the way Ropz did it. It's pure intuition. It's knowing when to use the timing of why utility, and also, of course, Brokey jumping out a window, being ready to help him. But that's 20 seconds later. It's like, guys, I need help. And they're like, yep, it's coming on in 25 seconds. So good luck to you, bro. We'll get there eventually.
Stay alive.
Ropz took the fight and was able to get back into the underpass and still kind of maneuver around bullets.
He got 2 more kills after that with the AWP as well. Exactly. So he was doing whatever was possible. And even for FaZe, though, even though they were winning a string of rounds together, they were hemorrhaging a lot of players. It required a classic FaZe Deagle round to keep them alive in the end. But again, credit to MOUZ. Like we said, so many teams have faltered at the very last hurdle, taking it to OT, and then, of course, FaZe usually wins those games, but they were able to close out in regulation. So credit where it's due.
Yeah, which is why we're going to give our credit over to Exertion as our MVP for the should. I think it's pretty obvious. The numbers are going to speak for themselves. 23 and 12, the assist, all of that aside. I mean, it was a guy that put himself out there and was finding the frags that he needed for MOUZ.
And usually when you see MOUZ having such a good T side, he is going to be a man that will have good numbers because he's been put forward. He's one of the most aggressive players that is on MOUZ, the highest amount of first entry being taken. And I just want to mention quickly, Exertion, the vision in the last round to immediately punish Kerrigan, who's made his way through window. This is the kill that makes sure we're not going to overtime. This bunch here isn't staying in the green room for a bit longer. Because Kerrigan is sub 130 in the window, about to go to CD spawn, and Exertion turns around, finds him. And that in itself is a kill that equates around.
So let's do this then, because, you know, with the conclusion of the first map, that leads us to, you guessed it, the second map of the series.
Sorry.
Crazy idea.
That's kind of wild, Trace. I'm so impressed.
Takes us into Nuke, which is the pick of FaZe.
Look, I think the FaZe's Nuke is the best Nuke we have right now in CS2. It's almost like every single game we see, there's something, a small little new thing which no one's really tried coming out from them. So it's been their home pick for a while, and for a reason as well. And yeah, for MOUZ, look, it's a map that they can play at the same time. But in all honesty, if you're going to put me under a spotlight and be like, just answer right now, it's going to be 2-0 or a 3-mapper. I still think it's going to be a 3-mapper. I've seen so many cool things from FaZe that I don't think MOUZ have what it takes, at least on this map.
No, I agree with you. At FaZe, really achieved that comeback, I would have said it's 2-0. It's just pack your bag, move on. It's not the case. MOUZ did a very good job at kind of controlling that. When we went on to Nuke, I believe in FaZe's T side, and also I know that on the defense, we're not going to see the lackluster that we've seen on Mirage. That's not going to happen. There's way too many assets all across the map for FaZe. Rain outside, Ropz ramp, you name it. You pick your poison. They know how to deal with it.
I wonder how many people in Twitch chat have typed the words, or who it was that actually typed it. Analyst stop talk, start game.
What's the word? Bird is the word?
That was the word, analyst. Anyway, look, yeah, we're going to be going to a quick break. We're going to come back. We're going to go to map 2 between FaZe and MOUZ at the CAC.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Hope you're enjoying a Thursday. Thank you for choosing to spend it here with us at the CAC 2023. Second map between FaZe and MOUZ Sports coming up next. It's going to be Nuke as well. And if the first map's anything to go by, this one should be an absolute banger as well, Anders.
Nuke, my favorite map.
Officially now.
Yeah, I love it. So I look forward to it. Yeah, I thought the Mirage game was really sick. A lot of individual performances. Robs kind of doing everything that they could to carry his team over the finish line, but they couldn't quite make it there. They didn't quite do it.
Yeah, I thought it was great. It looked like another fantastic FaZe recovery of the situation. It came right up to the final hurdle there, but MOUZ held it together and actually managed to close it out in a really impressive style there. They alley-oop HE towards the A ramp, you remember? That was a really cool display of the CS2 mechanics, and I'm sure we're going to see more and more of those as this series evolves. We've still got 3 maps potentially to be played here. This is the pick of FaZe, of course, as well. So anything can and will happen, but I'm just loving what I'm seeing on these T sides from MOUZ. Like, for my money, that was the best T side we've had all tournament long on Mirages then. They had fantastic timings, brilliant execution, and it seems like pinpoint accuracy on their aim right now.
Yeah, I'll sign my name to that. I think it was sick. Good. Hopefully more of that. Speaking of those grenade mechanics, I mean, surely Nuke is the map for it. Like, you have those ridiculous yard smokes of different variety. Those surely people are going to be really, really good eventually at blowing those open at the right time. You know, to catch any T's that are crossing on over. So we'll see more of that, I'm sure. But yeah, I want to get into the map because I think this is going to be really interesting. It'd be cool as well to see what happens to FaZe if they actually start off well and they don't have to make the recovery.
That's true. Like, every game we've kind of seen so far, it's going to be like they're on the back foot, and they're like, we've got a couple of players like down at 0 and 7, and they have to really grind their way back into it. If they could just get one decent start, they might be onto something here. But they're going to be starting on the T side of Nuke, though, Anders. So not the best place to be. If you can't win the pistol, though, build up that momentum. You never know. And I'm interested to see, like you said, there's lots of different ideas and variations of the outside wall of smokes right now. You can either use 2, or you can go with the traditional cross, or you can just do that kind of smoke that drops on top of the main entrance itself and kind of covers that whole entire area.
Which people have been having a hard time
actually pulling it off. I think that's the thing. On Nuke especially, you're going to see a lot of missed smokes, actually. It feels like it's one of those maps where it's not quite perfect yet. There's so many different techniques and people, different ways to throw them, that we're seeing a few missed smokes, which is understandable in the early stages of a new video game, I suppose. Sure. But it's getting better and better. Every tournament, Sydney was a bit of a mess for that. Like we said, every single round it felt like there was a missed grenade, but we're seeing less and less of it. But I think Nuke might be just a bit of that in store. But I don't know. For MOUZ Sports, I feel like this every single player just looks red hot. This is the first time we've really got to commentate. Like, Jimmy, like, what have you made of him so far?
I think what I'm really taken aback by is just how it almost looks like he's playing in slow motion. Like, it looks like not that he is slow, but because it's like the action is just lining up for him in a way that every single fight is pretty chill. He's like, oh, getting this kill, and I'm getting this kill. And it's very, very cool to watch. Yeah, I mean, that's the cool thing about it is some new talent that makes it onto the scene, often it's because they're like very flashy or they're very aggressive, and that's very hard to upkeep. Like, it's hard to do that throughout many years because people will catch you on it and they're going to shut you down. Like, if you're the aggressive player that's pushing through smoke, yeah, you're going to get the headlines, but also it's not going to work forever. But what he's doing is like, there's no reason you can't replicate that for a really long time. So I think it's super promising.
And him working Exertion as well, who just seems to be getting in better and better form as time goes on. I think Torji looks, like I said, I think career best with the AWP right now. It's looking fantastic.
Feels that way.
And we're getting into it, ladies and gentlemen. Second map underway. CT start for MOUZ Sports, and fast pace towards the squeaky door. FaZe busted open, but Exertion will take one down, but they've dropped down towards the vent. So looking for that quick plant here. Bomb on the back of Rain, but the CT's in position. Rain will get one at range here, so the bomb will be planted almost certainly. That goes down, but I think the round might be done. Beautiful shot from Shui, and Robs, unfortunately, yeah, they know exactly where he is. Even if he finds his frag, the defuse is coming in. There's nothing he can do about it.
Nope, it's on the other side of the silo, unfortunately, down there, the reactor. So, I was going to say, but obviously it was way too late by the time that we got here, but, you know, giving up one kill, dropping down the vent for the bomb plant is worth it, right? If it's a 4 and 5 and you get the bomb plant, you're probably happy with it, but obviously when you lose 2 more players before you even really get the bomb plant, it's a different matter.
As I always say, like, you might win the pistol round on the CT side, if they planted the bomb, it's a kind of a hollow victory, because you're not out of the woods just yet. Like, it's, if anything, you might even have the disadvantage going into this next round, depending on what you buy and how you position yourselves, because you're up against the Galils now. The Scout as well, Carrigan, wielding that one. Interesting. See if he can find some tags out here. It's going to be 3 M4s on the CT side. Oh, make it 2 as Frozen's taken down very quickly. It's Rain with the AK-47. Nice grenade, though. Only does a little bit of damage towards Brokey, but that's a nice opening advantage for FaZe. Courtesy of Rain. And I think the CTs will have to provide some sort of reaction here. They're going to be boosting Shui back up into the rafters, and Torshi exploring his options at Secret.
I like this.
A player has snuck through towards the Garrett. That's Carrigan, who upgrades his scout to an M4A1S. He might be taken down here as they get ready to pounce towards the ramp, which I think is kind of open right now.
This is hard to clear, though. Toshi's got a very good read on it. He knows that there is a potential danger there. If they find Carrigan, they can focus on the rest of it. But if they don't, there we go. They've spotted him out. Good maneuver. It's going to take away a lot of the defense elsewhere, having two people out there, but I think it's worth it. Now they can at least focus on the lower part of the map here. The bomb is already making its way down. 45 seconds, and a nice Molotov to displace Exertion there, but Robs is going to be catching Sui. Suddenly, it's a 3 versus 4. Oh, the burst fire's coming out there with the MP9, but not quite finding it. 2 versus 1. Torshi the only one alive back here. No bomb hunt happening yet, and the last bullet comes out to take down Robs. 25 seconds, and in the smoke, Ray comes in. Torshi, he's found the quad kill, and MOUZ, they live through the round. It's unbelievable.
Oh, what a great round, setting the tone for another epic map here on Nuke, and FaZe can't find that star once again, Anders. No plan. And it's going to be the eco going forward. Like, sure, it came down to a 1v1 there. They can only really justify a force, I think, if they get the bomb planted. Otherwise, you're going to have to take the eco on the chin. And we will see a couple of deagles, pretty much deagles across the board, actually. And we'll see if they can actually do anything with this one. But MOUZ Sports relying on Torshi to deliver the goods once again. And he keeps on doing so. Shui to open things up, though. That's Carrigan being dropped at the start of the round. These Desert Eagles, we know, can be absolutely deadly from FaZe. Some of the world's best aimers with this devastating pistol. And it's going to be frozen, though. Torshi just confirming the round. It's just a matter of fact whether they can keep it clean at this point. It looks to be absolutely perfect. 5 players surviving, and a nice injection of cash for MOUZ Sports. 3-0.
Audience
They're enjoying
still
it.
with us, still enjoying it. I don't know if it's true or not, but I feel like I heard them clapping a lot for MOUZ on the first map as well.
FaZe always seem to be the fan favorites wherever they go. Wherever they go. So that's interesting. We'll see if we can keep track of that. As we get into the next gun round here, you can see MOUZ being a little bit more conservative with their pennies, their schmackles, as we see 3 MP9s here. It's going to be a very difficult round for them to win, but just playing the financial game. Torji, interesting position here on top of credit card. Blows the smoke open, looking for any players trying to cross over towards T-Red. Spots one, gets himself in a really interesting spot here.
Oh, it's frozen right as the smokes are going up. He didn't know about Torshi, so he's going to be able to get the kill there, but Twist at least got one in return. 4 versus 3 Robs. This is dangerous. Double MP9 on the other side. That's a lot of SMGs, and they're going to be able to trade that one favorably. They blow it wide open.
This is so sick from MOUZ.
Yes.
They have presented so many great little maneuvers here, just when they need them as well. But they're not out of the woods just yet. You've got to deal with Twist, and Shui certainly will, shutting that one down before it escalated. And yeah, like I said, they had, what, 3 MP9s in that gun round. After having some key jewels outside, some novel boosts, some gimmick plays, they managed to bring it down to a 3-on-3. The MP9s use that opportunity then to push in towards the lobby where they can actually have some damage there, and catching Robs and Brokey off guard, and the MP9 shine in that sort of interaction. Really nice round from MOUZ Sports. This is a great game of CS they're bringing to the table today. And FaZe, yeah, that nightmare start has happened once again. They can't get off to a decent opener here on any of these maps today, but Exertion certainly can. Haven't seen much from Frozen just yet, but I'm sure he's got something cooking.
Yeah, I guess, again, the upside is that the FaZe are really good at making the comebacks. It's just they're putting themselves under sort of maximum stress at all times to try and stay in these games. That's obviously not what you want to do, really. But we'll find out if they're going to be able to put something interesting together here. So another scout being picked up by Carrigan. Tech 9, 2 Deagles, and an AK on Robs. 4-0 lead, MOUZ.
So yeah, they've got maximum loss bonus at this point, so they can bring this little half buy forward, but Robs doesn't take too much damage, I suppose. Just loses 25 points of health, and they'll trade blows outside. It's actually the scout doing more damage towards Torshi. Both of the players connecting their shots, and Carrigan, there it is.
Okay.
That's not bad at all. The scout actually becoming a little bit more prominent here at CAC.
Well, Carrigan even in Go was one of those, you know, scout players. Every once in a while you pick it up, you know, have a good time with it. didn't have many of them, but there were a couple of players that knew how to have fun with it. Frozen back here, trying to be ready, but
another one.
He got tagged as well. This is interesting. Jimmy setting up for a bit of a defense there, but he does get traded rather quickly. Still a 4 versus 3 and a minute on the clock. It's Rain getting caught. That's unfortunate. He looked like he could have had the timing there, but Frozen just catching him. And now back into a 3 versus 3 with the bomb being planted.
This one's on a knife's edge. I don't know who has the advantage, but they seem to have a real firm understanding as to where Karrigan is. Shui takes care of him. 3 versus 2 now. Kits should be available. And we're going to see Rops and Twist defending both with rifles in their hands here. The bomb's already ticking at some pace. The door will be open wide. Rops in a strong position here.
My God.
And spotting the shadows, I think they've done enough.
Yeah.
Too powerful. Bomb's ticking at too far a pace, and it's going to be Shui. If he gets the kill right here, right now, he might be able to do it, but no, Rob shuts it down. Once again, it's Mr. Cool delivering the goods when they needed the most, down 4-1 and wins on the partial buy there as they get the bomb down towards lower. And fair enough, that was Karrigan opening things up as well. And as he gets to that scout kill outside, makes things very uncomfortable, gets a few tags off as well. So yeah, this is actually quite an impressive resurgence there. That's not the round they should be winning with a few Tech 9s and a scout. So well done to FaZe. MOUZ Sports, their money's going to be a bit of a question mark now as well. So yeah, Jimfat will be operating with the Desert Eagle. Distinct lack of utility as well. I don't think they have any kits either. So this one is a very important round. This is what we call a swing round in the business, Anders.
We do. We're not lying about it. And I must say, watching Rops on top of the reactor there, the way that
it's such a strong spot, isn't it?
It is, but like only if you have the right understanding of exactly where you're exposed to, and he's playing perfect Counter-Strike right now. It's so wild.
Yeah, he has kept the dream alive more often than not.
There we go. Smoke being blown open. It's a little bit early, but you know, those are the timings that people are going to have to learn over time.
This position is a nightmare to deal with. In CS2, for some reason, this seems super powerful. This gets me every time. Doesn't get Rain. He's fine with it.
It was close, though. But once again, the down below. The bomb is not quite there. It's actually by the squeak door, and Twist's not ready for that one. Nice little drop down. 3 versus 4. Don't give this one up, FaZe. You fought really hard to get back into that last round. You don't want to be throwing this away too early. Exertion pushing forward. It's Karrigan out in the garage looking for the fight here. He's probably taking a bit of a distraction, but that bomb is alone, very much alone at the moment. If it dies here, they're going to be in trouble. He does just make it down. Exertion, he was off by a second. That's so close. But they should be able to get the bomb plant now. Exertion goes down. Karrigan is going to fall next. And Torshi's waiting here. Can he see the bomb? No, he can't quite see anything. Oh, misses the shot as well. This is awkward. There's some damage for you. But he's exposed as well. Flashbang is godlike, but no one's pushing. Rain, he would have been dead right there. Gets the headshot instead. And now it's on Brokey. 1 versus 2. And they're tapping the bomb already with the kit in hand up. No, maybe not. Actually, it's going to make it a little bit longer, but I don't think there's anything they could do. Brokey's just on the other side. Not quite sure what's happening, and it will be the full defuse, so that's a shame. FaZe losing this round. They needed to win it badly.
Well, at least they did get the bomb planted and one player survives. There's still a full buy going forward there. It's on a knife's edge. That really could have gone either way. Still very exciting scenes as they found that kill down towards lower, trading blows. And unfortunately for them, Torji just managing to inflict enough damage, as you mentioned there. Didn't hit all the shots required, but at least kept them very modest in the 2 versus 2. Brokey could do nothing about it with the 10-second defuse. As we get into round number 7 here, 5-1 on their map pick. They are the masters of the comeback. Bear that in mind. And it's a similar story to Mirage. Like, they know they've got MOUZ on a kind of breaking point as well. Like, they will be in a world of trouble if they lose this next round coming up. And they're up against a fully equipped FaZe Clan with the AK-47s here. And it just means they won't have any loss bonus going forward. So it just takes one round to slip up, and all of a sudden the floodgates can open.
Oh, bit of an underhand. He tries to no-scope it. This is it's not a gimmick I would really account for to try and defend the bomb site.
No, you might want to save now. Like, they know there's an AWP in the vents. Molotov will be sent down there as well, and this is exactly the moment I was just describing. Now they won't have any loss bonus. They can't justify this retake. They'll save the AWP by the looks of things, and I say they have bated breath because the Hun will be on. But they've got Jimfat, who's got the M4. Same story for Frozen as well. But can they hold on to these weapons?
Is that something you think Torshi's been, practicing in? Because it looks so deliberate. Like, he knifed the vent.
I think it's just more out of desperation. Like, he's just like, I've blown open the smoke if they're right in front of me, maybe one of these bullets will connect, but it's very unlikely. If you're not aware, if you're on the ladders, all guns are pretty much completely inaccurate. It's down to like RNG, whether it works in your favor. One of those no scopes on the ladder actually connects, so you might as well give it a go, I suppose. There's nothing else you could do. And will be the second round for FaZe, starting to come to life now. But 3 members of MOUZ did survive, just to note that. And one of which was Torji. He's got 10 kills and 2 deaths right now. He's got the AWP. It's going to be a tactical timeout, the first for MOUZ. Still in a decent spot. Like that round, not ideal giving that one up. But still, with the 3 saved weapons, they can make this one work going forward. Coach will chime in. And we'll see whether they can bounce back to their winning ways. It's FaZe now once again. Nose to the grindstone, Anders. Comeback mode. Have to at least get 3 or 4 rounds, and on track to do so.
Yeah, once again, the game has opened up just enough for them that they can have an interesting first half here. But they got to be careful. Technical pause is what it's turned into now.
Not again.
Yes.
I don't have another one of those in me.
Okay, you don't? You're
No,
running...
I don't think so. Like after that first map today, with the 50+ rounds, yeah, I'm not sure I can do another one. But hopefully, it's just a cable issue like it was before. It looks like no headsets are coming off at the very least. If you're just joining us, ladies and gents, it's getting to a reasonable gamer hours now. It's like, what, 1 in the afternoon in Europe? And yeah, we've had a bit of a barn burner of a day here at Group B at CAC. This is our second series of the day. And this is going to be MOUZ versus FaZe. Second map here. Winner of this series goes straight to the semi-finals beginning on Saturday. Loser will be going to the quarterfinals, which is still good.
Which is still pretty good, yeah. No one's in serious trouble at the moment, but yeah, well, I'm seeing at least one headset there. Twist trying to see if he can hopefully sort it out. We can get back underway. He's doing tech problems for Kerrigan as well. But yeah, just for any new viewers who might have missed it, the first game of the game was Wings Up. And they got beat up by MOUZ Sports in a massive way.
13-2, yeah.
13-2 was really one-sided. But the second one was 5 overtimes.
Yeah, 58 rounds, I think.
I think it was such a long game, like the longest game of CS2 ever. So
yeah, we had the fastest game ever to the literal longest game in CS2 history, I think. At least on LAN. As ladies and gents, we're back into the action. Thank you for bearing with us. We have got the loser bracket game going on later today as well. Watch out for that. NIP will take on Wings Up. But for now, all focus and attention must be granted towards MOUZ and FaZe. Kerrigan lies in wait, anticipating some aggression here. He knows the finances aren't great. They need something to work in their favor. He gets that kill, no problem, but he anticipates a second, and Torchi's missing a few in the last couple here.
He really is. Those are kills you need to have, and now he's desperately running away from the Molotov right into the open arms of Rops, ready to receive. Sui's actually walked through. This is a wild play. This could get a bit interesting. They might not be looking for this yet. Yeah, Brokey just goes down immediately. Bit of a flash to try and set it up. Is he going to go for it? Frozen gets the kill, and now from the high ground, Exertion. I can't believe they got back into this round. Rops goes down, and MOUZ, they had no business getting into it. Once Torshi missed that shot, I thought that was going to be the end of it, but that sneak through from Suhei, I think that threw them completely off. They had no idea what to do.
What a wild round. Really enjoyed that once again. Exertion and Frozen getting 2 kills apiece, closing it out, denying the plant as well. FaZe, money's still pretty decent, but some caveats as we get into round number 9 here. You can see a Galil for Twists. 5 kills to his name. Brokey only got a single frag so far. Hasn't brought out the AWP just yet as the initial smokes are deployed. That's the smoke we were talking about that covers towards A main.
Yeah.
That one right there. This looks like he's got some pace behind it. Do they commit off this utility? They got a full sender. FaZe Clan, that is. They got to bust through this smoke. There's Robs taking a lot of damage en route, but the flashbangs are very, very efficient. And will be Exertion now to try and hold them off. Nice HE grenade. A player snuck down the vents, though. That's going to be Twists. Oh, great shot. This time Torshi does connect.
Yeah, that's huge. They really need him with that AWP. Can't see him missing too many more shots now. Bit of a standoff here. Smoke's going to be fading, and it's Rain. A little bit faster this time. So right back into a 3 versus 3. Torshi, this is a lot of movement. You got to be careful. There's a player right next to Twist, has gone all the way down below and back up to find this one, and surely he will. Gun barrel should be... Oh, no! He walks into it! How is that possible?
Oh!
Twist, that looked like it was his.
Unbelievable. I thought he was getting ready to pre-fire that position, Anders.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
I thought he spotted the barrel.
And heard him step.
There were so many footsteps. I thought the barrel is exposed. I was like, well, here we go. He's got a freebie. Well, Brokey has
30 seconds.
He can still win this one. He's had a very quiet showing here on Nuke so far. Torshi could deny it all, though, and he does. He actually denies the plant at the same time. Really excellent. I've got to see that from Torshi's POV. That's like a jump scare moment.
It is.
He was looking towards Squeaky Door, and you got a player just jump in front of your scope. He hits the shot. I didn't think he stood a chance in that interaction. So this was Torshi, MVP of the round for sure. Rain brought the round back in their favor. That was the moment. Wow, great reaction.
Yeah, I mean, for all the... We talked about him missing some shots here, but I think he's 13 and 3 or something like that.
All is forgiven.
All is forgiven.
After that. Good Lord. The fact he denied the plant as well, Anders, that's massive. They would have had a nice buy. They would have had like $4,000 per player, at least enough for AKs, armor, and some smokes. Now, without that plant, they're going to have to take a half buy at the very least. That's massive. Round 10.
This, like, he's got so little time. It's... In slow motion, it looks a bit reasonable, but in real time, you don't have many milliseconds to react to that one.
So it is the half buy. Rain on the AK-47. He seems to be finding the picks when they really need them. They'll have to find a couple here if they're going to make this round work. We saw a Mirage. Like, they can do unspeakable things with the Desert Eagles, Anders. Like, it's really difficult to contain them. Like, you have to treat these like gun rounds, as Shui will find out. Frozen will be dropped here, and you can see the power as they do run through their own flames here, but still in with a fighting chance.
Oh,
it's actually
no.
a 2 versus 1.
Yes, it is. Torshi, you might just need to find this kill right here. Bit of a wall bang, but he's getting dropped low himself. Needs the USP kill because he has to hunt for the bomb, which has made its way down below for a bomb plant. I can't believe that he escaped that one. And Torshi playing a dangerous game. He's got the right idea, but Brokey will outduel him. Triple kill on Rain, and that is FaZe with a miracle round.
Well, we said he had to be the hero. He delivers on all fronts there. Rain stepping up with the AK-47. Brokey with the Desert Eagle, flirting with death with Torshi there towards the hub position, but he gets the frag in the end. And I think that might do it for the finances here. What's the call? It might have to be another tactical timeout here for MOUZ. And it's going to take... Oh, they're forcing. All right, they're all in with the Eagles. Round 11. This could cost them a couple. So FaMOUZ, Desert Eagles, MP9s again. FaZe. It's been an uphill battle, to say the very least, but they've fit himself back in the driving seat here. 7-4 should be fine. They've certainly got all the advantages you could ask for here. Brokey finally on the AWP as well.
Yeah, I agree. 7-4 is definitely serviceable. You can make that work. Heavy push towards the garage here. Dodging the Deagle, at least the first one. There's a couple more in play still. And a FaMOUZ and exertion. Good Molotov there to push Torchi back, so making his life a bit uncomfortable. They're going to find the MP9. They're getting every fight you'd want here. Maybe except for Rain, who's eventually going to get shut down, but shouldn't be too much more happening here. Bomb is planted, and it's 2 versus 3.
Yeah, but final round up next, their money's going to be in a very similar position. I think 7-5 is looking good, and all things considered, that is a great recovery from FaZe. This round is going to slip by the wayside, but they can save some weapons here. That would be fantastic. So looking to upgrade the FaMOUZ, the Deagle, see if they can get an AK if possible. Can't seem to find it, and I need to be careful with the bomb blast here. There's the AK-47, and they've got a couple of them now. So that certainly helps out going forward, because the money would have been absolutely wrecked. So FaZe, great job once again. This time a bit more pace, a bit more pep in the step towards outside. And that will be 7-4. Final round of the first half of the second map will be underway momentarily. As you can see, this has been another arduous affair for FaZe. Like, MOUZ Sports really did turn up to play today. But off the back of some partial bye victories, some heroics from Rain, they've given themselves a fighting chance to take us to a third map, which will be Overpass.
I would love to see Overpass. This has been some really entertaining Counter-Strike, so I wouldn't mind a third outing between these two teams. Number 1 and number 2 in the world at the current stage. Even if we don't necessarily, you know.
Take that with a pinch of salt.
Yeah,
but
it's early days. Oh, flashbang setup is dead on perfect. Robs, not even he can withstand that one. Brokey outside's going to be finding Frozen, though. And look at how he's just carelessly running. He's like, I've got the space for it. I am ready to go. This is peak Brokey, and I am loving it. It's so much fun to watch him play like this, although he actually does get found in the middle of the chaos there. So unfortunately, not going to see another shot from him in the round. Twist will get a kill onto Sue, and it's a 2 versus 3.
Okay, with the fact there's 2 CTs down towards lower already, I'm not sure you'd be aware of that fact. But Rain is going hunting.
He's doing the homework.
Hunting for information. As if he calls that up is clear, they could be onto something. I think if they go upper, jobs are good, and there's no way they can lose the round. It seems like they'll join him. So very well done. It's going to be 7-5.
Yeah, once they're up here, smokes go up. They're going to be something you can't really get out of the vent. You probably won't even try. Okay, finds an orb along the way. I guess that's something to work with. But it's the last round of the half, so you're going to be going hard at it no matter what, even in the 2-on-3. Otherwise, you'd probably be saving already.
They've got a kit, but like, yeah, there's such a low chance of pulling this one off. That's a good start, though. Jimfat with the first. He's the one with the kit as well. He's making this one possible, and he'll have to full send it in towards the high. I think he just full diffuses there. And he's going to hold his nerve. Oh my god, he's actually pulled it off. That is so sick. What a read from Jimfat. Like I said, it looked like they had nothing to do there, nothing to say. They had, what, an MP9 and a FAMAS down towards lower in a 3-on-2. They find AKs on the rotation. A kid is picked up as well. And somehow it's Jimfat with balls of steel, Anders, going for the full defuse. That's unbelievable.
Balls of steel, you're right. He couldn't have moved if he wanted to there.
As soon as he touched it, full defuse, I just knew he'd won. He's done it.
And he sat with his back turned. That's the baller move, isn't it? Just saying, I'm actively ignoring you. I don't even care if you're trying to, jiggle peek it, if you're showing your gun barrel, whatever it is. Like, I'm not even seeing it. I'm committed to this one.
I didn't think there was a wild MOUZ win that round.
Yeah, it should have been possible.
Not even in this universe. And they've given it up. Rain, if he peaks that and his challenges, they win the rounds, but he thought he called his bluff with the kind of preemptive shot in the heart. He thought that'd be enough to knock him off the bomb. It certainly wasn't. Jimfat, he manages to steal the round away 8-4 as they switch over towards the T side. I am blown away by that one. How do they recover it? 2 players down lower, SMG and a FAMAS. Bomb planted, and you've lost the round.
You should have definitely lost the round. That's a bit of a gut punch, really. It does leave us in an 8-4 scoreline with MOUZ not that far away from maybe picking this up in a 2-0 fashion. They said it couldn't be done with FaZe being a very resilient team at the moment, but MOUZ have a crack at it here. If they can win the pistol in the second half, my god, it's going to get interesting. Frozen already trying to flex outside with the P250, but Harrigan is there. Rops is lost to the round again. Unfortunately, they can't put him into play here. Still a 4 versus 4.
Yeah, it looks like FaZe have got a nice control of this one. They're surrounding the T-side players, and Brokey at range making the Julies work as well. I'd say that's got to be it, because how can you enter the ladder? And it will be a very convincing start for FaZe as they...
Critical.
Yeah, and that's no bomb planted as well. That's as good as it can possibly get. So it was Frozen and Co. challenging towards outside, getting picked off one by one. Nice backstab from Brokey from the secret area. Gets a long-range Julie headshot as well. And I don't think they'll force by here. They'll bring out the AKs in the third. As we get to round number 14. FaZe. The uphill battle begins once again.
One flash. Yeah, so they're just going to go for a bomb plant here, I think. Just try and see if they can get the God flash in. What a nade from the CT side. Harrigan ready to line it up. That was 4 people running into that HE. It might not have done an enormous amount of damage to any one of them, but when you don't have armor, it just makes them very, very soft to the FAMAS that's following it up. So that's a quick round. No bomb plants.
Yeah, but the more important round is up next. Here come the Galils, the AKs, up against the MP9s. FaZe will have to present the similar ideas we saw from MOUZ, like getting those MP9s in towards ramp, ready to push, ready to collapse in towards the lobby. A boost outside. An interesting position. You're going to need those sort of plays here to overcome this sort of round. Rain with the standard incendiary to block the outside push. They'll keep coming very quickly. That towards Silo is going to be frozen, and Rain's got to patrol outside of the MP9. It's not ideal, to say the very least. He's just trying to block as long as possible, deploying all of his utility. The smokes are down. The incendiary to kick things off. A nice HE to soften them up here. Gets a little dink as well, so he's doing a great job just for that MP9, and he's done the majority of the damage in the round. All of that's been done towards Mouseport. That's all courtesy of Rain.
That feels like he was overstaying his welcome so much, but...
It's all calculated, Anders.
It was a calculated risk, famously. Yeah. Kerrigan will go down, unfortunately. It didn't do quite the same calculation there. Jimfad able to pick him up, so 4 versus 5. Rain up close. Shadow going to be showing there, but Sewage docked right under Rops. Good pickoff. What a little burst to take down Toshi. That's a double kill for Rops. And it brings them right back into the round. 3 versus 3. Roki quick with the trigger there. Frozen, unable to react, and they are going to be able to solve this puzzle. Sui is outside, but it's a 1 versus 3 for him. He does have the bomb, and I mean, I guess he's got enough time. 40 seconds, maybe he could play a clever trick here.
Yeah, but the slower he goes, the more they rotate.
Yeah.
And whether they stay together or split up is yet to be seen. For now, we've got Twisting towards upper. And Baroki doesn't seem far behind, so Shui will be best off planting down towards lower bomb side if possible. That's the final maneuver. He might be onto something.
Yeah, they're
Do
going to
they have kits? Yes, they do on Twist. So there's one already in play. Shui's maybe wasted a bit too much time here. I'm not sure. This is the clutch he was looking for now. Oh. Yeah, exactly. I think he had to operate a little quicker than that one. He gets the airstrike down behind the silo. Beautiful play there from Brokey. And no plant as well suggests it's going to be an eco coming up next. So FaZe managing to make the MP9s work. That's Rain as well. Patrolling outside the whole yard with an SMG, and it's down to the utility usage as well. He did just enough to allow Robs to rotate. He blocked them for so long. Robs comes in, gets a nice double kill, and Brokey. Beautiful way to close out the round as well. Shui didn't stand a chance. No bomb found, and we will get into a partial buy. 8-7. FaZe are back online here. If they could just find a good start in one of these games, they'd really be onto something. As you see the upper rush come through, Shui double kill, making up for the previous round, but still a lot of work to do here. They need to plant that bomb. Brokey will keep the numbers modest, at least for now, as the retake is coming in quickly here. Rain makes it work. We drop that exertion. And here comes Robso, the final boss. 1 versus 1, and he makes it look clinical. He makes it look easy.
What a god he is. They must be under some pressure. Right? This has been a rough day for FaZe as a whole, I suppose, like in terms of having to play all of that overtime, and then with every single map, it doesn't really matter. Rops is always there. The last round, he got the double kill this time, turns up with the triple, and it's just so crisp. What a delight to watch him play. It's always fun to watch Rops, but I feel like today he's been lights out.
Yeah, he's been exceptional. That was like a godlike play. Like, it was a 2-on-4. Every scenario he's in, he's worked out how he's going to win the round, like what he has to do. The timings are always spot on. The awareness is always just sublime. That was, a thing of beauty from Robs there. And he ties us all up, 8-8, but certainly a costly round. Carrigan's going to go down in those flames almost certainly. Infat will find him, and Twist now fighting for his life. All will rotate in to his detriment. Twist can't find a frag, 2-on-2. Can MOUZ finally break through here? But it's a low HP Frozen that has to challenge Rain. He's got the M4, more than willing to challenge as he pulls out the smoke as well. He's been spotted. Gives him a bit of wiggle room now. The T's might want to consider falling back at this stage and resetting the round.
Yeah, Rops already almost walked away, but as soon as they recommitted to it, he was back up the ladder again. Still in this high ground position. How do you plant the bomb right now?
I don't know.
They don't know either. Rops sneaking in, the timing. Like you said, he's always figured it out somehow. He's always got the read for it. Spins around and he comes in for the trade there. It's another triple kill for him. And now it's FaZe in the lead.
He is in God mode. He didn't even take any damage there, Anders. He leaves around of 100 HP. That is absolutely wild. Finds that trade. Always in the right space at the right time, and this is the perfect run for FaZe in this second half. It was 8-4 to kick things off. Carrigan, all he had to do was find one, given his circumstance. There was looking for the double spray down. Twist, same story. Just give Robs enough to work with here. He'll find you the victory as he closes things out in a beautiful fashion once again. This is just a tremendous performance from him. As we'll take a tactical timeout, a chance for MOUZ to work out their next maneuver here. They've lost the lead. That 8-4 lead has quickly vanished for them. That's going to be 5 rounds in a row for FaZe. Rain, what are you up to?
Just having a good old time, I think.
Just some wrist exercises there.
Just bros doing bro things, you know?
Well, here we go. Half by. Is there an AK in the mix? No, it's pistols across the board. And that upper rush of the Tech-9s look beautiful. And they had a 5-on-3. Shui with the double kill to open things up. They can't kill Rops.
And then they tried to do it with rifles, which makes a lot of sense. Like, you had so much success with the Tech-9s, maybe you can do it with the rifles. Now they're going to try and do it one more time. They just keep hitting the bomb site. It's a third round in a row here that they're rushing this A site. They're so close all the time. There's Torshi with the Deagle. Rops out a little bit earlier this time on the rafters, but it's working. 1 versus 3. Exertion hiding inside of the smoke. Surely they're going to find him. As soon as he fires this gun, they are going to pounce on them all at the same time. And just a question of timing now. That smoke is going to be fading soon, and he hasn't heard or seen anyone. There we go. And he trained to pick him off. FaZe continue marching their way back into the game. It's 10-8 now in their favor.
Feels like they're on cruise control, Anders.
Yeah.
They're not missing a beat. No rounds given up. Looking to take us to overpass. MOUZ starting to shrink here. The analyst did say Nuke should be an open shut case for FaZe, but after that difficult start, the 8-4 half, I wasn't so sure, but Rops has certainly convinced me. Round 19. Full buy here available, but what can they even present? Towards outside we go. A lot of pacing behind this one. A beautiful shot. That's more like it. Carrigan answers back, though. He's been pretty decent towards upper, to be honest with you. And now we're back to a 4-on-4. Frozen. Oh, that one hasn't worked out from at all. Carrigan helps himself to another frag. Still a 3-on-3. He's traded out by his rival in-game leader. Rops, though. Oh, no. He's got 100 HP, and he's ready to frag.
Yeah, he is. I think Carrigan did so. I think he lined up like 2 more people and did damage to them. So that's a wild round from Carrigan. Rain to take down Exertion, and Torshi left here. Looking to find Rops. He's going to be good for that one, but they're on him right away. The trades, once they get towards the bomb sites, are just so efficient for FaZe.
7 rounds in a row, Anders.
Yeah, it's stories all the time at this point here. Like they're just doing it over and over again, FaZe.
Yeah, I think MOUZ Sports run out of ideas. Like any sort of advantage they get, or even if it's an even kill, Rops will arrive at the scene of the crime and just absolutely shut them down. Carrigan, again, he's doing a great job towards upper. He's second in command in terms of the fragging right now. 16 kills, just 3 behind Rops. We've got to commend him for that one. Like, he had some quiet performances.
Yeah.
But this is being beautiful. Like, upper's been completely shut down. So round 20. FaZe need 1 more to post map points here. Looks like we're almost certainly going to overpass here. Wouldn't have it any other way. MOUZ Sports, though, not even posting a single T-sided round after, like I said, it was like the best T-side Mirage I've seen in some time in the first map.
And then into this.
And again, I think this is the case of like, this is just FaZe playing incredibly well right now. Rops especially is absolutely manhandling them in the 3 versus 1s. And he'll be nading out that door, getting himself down towards lower. And the reason you blow off that door is because with the T's do plant down there, that door is normally very useful. Allows the CTs to be denied access.
There we go. Bit of an easy shot. Brokey will take it. They do have a Molotov. They can try and get rid of him. There we go. Nades landing. He's got a bit of a smoke. Just buying time and being a general annoyance back here. See if they can kill him without losing anyone else. They are aware that someone could be sneaking in, so they're worried about that. And finally, they're going to be able to find him. Okay. Good cover. You saw how some of them were hunting him down, but they were aware that there could have been someone coming in from hell. So they're not just going to fall victim to that. Under a minute, though. And it is still a 4 versus 4.
Can MOUZ post their first round on the T side of Nuke? It's been an absolute clean sweep from FaZe. Currently a 4-on-4. In terms of utility, still a smoke available here, but they've got to get past Rops. He's always in the right place at the right time. The snake in the grass, the coiled viper, ready to go. And we'll see whether he can actually pull this one off. They haven't checked his position, Anders. He'll be Molotov'd out, but then the flames aren't touching him.
Was it possible? Boy's just hiding back. Here goes, swings wide, gets one more. He's just so hard to get rid of. They finally get him with a shot for the box, but it's too late. The time that he's bought, the fact that he got the double kill, little cheeky smile coming out from Robs. Makes him look a little bit innocent, but he's absolutely not.
Yeah, he's a stone cold killer. That's what he is. Everywhere they seem to be heading, Robs is lying in wait.
That must be so disheartening, just this feeling that there's one player on the other side that it costs so much to try and get rid of. Like, if the Molotov had spread here, it would have been a different question.
Like, that's just, of course, like, they Molotov the position, but he's got like a pixel where it's not affecting him, and he gets the second kill as well.
Why not?
So frustrating for them, and I guess we're done here, ladies and gents. Like, MOUZ have not posted a single round. It's now 8 against them on their T-side campaign, and yeah, they just have to buy its map points. A little bit underwhelming, the finish here. Like, you have to say, like, commend FaZe for like, another amazing comeback here.
Yes,
they were down 4-0, and they only got 4 rounds on their T side, but bloody hell, what a performance this has been.
And honestly, a warning as well to anyone that's going to be playing FaZe, whether it's MOUZ on the 3rd map or, you know, or later on in the tournament. If you have that kind of a head start against FaZe, you must keep it up. Like, you can't
you better close it out.
You have to really right away, because once they warm up, they're just so hard to stop again for whatever reason. Rob's just looked possessed at certain points in this, determined to get a double or a triple kill almost every single round. Terrain outside, a little bit of a trade going on there. Harrigan, good on the defense. Rob's showing up on the high ground. Going to be able to get the 1 kill, but they do find him at the very least. 2 versus 3 to try and hold on to the map here. The spray for Twist is pretty decent. It's a 1 versus 2, and Rain will take the last kill. It is a 3rd map coming up on Overpass Henry, and that's exactly what we wanted.
There he is, Captain Carrigan. What a performance, Andy.
Yeah.
Like, he was very quiet on the first map there. Wasn't his best game. He was like 0-8 to 1 point, but slowly but surely he started to grind his way back into it. This was a completely different story. He looked fantastic in an upper bomb side. He was one of the core reasons they actually had such an impressive CT side there. So just we're talking about Robs a lot. I just want to make sure we give Carrigan his flowers as well in that regard. And MOUZ Sports, it looked good for a 2-0 in that first half. 8-4 in their favor. It seemed like everything was going well. They lost a pistol. Okay, that's fine. But they don't post a single T-side round. We could talk about it all day long. We've got some guys there who are ready to do that. So we'll throw it over to Trace and the boys.
Thank you very much, Mr. Greer. Yeah, let's start this one out right around that second half, because, you know, getting blanked as a C or as a T, that's not ideal.
Listen, they were discussing 4 rounds on the T side. That might really be helpful. It turns out FaZe probably needed just maybe 1 round. And if they got 0 rounds, that would have been overtime. That was incredible. That was incredible. CT side being showcased by FaZe, and the man of the hour has to be Robs, right? He was a light on the first map, even though it was a losing effort. And in this one, he was just the final boss in every single round.
Yes, I think Robs, for all the ramp players out there, and I want to give you an appreciation, because I know it's not a great role to be playing sometimes. Not everyone wants to fight to be ramp. If you look at Robs, he will show you in so many different ways the impact you can have in the defense, because he is the one of the player who's not going to be just stable in that position, but based on his read of the game, will be exactly where he needs to be, and sometimes will just completely abandon ramp. So many times in this game, we've seen him be on time for the rotation on the A side, up heaven to fight with his teammates on site in trouble. He's lower as well on that last round, because you know what? That's it. F this, I'm going to leave ramp, I'm going to be downstairs. He has the right read, and he's so hard to predict. Whereas he's supposed to be playing in a sandbox of 10 square meter, but he doesn't. He doesn't respect the box. Huge trendsetter for that position.
And also, if you look at some of the rounds when they do lose the upper bomb, that is like a 3v3 situation, you could see Robs being the one to talk quite a lot, right? Remaining players is like, all right, guys, we're going to retake the upper bomb side before the bomb even gets planted. And speaking of impact players, man, Carrigan, the captain, you got to give credit where it's due. It's 17 kills, obviously Robs eclipsing him, and he didn't really have any, you know, really cool moments or whatnot. But 100 ADR for Carrigan, he was putting in work on that CT side. And sure, he might get traded immediately, but the fact that he was able to get like a kill seemingly every round was nuts.
I know, like Carrigan doesn't care about how pretty it is.
It's
how
ugly.
It takes you down.
It's actually ugly.
He'll take you down. Like,
It's
it reminds me of, was it that movie Charlie Sheen, Hot Shot? It is, you know, just like 200 bullets.
Never
he doesn't care. He doesn't care at all. It's beautiful, and at the same time, it's not pretty at all. I mean, for me, all that matters is the kill. The job is done. The ADR is here.
Timeout. I just have to. You haven't watched Hot Shots.
What year was that made, Blay?
I would probably say 90s.
Better yet. When was the last time Charlie Sheen was in a movie, Blay?
That's a good one. That's a good.
How the hell will I know?
Exactly. I tell you what, I don't know
Your point
about
being?
that movie. The point being that our MVP of the matchup is Karrigan.
I like this. I like the fact Karrigan's the MVP. He was, I think, was calling a pretty solid T side, especially during the latter stages of the first half. And also, I mean, you can't mess with that ADR, right? Over 100 ADR, even though the kills in death 17, it doesn't look that impressive, so to speak. But even on the upper bomb side, whenever they're going for fast plays, they're trying to punish Karrigan. Right. They're trying to punish Karrigan's position, but he was being mobile, playing in front of the Squeaky, playing on the back of the bomb side, and he was, like you said, getting a kill every single time and dealing extra damage.
More than a kill, and I think this is why he needs and he deserves the praise. I mean, I can meme around and have some fun. The matter of the fact is, MOUZ did try to abuse that inside position.
Yep.
They tried and played it multiple different ways, different rhythms as well. We had the greatest opportunity that they had was off the back of that Tech-9, just completely crazy move from Shuidor. But that was not the only round. They really tried to burst toward inside, and then Karrigan did a great job in that mini position as well. Whenever the split were coming through, he was ready to fight. Definitely not shying away from fight. So no, he does deserve legitimate credit for this map.
But Jimmy, the defuse.
I know you like that moment.
Why not?
Stuck in your mind.
Let's take a look at it. Let's relive it all together.
It's actually listen. By the way, who's in a 1v1 against Jimmy? It's Rain, probably one of the most tenured players in this team. There's a 1v2, in fact, right? He just sticks it. Balls of steel. Final round of the first half, by the way, and Rain. He just fails. He just fails in a 1v1 right there.
It's obviously very stylish to watch and it's cool to see. But just in terms of probabilities, if you're in a 1v1 with a kit and you have no idea where your opponent is and you do not have a smoke, I guarantee you mathematically you're better off just sticking it. Because it might just be too hard to guess. Is he going to come out of hut? Is he come out of door? Is he already in mini? Is he behind me from ladder eventually? If I play the tap game check, I might just be checkmate by the time. So yeah, I have a kit. You know what, screw this. I'm going straight for it. 50% of the time, it always works.
50% of the time, it works all the time.
All the time. Yep.
Which, yeah, I mean, I can't beat that logic, actually. I also can't beat the idea that we do settle the score here on Overpass.
Yes.
Again, the winner goes on to the semis, and the loser finds their way into the quarters.
Yeah, it's not the worst. And map number 3 coming up is, of course, going to be Overpass. That is what I thought it was probably maybe going to be Ancient, because MOUZ did have a lot of data to work with, considering the 50-round game we had from FaZe, right? But they've gone the way of Overpass. Now, here's the thing for FaZe. You look at the stats, you look at the numbers, it's only 20% win rate in the past 3 months they've played it. But I think that paints a false picture. They like playing this map. They pick this map quite often. They did it in Sydney as well. And it's a map they seem to have a very fundamentally solid idea on how they want to play. It is going to be a test for MOUZ. It's not going to be that easy.
I'm right there with you. When it comes to FaZe, I feel like the cycle of Overpass for them is probably before reworking the map hardly. Because the base of the premise is FaZe is a very good Overpass team. They were very good for a very long time. Trendsetters in some of the positions. We always come back to Rain on the A side. But I feel like this might be a map to which they haven't really put too much effort, which means now we're at the end of the cycle, the end of the shelf life of that map. They're going to probably base more on the things they know how to do, not the things they've invented recently. So there is an opportunity here for MOUZ in terms of preparation. But Trace, you beautiful omniscient being, do you know where people will start? What half are we talking about? The defense that eludes me. FaZe CT side. There is a possibility to just look it up.
Just close it out.
Lock it down.
Yep. They depending on the starts. Now, it's been a bit of a running meme so far, but every single map we've seen from FaZe, it's been grim. Even the online, even an online tournament they played just last week in Thunderpick, right? They were just having these rough starts and just bringing it back, always bringing it back. But if they get off to a good start, win a CT pistol, for example, they could just lock this on completely.
Let's bring it back, Bleh.
Okay.
All right.
We brought it back.
And with that said, we go to a break. We come back, we settle the score between MOUZ and FaZe, the CAC, CS Asian Championships.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to CAC 2023. We have the third and final map between MOUZ and FaZe. The first two have set the scene. It's going to be an absolute barn burner of a finish here. FaZe have woken up. They've awoken the beast, it seems, MOUZ Sports, because it seemed that they were in cruise control, 8-4 in that first half, but then FaZe didn't miss a beat in the second.
And they don't have any answer to Robs. They can't stop him. Well, I don't know why he's become such a demon in this game, but it's wild to watch, like how consistent he is, and just how aggressive he is in some of these moments. So
just the reads he's making as well. Every scenario, every move they make, just when it seems that they've called the perfect play, he's down there waiting for them, getting like a double kill every single time or a triple spray down. It's been absolutely bizarre, but one of the most fun series you're ever going to watch here. There he is on your screens right now. 22 kills, 3 assists, and 13 deaths there. And shout out to Karrigan. He actually had more ADR on that map. So even though Robs is doing the heavy lifting and the more spectacular plays, Karrigan played a super solid game. So that's really exciting to see here. It is going to be Overpass to close things out. It's a more technical map. I'm excited to see how this one pans out. I'm going to have to push you, Anders. You have to give me an answer. Who's going to be winning Overpass?
Oh, man. I picked FaZe at the start. I think I'm gonna stick with them. Like Robs, it's not just the way that he's playing right now. It's someone has to shut him down. No one's been able to so far. So
and we did see Torchy start to fall off in some of the form, right? Because he missed some kind of crucial shots there.
Karrigan's woken up.
Yeah, exactly. So I feel like this is a FaZe with a slow start into the tournament. Sure, they've got themselves to position. They're still going to make it to the semi-finals right now. But bear in mind against NIP, fractured NIP at that. It did go to 58 rounds, something like that, ridiculous. And then the first map was a little bit disappointing for them. Some of the individuals not showing up here against MOUZ Sports, but Nuke was a spectacular success. So I think I do agree with you. Although I picked MOUZ Sports, I guess I'll stick with it myself just to keep things interesting, keep that kind of rivalry going between us, Anders.
But if anything, MOUZ have really proven today that all they need is like a couple of things working, and they are really dangerous, right? So I guess it is a bit of a coin flip. Wouldn't be surprised to get more overtime. That'd be welcome addition. Haven't have enough of that,
Yeah, haven't had enough of overtime.
No, we could get some more in there. Again, we're testing a new CS2 patch, and we're testing out CS2.
That's true. At least we've probably got enough data for a lifetime after today. After this morning, we have another game for you after this one as well. That will be Wings Up versus NIP. So NIP still have a chance to make it to the quarterfinals. Like they should be taking down Wings Up, right? Like we don't know much about them, but from what I hear, they're playing with 2 stand-ins. They got absolutely owned by MOUZ Sports, and in the best of 3, I think that the class will shine through there. So this was the group of death, and it's certainly living up to the reputation.
It is. I mean, Overpass is the deciding map. Not too bad. Obviously, with the map pool, the depth that FaZe have, they're probably going to feel pretty comfortable. Yeah.
So it's
interesting. Is that even possible? Like,
I don't know. Like over the years, they've been a team for a long time now, I suppose.
Yeah.
So and they've going over to a new game. I feel like it's an exciting prospect. You haven't heard of that too often over the years. And I don't think lineups have stayed together long enough. And I guess that's an interesting point as well. Lots of rumors circulating around Twist's future within this team as well. And looks like we are ready to get into the game. Ladies and gentlemen, the final one of this series, FaZe taking on MOUZ here. And it will be Overpass. And a CT start for FaZe will look at things here. We'll analyze the buy on the T side, see if we can get any inkling as to where they're heading or any upgraded weapons. As you see, a single smoke and a flashbang purchase, a P250 for Xertion. And let's have a look. That's not Brokey. There we go. There he is.
Oh, yeah, that's what the P250 is exactly for. Trying to see if we can find that range shot against the USPs. Unsuccessful for the minute, but, it's worth giving it a try. Rain in a dangerous spot, but he's going to be able to make it out. The dualies are going to be up for the test next. Oh my god, all right. Swings again.
So good with those.
Just absolutely making it work.
Yeah, on Nuke, he was getting like kills across the map with them. I think that will do, though, after he takes a bullet to the face. Frozen will close him out. So it's still the man advantage of a FaZe, but it will be Frozen to pull one back at the very least. 4 versus 3. Plenty of time and some assertion here from FaZe as they manage to get lots of control out towards Monster. But Shui will pull one back. Even kill now. 1 minute remaining. Karrigan spots one towards long. That was Xertion. I don't think he got spotted in return himself. So he'll be patrolling this position. It's a key duel. Karrigan looked very good on Nuke.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know that someone's up close. Now he will. So survives the scare there. Could have maybe been jumped on a little bit earlier and maybe would have been a chance. Karrigan not hitting the shot here. Also running low on bullets. Down to 5 now. And they are getting closer. The backup is starting to get there. Karrigan gets run over. Robs will find a shot, and there's only 25 seconds here. That bomb plant's going to be very hard to come by at the moment. Robs, he's so crisp, isn't he? finding another one there and leaving Sue alone. Bomb
Just
is
get the
dropped.
bomb at this point if you can. Not going to happen.
Wow.
And there it is. Robs once again making things incredibly uncomfortable. Sure, Carrigan doesn't get a kill there, but he did delay them a long time. He inflicted some damage, allowed the rotations to come through, and FaZe denying the plant. A pretty perfect start here. It was Brokey to kick things off with the dual elites down towards the connector. Beautiful little sequence there, but some good shots in return. But without the bomb planted, it suggests there will be eco in the second round. Suggests they will. It doesn't necessarily mean they will, but we'll see. And indeed, going to be saving up for the AK-47s in the third. MOUZ, ideally just a couple of kills here. A bomb plant would be a victory. Rain trying to shut that prospect down early.
They have a good read phase. You can tell them by 3 MP9s, which means they are looking to farm. Although, not working out for Rain at the moment. Twist, though, having a bit more fortune in that department. He will be frozen to be picked up last. Taking a bit longer, but they'll get there eventually. So, 2-0 lead. All kind of by design here. I don't think MOUZ are necessarily going to care too much about any of this. Real question will be if they can find some interesting stuff to work with on this third round. You did mention they're going to be picking up the AKs, and it's all across the board. Plenty of grenades to follow it through. Very interested to see if they can find a solution to the Rob's dilemma that's been haunting them for a couple of maps right now. That's a very forward smoke.
Yeah, it's very meta right now. Instead of the double incendiaries, you'll see those CT smokes being deployed. Instead, it seems to hold them at bay a lot more effectively. And you can see it's quite uncomfortable. Shui has no idea what's on the other side. Trying to push them back if anyone is present behind those smokes. But FaZe finally with a good start, Anders. We've been saying it pretty much all series long or all day long.
True.
They have to recover each and every time.
Well, let's see if it remains a good start. There's still a way to screw it up, I suppose. Oh, and they spot the gun barrel. They know the Rain is back there just shooting at the tree for the minute. But
it's not doing any damage.
No, he's just fine back here. He swings out and will finally go down. He did a little bit of damage on the exertion there.
Some sturdy oak they've got there.
I guess, yeah. That's is that the strong trees, Henry?
I think it's considered to be one of the strongest, yeah.
Okay, well, there we go. I'm glad we got that in there. Nature fans rejoicing.
So it is the early frag. Rain 0-3. Goes down early here. 30 seconds, though. Still going to be an uncomfortable finish, but I think there's only one player. But what a player it is, Carrigan. Normally so good at finding a lot out of a little, just when you doubt him. That flash there doesn't help out the matter, but we'll see if he can find a couple of kills. There's the first. Swings to the second. I told you, Anders. He delivers when they need him most, and he gets the fourth as well. This is spectacular from Carrigan. Another captain's performance here, single-handedly. Best MOUZ Sports, a 1 versus 4 on the bomb site, and he absolutely knocks them out. That is beautiful.
When we watch the replay, we're going to see that it's fine. Carrigan get the first kill, but the second player in line pulls out a grenade, and it blocks the player behind him as well. So there's a team kill in there, which is how he gets everything. That is almost a little bit unforgivable. FaZe are going to be loving it, but my God, they had the flashbang against him. He was actually so screwed. Look at this. So the next player here has a grenade, and that's why they get lined up. They would have been fine if they would have kept swinging against him. But yeah, that is an expensive little mess up there, unfortunately.
Love that. He had the best gun in the game. He knew it as well. The MP9, it all came together. He gets himself 4 massive kills. Well, 3, I suppose. The opposition took 1.
I mean, it technically is, you know.
And that was, he had 0 kills before that interaction. That's wild. Really cool stuff there. Well played to Carrigan. It was all coming together. You could see with the time running low, lack of resources in terms of utility for MOUZ. They just had to kind of take a deep breath and go together. Caught with the pants down, though, and it was a beautiful play from Carrigan. 3-0, presumably 4. We have got an AK in the hands of Exertion, but we'll see what he can make of it. Rob's tucking himself in towards a connector. That's a wall back from the B bomb site, courtesy of Twist. And they've got the opening couple of frags here. This is a bit of a masterclass so far from FaZe.
Yeah, that good start is really materializing for them at the moment. I guess that gives MOUZ a chance to prove if they have the same kind of comeback genes that that FaZe have been displaying throughout the day. I don't know about that yet, because you know MOUZ have been generally starting off pretty well in these games that we've been seeing from them so far. Surgeon hoping to find stray CT, navigating the map, but that's not possible at the moment. Brokey, the nearest target by, he is covered by Twist, so very tricky kind of situation here. That's a wide swing before that smoke even goes up, and it actually works. They hear the smoke, they expect that it's just going to be a little bit of a setup, and instead he pushes in front of it. That's pretty sick.
Wow, still a lot of work to be done here. MOUZ have done enough to make the round competitive still. Time is of the essence, though. A is pretty much locked off by Rain. If they want to go back, it'll have to be through T-Spawn. I think they've just realized there's no time to even do that. So, what's the next play?
Save?
Okay. I mean, you need the money. So, I don't think that's a viable option either.
Yeah, maybe with the AK. I don't know, it's just this... What do you do now?
Can't save a Deagle. So
well, you're definitely not the Deagle, right? But maybe the AK you could?
Nah.
No.
They go for it.
Henry says no. It's 8 seconds. They're listening to you, and they are at least going to be able to get themselves killed before the timer runs out. But there was so little time. There's almost no way. Even if you were to get a kill or two along the way there, you're probably going to end up falling short anyway.
Sure, but you had a full buy this round regardless.
Yeah,
you need to keep the money the same for everyone. If you died after the time by trying to save an AK, you've kind of thrown everything away.
That would have been disastrous.
So yeah, you definitely want to go for those ones. But 4-0 FaZe. Oh, they're going fast. Is that by design? They're going to go for a run boost there? That's the smoke we're talking about. That's the meta smoke every team is deploying right now. It used to be double incendiaries, but that cost you a lot less kind of dollar investment and resources as well as throwing that single smoke over.
Yeah, I've got to say, even in CS2, when I see people trying to throw those Molotovs, a lot of the time they fail. They just go up in the air.
Yeah.
And then I guess it's a real waste at that point in time, right?
Yeah, and the smoke they're throwing is super easy to deploy as well. So that's why I think every team's running it right now. So I think that's going to be the meta for a while until someone shows us something different. But yeah, this fantastic start from FaZe continues here. 4-0. Gave MOUZ a bit of a schooling on Nuke after losing the first half 8-4. They managed to convert the game 13-8. Like, unbelievable scenes. Rops with the kind of the half of the tournament, I suppose. Yeah. An absolute monster on Nuke, CT side. Carrigan, he's been great as well. He'll be tested right now.
Yeah, but look at Robs. Speaking of which, he's got the AUG and he's flanking them. So, ooh, are they going to escape the flank? They're going back through the connector. Carrigan has gone down. And Brokey's making a lot of noise. They don't know about Exertion. He needs to find this kill for free. That opens up everything. And now they're going to get the bomb plant down to the A bomb site. Man, that flank from Robs looked like it was going to be amazing. But now he's just really far away from everything.
This retake's possible. The bomb's only just gone down, and Robs is finding an interesting avenue of approach. Down towards long. I don't think anyone will expect him to come in this position. Yeah, like he could have pulled the trigger there, but he probably stinks him and doesn't get the frag. So that's a better choice, I think. He still has plenty of time to make his way forward. That's more like it. Takes Exertion down. This is certainly possible now. Twist will have to find a couple of very quick kills. They've got a strike right here, right now. They're going to go for it. Rain making it possible. The frag's coming through. Someone needs to defuse and they need to cover, but Torshi might have done enough here. Tapping the bomb, just hoping to take him down. That will do. Like, in terms of the prospect of winning that round, it was always going to be very difficult. The fact they take all 5 players down and survive the AWP, that's actually a pretty good little excursion, I would say, regardless. Twist is on 8-0, by the way.
Yeah, wow. I guess that's... I think it's fair play. You try and go for that round, especially with the flank coming in from Rops, in spite of the fact that he was trying to flank the other bomb side to begin with. And you are right. They do get rid of every single rifle on the MOUZ side.
If you guys aren't aware, like if you win by virtue of explosion on the T side, it's not like it accumulates or gets bigger and stronger every round you win. It's $3,500. So if all 5 players go down and you're fully invested, that's $3,500 for the team going into the next round. You see that reflected. They won the previous round. They've got 3 Galils to work with now. So that's why FaZe are trying to apply that financial pressure here. We are going to see round 6 come through. It's a Brokey AWP. Might have to do the majority of the work here. And you can see MOUZ just kind of going with a set piece out of spawn. This is a call they've made early. They'd send 3 players and rush long and try and catch Carrigan off guard, who's normally holding this sort of perimeter, but it's going to be Rain this time. Twist will join him.
They've been caught off guard a lot in this A bomb side. This is so early to be in this position. I don't think anyone's ready for it. Rain getting shut down. Twist trying to do a little bit of work here, but Exertion coming up with a double entry, and this is just so powerful. Jimmy's just missed Robs. Again, a very elusive, maybe one of the most elusive players we have in the scene. Sneaking through the smoke, getting a little bit closer. He doesn't have a kit, unfortunately. Really fun to see what he could do when he's this far up, but he's called in, broke in. Carrigan said, get a little bit closer. Maybe I could do something. He's not trying to get the double there, just getting straight for it with the MP9. Does get a little bit more damage in, but it might have been too late here. And they are going to be losing quite a lot in this one.
So Carrigan is suggesting he could be defusing, but they've seen everything. It's absolutely fine, and it's going to be MOUZ Sports with 2 rounds in a row here. That was a difficult one as well, Anders. Like I said, they had to come up with an interesting call from Spawn. They've gone for the rush long. It's very unorthodox, and if there's no presence there from the CT side, you just keep going. You just go as the wolf pack there. 3 of them enter, and as you mentioned, they're completely caught off guard. You can see Rain had no idea that was coming through. Maybe Twist could have got a double kill there. Finally, he's shut down, and even Rops can't save the day at this stage. So that's a great call. Really well done from MOUZ Sports here. That's just what they needed. We know the money's tight on either side here. They managed to make that round work with just 3 Galils. As we see the first time out for FaZe, a chance for Neo to get stuck in now.
Yeah, so they've been slowed down a bit. Honestly, this is excellent work from MOUZ, just making sure that FaZe are not allowed to run away with too much of the early game, in spite of the fact that it is a strong start for them, so I do appreciate it. MOUZ showing us they have a good read, I think especially on that A bomb side right now. And if they keep doing this, it might open up some more tactical depth towards the B bomb side, funnily enough, because I'm sure FaZe are kind of a little bit sick now of losing that A bomb side. So maybe eventually they can call a bit of a reverse and actually try and hit that B bomb side for once. Flash around the corner. This is going to change the pace a lot, and Carrigan gets blown up.
Oof. There's that MP9 once again, giving FaZe Clan a lifeline here. This next frag will be very important. Shui picks up the first, but didn't account for the second. We know the Brokey Deagle can be devastating, but this time he's shut down once again. After going down 4-0.
Hold on, I think Exertion knows. I think he knows Robs is there. I think you heard him jump down. Yeah, look at this. Torshi's he's ready for it. He knows that they're walking through. He's either going to get shot in the front or the back. There we go. I think they just heard that jump down, so that's huge. Bit of information there. Otherwise, Robs could have snuck through it. Torshi to pick up the kill. Rain goes down, and this time they hit the B bomb site hard and fast, and it works.
Unbelievable. Yeah, good call. Good spot. Robs could have sabotaged their efforts there, but that's going to be 3 rounds in a row. Lost bonus accumulating, but still, it's sort of half-by territory here for FaZe. We're seeing those MP9s, those Deagles come out once again. And this is going to be another photo finish here on Overpass. I think this is a go to distance. Now starting to wake up now, showing us that coordination. T-side timings that they were so good on Mirage. Nice opening grenades as well. Brokey, his round's pretty much nullified before it even started. Down to 14 points of health. Rain limps out of the mid area as well, as he can feel a lot of pressure heading his way. Brokey does get 1 cheeky headshot here, maybe a couple. He's down to 1 point of health as well. How is he still alive, Anders?
I don't know. He's not doing too well, but you know what, the Deagle sometimes doesn't even matter. You can still find 1 more.
He was at 14 points of health, gets dinked by an AK and goes down to 1 health. That's so
I can't
lucky,
explain
I suppose.
I'm not a mathematician, Henry. I don't know how that works. Frozen. Good position. He's aware that could be a second player sneaking on through, and it's Robs.
Oh my God.
He still wins the fight, though.
He waited just enough time before you start doubting yourself. Maybe there's not a second player here.
Yeah.
Maybe it's time for me to move on. And just when you think it's all over, Robs makes himself known, but so much damage has been inflicted here. It's a 4-on-2, sure, but Robs and Brokey with 12 health between them. Still a chance here. Torshi doesn't find that initial low HP player. You can see Brokey is trying to set up Rain if possible, and he's done a great job, but no, it's gone down. Oh, it could all come crumbling here. And thankfully, with the reload, Brokey's able to find the penultimate kill, but Shui's in a prime spot to clutch this one out. He's got 100 HP, a smoke available as well. The rotations begin. Bomb to be planted, and you would assume there's no kits in play in this round. They've got an M4, and they need to get their skates on here. Brokey is on a scouting mission for Twist, essentially. He's going to throw his body on the line and set up Twist with the rifle to close things out, but his teammate's gone down. 1 HP here. We need a perfect Desert Eagle headshot. Can't find it, and Shui closes out the clutch there. Didn't lose any HP en route. 3 frags in total, 4-4. And that was a 4 versus 2 against him as well.
Yeah.
So well done to Shui, especially for closing that round.
But I guess from FaZe's point of view, they didn't have a lot going into this one, and they caused a lot of damage to the opponent's side. So still, you could maybe turn it into a bit of a positive story in your own brains. They're gonna have something to work with in this one, including the AWP on Brokey. Haven't seen it nearly enough. I want to be able to pull that out more because I really love watching Brokey's orb. Although he's gonna get shut down. Torch is ready for it.
You won't be watching it this round.
Nope, denied.
Yeah, Torji finding some form once again. He was spectacular on Mirage. Jim Fat as well. Really nice controlled kill on towards Robs. That's a sigh of relief for the entire team, I reckon. Once Robs is dead early on, you've still got 1:20 on the clock. We've probably got this one in the bag, lads.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about it.
Let's go back to the old faithful. Rush long with 3 people, trade potential through the roof. And this is a really nice call. They're being assertive. They're not just sitting, resting on their laurels and waiting for the CD reactions to come through. They've made a nice call here. It should be absolutely fine.
And the CTs have also made a bit of a gamble and a call, right? They're saying, let's go 3 towards B. We'll go a little aggressive. Maybe we can surprise them outside. And if not, we're just going to be saving what we've got. So it's pretty standard stuff here, really. Bomb is going to be planted. There is nothing that FaZe can do about it. So maybe FaZe will have to make a comeback after all, in spite of the fact that they had a good start. Maybe it's just, you know, it's just what they're locked into. They're destined to go that route. We'll see how much MOUZ can push this one. Some clubbing going on, Henry?
Yeah.
But it's the sun is out, so...
Although if you've not been to Berlin before, Anders, that is quite regular. Sun can be rising, the clubs will still be pumping out those tunes.
Yeah.
Right? That's just the lifestyle out there.
I do have a rule with myself. Like, I try and leave the club around the time when the sun goes up. Like, when the birds start singing,
you make it sound like that's a really reasonable rule. That's still pretty out there. That's how you'll leave. My only rule is I'll leave the nightclub before 6 a.m., okay? Like, most of them shut at 3, but fair enough.
Listen,
it's a good rule to have, I suppose.
I'm a grown-up now, Henry. Like, I try and be reasonable.
You've got to be careful, I suppose.
Yeah.
Kids have got school tomorrow. I won't stay longer than the sunrise.
Yeah, if I get home at 6, I can still drop them off by 8. It's all good. Like,
do the school run.
It's not a problem.
All right, then. It's tactical pause. Neo. He's saying a lot. Chiming in. Torji looks up for it. Cyclone behind them. In-game leader Shui looking very vocal as well. He's had some very influential rounds here. This is anyone's game. It's wide open. On the T side, though, tying things up this early. After going down, oh, actually in the lead, I beg your pardon, 5-4. They were down 4-0.
Yes.
So this has been another great resurgence. We see this so much in CS2, and it looks like someone's got a real firm grasp in this first half. It seems to crumble down so quickly, and it's just by virtue of that loss bonus. You just need that one round to sabotage your opponents. If they've been close up until that point, it's really difficult to recover, and keep the streak going. And FaZe is certainly feeling that burn and pressure right now, finally.
Look at the heavy lean towards the A side of the map, or the restroom specifically. It's only Kerrigan down at B.
Yeah, that's all you need though, Anders. You don't see him with an MP9?
Yeah, that's true. He's got the M4 this time, so maybe it's just it's all going to be fine.
If he can get 4 kills with the MP9, imagine what he'll do with this.
Some wishful thinking. But I appreciate it nonetheless. Oh, the timing for Rain, it could have been godlike. He does get traded right away. Twist, don't know about that one. Looked like he also could have had the shot, but Exertion's going to be able to take him down. 4 versus 3 now. They're actually attacking the much more defended side. They're attacking the restrooms and coming out on top. So a bit of a concern. Jimmy maybe could have had that one, but Rob's just casually taking a stroll around the corner and will win the fight against him. Now they're in a weird position. Is that the bomb back there? I think it is. So they have to go back, pick up the bomb. They got about 40 seconds left, 3-on-3.
And look who's waiting for them.
Robs.
Look who is waiting for them. If Torchy can find him with another close-range interaction, I'll be very impressed. Doesn't quite hit the mark, and Robs is trying to delay time now as well. As you mentioned, he's running quite low. He's sitting behind the rock. Just try and survive as long as possible here. One bullet will take him down. Exertion will connect it. 2-on-2. I don't think they can even plant the bomb under. I think they've got to save. Like, I was getting kind of excited there. Well, yeah, something's going to happen here. What's the next move? But yeah, literally 15 seconds. Hey, I have no choice but to save. So after finding 5 in a row, FaZe finally have a response. They'll save 2 guns, but that's absolutely fine. As we will see an equal scoreline here. And still, anyone's game, absolutely. Like, sure, it's considered a CT-sided map, but yeah, a 6-6 scoreline wouldn't be anything to be worried about, to be honest with you.
It's Robs again, back at it with his old tricks. They say he's crazy like a fool. Robin Cool, the Boney M reference, Henry.
God. Crazy like a fool.
I did say
Robin
I've only had
Cool.
3 hours of sleep. You have to cut me some slack.
I am. I'm enjoying it. I'm just sometimes lost for words.
Well, let's see what we got for this one. It's tied up with 5-5 heading into round at number 11. And I must say, like this, if they end up winning this one, then there can't be any discussion. Robs has to just be the all-out MVP of the series. It's unbelievable what he's done in these 3 maps.
I don't know. And Carrigan's in the conversation as well.
Ooh, you want to throw that in there?
Just for that 1v4 on the B-bomb side. Like,
so sick, wasn't it?
That was so sick. We'll see if he can live up to expectations once again. Twist, starting to mow them down. There's Carrigan as well. Robs is here as well. This is beautiful. What an absolute fortress the B-bomb side is right now. FaZe 5-on-2. Torgy and Jim Fats will have to fight their way out of it. Oh, there's an opportunity there, but even if he got that 1 kill, he would have been traded out instantly.
Yeah.
So Jim Fat, he's fantastic as an individual, but this one a little bit out of his reach, I would say. It's going to be the penultimate round here as well. 6-5 confirmed. And in terms of cash, they should have a pretty decent buy, MOUZ. They've got some residual funds. And Jim Fat looks like all he can do is save, unfortunately. So 35 seconds to contemplate that. Anders, what have you got for me? Back to the nightclubs.
Back to the nightclub we go. Yeah, I don't know. Nightclub's not really my thing, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, you only stay to them until sunrise, that's right.
Yeah.
Don't really enjoy this too much.
It's a bit too light. Like, I try to find the raves, you know.
I don't really participate anymore. And probably rightly so, I'm 35. Probably, I think my clubbing days are over. But
yeah, when you get there and you start to have thoughts like, wow, the music's really loud in here. Like, maybe they could turn it down a bit. You realize, like, it's, you know.
And also the ridiculous idea, like, bottles of alcohol you could normally buy for like 30 euros in the supermarket. They're charging like 700 euros for it. It's just like, what are we doing? Like, who feels good about this? Like, I don't understand it.
It's hard to justify. Well, yeah. That does happen eventually. We'll all get there. This was a good round. FaZe. No celebrations happening. I guess, you know, the game's still on.
It's true.
Tactical timeout, but they are looking a lot sharper. They're not going into the second half now with a monumental task of how to fight your way back from like an 8-4 scoreline. So all things considered, I would say this is pretty respectable. But Overpass also tends to be more of a CT-sided map, I suppose. So there's a chance here that it still could be a pretty good first half for MOUZ. I don't think they're not dreading the second half either yet.
Well, I'm sure a few gamers are still waking up here in Europe. So if you're not aware, it's third and final map here, the upper bracket of Group B at CAC 2023. Whoever wins this map goes straight to the semis. Lose it, not the end of the world. You're going to be down to the quarterfinals, which isn't too bad, all things considered. And speaking of which, we'll need our next quarterfinalists as well, as we'll see Wings Up play NIP in the best of 3 after this one. We're a little bit behind schedule, but don't worry about that. The Counter-Strike's been glorious. It's worth the wait, as Robs once again cracks things open towards a connector. He finds Jimfat, who hasn't really done a whole lot in this first half of Overpass. He finishes with 3 and 9. He's had a great series, don't get me wrong, but unfortunately, this one a little bit underwhelming. 5 and 4. Robs took a lot of damage on roots. He'll peel off. Rain more than happy to take the jewels here towards middle.
Yeah, close call for Robs. Rain, though, looking to find the timing. Does decide to take a step back, and in spite of his low health, Robs is still being aggressive. Look at him moving up long. Did he not even reload the gun? Am I reading that? He's not even reload. He's still got 19 bullets. He doesn't even care. He's going to be running into Frozen, unfortunately, there. But the Molotov is perfect to force Exertion off the corner, and Brokey catches him mid-air jumping back. 50 seconds and a 4 versus 3. And they don't have very much map control on the MOUZ side right now. Also, look at the setup for Carrigan. Just by being here, he's allowing for the double setup at A and even potentially a quick rotation if anything happens. Strong position right now for Carrigan, you've got to say.
Strong position for a strong man. Will be waiting to go down. Brokey. Oh, a couple of missed shots here, but he does connect on the third. And there's Carrigan. Doesn't quite find the timing, but Brokey might. The P250's brought out. 2 versus 1, and it will be split right down the middle, Anders.
Okay.
6-6. And what a great half that was. Like, fair in mind, it was emphatic start for FaZe. We thought they would actually run away with this one. They were up 4-0. They ended up giving up 5 in a row after that. Then a couple of nail-biting rounds. MOUZ closing things out at the end. And yeah, this is setting up for one of the classic series of the year, to be honest with you. What a great game it's been. And we'll see who will be picking up the elusive pistol round as they swap things over. Will be MOUZ Sports switching to that CT campaign. You can see Jimfat a little bit disappointing. Normally so good. We saw on Mirage the impact he can have as Exertion still top fragging at 10.
Have I told you about my favorite pistol round on the CT side of this map, Henry? I probably have, because I think I tell the story every time we play.
Remind me, I can't recall.
It's one that Astralis came up with, where you push 4, maybe even 5, but at least 4 people down to the B-bomb side. You just run out straight to the connector. So you're doing shuttle balls like
rushing short.
Yeah, you're just almost immediately running to the A-bomb side, but from the B-bomb side. So you're like running through the middle of the map. It's just so cool to see it happen, because it's very hard to read from the T's point of view, and it's a lot of people coming up the connector stairs. I do like it. I think it's interesting. And obviously, if you meet resistance at B, then you're obviously not going to keep on running, but then you already have 4 people there.
Well, MOUZ is sending 4 people towards B, Anders. Maybe your wish will be granted by the Counter-Strike gods. As we will get into it, it's going to be FaZe Clan with, in terms of utility, a single smoke, a couple of flashbangs here. At least there are 4 players in connector. They are T-sided players, but we'll see if they can make this one work. So that single smoke, couple of flashes. Could be a B-side finish, just smoke in heaven. They've cleared up the connector. I think that was their first protocol there. Just make sure there's no CT vision on that side. And I guess with the one smoke, it has to be having a couple of flashes, and in we go. Time will tell. It's going to be Exertion. He's had a great series as well. Dual elites lying in wait by Monster can be baited in by the USPs. And here they come. Final play, final commitment from FaZe. A very, very important pistol here.
Very curious where they're going to line up that smoke to. The flashes as well at the corner could be enough to stop the dualies. This pistol round is going to be absolutely critical here. Look at how close they are. Smoke is up. Flashes goes really deep, but it doesn't matter. Carrigan opens it up. It's Rain with the follow-up, and Carrigan on the double. They should get the bomb plant right here. Frozen into a... coming a little bit too late to the party now. What a clean opening in a pistol. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, it's super sick. You don't see this enough.
So hard to deal with once you're coming in from the CT side, and I don't know what Frozen could do here. He's a little bit further behind. They've lost 2A, and I think Frozen's already decided it's not going to be worth it. So that was very clean, and that's in spite of the fact that the flashes actually land quite a bit behind the dually player up front. Didn't even matter. He still turned for it, and it just works perfectly. Carrigan with a double kill. They're having a much better start to this map than some of the previous ones.
Oh yeah, they got the 4-0 start, and that's both pistols now under their remit. So lovely stuff. Frozen, last player remaining. As mentioned, FaZe just clearing out the connector, making sure there's no CT aggression. Outside B, bomb side, Robs with a unique lineup there outside of Monster. It was for the Heaven position. I guess it just means he's with the group when he does deploy the smoke, so he can actually join them in the initial interactions. As soon as he throws it, that's when they're committing. A couple of flashes over, and very nice start for FaZe. They go 7-6. I don't think we'll see the force buy on Overpass in the second round with the CT. So full eco should be 8-6 here, but stranger things have happened. We'll see if they can cause some damage here. Rushing towards middle, all 5.
I'd say it's unlikely, but you never know. A little bit of armor saved on Frozen. The USPs. Oh, finding a lone target. Rain. This is uncomfortable. Still doing a very fine job. Honestly, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
If he got traded with just getting the 1 or 2 kills there, they steal the AK, and who knows what happens. But yeah, he made himself hard to find. That's a quick 8-6 scoreline. 2-round lead for FaZe as they are trying to get to that finish line before MOUZ can really get warmed up in the second half here. We'll see M4s coming out. What's your take on the M4A4 versus A4?
I think the M4A4 is going to have a resurgence. I think some of the best players are showing us how powerful it can be. So Robs on the CT side of Nuke, the extra kind of stopping power it has, the extra bullets. Sure, you sacrifice the element of surprise, the stealth, but I think it's going to be more viable than ever as the months roll by, honestly.
Look at Robs clearing everything. He flashed his way through a smoke. He's checked out all the connector. He's so quick and so confident in doing that. Not surprised, but just, you know, it's the little things.
Here we go. FaZe want to continue the streak here. Against those silenced M4s. Flash is deployed. Frozen to strike first. That double kill. He delivers, but he's going to run the gauntlet of the flames. And he's got, unfortunately, Robs knocking on his door. 3-on-2 should be around here for MOUZ Sports. I don't see them giving this one up, but who's alive? It's going to be Robs and Twist. Quite the deadly duo, Anders. Shui shuts them down. That should be enough here. Robs, though, fighting for his life and for the round. 2-on-1. Bomb goes down.
There is a way.
But he's got plenty of wiggle room here to do something with it.
It could definitely be done. No head armor on Exertion either, so he has to be a little bit careful with the M4 here. Could get shut down quickly. Different for Jimfat is on the other side. Just waiting by the truck. It's a good position. There's the instant headshot. No helmet. He got blown up, but a good reaction. And it's almost tied up again. 8-7. No bomb plant either.
Should be fine, though, because they had such a clean start. So they'll still have weapons available to them. AK's pretty much across the board. We'll have a Twist Galil to deal with, but the fact that MOUZ lost 4 players there, you can see they've got a scout on Torji.
Yeah.
In terms of the kits and helmets, they've got a helmet of 1 player here, so that Galil pretty much as good as an AK in that regard. And I don't think they have a kit either, so this is a really weak round. Look at the utility remaining on the CT side, Anders. They've got like 2 smokes, and that's pretty much it. The scout doesn't connect to the first shot, and you might want to be targeting that area, considering you know it's one of the weaker of the snipers. Oh, Robs just looks poised to get this kill, but it's going to be Exertion beating him to the punch.
Even when he loses that fight, you can just tell from the way that he's lining up his crosshair that he has somehow, there's like a little movie reel playing in his head about the fact that there's a player in the corner, and he's just acting accordingly. He's acting like he already knows. It's so sick. Good little trade there. Scout in the back line, taking down Brokey.
Yeah, they might have done enough here. It was a very complicated round for them, considering the finances, but MOUZ poised to tie things up 8-8. Great shot from Carrigan. That's more like it. Brutal aim there with the AK-47. A very assertive maneuver. Not the best smoke, I'll say that much, but it's enough. It denies access towards the steps at the very least.
Actually works in the end, doesn't it?
Kind of works, yeah. Like it's enough. And considering the shots he just landed, I think we'll give him a pass. Good Lord, that was spectacular. Nothing short of it from the captain. We are going to see a 2-on-2 ensue here. Bear in mind, we said they had no kits. Has Carrigan just saved the day for FaZe? Got them back to their winning ways. Jimfat doesn't seem to think so. And Carrigan is going to have to be the one to get it over the line here. Gets the first kill, looking for the quad now. And it's just a low HP Exertion to deal with. Needs to bide his time, run the clock down, challenges. Knows exactly where he is now. That should be enough to win the round. The kit's been picked up, and Carrigan gets it across the line. Another fantastic round as Carrigan remains stone cold in the clutch there. What were those shots about when he enters the A site, Anders? That was something like a Robs or a Twist play. Look at this.
Yeah.
Oh,
you're not always
dirty.
expecting that from Carrigan, are you? But
no.
But we know he's got it.
You rely on him for like those anchor positions, like being like just the snake in the grass, ready to pounce. He'll get you a couple. Those sort of plays, though, yeah, he's not known for them. That is really nice. Just what they needed as well. Look at that round was almost done.
Going to be almost even more frustrating in a way, because even if he's not known for them, he every once in a while he'll pick up a round like this one.
Yeah.
So if you're an opponent of his, it's it's kind of an unknown quantity half the time. Like, is it going to be the Carrigan that does this, or is it going to be one of the ones we saw earlier who was I think 0-8 at the start of Ancient or something like that, like a very, what was it, Mirage?
Mirage,
yeah. A bit of a slow start, but yeah, this one.
What a round that is as well. They were 4-on-2 down. He gets his 2 kills. All of a sudden, there's a 2-on-2, and he clutches it out as well. He gets all 4 kills.
Yeah.
That's wild. Look what it's done to their finances. They're down to a full eco. That is maybe the most important round yet, and he's the one to do it.
Yeah. And he had that MP9 round earlier.
And he had the MP9 round, probably the second most important round. So
he's pulling his weight at the moment, for sure.
Oh, I do like this boost, though. I think this gets a frag, honestly. Twist seems to be aware of something, though. Rain certainly is. Frozen's dropped early. Brokey guaranteed a frag here. Oh, is he? Oh, what the?
I think you wanted to.
Hell no. I don't know what that was. Why would he pull out a Molotov? He jumped and pulled out a Molotov. What the hell did you just do, son? How do you mess that up? Beggar's belief. He jumped and pulled out a Molotov.
He wanted to cook, but he just,
He fried himself.
You did. You left the gas on in the kitchen.
That's the only way you can mess that up. It's a guaranteed kill, knife or not. Like, sure, he could have knifed him, but he jumped and made a sound cue, then pulls out a Molotov. Like, were you trying to, just, I don't know, go for the... I have nothing. I don't know what that was. I guess it may be a mouse wheel bug that made him jump, and then he panicked.
I won't lie. It would have been such a badass move if he pulled out the Molotov, underhanded it, and then knifed him. I'm just saying that would have been...
I don't know. I wouldn't be trying to pull that off in this sort of round. Thankfully, it's against a full eco. But, yeah, you could see he was obviously frustrated with it. Like, something wasn't quite right. I guess it was just a misclick in some regard. But
hopefully we'll get the replay and we can enjoy that again. Whatever it was. We still don't know, necessarily.
Well, it's definitely not what you're saying. I will put that out there. He's not trying to drop a Molotov and knife him. I'll tell you that much. But
you're so close-minded, Henry.
I am. That's always been my problem. We are going to see this actually.
What? He didn't know that. There's no way Rain knew. He just managed to throw it like there was one more bullet out there, and Jim just ran into
it. Well, there we go. A weird round to say the very least, but they get it over the line. Maybe a little bit more expensive than it had to be.
Here we go.
Jumps, so he fires, yeah, so he fired first, then jumped, then pulled out the Molotov, then dies.
Maybe he's saying, look at this, he's saying, look bro, all this cool shit that I've got. Mac 10, what do you want to buy any of this stuff? And he's trying to sell him all of it.
I've been commentating a long time, like 10 years. Never seen anything like that. I don't even know what to say about that. We're going to have to find out. Banks, if you're listening, if the interview comes in, please,
yeah, we need an answer. We're not going to be able to sleep until we know. Okay, well, it didn't cost them really anything, I guess. That's kind of the upside.
No,
in a different scenario.
If ever that was going to happen, at least against the full eco, that's when it comes through. But still, bizarre scenes. But forget all that. It doesn't really matter. It's going to be 10-7. FaZe touching distance now. The semi-finals. See the scores as they came through. It's been a great day of Counter-Strike here. Historic in many ways.
Yeah.
With the best of one and the 58 rounds played.
Tactical pause is over.
Never thought we would ever see that in ML12, but it happened. As we get into it, that was the full eco in the previous, and here comes Carrigan. He's having a great game. Looking to open things up. This time, Exertion bests him. Early advantage. Robsto looking to snatch it away. Taking matters into his own hands here, and it's going to be frags continuing to be delivered here for MOUZ. They've got a 4-on-2, but it's Twists and Brokey. We'll see if they can do anything with it.
I swear Robs had that second kill lined up. The crosshair was right on him, spammed through the smoke, though. They're standing on top of each other, and Frozen is able to take care of business. So finally something going the way of MOUZ here. They absolutely needed this badly. And it does put a bit of a break on FaZe. They're going to be able to force up into this round, but it's going to be less than ideal for them on the T side. So a chance for this to continue on.
Yeah, you're right. Deagle, P250, 2 AK-47 to the Galil. Doesn't look great, and that's the Molotov you're talking about. When these CTs throw that and send you at the start, like, it seems that I'd not even land most of the time. But Twists looking assertive. Like, he's just going like, boys, I'm just going to carry us through this round. I'm going up long. We don't even need a strat. Let me see what I can find. Oh, Carrigan. Oh, my God.
Come on.
Goes with the spam for the smoke. Carrigan leaps out like Batman himself. Takes him down. And now Twist has been set up here. They can win this round.
Yeah, they can. Oh, lineup was perfect. The spray is so good for Torshi there. Getting the double kill. Carrigan is going to get caught as well. It was a great start, but they needed to find a way to beat Torshi in that 2 versus 1 fight, and they just couldn't. The spray was too perfect. Rops, he's ducked down. You can see him on the mic there, calming furiously towards Brokey. Gonna stand up. Oh my God, Rops, what have you done? Right back in the round they are. 2 versus 2 now. How did he know?
He's doing
How
his
is he
best,
so good?
He's doing his best Carrigan impression.
Well, that's almost sacrilegious, but I'll let you get away with it this time, Henry. He's ready for it. Are there more coming? He's got the right lineup as well. Rob's on 22 kills. And that is going to be shaking MOUZ here. Steps up again. A little bit more damage here and very low there, Frozen. Let's see if they can close out this round. Smoke is going to be up on top of the bomb. Oh my God, he sprays it. He still wins the fight. His crosshair was way up. It's Brokey with the headshot. And it's FaZe with another round. Robs is absolutely unstoppable.
It's an absolute robbery of a round once again. Another 4 versus 2. It all started with the Carrigan P250 frag. They got the long control, but we thought it was all done. The Torchy spray down. You would think that's the end of the round, but Rops. And I know I said it in jest, but that's exactly what Carrigan did in the 4 versus 2. The quick double headshot on the A bomb site. Get the bomb planted and went out in the clutch. Look at this. Pixel perfect precision. Delivered by Robin Cool time and time again. 1 step ahead of his opposition every single round, it seems. And that is an absolute masterclass in Counter-Strike. As we see round number 20 come through, it's 11-8. The money is completely shattered on the CT side. And 1 round away from series point. FaZe. I think they've got away with it again, and there's some slow starts.
Yeah.
58 rounds against NIP. But it looks like they're on very good progress now to make it to the semi-final. Oh, it's just a long rush. Straight up coming in.
Yeah, I mean, why not? Try and see if you could surprise someone. They tried it against Rain last time, and he did do a good job of staying alive and sort of making it expensive. This time he's got a lot more range against them. Has given up the AK, and they might just say, okay, we're going to win the round.
Yeah,
just pick up the bomb and run.
Just go to B. Get it done. As round 20. That's going to now mean it's going to have to be the perfect game for MOUZ. They'll be 12-8 down. And we know what that means, but my God, MOUZ could be gutted with this one. Like they've played some really good rounds. They had 4 on 2s aplenty. And just falling at the final hurdle, giving players like Carrigan, players like Robs these opportunities to find the headshots, and they are absolutely landing them. Magnificent display of skill on the server today. Robs wants to give us a bit more as well. Takes down Exertion, looking for the final couple of kills here.
That was the AK as well.
Yeah, true, good point.
They would love to get it back, but they're not even checking. She's not ready for it. That's a nice shot with the USP, to be perfectly honest, but he's not going to be able to keep the AK. It's so worth it. Absolutely. 12-8 here. FaZe need 1 more round, and MOUZ are looking to try and make 4 in a row to get this into overtime. I mean, I can't believe the series. It's actually been a minute since I've casted any Robs games. I feel like I'm falling in love with Robs all over again in this series. It's really been a delightful way to spend the first part of the day here.
First part of the day.
Yeah.
I guess you're right. I know what you mean. And there's the incendiary. This time it does land. You're going to see a little bit of damage inflicted towards Brokey. Robs, though, looking to close things out right here, right now. Gets himself tucked in behind the short sandbags. Jump spot from Frozen. Just wants to get the intel, doesn't want to take the duel necessarily.
Flash is being set up, I think. See again, Rob's doing a lot of the talking. Kind of looking down, but he's trying to get all the information he can to his teammates. He's going to be walking on. I don't know how he knows. Again, there's so many angles here, but he swings wide for it. Good for the first kill Exertion. Didn't realize there was a second player there, but that is still going to be causing a bit of a distraction, isn't it? 4 versus 4 now.
Yeah, you're right. Frozen And a commonly check positioning. He told you to take a little bit of aggro here. This shot might decide it. Here comes the swing. Carrigan confirms the 4 versus 2. 4 versus 1. Jimfab. He's so far removed. I think that's it, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a classic GG in the chats. FaZe Clan will be the next team through to the semi-finals. Astralis already there.
Yeah, surprisingly.
From Group A, just to note that.
Very
But
well.
Anders, what a series this was.
Truly was. Carrigan stepping up in a massive way, winning some important rounds. Jimmy's trying to bring it back here, but the time is so low already. He doesn't have the necessary equipment here to really get the job done with, and he's boxed in, and they're slow playing him. There's the shot from Carrigan. It's only fitting that he would get the final kill, as FaZe will claim the series over MOUZ in a 2-1 fashion.
So many great moments. So many highlights.
Yeah,
so many
game this
clutches and FaZe recovering like what seemed like disastrous scenarios. I think the highlight for me, though, still has to be the knife, Molotov, jump, Mac-10 sequence from Brokey.
We've never seen anything like that before.
It was a lot of world firsts here today. We had 58 rounds earlier. We had that crazy sequence. We had the Carrigan entry frags towards the A side in the 4 versus 2. Then Rob's doing the exact same thing.
The Wings Up 10-minute game?
Yes, we had a 10-minute game as well. It's just been a great day of Counter-Strike, and there's more to come as well. Like, bear in mind, he still has a loser bracket game to come, with Wings Up make their next appearance as well against NIP. So that's going to be a lot of fun.
Dinkmo going to be covering that one?
Dinkmo, yes, they're in the building. I can confirm the limo just arrived. I think they're just pulling in. So that's always going to be a lot of fun. And Anders, that was a long old shift for us, but I think we knocked it out of the park.
It was enjoyable.
We've got one final opportunity to throw it to the boys. Guys, we'll leave it with you.
It was a long shift. Hey, there you go. It was a long shift, Henry, and that's okay, too. You guys have earned your keep today, I think. At least with a 50-round game, it makes sense. For this one, though, yeah, we look at MOUZ. We look at a series that came all the way to 3, and then FaZe come out on top. And I think, that, again, this is a testament to what they're capable of in the problem-solving department.
And if you're a MOUZ fan or a MOUZ player right now, I wouldn't fault you for being enraged. This is an enraging end of the game for MOUZ, who almost did everything correct, who bested FaZe in numerous situations on their CT side, who put themselves in the right positions and then got basically sudoku'd into submission by Carrigan and Robs in different rounds. The same place, same double entry. You can't even theorize it. These 2 rounds changed the whole course of this game.
So Carrigan carries again.
Kinda.
It's mid at
Nice
best.
alliteration, I like it.
Yeah, it's all right.
Bled, tell me about what you saw from FaZe right here.
FaZe just overpass. We had our questions.
It was overpass.
It was overpass. We had a few questions about that. MOUZ, you're allowing overpass through, and while you could potentially challenge them on Ancient, where MOUZ are more competent, I feel personally. But then you get 6 rounds on the T side there for MOUZ. You're feeling pretty comfortable.
Yes.
And then, as you said, pseudocode, right? Like, you got to talk about just Carrigan having so many impact moments. But for me, the player of the day and we still have one more best of 3 series remaining, by the way. But even after that series plays out, player of the day for me has to be Robs. Like, the consistent fragging out with the clutch ability, just the heavy lifting from him right now. And I know it's very early. It's very early in the life cycle of CS2, but he just might be the most consistent player we have in international CS2. It's just fantastic. And I don't know how he's able to pull off these plays seemingly every single time and make it look so damn easy.
Yeah, he was instrumental once again, and not just in terms of number. This is the round, by the way, that I was talking about, who puts an end to any hopes and dreams on the side of MOUZ. But also on the CT side, if you think about it, it's a 6-6 scoreline. It's nothing to celebrate for FaZe Clan. And it's also a 6-6 scoreline with Brokey very slow, very quiet, below what we're used to see. Ever since we moved on to CS2, it's supposed to be Robs, it's supposed to be Brokey. These are the 2 ones that are going to power ahead your performance. Brokey was very quiet, so Robs had to step up many different times from that connector position, sometimes pushing in B shorts as well. He was very mobile the way he likes to do it, and he did an incredible job with the rifle. Overall, over 100 ADR over 3 maps. Proof is in the pudding.
Yeah, this kind of speaks for itself, right, Bled? Like, those numbers are going to tell you the story.
Look, 128 ADR, very impressive, but like I said, over 100 ADR across the
whole best
series,
of 3, yeah.
in which MOUZ, #2 team in the world, and they came all guns a-blazing, winning the first map as well, and making them sweat in at least a couple of the halves we had in the second and third map. Like, Robs is just playing absolutely out of his mind. But I do want to touch back on what you just pointed out, right? Like I said, Brokey had a slow start.
That's true.
We've had Twist sometimes disappear a little bit in a half, for example, but the fact is everyone else is delivering, including this guy.
This guy.
Shows how good we are. Even when we're not at our A game, we can still manage to scrap together these wins, right? So proud of the guys, but I think everyone is going straight to bed now.
I don't blame you. I'd be going to bed as well. But when it comes to this overpass here, there was a moment right where you got the crazy 4K up on the site, and even you looked at disbelief. You kind of shook your head. Is there moments where you think, how am I doing this?
No, I mean, it's like, I don't understand so much of the game. My goal is just to call, and suddenly I'm in a 2v4 and doing some insane shots. It's just great, you know? It's been a rough day individually, but having impact on the last map and trying to motivate the guy and push the guys to the limits, because it has been a long day for energy-wise, and you could feel that. So I'm happy I could step up at least and help the team in that regard.
OK， 刚刚其实第一个问题也是问，就是说他们在经历过 NIP 这场大战之后，然后同时又要面对 MOUZ， 当时他们是怎么样进行一个调试的？然后刚刚也是说到，就是他们其实打完那场比赛的确是蛮累的，不过也是该做的调试也做好了。然后面对 MOUZ， 他们在米拉基进攻方的时候也是逐渐起势，一度有要追回来的情况，然后让他们感到有重新燃起了自信。然后来到 Nuke 之后呢，也是逐渐进入状况。然后第二个问题刚刚也是聊到了，Sorry, can you just? I kind of forgot that. It was really long. Second part. Yeah. Yeah. 然后第二个问题也是关于他们的精神状态的一个调试嘛，然后也是说到包括他刚刚在 Overpass 上面有一波4杀非常精彩，然后他也是摇了摇头，然后当时是什么样的一个情况？刚刚也是说到就是在 Overpass 当时他对于自己的一个定位就是说他需要把战术方面层面能够交代的好。 然后当时自己能够打出这种击杀，也是感到有点惊讶，然后同时也是觉得哇很开心，2打4的一个局面竟然能够打出来。
And I've got to touch on this because we saw the new update come through. You guys were playing on it in this patch. Was there anything you noticed, any difference you felt in the game, any improvements?
I mean, it might just be the jet lag, to be honest. I think we haven't had much time to test it, right? It just came out like a few hours before we played. But obviously the jump on Mirage, that's possible now, not too randomly, right? So. In the end, it is different monitors, it's different setup we're used to, right? So it's hard to say yet, but now we have 2 days off to really go dig deep into the update and take it from there. But so far, I haven't put a thought to it. It's still our second LAN in CS2. It's so hard to say what's consistent and what is not, right?
现在也是问到现在今天有个新的版本更新嘛，然后他们对这个有什么看法？也是说到，就像米拉基可能说跳也比较稍微稳定了一些，不过时间还是比较短，也没有什么太多的时间去想这个事情，然后也是专注在比赛上面。
And our last question comes from the Perfect World community here. They wanted to ask, when you've had crazy days like this and you now get a few days off to prepare for your games on Sunday, what do? Do you play some more CS? Do you have more relaxed time? How's FaZe going to do things?
I mean, tonight is definitely a day off, right? Maybe there's some rounds we need to talk about tomorrow. There's mistakes happening during the day, but also I think some of the mistakes we would work on normally is like, it is fatigue kicking in here for us. We played so many rounds today, right? So I think overall, relax and play. It's not like in Europe where we have a lot of practice happening. So I just think stay in shape, get used to the setup, get used to the time zone, and hopefully it's going to be a long day on Sunday for us.
好，最后一个也是来自完美电竞 APP 社群的问题，也是说，就经历过今天几场大战之后，他们要怎么样进行一个调试？然后首先也是说，这个时差肯定是要先调整好。然后今天其实虽然没有打出他们最好的一个状态，不过他们回去也会去讨论问题，然后呢也会逐渐的把该有的问题修复回来。不过现在肯定要先好好休息。那当然，我们现在呢还是老样子嘛。今天 FaZe 成功赢得了这场比赛，现在当然也是很开心。那这个氛围也要传递给现场的观众。那我们也请 Kerrigan 来选出一位幸运观众。
He's got Kerrigan's face on his screen. That's the way to do it.
So I'm just always curious about this.
Do you know who he picked? Do we know who he picked? We don't know yet.
He picked the guy with Kerrigan's face. Yeah.
The guy on the stage. Anyway, I just want to see if he got something cool out of this. So.
Yeah, I'm getting jealous over here. Like, where's our goodies? We don't get goodies.
Yeah, we don't. But we got a hell of a game, though, so that's there.
We did get a good game. And we got a good FaZe today that really got tested earlier on. And then, you come to this game, and this is the outcome of it. If you're FaZe, you breathe that sigh of relief. But also, you look back at some of these rounds. You just heard Kerrigan say it. Blev, what are some of the rounds that stuck out to you?
There were 119 rounds they played today, Trace.
So which one was it?
That's
has to be the Carrigan round. Has to be the Carrigan round for me personally. That was just so cool seeing from Carrigan. We saw it from Rops later on as well, but Carrigan, and what looked like a pretty much done affair. I think it was a 2 versus 4. This is just so cool from Carrigan.
Yeah,
Smooth.
His pacing is great as well, and he uses the flash. He spots the information on the left-hand side player on bank. He gets the flash. He knows that's when he's got to accelerate, cleans him up in a matter of a second, and then immediately cross replacement. If you're MOUZ, honestly, enraging, as I said, you had everything you needed. And this is where sometimes we try to quantify experience and what does it mean to close these rounds in high-pressure situation, quote-unquote. These A players have no business fighting at that point. They don't need. In that 4 versus 2, they don't need to allow 1v1s to happen. When you realize, when you get that information, when you hear the flash, you can just pull back. You pull back, you stay alive in CT spawn, you're going to have your backup coming into you. You play a 4 versus 2, the round is over. But that's what we say. You know, hindsight's 2020, we have the bird's eye view. They're in the game. It's very tense. Maybe the comms are a little bit electric. People try and close the game with the 1v1. And you allow players like Kerrigan here and Robs 2 or 3 rounds later, they turn situations around.
Yeah, the game changers, if you would, the tide changers. You know, every team needs, what, 2, 3 of those? It's not very likely.
FaZe is like 4.
Yeah,
that's
great. FaZe, obviously an anomaly because they've got simply more than that. But for Rops, this guy just didn't miss right here.
That's just almost like he's playing aimbots here. Just literally playing
or using one, rather.
I'm telling you, ChatGPT probably programmed Rops. That's what we're saying.
He's a machine, right? Like
he was just programmed. He was coded.
2 HP, and before Frozen even land a sliver of a bullet on him, he just gets a kill. Of course, in the end, Roki getting final kill, but that was all Rops. It was pure Rops magic right there. And what do you do against, you know, a team like this? It's been said so many times, so often, FaZe. You look at this team and you're like, okay, anyone can step up at any time in any game in any round.
You know, I love the conversation about like the best rifle currently, and Frozen is the name that we put in the mix. I feel like this best of 3 is kind of a reminder of the difference that there might be sometimes between a player like Robs and Frozen, who was much more average than we've seen. And these are kind of the games where we're looking to benchmark this guy. Like, we know he can be a beast. We know his numbers are great. You look at the year, there's no doubt. But suddenly you match him against FaZe and you have these moments where every kill matters. And that's Robs. It's Robs who's actually putting out an incredible performance, and Frozen's a bit more average. These are the moments you're supposed to have these performances.
These are the moments that I don't think anyone is going to forget. No, totally different ballgame. Group B brackets, it works out like this. It works out in a fashion that it is Lynn, Vision, and MOUZ now on the playoff side of things. I can tell you that much.
Well, great deduction there, Sherlock. But yes, it is going to be...
What you saying, Holmes? I was just saying, go through the bracket. It's right
That's
there.
a wrong bracket right there. Oh, actually, is it Lynn?
No, it's very much great. It's okay. It's been a long day. You've been here early.
I've been here early.
It's all good.
No shit, Sherlock. But someone had to say it.
I kind of deserve that. FaZe do take down MOUZ. Great game. You know, the game of the day, game of the tournament so far. And then yeah, I don't really fancy the chances of Lynn Vision going up against MOUZ, because MOUZ obviously a league above almost everyone else apart from FaZe.
I mean, listen, I don't think they're in a spot where they can be complacent in any way. Like, we know MOUZ have the potential to go to the grand final. Personally, this is my grand final we've just witnessed. But the most dangerous mistake is to now look at the bracket thinking, I'm looking forward to that FaZe matchup. Like, that's the worst you can possibly do. But I think they've already proven, even though they're a young lineup, that they can be very down-to-earth and realistic about what's in front of us. How do we have to be mentally ready for a game? I don't believe they're going to slip on that banana peel.
Nah, you got to watch out. You can't sleep on a banana peel. That's crazy. We can go to a break, though. Are you cool with that?
Yep.
I'm cold. You got bananas?
I'm out of here, man.
Yeah, that's what.
He's done.
It's true.
I'm done.
All right, check it out. We're going to go to a break. We're going to come back. We've got just one more series. I'm looking at NIP. I'm looking at Wings Up. And I'm trying to figure out who the hell is going to win out here at the CAC. That's the CS Asian Championships. And we'll be right back after this.
Nips up.
We have arrived at the Group B lower game. That means that one of these teams that lose this game is going to be going home. My name is Trace. Alongside of me is going to be Jacob, and then Matthew down there on the end. I see you got off your soapbox.
Yeah, I figured I wouldn't be too high today. You know.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah,
I guess there's a first for everything.
It's a bit complicated when you're on air.
Oh.
When you say it like that, it's a bit complicated.
And now I see. Yeah.
Oh, anyway. Yeah, so obviously we look at what is going to be Wings Up versus NiP. Just as we all expected, right, guys?
I guess
so, yeah.
You know, just not in the fashion we saw it, right? FaZe versus NIP, 3-4 hours ago. It took 3-4 hours to conclude that game as well in a stunning best of one, probably the best of one we've seen so far in CS2. It had everything, overtime after overtime after overtime. Some crazy performances coming out from each individual, Config having a good time. So yeah, everything.
Yeah, watch this.
It's the fight for the last spot in the arena. And they were so close to taking down FaZe. Now they must put that in the back of their minds and focus on the game ahead. It's the last chance for NIP.
他们差一点击败 FaZe， 然后现在他们需要忘记这件事情，把他们注意力放在最后一个名额。让我们一起欢迎 NIP。
Ninjas, you can take your seats.
请 NIP 入座。
They couldn't keep up with the pace of MOUZ. Now their final chance is against some dangerous ninjas. They have to fight and they have to give it their all. It's Wings Up!
在面对完强劲的MOUZ之后，现在又要面对另外一支劲旅 NIP， 让我们一起欢迎 Wings Up！
Wings Up, take your seats and prepare for battle.
请 Wings Up 入座。
So I just want to say right now, in case anyone is listening out there and can't hear this request, I really want one of those CAC jackets. I just want to throw that out there.
They're kind of cool.
They're really nice.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie. Those are really
nice. Thanks for including friends in the request. I appreciate that.
You guys can look right down the barrel of whichever one you'd like.
You've made it clear where your party's at.
You know what? Speaking of party, let's raise the stakes here, Maniac. What do you think?
Raise the stake. I'm ready. What do you want to do?
So I'm thinking we do a team dinner tonight.
I'm okay with that. In fact, I booked the table already, but okay.
Okay, good. Now that we've gotten that out of the way, what's the wager?
The wager? Maybe we could wager how many rounds Wings Up are going to win against NIP. What do you say?
What would you... Okay, what's your take?
I would argue minus 10 rounds over best of 3.
So 9 or less.
Over the whole BO3?
9 or less.
9 or less. That's a good bet.
Take me.
And the wager is that you pay for dinner for everyone?
No. For you.
Oh, just for me?
Or you for me.
Oh, God. All right.
You kids want to iron it out? Or?
Yeah, all right. Let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah, I hate myself already.
Now, but here's the thing, Trace. We are professional overreactor. This is our job. We overreact. We are paid for it. We're not here to be reasonable. We're not here to be rationalizing. We're here to be emotional and react to things. What did we see today? Two completely opposite pictures. Wings Up getting destroyed by MOUZ. I was waking up in my bed. That's like I was already at the gym. I was watching the game happening, and then on the other hand, NIP pushing FaZe to 507 million rounds with Config dropping 3.7 million rating. These are the two pictures that I have in my mind. So what do? I overreact. And I say they have no chance.
Well, I don't think you're overreacting, to be completely honest. I think it's quite sensible what you're saying. I agree with you. It was two complete different performances we saw from respective teams. Obviously, NIP came very, very close against FaZe Clan. They should have beaten them. Again, they were leading the game for the vast majority in ordinary time, now in overtime, back and forth all the time. Whereas for Wings Up, they couldn't get anything done whatsoever in the initial game. So
it was rough.
It was rough for them, right? And the stakes for Wings Up necessarily wouldn't be to win this game. I don't think that's a realistic goal setting for them to have. It would be to be competitive at least one of the 2 maps they're going to play in this series.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we get out of this when we do get to those vetoes. I think for a team like NIP, we looked at them and we said, what, Ancient was something they used to hail on. They used to say, like, this is our bread and butter.
Right.
But where they find themselves now is a little bit more troublesome waters. Having come here, does that still reign true?
I would say, I think the map pool of NIP is still a bit of a question, given they're playing with a standing, given they have a new in-game leader and S-Attack as well. A lot of stuff is changing now. Ancient coming in, and that's the pick.
That's a Wings Up pick?
Okay. You know, that's ballsy, but probably also a sign that they have nowhere else to go.
You know what? I respect that. If you're Wings Up, you go to the biggest guy and just take him down immediately. That's how you assert dominance. And that's what you do. You say, I'm going to take you on
looks at you. You know what I mean?
I'm just going to slap the hell out of you on your... That's crazy. An Ancient pick? I mean, let's not sit here and pretend like we're absolute experts on the map pool of Wings Up. That being said, not even playing with their full roster here. They're playing with the previous roster, not with Bloggis and Kriya. So they go for Ancient pick against NIP, who obviously, even with S-Attack and Maxter currently, know how to play the map. That's super risky.
Yeah, it is risky, but as much as I want to overreact to that one as well, it's also a case of even if there was no veto and Wings Up were to choose the 3 maps we were playing, I don't think they would stand a chance anyway. So it doesn't matter that much. I think for NIP, it's a great way of testing the Ancient once more and also potentially testing map number 2.
So, okay, then riddle me this, Jacob. Who's paying for dinner then?
Well, that's going to be...
Did you just join into our little triumvirate here? Is that what we just turned into?
I think, and I'm afraid you're going to pay for dinner.
Oh, you're probably right. Yeah, so with Wings Up, it is a hard-fought battle the entire time they're here. Like, there isn't necessarily a matchup that they're going to have where, like, okay, yeah, they're going to excel. They did find some success as day one, but...
Yeah, it was a scuffed beginning, but there is a true possibility that just maybe MOUZ were on fire in that game. Like, think about how MOUZ started their adventure against FaZe, right? Just think about the first 10 rounds. At the time, MOUZ made FaZe, like, look like clowns. That was the 10 first round of the game, and then FaZe came back into it, and he got into this competitive game that we witnessed. Maybe that's what happened in that first game. Maybe MOUZ just had an incredible start. They never allowed Wings Up to come back. What worries me is that the few rounds, the few situations where Wings Up had a way in, it feels like they kind of threw it away. Like this, it was this Torzy situation with the AWP, a 4 versus 2 kind of scramble when the scoreline is already 6-1. These are moments where if you make that kind of mistake, it's over. Top teams will not let you get away with it.
I think there's 2 things that worries me a little bit coming into this game. One thing being Wings Up, the way they were playing against MOUZ in that initial game, very bad spacing. That's something me and Blair spoke about, right? There was a couple of opportunities where they were gifted duels or were gifted opportunities where they could have traded their way out of the problems and played a 2v2 or 3v3. But Wings Up constantly wanted to force the fight and go 1 by 1 by 1 by 1. You do that against Config, who's playing at the level that we saw against FaZe Clan, where he is loving those 1v1 duels, right? He's feasting off getting all these different duels where he doesn't have to take down 2 players, just focus on 1 at a time. So for me, if I'm Wings Up, if there was one thing I wanted to focus on coming into this game, it would be the spacing. Make sure you're always 2 guys together. Make sure you can trade your way out of your problems, or at least try so. Otherwise, I think Config and Rest, for that matter, who also played well against FaZe Clan, is going to have a field day just taking duel after duel after duel against 1 player.
It's just crazy how much money FaZe probably spent on head armor in that game. You know, like, because Config was just shooting their heads. So, like, what was the point?
Kind of wasted money as well if it's an AK-47 anyway.
Yeah.
Like, what's the point?
Yeah, I think you're right. So, you guys are going Wingstop on this one, right?
Absolutely not. I'm going NIP. I'm very confident on my prediction.
I hope for at least 1 competitive map, but I'm going NIP.
Me too, bud. Me too. All right, let's get into the game. We do have a little bit of Moses and Dinko. That's going to be, what do they call him? Dinkmo? Yeah, Dinkmo.
Love that.
Getting us into what is going to be Wingstop versus...
Wings Up, by the way. Definitely Wings Up.
The ninjas in pajamas, they call them. Let's do it.
Maniac don't know about that Wingstop. I can tell already.
I think Config's going to have a feast on some wings today. This is going to be a great time. I'm really looking forward to it. I think this this NIP team, they need a win, Jason. They're on a 5-loss streak. Yeah. Surely this is the one. This is the one they can win.
Surely, but do you ever truly feel confident in NIP?
Never.
Do you ever truly feel comfortable?
Absolutely never. And I think that's also the NIP experience, isn't it, for fans and the players on the roster?
Absolutely. I mean, it's been a team in turmoil, so yeah, this is obviously a perfect opportunity. This is the best opportunity you likely are going to get in order to end a losing streak that you have. So a loss here against Wings Up would actually just straight up be devastating, I think, for NIP, especially because it's elimination. It's an exit from the tournament as well if you lose.
Yeah.
And this is, you know, yesterday we had a lot of fun trying to hype up some of those upsets between TYLOO, between Lynn Vision. Didn't really come to fruition. I don't think anyone's really hyping up this one and seeing it as a reality.
We lost TYLOO on day one. That's so depressing. Really, Lynn Vision is the only hope left, I guess, if Wings Up are unable to do it today against NIP. And NIP earlier today, very, very close game. That record-breaking match in CS2
but
so far.
I can't. It's like the confidence, and even like a good performance in a loss against FaZe isn't like, okay, well they've showed up to play. This is going to be fine. This is going to be easy. Like in theory, they should be able to breeze through this one. Obviously, Wings Up playing. I guess we'll call them stand-ins because it's not the lineup
it's
that
like
they
the
have
OG
now,
lineup,
but this is the lineup that they qualified to the event with anyways in the past. So yeah, call it what you will. It's a little bit crazy.
A throwback, some might say. But here's NIP versus Wings Up. It's kicking off. Elimination here for Wings Up or NIP in this best of 3. Start on Ancient, NIP starting the CT side, and Wings Up, what have they got up their sleeve for a pistol? A classic B-rush, run right up the ramp and try and challenge down on Rez. He's under a lot of pressure, but he has got Maxter to help him, but as soon as Rez peeks out, he gets gassed out by Gas himself. And now Marek, look at that, patience paying off, having a couple of NIP players come over his crosshair, but only manages the 1 kill, and the King of the Children goes back down the ramp for the kill on Head Trick.
Bang, this is exactly what Pimp wanted to see, talking about the trade game for Wings Up. Unfortunately, now they're stuck behind the smokes. Kit as well, they're going to have to come through. Maxter should be just fine. They both come through. Oh, they do get it at the last second.
That's insane. What a sick call to just burst through the smoke together. That's the only play you've got left, and they make it happen. They come flying through the smoke. They land those headshots. And, you know, Wings Up may not have, you know, the greatest system as a team, but they have certainly got the players that can hit headshots.
Well, I mean, that's classic trademark Chinese Counter-Strike.
Yeah,
it's gonna look scrappy compared to the refined European style, but the individuals can hit pretty hard. And this is some good work with the Glock. Good spin around from Child King, and they both got off. They actually got off the defuse. That might have actually been very close if he just stuck
I think
that.
so. I think you're right on that. Yeah, it definitely could have been. But NIP going for the 4th spot in the 2nd round. This kind of shows some of their confidence early on.
Oh, and also that's great nade damage early as well. Flying and Gas trying to get out mid very, very quickly and taking tons of damage for their trouble. And now they're going to have to contend with this delay utility. The smokes and the choke points to slow things down. NIP with a little bit of a stack at the moment while defensive utility is up towards the B bomb site. Taking that timing to bring an extra player over towards the A bomb site instead of, in case there's some kind of a quick reaction that's not to come, we'll start to see them shift back.
They're held behind the smoke at the moment inside of Cave, and that is going to buy a couple more seconds to hopefully allow the majority of these NIP players to rotate back over to this B bomb site and help out Rez.
Well, the question is, can they when they get these extra 3 players over here to help Rez, are any of them going to try and slide up into the bomb site? Otherwise, they're going to be smoked off, and with the MP9s, with Deagles, those smokes holding them at bay is going to be a very tough retake.
They could try a boost, try and get over the top and stop one of the players from crossing over with a bomb, but that boost ain't gonna work. It's actually Maxter who's got a double kill on the MP9 elsewhere. Gas fighting back through the smoke. Him and Lang combine for a double and reply to those 2 kills picked up by NIP. The bomb plant will be secured, and now Wings Up looking to try and win it on the post plant. What a shot from Child King onto Config. And Rez will bang one back, so it's still even across the board on player count down to this retake attempt. And look at the gun of Land. It's perfectly lined up, watching this long, extensive play. And Head Trick able to trade. It's down to 1v1, and Head Trick can't win it against the AK-47.
Yeah, Head Trick didn't expect the duel there from Child King. He thought he'd be playing a little bit safer inside Cave. So nice job from Wings Up to kind of control that round. Costly, expensive, came pretty close at the end. Maxter with a nice double kill with the MP9, the stand-in for NIP, doing good work, making it work, and able to step forward because of the smoke. The counter smoke thrown by NIP towards the top of the ramp really allowed him to prevent any of those trades coming out in the early engagement.
You know, you talked about Maxter. We have seen quite a few games from him recently. You know, we've got to cast a lot of the NIP games of him standing in.
Yeah, came into the Rubed Cup in place of Brolin.
Yeah, he also played in Thunderpick too, so he's been in a couple of tournaments so far, and I think he's actually been really impressive, considering he's a standing. You know, he's definitely got some sharp ability. Let's see how he fares today in this competition. Child King holds down MOUZ 1 for a double kill, but Maxter's got a double on the C side himself. Just waiting around that corner was Lamb, waiting for the perfect time to strike, and he has been punished for not helping out his teammates as Marek sends the nade in and actually turns this into a 1v1. How was Config in this position?
Another 1v1, and look at this reposition. Oh, he's not going to stick around at the B bomb site. Flying is stepping up the ramp right now. Config overthinking it a little bit, investigating towards middle to see if there's going to be a shift towards the other side of the map. Flying as well wants to get some information on where exactly Config is before he commits to anything. So this is kind of like a ring around the rosy.
Well, we were talking about Config being one of the sharpest players available. If he gets that AK-47 into his hands, if he can find that pathway up to heaven to pick that up.
Yeah, but now he's lost information, right? If Flying just goes to the A bomb site, if he investigates mid, it's an issue. But if he goes to the A bomb site, Config's not going to have awareness of where this bomb is planted. So even if he gets the AK AK-47, are you going to know where to go?
Yeah, well, let's see what Flying can do. A talent in his own right from the region, a student of Shell Sage over the years.
Okay, he got the early information.
He did get the early information. Config's coming back here. Flying's going to cross out to A main. And Config slipping through Donut, but Flying has a strong position now. Does not have utility, but he's gone for a long walk deep into main here.
This should be impossible for Config to win unless he makes a hard guess and a hard read towards A main.
Based on the plants, he shouldn't.
Yeah, no kit as well.
He taps. Flying sprints into position, doesn't go for the peak yet. He's calling his bluff, and that is going to pay off. Sees Config looking a complete wrong way. Should have got the kill cleanly. It will be Config to still win that duel, and still Wings Up will win the round regardless.
Bomb blast is huge. Can Config get away? No. No chance.
Yeah, he didn't grab an upgraded weapon anyway, but that's kind of ridiculous. They kill everybody on the other side of things. Wings Up lose everyone. Comes down to a 1v1, gets super scary. Just very fortunate for them to take 3-0.
And the thing that kind of sucks about those rounds, if your Wings Up, is like, that's sort of like, ew, that does suck. Yeah, but I mean, this almost feels like a taste of what's to come in a sense, right? Like, you know, you have NIP in round 2, able to get you down to just one player alive. You have to win a one-on-one clutch. Round 3, they take everyone away, and it's a very close affair, and you had to work really hard in a long, drawn-out 1v1 as well. So you're just like, oh, what happens when the guns come out?
Well, we're about to find out. We're about to find out what happens when the guns come out for NIP. And it's quick up the B ramp from Marek. He's got some space in here. Looking to apply pressure into cave, but there's 3 players inside the cave right now for NIP. And Maxer's the only one that's fragged so far, but that kill does give them the player advantage, and good luck planting. When there's so many players spamming through the wood, no position is safe to plant.
All 5 players are Jaguar and Cave from NIP.
This is a weird, you never see that.
It is super weird. I don't think Wings Up would ever read this, and now with 2 players down, they don't have the manpower to really hold on to the back end flank. You can see 2 players coming in for the Ninjas, and Wings Up seem very uncomfortable. They don't know where to find safety, and everything's ripped out of their hands.
Yeah, there's no safety. It's good to get a bomb plant, but even then, you know, we're looking at money not being good enough to get a purchase for the next round. So you can see the damage that they did in the previous round. Config removing Flying right at the end. Really seeing the ramifications of that already. Even with a bomb plant, there's not enough cash.
And if I'm NIP in this game, I'm pushing mid every single round. I'm pushing mid, I'm aggressing, I'm harassing B lane from middle as often as you possibly can. Put Wings Up in a position where maybe they don't know how to deal with it, and put them in a position where you say, if you guys want to fight for this mid presence, we're going to be here pushing every single round. We'll meet you at the point, and we're happy to play that sequence out.
Just got to show the confidence and know who they are. NIP at this point will see that attitude, I'm sure, come out. Although this would be a kind of round where maybe you don't want to rush into middle and give a chance over the Wings Up with some of the weaker guns. You've got to have that really economy. Well, Wings Up are going for the A-main play, straight through the fire, straight through the flames, and into the frying pan. And it's going to be another kill. Line up for Essetag, and Gas will be taken out in the end. So 2 kills out of that for Wings Up. A little bit expensive.
Well, nice thing is, too, I mean, if you want to go for a silver lining for Wings Up there, Gas getting the P250 kill onto Config was against an SMG, so he would have been able to get that kill and then swap out for an AK-47, so that's denied.
And also get all that extra cash as
well.
well.
Silver lining, not a huge consequence.
Yeah, well, we found it. It was right there. Nice and shiny as we get back into the gun round. So this is Wings Up once again with rifles. Last gun round tried a B-pop with some speed behind it. Didn't really work out. So let's see what other approaches they have up their sleeve. We are seeing that mid-control being attempted for NIP. Deep utility. No smoke though, Jason. They're playing with just Molotovs.
Yeah, it'll come in a little bit late. I mean, again, they have that deep Molotov, so it's like, please challenge that. You know, we don't need the smoke there. We'd love for you to fight us inside the flames if you want to go for it, or we'd love for you to run through them. But once again, with this aggression, they get complete control of B lane. And we'll see what Wings Up can do to take late mid-control. Another smoke is going to come in, which will slow this round down even further. 4 players for Wings Up waiting behind it, waiting outside of A main.
Yeah, and I think Config is just waiting for that chance, that moment where he feels like he has the timing to go behind them.
Yeah, and this is a crappy feeling for a T-side. It's just like, oh, like we actually just have to wait. There's nothing on the map that we can do.
Oh, but that is certainly going to help. Aggression from Headtroid is caught by Child King, and there's no trade. So it's down to a 5v4. Wings Up have the advantage in player count, but as you pointed out, no map control at all. And without smoke, it even gets worse for them. Config is now alleviating pressure off of Elbow. He's climbing back up heaven and waiting for that smoke to fade away. He has got Essetag with him.
Ooh, flashbang comes out just as the smoke fades, but it clears a little bit early. Config lines up 2. Rez is there with a vertical stack, and it is just oh so easy. Mowed down completely.
That's sad because the flash did come. It was pretty effective in blinding Config, but the timing of the peak just wasn't there with it, and they just get melted at Elbow. So these gun rounds so far honestly, they're exactly what we expected, right? This is where that's we're setting up the point. The reality of the situation is NIP should confidently win this game and convincingly do so. And in the first 2 gun rounds, it hasn't really been all that competitive yet.
And I mean, look, we all experienced it. I know the viewers out there grinding CS2, playing in Premier, playing in competitive. You get into a game on Ancient where you have a CT side that knows how to push down mid efficiently, and you're playing with, you know, a little bit of a pug squad. It's really hard to organize on the fly how you counter that.
It's so difficult to deal with it. And we seen yesterday, we actually seen Lynn Vision look pretty solid in terms of understanding how they wanted to approach it. And even though they had the retake utility for mid and took it all back, looking really comfortable, there was an adaptation even there that they couldn't figure out.
Well, also, like, even Astralis' mid aggression in that game wasn't all the way down mid. They weren't like challenging jump up all that frequently, right? It was like you're playing in mid, but playing all device in the cubby with an AWP. You had someone in Donut. Here's those deep Molotovs. Oh, AWP shot is there. But is he going to pay for it with his life? Look how much damage has been done, but he's alive. Alive at the very least.
Yeah, that's a massive opener, and you've got to take a risk when you have the AWP. And you're really the only weapon worth talking about at this point.
And there's no reason NIP should have expected that an AWP would be on the board. There's no reason they would have thought that would have happened.
Or running through 2 Molotovs through elbow.
That
I
as
suppose
well.
there's multiple things there, but Childking catches Res trying to make up for that early deficit. And Childking goes again. Maxter caught with a flash. That could have been a kill for Childking, but it ends up being Maxter's, and he gets away. Utility comes in from his teammate to support the B lane hold.
Uh-oh.
And head trick,
Should be dead.
no, he's not going to check this. He's not going to check for Marek at all.
But if he doesn't go any deeper, he should be fine. Marek's still going to have to swing into that angle with the AWP, but it's all down to timing. And no one looking cave at the moment, so this is just a bit of a bluff. A flank is going to be coming up towards the jump up on a timing.
You're just waiting for that moment where head trick finally gets caught by Marek here. You're just waiting for that to come. And Marek is going to have to be patient here. If he crosses into his crosshair slowly, head trick in this position, still sharp enough to hit the shot.
Config biding his time as well. And he's kind of the guy saying, look, they're still going B. No one's come back down towards the jump up. No one's tried to drop towards mid and reposition, checking it on timing, trusting a little bit to luck.
And you're hearing sounds now of your head trick as well. You're hearing the steps in B lane. That activates config to go up for the peak. Gets taken out by the AWP. But there's no other option. They have to go into this B site. And the Marek finally strikes in from cave. It's down to just Maxter, desperately trying to fight between multiple positions. Looks back to the ramp, and now just a 1v1. He pulls out the pistol, and Maxter gets it done. All 5. The ace comes in, and he stops the B hold, and he stops the nightmare that Wings Up were presenting to the Ninjas.
They gave him so much respect in that 2v1. They should have just pulled out the pistols and both swung. And unfortunately for them as well, both the players had AWPs. You know, coming out of cave, that's the AWP picked up that he picks off. And man, a lot of this goes to waste. This is a 5-on-3 for Wings Up, and they just stay and wait patiently. When they get that kill on config, that's the read that says NIP is going to be stacked towards the B bomb site because they had complete control to push up to this position. They had 25 seconds. They could have bailed out and gone towards A, and they didn't.
Another opening for Wings Up found from elbow, this time on config. It's Gas that picks it up.
And those are critical kills. Even in the fact that they're losing these, that they just lost the previous round, the fact that they're finding some of these kills in middle.
Position.
Yeah, they did. Traded right through. But it's going to put NIP on notice that, okay, they can actually challenge us in middle. You know, we can't just hold this with impunity.
Oh, that's Rise getting ready just in time. Gas walks right into him. But Headtrick, remember, has got himself into this position with Maxter. This could be strong, and it will be. Marek goes down at the entrance of the Jaguar. And now down to 3 players. You started with the opening kill, a 3v4 now. Childking gets up into the middle of the bomb site. Headtrick seems to be aware of that, sees the shadow, goes to the re-peek, this time to the kill on Childking. He's got teammates around him too. Headtrick does not need to go for the re-peek. He can let Rez play with it and then go for the peek to close. So NIP answer back, even after losing the opening kill. It's a 4v5 conversion.
Yeah, absolutely. This is rough, but kind of what we expected. Hard for Wings Up to really figure out how to work this map with the kind of style that NIP's playing in. And I mean, you can kind of see they're not able to execute any ideas because they have to take control. They have to actually encounter NIP's aggressive setup each and every round before they can do anything. I would be surprised if we don't see Wings Up. You know, they did it on a save round with just like unarmored Glocks. If they go back to the A bomb site and try and hit that timing, if you're constantly encountering 2 players pushing down middle, you know 2 players are starting at the B bomb site, you're getting challenged from the jump up, hit the other extremity. Start trying to make them honest towards the A bomb site. Or, and this is what Lynn Vision did really well in their game against Astralis, is the delayed mid takes. You know, find that timing, wait for that second smoke to fade out, just don't take damage, then just do a full-blown execute.
Problem is, do you have the full execute available? Do you have all the utility available? You'd have to hope so.
Most teams, you would assume they have it.
This team, though, coming in with...
Would be a little bit of a question mark.
Yeah, exactly. Perhaps some holes in the game. But right now, Wings Up. They're seeing success out of Elbow. They want to try and pressure there again for that opening kill. I just feel like it's going to be much harder this time with Config not fighting directly down in Elbow. He's up on Heaven this time. He's about to re-smoke. If Config just locks down mid from a different position each time, it's going to be pretty difficult to consistently get an opening there for Wings Up. And they're just taking their time. They're completely out of map control right now.
Well, he's comfortable being this aggressive because he had that extra smoke, and that timing is going to fade. That second smoke is going to fade pretty shortly here, and this is exactly what we were just touching on. Wings Up going, oh, another smoke comes in, so hold the phone.
Three smokes.
Flying's just like, oh, this is the most boring round I've played ever in my life.
Just wait. Tell me when the smoke fades so I can throw the red smoke. Okay. Oh, no, another one's in. Oh, and there's another one. We're still waiting. Eventually, it's going to be the mid-take from Wings Up.
Yeah, NIP's out of utility as well. No more smokes. They have some flashbangs to work with. Maxter's going to be challenged. Flashbang comes in. He bails out safely towards Donut. Good shot from Headtrick. And he can take that peek because they've got control of the B double doors. And that's where Maxter slides break back out from Donut. And another strong round from NIP.
The unfortunate thing for Wings Up is they do everything you can to try and get out of Elbow, but you already know you're going up against a defense that has all the information in the world. They know exactly what you're about to do, and they're just waiting for that moment where you finally come around that corner, and there's almost no way you're getting through it.
Well, it's also, they spent so much time waiting out those smokes without doing anything else on the map. So even though you wait out the smokes and you might have an advantage in middle, you've kind of let them take control of B lane in a way that you can't punish anything. So instead of someone playing in middle, it's an Opper peeking out of Jaguar because B double doors is covered. So NIP just winning this game off map control so far. Just off the fundamentals.
Child King fumbles the nade. It's punished by clipping. Gas getting boosted over Elbow. Once again, a different look to trying to get an opening or at least information from Elbow early on. But Wings Up a little different this time. They don't just sit back and allow all the map control to go to NIP. They're challenging to stop this cave fight, which has been a problem for them. Gas had that. He had that on a silver platter. He just needs to hit the shots there.
I can't believe Maxter goes back for the repeat.
This just shows you the confidence right now of NIP.
Yeah, now an Opper. Headtrick is going to grab the angle. Covered by smoke as well.
Yeah, you repeat that, you're dead instantly. Rez covers off the bottom of the B ramp, allowing his teammates to continue their focus in middle. And it's really difficult to see Wings Up getting any space at the moment. They're completely smoked out. Those smokes will start to fade away in the B lane. And now Child King will look to pressure Jaguar, clearing it out. And they do actually have mid control for the first time in a while because NIP have adjusted the setup.
Yeah, but having already lost a player as well, costly to get this kind of control. And S-Tag will drop this defensive smoke right about now. Blinded. Molotov is coming in and he'll just play delay behind it. Only one player coming from A main. It's three coming through Donut. Oh, and they blow open the smoke. S-Tag almost goes down. Now he's in trouble, but Config arrives.
Wherever it is, it's just a massacre, but Flying starts to strike. It's a double kill, but that rotation's already in. They're picking up the info and reacting very quickly here, NIP. So even though Flying still gets a double on the trade, the immediate rotates in.
This is the tough part as well, when like you're just kind of stuck behind this utility and you don't really know how to find an opening pick or an opening engagement. You can't ever cause the defense to move, so NIP is just really comfortable in late round situations with a standard setup. You have two players everywhere prepared with a crossfire with perfect protocols.
And it's the interesting thing. We go back to the desk in this pregame, and you hear Pimp was talking about the spacing really costing Wings Up earlier. They were just getting lined up. Well, it seems like the same story again, but B-Rush in. Marek at the front. Tech9 still loses the fight against Rez, even though it looked like they had every advantage available. And then Gas and Child King line up, giving Maxter an easy lineup of 2.
Bro, he's got 19 kills.
Yeah, he's just farming at the moment.
He's got 19 kills.
It's round 11, and he's got 19 kills. Jeez. Well, I feel bad. I feel kind of bad. Wings Up have tried a lot of different looks, you know, fair play to them. They've had a lot of different ideas, just none of them really working. And some of it actually has come down to just individual skill. You know, there was a chance there, the boost on Elbow the previous round should have got the kill in the opening. This Tech9 kill should have been an opening kill.
The 2v1 they had against Maxter at this bomb site is the one that really, like, those are the rounds you absolutely have to win if you're Wings Up, if you're going to have any chance of even causing an upset. Even with that victory, it'd still be a difficult affair, as we can see how much stronger NIP is on the map than they are, but losing it is just a disaster.
Yeah, Flying had a couple of chances there, but it isn't going to work. Now Land left, 1p3, P250. And he'll be taken out by S-Attack. So we're looking at 8-3. The scoreline you may have predicted coming into this matchup. A strong start for Wings Up, at least get them a few rounds on the board, but it's starting to get into that moment where you think NIP should be taking this half 9-3.
Yeah, and you could kind of see it coming. Like, NIP was even putting up a fight in rounds 2 and
just
3
CZs,
with nothing. 3 was like unarmored pistols and maybe like very light utility.
True. The early signs were all that. All right, mid-control fight coming in. Marek gets through the initial utility. Hectrick, overwhelmed. Good flash from Flying. Allows Marek that kill. That's an opening move through mid.
Yeah, that's nice as well. Preemptively smoking the Molotov, and this is one of, I think this is like the only gun round we've seen Wings Up start with an advantage, maybe the second one.
I haven't seen too many rounds towards A this early in the round from Wings Up. We've seen one round earlier when Astralis and Config just shut the whole thing down, but this time a little earlier into the round, but it doesn't matter because NIP are still making that rotation over. They have quick rotates to this A bomb site, and you've got to bank on Config getting at least one.
He's going to get 2. They're not going to clear that whatsoever. Thankfully, the flash pulls S-Tech back before he could clear out Marek's position. They're going to hear these footsteps. Maxter and Rez rotating over. Oh, the Molotov into his position. Massive.
Config doesn't get a single kill, but look at the rotation. It's already in. Rez runs in. S-Attack's already there, but remember Marek. He got out mid early, and now he's coming around on that flank. This could be a hero maneuver for him, but Rez considers it at the last second. Doesn't matter. Mouthful of lead thanks to Marek, and S-Attack runs back into the donut to get pinned by Child King. It's 8-4. Nice round right at the end there from Wings Up to secure it.
Yeah, we'll take that. Just getting one more. The pistol round helps. This makes it doable, but obviously just visually, just eye test wise, NIP just wrecks him on this defensive side.
Sure.
Even it feels like it should be stronger than 8-4, but that's the power of the pistol.
24 on Maxter.
I know, it's nuts.
That looks so ridiculous. That looks like a warm-up scoreline. Like everybody's just been sitting AFK and he's just running around spawn camping.
Yeah, exactly. He's having a good time.
Yeah.
He had a lot of attention at that B bomb site as well. Molotov spreads to clear both spots, big box and the corner box. And Eric spotted a little bit of a leg on S-Tag, so they knew exactly how to handle it.
Well, it's good to see Flying back on the server. He's not really having the kind of performance that will let him break out on the international scene here, but you know, I've got to see him quite a lot when I used to commentate the RMRs in Asia and the PWL and the PAL. And it was really interesting to see that player. He was 19 years old. He was playing for Invictus Gaming at the time, and he's kind of really exciting, had a really cool aim. Didn't make as many mistakes as other players in this region. We thought maybe he's going to be one of the players that would eventually go onto a team like TYLOO or a team like Vici back in the day, but he never really got that chance. And he's here on Wings Up, which are considered like maybe top 3 Asian,
Third, fourth
Chinese
best
team.
Asian team, yeah.
So he's still around, 22 years old now. This is not really the team put together to big international upsets here.
It's hard to get a chance to shine as an individual when, as a team, you are so outmatched, and especially a map like Ancient, when you are that outmatched tactically and in terms of understanding the team play of the map. This map can feel so suffocating, and Rez is just going to do that to people. Just a quick one tap. Oh, they didn't check Flying. A chance for him to have a little bit of a highlight, but he's traded immediately.
Yeah, Maxter is not stopping today. Maxter is playing for a spot in the Ninjas in Pyjamas. He's shown that he deserves a spot inside of this team in the main roster, but he's finally taken out by Childkung. It gets a double, and S-Tag, he's seen everybody going down on that B-bomb site, and he's out of there.
This is winnable. This is a winnable 1v3 for S-Tag. Where does he decide to position? Because he's going to want to be in a position to pick off one player at the very least before the defuse really begins and actually goes very far back towards A main.
He's got all the time in the world.
There's a kit and a smoke on Marek.
That is the key that could create so much pressure for S-Tag into this clutch. 1v3, that smoke should be deployed immediately onto the bomb, and then the pressure's on for S-Tag. He has a flash, he's thinking about using it, but there's no way he thinks they've got a kit. There's no way. And they're going to just stick it inside of the smoke, and that's the way to win the 1v3. That'll be Wings Up taking the pistol.
That's why I mentioned I thought he would position himself somewhere where he could take a fight and try and thin it out into a 1v2 before they really get to the bomb, but they had a lot of space to work with in the 3v1 to drop the smoke properly. Tactical pause called by Wings Up, their second that they'll use, so both pistols go in their favor.
Exactly, and you know, if you're looking at a territory or the conditions you would need to set up to have an upset, it would obviously be winning both pistols, having good starts in both halves. Well, so they've had that now.
And converting in both of those pistol wins, because now with that bomb plan, we are going to get a strong buy out of NIP, so they'll challenge for this round number 2.
I did like Trace's attempt at trying to get one of the CAC jackets. He just, down the barrel. If anybody out there is listening, I would love a jacket. And I'm going to say the same thing, you know? If you're that person,
go for it.
Add my name to that as well.
Shoot your shot. Put us on the list, the jacket list.
Really the pinnacle of esports getting a jacket. It's kind of this experience, a hoodie or a jacket, you know?
Yeah, I have a lot of esports hoodies.
Absolutely do. We'll see if NIP with the Khalils are able to make this happen. As you just mentioned, Jason, that force buy is here. And it's always scary when Config has a deagle and he's allowed off the leash to go and fight. He can sometimes just turn rounds in his favor. He's got out mid.
Just looking for one mistaken jiggle peek. Rez as well with the Galil. If either one of these guys can get a kill, Rez has showed his presence. They're trying to make this B defense, or the defense, as nervous as possible at this B bomb site to try and alleviate some of the pressure of executing out A main.
It's a contact play out A main. They might get a boost going here, so you might send that rifle of Max drawn up. And this could make it difficult, because now Flying can actually get double peeked or put in a position where it's really difficult to get his crosshair in the right spot at the right time. And Marek, that's a massive mistake. Rez nearly gets a double kill out of it on the other side of the map. And perhaps now with panic stations for Wings Up, you need a multi-kill from the Donut players. Flying does not get hit, and Gas doesn't get a single kill, so that might as well be it here. Wings Up still coming back in, still trying for this, but they're just getting destroyed. They're not allowed anywhere near that site on the retake, and Child King has 1 health.
I mean, he's going to die to the bomb. He's done in this round regardless of what happens.
I think he's going to die to head trick first.
No, or Config. Config coming in. Head trick might not clear this deep angle. Might not even come towards CT spawn, but Config's about to turn the corner, and that is an easy one. Even running out of ammunition. 9-5, NIP take the second round.
Well, you mentioned having to convert on a pistol win.
Yep.
They haven't done that now. You look at the money, they don't even have enough to really get a solid purchase here, so it's going to have to be a force buy. And that double eco territory right away. Yeah, we're getting to that point now where this should be the sort of last moments of ENCE.
This is the beginning of the march to victory for NIP.
Yeah, it's sort of the warm-up of the orchestra to play the swan song, the fall of Wings Up.
That's a reference and a half.
Yeah.
So we've already passed the crescendo.
Yes. You ever listen to an orchestra warm-up? It's just a bunch of...
At some point I have, yes.
Yeah. It's not a pleasant sound.
I've played in an orchestra.
Yeah, what'd you play?
Tuba.
Triangle? No, Trupa. That's cool. Trupas are pretty cool. The brass sections are cool, guys. I played the flute in an orchestra. That was something.
That's cool too, Dinko.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be Lan coming through with a deagle.
I've seen American Pie.
You know, I watched that a long time ago. I don't remember it. I need to watch that again.
All right, well, Lan's going to be wrapping around Cube. Rez struggles a little bit, takes a tag, but the rest of NIP is here as well. That's a fast swing from the SMG and a faster one from the Deagle of Gas. Bomb planted. Man advantage for Wings Up. They don't have a kit, and they don't have utility, and they've been picked off and thinned out by Config, and now Max.
Now they don't have a hope in hell, and that's the sad part of that. They did get a couple of really nice shots at the start of this that maybe open up an opportunity, but once you miss a few of your chances and you give up a few of these kills, NIP get the control back, and it's going to be double figures for NIP here on Ancient. Boom. That's sick. So Max, they're 22-6. Well, interested to keep track of his scoreline as this game goes on, but we are now getting to the probably last buy territory in the next round for Wings Up. Really got to show us something. This was nice, a couple of really cool shots, and you do see the mechanics of Wings Up in a couple of rounds here and there. And
a couple of isolated moments.
Going for a tactical timeout, Jason.
Yeah, just having a quick conversation. Don't screw this one up. Let's just get this one done with. Let's move on.
Get the water in. Looks like the vitamin tablets are in that water, you know, the apple juice. Get it all going.
DJL doing some hand talking.
DJL. It's been with NIP for a decent amount of time now.
Yeah, long while.
With all the inconsistencies in the actual playing roster, the coach's position is actually being maintained for a while.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, at the time, it felt like it was very important, but like the way that him and Hampus were working together in like the early days of NIP when Hampus joined the roster.
That kind of died real quick, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
He tried it a few times.
But I mean, the two of them kept this team together through a lot of those awkward roster changes where they still maintained...
Especially sort of device moment.
Yeah, after the device departure or step down, they really kept this team as close to competitive as humanly possible. In surprising fashion, they were still able to maintain it despite all the roster changes. Maxter's out in the open, a chance to farm, but an awkward spray. I don't think he expected more.
Man, that could have been a step towards the 30 ball, but he screwed it up.
Yep. I was thinking the same thing, actually. I was like, ooh, this is him with a chance to really get a nice game underway.
Yeah, that was like a dog rating territory right there.
Although, as someone who plays that kind of position sometimes in games,
yeah, sucks.
Yeah, that's like a weird fight for some reason. It always feels like you should be in a really strong position, and it's always a really awkward engagement.
Yeah, it's really hard to hit the headshot sometimes because the heads move so quickly, it feels like in CS2, and especially when there's so many targets appearing on your crosshair, you can maybe get caught sleeping at the wheel or just not in the right spot to deal with it. And that's what happens. But that really is the only interesting thing that happened in this round, to be honest. So
free M4 for Wings Up.
Yeah, Flying's got that. He'll maintain it. And that's going to be 11-5. So the bye is coming up for Wings Up in the next round. Needless to say, if they lose that, this game is going to be over on map 1 at least. Or pick this road on map 2. I do feel like this is what we want to see out of NIP, though. You know, if you're a Counter-Strike fan overall, obviously you love the hometown hero stories. You love to see teams pull off upsets, but you only really want to see them beat the favorites if they are a team that can go and have a good run or pull off more upsets. And NIP should be showing us this kind of result.
Well, especially after the really grueling game they played against FaZe earlier, that quintuple overtime loss, 25-28.
The one that nearly broke Anders and Henry.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a performance like that against FaZe and then you come out and you disappoint against Wings Up, that's just like it would be such an awkward feeling. And as we kind of mentioned, it's hard sometimes to be consistently confident in this NIP team.
Sure, you want to have some positive news coming up with Alex obviously waiting in the wings to actually get in there and become the in-game leader of this team. You want to actually have some results and some positive steps forward even before he comes in and takes the reins of this roster.
He's probably tuned in. What's up, Alex?
Yeah, what is up, Alex?
Congratulations on the new jersey.
Looking forward to seeing in a minute. Sure would have loved to have been out there in Shanghai, but Flying, he's stepping up. Flying high, perhaps. He's got himself one on Maxter's or second kill. He will get it. Config this time down inside of the red room. And he's actually put Wings Up in the better position. They've got the man advantage, but for how long is the question?
This round's going to be all down to individuals for NIP. Look, they're split across the map at the moment. One mid, one A, one B. Rez.
Oh, Rez is tracking. He's got the angle perfect there to take out Child King, but will he expect the second player at long so quickly? Land's already crossed on over, and it looks like that is going to catch out Rez.
Everyone's here. Everyone from Wings Up has rotated over to the B bomb site. So now he's going to go down, and that'll be the signal as Headtrick kind of walks in. That's going to mean S-Tag gets on his horse in middle and runs up through Donut. This is buying time for the rotation to come back, but at the moment they're clearing out Red Room. They're taking their time very cautiously. They could follow up through Donut, but this will be a 2v3 post-plant situation.
Yeah, chasing
actually,
after
maybe
that
not.
bomb.
Merrick might have a really nice timing on this.
Yeah, but Land gets caught by Headtrick and CT. There's that kill, but yeah, it's about the timing coming through the donut. Merrick is very quick to get into this position, but S-Tag was able to get away from default back over towards CT.
They have 2 smokes, a molly, and a kit. They have the utility needed to just go for the straight defuse.
And remember, they won a round like this earlier in the first half, rather. So they're going to go for it again. And it's going to be Merrick picking it up. S-Tag goes down, and the AK-47 picked up for Headtrick. He's going for them to try and line them up, but the defuse is just stuck, and Flying will pull it through. 2 kills in the round, and a defuse to win a 6th round for Wings Up and prolonged play.
Yeah, good move. Good move across the map from Wings Up. The over-rotation towards the B bomb site. You find that res kill with ample time to kind of secure a position for the retake. And good use of utility as well. 11-6 and 3rd timeout called by Wings Up.
I think we're going to go back to one of the cliches of Counter-Strike, and we're
Here we
going to say, well, you just want to build some confidence. You want to build some rounds here going into map 2 so it doesn't feel like you just got blown out.
Honestly, realistically, like, this hasn't been... okay, realistically,
they have both pistols,
first half was terrible, but what we're seeing, what I feel like I'm watching is, like, when you see them get into these fights, they're able to handle it. It's not like they're completely outmatched individually. It's just they were so outmatched tactically as a team in the first half that NIP's defense was able to suffocate them on the map consistently. You know, you're seeing them on the CT side being able to challenge, being able to get multi-kills, being able to make the right decisions a little bit better.
So NIP throwing that smoke out to Heaven to try and block some success in a B lane split. Gas has already climbed up Heaven. He's already in a good position as he pushes up the top of the ledge. Now fighting down the bottom of the ramp. Rez has actually got pushed by Gas. Luckily, Rez is able to turn and uses S-Tag as a human meat shield, and Max are able to help alongside of that. So the campaign for NIP's worked out pretty well at the start of round 18. They've got themselves the player advantage after those early fights.
Yeah, they were really stuck into that philosophy of aggressive B defense that come through the smoke from the jump up, the spam through the smoke on B ramp overextended. He gets traded back through it.
All right, so 1 more minute left in this round for NIP. They're down to just 1 smoke left. They've just deployed one up to the red room. That'll cancel out flying and sever off his information flow. So that is going to cause him to make a reaction with the defense. So Land's going to bring his op on over towards the A bomb site via CT. And IP still focused on that B bomb site though.
Yeah, Wings Up, because of how like far back they are on these bomb sites without information, they're kind of going for a little bit more of this gambly like mid to late round defensive rotations. Config was spotted, dinked, but not completed from Child King, and now it's a save.
Yeah, that's rough.
Completely out of position. I think, honestly, what might have been a great play was parking Land with the op over at the B bomb site, you know, rotating the M4 over towards middle and letting the op just play very, very passively at the B bomb site. Hope he can pick off 1 before the bomb plant.
Ooh. Config getting in behind them, sees the big shadow, takes out Lan, and you gotta feel for them now. Config should have died a long time ago. But he's still standing inside of the temple, and he's gonna drag them out of this round.
The timing of when Land looks away, oh, it hurts even me. I feel bad.
Yeah, it stings, doesn't it?
Yeah, Flying's going to have a tough time saving this AK-47. 1 encroaching through temple, so even if he gets head trick, he's going to go down. Now the footsteps are made and traded off. Good shot onto Maxter, but head trick is there immediately. 12-6.
Yeah, map point locked in, and money not there for Wings Up. So we're looking at NIP taking the best opportunity now to go ahead and find victory on map 1 of Ancient. And honestly, it is very nice to see NIP playing like this today. I was interested to see what level they would come into this tournament with. I think a lot of people were not so optimistic about them, especially considering their group. You know, you've got FaZe in there, you've got MOUZ in there, and NIP. And with NIP obviously waiting for Alex to come into the team, they're all just kind of wondering what level they're going to be at. But statement win like this, you know, result they should be getting against Wings Up is comforting. And for Wings Up, even though they are getting kind of battered around, it's still a great experience to play an official on the stage in front of the home crowd against a team like NIP. Just getting this experience, as sure as it stings and as much as it hurts.
Yeah, they're loving this experience right now.
Right now, you're not going to think it's good, but in a while, it'll be sick. And Child King, add that one to your highlight reel. Those are 2 nice shots, and you might even get another one here with the AK-47.
He's actually had a pretty good game individually. 16 and 13. We've seen him hit some very nice shots as well. Another AK-47 salvage, but unfortunately, Config's going to be peeking middle any second, and Land goes down. NIP just eternally patient. Child King versus 3.
Sure, he's had a decent map. This is to make it a great individual map for him. Taps out on Config. Now they know exactly where he is. And Child King's going to come back in towards Cave instead. Bomb plant locked in for Maxter. 25 and 9. What a showing. And they're looking to close it right now. NIP looking for 13-6 and prevent Child King from getting one of the best clutches he's had, but it's not going to happen. Takes the 1 tap, but Maxter will close it. A stellar map from the stand-in for NIP, and a strong opening map in a series they should be favorited in. And a 13-6 will go a long way at making us feel comfortable about NIP winning this game.
Yeah, pretty harsh beatdown, especially when you consider the fact that both pistols were won by Wings Up and weren't able to put a whole lot on the board. But as I said, I think a lot of that came down to that first half just being like outmatched as a team on the map of Ancient, not having an answer to the mid control and mid pressure and the B lane control from NIP. I saw enough out of Wings Up, not to be impressed, but to be curious about what they're going to provide us on their own map pick, which comes up next, because this was Nip's choice, and for obvious reason, just much better team, much more organized and prepared on the map.
Yeah, you look and you see some holes in the game, maybe a little bit of lack of utility in terms of being able to retake mid and combine and really compete on a tactical level. But that's all for the desk to break down. They'll look at that a little bit more right about now.
What's up, desk?
What's up, Jason? Just here with a quick fact check. They brought this in from backstage, and it would appear as though Ancient was Wings Up's pick. So
is that what Copium sounds like? Is that what Copium is about? Like, don't worry about it. That was an IP's map pick. We're good, everybody.
Hopium, maybe.
Hopium?
Yeah.
Hopium?
All things considered, though, let's look at this game. Let's look at a game in which Wings Up found themselves securing the first 3 rounds. And then what happened, Jacob?
Nothing for the following 8 or 9 rounds. You know, they weren't looking that great in the first half. I echo Jason's sentiment. He may not be right about the map pick of Wing. What the way they played the first half was a little bit disjointed. They were outmatched by NIP on a lot of different parameters. It felt like without the pistol rounds, this would have been done and dusted a lot earlier. So again, not too impressed with Wings Up. A couple of the rounds were okay. A couple of the individuals showed up, you know. but overall, not a match for NIP in this match.
Yeah, I think this was a very good example of how a favorite can be disruptive enough that their opponents just don't know how to handle rounds. And we've seen that in multiple occasions where NIP were taking mid-control and then they were using smoke after smoke after smoke towards elbow, forcing Wings Up to play not at 1 minute 20, not at 50 seconds, but probably at 40 seconds, and then they get maybe flustered just a little bit. The flash, it was mentioned by Deco at the cast, the flash out mid is good, but the timing is wrong. The timing is 2 seconds after the flash, so Config had time to turn around and kill them. Some of these moments you feel like they were a little bit uncomfortable with the late round, and I think NIP did exactly what they had to do. They were disruptive in your face.
Yeah, however, it was better than what we saw from Wings Up in the first game, you know, so they did show a bit of progression. They were closer together. They were having a couple of rounds where they traded. We can't also forget that Maxter had a crazy 1v4 in the first half. Had that not gone that way, then at least Trace's bet would have been much better off right now. So
why is it my bet? He started this.
Yeah, well, you're going to lose it, right? So apart from Jalking, again, individually speaking, there was no one really showing up for Wings Up, and you can argue that clutch from Maxter, who once again is topping the scoreboard for NIP with 26 kills, really made the difference.
Guess what he's going to be on the other side of that?
Oh, could it be the MVP?
Which is?
Maxter?
Yes, yes,
Okay,
there it
okay,
is.
okay.
And obviously, the numbers are going to speak for themselves. I mean, my goodness, he was all over the place. You couldn't put a stop to this guy. It seemed like he had the number for Wings Up every turn of the way, Maniac.
Yeah, absolutely right. Aside from this 1v4 that was almost like game-breaking in extent because it was 3-3 scoreline, Money arguably still in the gray zone, and then he destroys them. The amount of time they decided to fight towards B lane, and he was the one putting them down, was very impressive. I think Wings Up got a little bit surprised by how aggressive they were on that side of the map. We saw them going up from middle to heaven, from B ramp at the same time, getting that very uncomfortable sandwich move on you. If you play FaZe, you know how horrible that is. And Maxter was the one that was yielding the gun in that situation.
Yeah, and so, you know, Jacob, it does beg the question that I don't have. I was just sitting here thinking about it. I was like, wait,
well, good.
Kind of
That's
drew
good
a blank.
pause for effect.
Which is why our MVP is Maxter with 8 multi-kills and 100% duels.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if opening.
Excuse me, sorry.
There you go. But it's impressive. We've seen a couple of times already that he can play good Counter-Strike. Does he have a future within NIP? I doubt it, you know, depending on whether they want to go with his roster. But if anything, he's making a case for himself right now that if they ever need a stand-in, or if someone else within Swedish Counter-Strike or international Counter-Strike for that matter needs a player, then maybe he'd be on the cards right now. So he himself is doing a very, very big favor.
So let's do this. I'm looking at the next map of the series. It happens to be Overpass. What does that tell you, Maniac, and your infinite wisdom on your device?
My infinite wisdom. That tells me that NIP is going to start on the T side.
Which
That's
is
what
good
I'm
for you.
expecting. That is pretty decent for you in terms of our little friendly wager that we have going on.
You want to remind the class what that's about?
We are wagering on whether or not Wings Up is going to make it to 10 rounds. All maps included of that series. You're off to a flying start with 6 wings flying. See what I did there? 6 rounds in the first map, and now you're 4 way shy from a dinner. How does that make you feel?
That's what we like to hear. Honestly, just give me 4 rounds, Wings Up. Or take us to a third. I mean, if we go to Nuke, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Let's talk about Overpass.
Yeah, I think for them to start on the CT side is the silver lining right here. They've been effective in pistol rounds. If they can win the pistol, convert, you know, get off to a strong start on the CT side, maybe there's something to be said about, you know, a competitive game. But again, I got to manage my expectations. Regardless of what I've seen from Wingstop so far, it's all about getting, you know, the game to be competitive.
Yeah, Wingstop versus Nip does continue. When we come back, thank you very much, gentlemen. As always, we go to that quick break so we can come back and see what Wingstop has to deal with us on Overpass. My goodness, what's it going to be? You're watching the CAC.
Welcome back, everybody. CAC 23 is underway, and it is an elimination game between Wings Up and NIP. We're here in Overpass. NIP's map pick. We've just watched Wings Up get absolutely destroyed on map 1. Their pick, it's not looking so hot as we head into this one, Jason, but we'll see what kind of fight they have left in them.
Yeah, I'm vaguely curious, and as you mentioned, NIP's map pick of Overpass. Correction from Trace, incorrectly saying multiple times that he made the mistake of saying that Ancient was NIP's pick.
Well, it's not, and we've cleared that up now.
Yeah, we have that taken care of.
Clean up on the aisle.
Up towards lane.
Maybe clean up in the bathrooms. Yeah,
necessary to clean up in bathrooms.
It is, and if you don't, it does get kind of putrid in there. And ooh, that is disgusting from Config inside the bathrooms. Actually, headshot on land. Child King though, he's pretty good from the back of the dice box. Had a couple of 6 shots on that first map. It is a 1-for-1 immediately.
Yeah, maybe lost himself there, backing up too much off dice boxes and not being aware of the potential for that long play. So good shot from Rez with the P250.
Bomb down, retake scenario. So Wings Up, they've got the kit in the back of Marek.
They do have a smoke as well on gas.
So combined, they have enough to perhaps seal away a little diffuse. But NIP struggled to win pistols on that first map. Let's see if they're able to get this one done over the line. Maxter on the double and head trick to close. Maxter had a fantastic first map where he starts off strong here again.
Yeah, I think he was 19-3, like 10 rounds into the game, ended with like 25 or 26 kills at the end of the day. He was a monster, and he was like kind of the primary defender of that B bomb site, which got a whole lot of love from Wings Up in the first half of Ancient. Here on Overpass, grabbing a couple kills to help them close down the post plant. So start is not going to be nearly as nice for Wings Up, which I don't know, doesn't bode well. But I'm going to wait.
Well.
I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait and see what happens.
It bodes badly. Here's what happens here for Wings Up. The force buy in the second round. It's risky on the CT side, but I think you got to take some risks. If you're Wings Up, you got kind of slapped around a little bit. Even after winning both pistol rounds and converting one of them in the previous map, you want to at least hope that you can have something in this force buy. Because we did actually see a couple of rounds, some nice deags. They've got some crispy mechanics. But it's not enough to win Counter-Strike games against high-level European sides a lot of the time.
Yeah, that's going to be the big question is how can NIP work them across the map here on Overpass as we saw them do on Ancients. The individuals can stack up against NIP for the most part. Team Counter-Strike killed them on Ancients. And I mean, here's the other side of the coin too, especially on this T side. If defense is obviously going to be passive here, makes sense. Don't have a lot of utility, don't have the weapons to fight back with. But if Config is going to be able to get a lot of space towards bathrooms once the gun rounds begin and his kind of aggressive lurking style on this side of the map, they're in some trouble because Config is going to flex and he's going to test that consistently.
Well, Lan has seen the shadow. He's worried about close left. So he clears that, and then as soon as he goes back into the angle, if he had just held that initially, he probably would have had a much better chance at taking down Head Trick.
Yeah, he was oddly eager to go find information and go take a little bit of a fight, considering he's the only player there. Normally, you'll obviously see that scout kind of jumping behind dice boxes, peeking out towards long, trying to just maintain the information of progression of NIP.
Especially if you're solo.
Yeah, especially if you're solo. So bomb plant is here. Not a huge deal. The other 4 players from Wings Up will save the armor and pistols in the SMG, and then they'll get a second crack at it in the next round with weapons, depending on how many are taken away.
Ooh, Config. Those walls are paper thin.
And he's also well aware that, you know, the potential for them to have overtaken short in the way that they have at the moment is high. So doesn't even want to peek for that fight because he realizes more players can be waiting for him. So this round is just going to end in this little bit of a stalemate. So 2-0 for NIP.
Yeah, 2-0 for NIP. Saving these 4 weapons. Should be freed up in the next round to take more risks. You know, you can push something, you can stack together, take a few risks across the map and really try and make that force buy from the previous round work here, and then you get the buys coming up a little bit later. But the most likely scenario now that you've lost the force buy is you're going to see a 3-0 start for NIP and money building on the T side. So a lot of the positive signs for NIP at the start of the map pick have come to fruition. So at this point, you're feeling like you have the idyllic start, you can keep moving forward with this, NIP should have a nice and easy day at the office if it all continues like this.
And the winner of this, which is looking like it will be NIP, favored to be NIP, will be taking on ENCE in the quarterfinals. That'll be the draw that they have. The other quarterfinal will be Lynn Vision taking on MOUZ.
And you gotta feel like NIP versus ENCE, that's a game that you gotta feel like both teams playing with a stand-in. That could be really fun.
Yeah, that could actually be a pretty cool, spicy affair. We'll find out when we get there. That'll be taking place on Saturday, as tomorrow is a day off for everyone to get some rest and relaxation.
Tomorrow is a day off. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. I heard Henry talking about You know, it doesn't happen often at events. Happens for players.
Yeah, it's been a while in these week-long events.
But you guys as viewers at home get to go and have a day to do whatever you want, chill out on a Friday, have a good Friday, and then on Saturday, get back in that seat, wake up nice and early and watch some of these games from wherever you are or late. Doesn't matter. Yeah, Counter-Strike continues this weekend.
Well, here's S-Tag, spots out Lan trying to make the run. Rez drops him through smoke and once again towards the A bomb site where it's a very diminished defense of basically nobody.
I feel like Lan could have done us all a favor and capitalized the L instead of the N. Because no one would call him Ian if he did that. But I think Ian.
I called him Ian when we got in here.
Yeah, but everyone does. I called him Ian at the start. Like it's just a thing. It looks like Ian.
Yeah.
And it's not. It's Lan, as I've been corrected by the fans of Wings Up over the years.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you had the information for me, so I didn't have to go through that.
Yeah, imagine you called him Ian. You would get the wrath of the fans of Wings Up coming your way. Your DMs would be filled up.
Bunch of bonus money coming out in this this MAC 10 for S-Tag at the end of the day. Looks like he wants to challenge a little bit more than others. One more player down in the stairs, and he's going to have Rez to back him up. I mean, some level, though, this might not even necessarily be worth it. Deagle shots raining out. Child King will go down with the bomb. That's some armor that is going to be lost for free to the explosion. So, I mean, a couple details there right at the end that you didn't need to encounter.
It's good to see the audience out there in Shanghai returning to China. It's great to see an event looking this solid, and Wings Up would have hoped they would be able to come with the current roster, I'm sure, and show what they've got to everything they've been working on inside of the server and in some of the boot camps they've done. But yeah, it's going to be a little throwback for them, and you know that tactical depth certainly was lacking on the first map. Time to see how it's going to pan out here on the CT side of Overpass. Wants to get the guns out, and Lan, unfortunately, not connecting that opening kill.
Yeah, missing the initial shot, having to back away. Smoke is going to cover up in the blown open door so they can take the stairs and take control. And for the moment, NIP stuck behind utility as a follow-up smoke towards Monster, just plumes. But this is looking like they're going to line up straight out of the gate for a split towards this B bomb site. 2 sandbags, 2 Monster. Rez off on his own towards the A bomb site.
If Rez keeps running, that fight around the right side of the flower bed is not going to go his way, and that's exactly what happens. Child King and Gas, alongside Flying, have kills for Wings Up. So it's down to just Maxter and Config, and so many individual fights going down across the map, and most of them were actually going Wings Up's way.
Yeah, I'm so curious. Rez was just hoofing it, wasn't he? Loud as hell.
It's very strange.
They had the timing. The whole might have been trying to cause some kind of a distraction, but it came out at the same time as the hit. So maybe an early jump on a flank and just not expecting that players took a big risk and it didn't pay off. And now Maxter's left, and pretty much all you can do here is cause damage.
Well, the stand-in looking to stand up. First kill towards the barrel's already locked in. Is there something more from Maxter? He's playing for a spot at NIP, and he's one step closer to this clutch. This would be devastating for Wings Up to let it slip, and Child King makes sure that they've got it in their grasp.
Yeah, great shot from Child King. As we kind of mentioned, he was the player, the only one really stepping it up on Ancient in any significant way. He had some very crispy shots. So here shuts things down before they get too out of control. But 2 extra kills in the 1v4 for Maxter is quite nice. Keeps the money low, and the AWP is back in the hands of Lan, not Ian.
Yeah, not to be confused with
Ian.
Ian.
Not to be confused with Ian.
That's another guy. Shout out to Ian, watching at home right now. I hope you're enjoying this matchup.
Here we go. Flashbang is out. Ian eats that one full in the face. Lan eats that one. We've actually done it. We've actually done it.
Unironically done it.
Oh my lord.
Oh my goodness.
Steps
Jason.
right into it.
Those early call times do be getting you, getting the Ian out of you. And now it's slowing right down. So he's attempted the opening kill twice. Here comes the reaction. Ooh, we've seen that a few times so far on Overpass. Marek going for a peek into the cubby, fully fixated on that, and then the extension out of the tunnel catches him looking the wrong way. Looks a little silly, but he's preoccupied with another angle instead. And that has resulted in a 1-for-1 across the board. So 4v4 equilibrium established with 1 minute and 10 left in round 5.
Ooh, I like this. Lan gets pushed off 2 angles, but Child King drops utility back to him and steps up to the plate, looking to maintain position in bathrooms. Going to be smoked off, and he's going to step in front of that as well, trying to throw a little bit of trickery into this bathrooms defense.
Headtrick swings. Oh, Lan tries to flick up. Not too far off, but Headtrick's quicker to the kill, and Child King looking sharp, hanging out in the toilets.
Yeah, but now he's got to deal with the offer, who's got him pinned down. Quick shot from Headtrick. Child King didn't even have a chance for a rebuttal. And as gas rotates over, everything is smoked off. More utility raining over the walls, and he's going to be stuck. Flying's here with him, but they can't really do a whole lot to stop this plant. However, the slow pace of NIP, they're going to investigate this retake, you'd imagine, once these smokes fade.
And that bomb plant locked in without issue. NIP would favor themselves winning this if Wings Up were to go for it. And it's even a question of whether or not it's worth going for at this point.
There's no money left. Yeah, they're not even going to mess with it. They don't have a smoke, which hurts. They have one kit on flying, but realizing it's going to be very difficult in the time remaining to get the kills necessary to make this doable. And without a smoke, percentage just drops massively. So they'll retreat, they'll give up the round, and they'll have to scrape together what buy they can. I think Gas is going to be able to drop a weapon over to a teammate. So they'll be able to at least have 3 rifles into the next round.
There she goes.
Boom.
4-1. Estetag has been really impressive, actually, of the level he's come back into competitive play with. Now, he took a large gap, long hiatus out of top-tier Counter-Strike. And I think with his first event back, sure, it was an online event over at Rubet, but he definitely looked sharp in a couple of those maps.
In an event too where, I mean, even in this one, he's taken over the leadership duties before Alex.
Sure,
you know, he's already officially joined the team, hasn't probably really stepped into the roster to practice for some of these events as they've been preparing for him, but Estag's been the one coming off the long break, having to step up and get back into the swing of things individually and shake the rust off, and then also as an in-game leader. So not a tough affair, but Estag's one of those guys throughout his whole career, he's always been put in these situations where he's had to fill gaps in terms of roles, in terms of responsibilities. He's always been the guy to kind of make that sacrifice and take the extra burden, and doing it one more time here with Nip.
Yeah, you can see why if you were making a team like a Colossus of a team, for example, you'd want to pay the big bucks to get him in. He is that kind of player, so very much so a jack of all trades. And we'll see Wings Up. Got the AK-47 for flying and the saved rifle of gas alongside that, but it doesn't fill you with a whole lot of hope when you look at this kind of buy. But maybe a little trick like this, a double stack on top of the sandbags. A little boost down could work out for them.
The drop down, though, probably was heard over in the short
Almost
tunnel.
certainly.
Yeah, that was quite a loud one. And even though they've reduced the dropping sounds now and the jumping and the landing noise, but still going to be audible from that position. And correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's just a pistol on the bottom of the stack protecting against the swing. Two pistols, actually.
It's Child King, and he's got a big dig. And he's looking for the kill down towards Maxter, and it's going to happen. In fact, the only kill that comes out of that is for NIP, and it's Estetag that takes gas off the top rope, and they clear out short. They make sure that those players are forced further back into the B bomb site, and NIP have kind of avoided the main risk of this round.
Oh, I wonder if did Land spot that? He did. He did. He zoned in on that player.
Boosted
nice up. Another follow-up boost. A little bit of trickery. They found the equalizing kill. A couple of tags with the scout. Okay. All of a sudden, this looks a little bit more doable for Wings Up.
Yeah, Land softened them up. He's made them squishy. So the rest of these weapons might be able to get something done here for Wings Up. Suddenly, there might be an opportunity in the final 30 seconds. NIP don't have a whole lot of time to make their final maneuver into this A bomb site. And Wings Up realize that. So they make the rotation up. They have more reinforcements alongside this scout now for Land. He goes out for his final peek, and it will be his final peek thanks to Headtrick. But it's down to the Deke to close it. And Child King's looking sharp. It's just Raz left alone. 15 seconds for the Swede to try and win this 1v2. Child King hides behind the truck. Raz gets ever closer, but no kill yet. And Child King closes. The Deke looks sharp, and Wings Up have a hope.
What a hold. What a shot from Child King with that Deagle. Been so sharp across these two maps, and one more time shuts down NIP right on the precipice of taking the round. 4-2.
Child King looks nuts on the Eagle. Like, his mechanics are really satisfying to watch. This is something that's so great about watching the Chinese teams. They have really sick mechanics, really sick flick ability, and he does it to them. He absolutely wrecks them. Again, Land makes that possible, obviously, with some of the body shots coming in, but he lands the headshots right at the end.
Yeah, that was great from Child King. And Land, as you mentioned, the double scout tag out towards long, so NIP is going to have a little conversation.
And then we do see this on Overpass a lot. You know, you see teams maybe on the T side become a little loose and they need to recalibrate because they're starting to run out of time or maybe not getting all the map control fast enough or getting through the motions in the checklist to the point where they have time to comfortably execute on the site. So just getting back on the same page, recalibration for NIP after the tactical timeout. But if your Wings Up, that's the kind of round that fires you up. It gives you a bit of hope for a few more rounds here at least.
It does, because they actually didn't invest in that round a whole lot. They had the 2 saved M4s. They picked up an AK-47 later on the round. So I mean, they didn't really drop and buy and invest a whole lot. So now they've got plenty of cash. 3,100 on land, 4,000 on Child King. They've got weapons as well. Things looking a little bit better for the defense. Now, can they keep it up? Can they string these rounds together? This would be a reset for NIP if they can win it.
Yeah, that's awkward for Lan, trying to run back, turning around, and Red's just chasing after him, not letting him fall back at all. That's NIP with the opener right away at round 7, and Rez might not be done. Rez has got another one, and when you're down a player, you feel like you have to take a risk sometimes. And if you're feeling yourself after a round like that, Child King too confident, swings into the open and gets punished.
Well, that's a nice kill for Gas, because it's at least going to force NIP to move forward into the A bomb site where there's 2 defenders dumping out counter utility, trying to delay. A nice crossfire set up with 1 over at the truck, but Merrick almost gets caught with his knife out. They sustain, they come back into it, but a wide swing, and now Merrick's in a lot of trouble. 2 on 2, but reinforcements far away.
It's sick that he actually gets away with another kill there, Merrick. The missed shot allows him to get into a winnable position and put Gas into a 1v1 up against Esatag. No commitment to the plant. Gas will hold off. He's just letting Esatag move a little bit. Gas repositioning around to bank, and Esatag trying to be patient, trying to wait for Gas to come into him first. Maybe he might even offer up that chance, but there's no need to. The bomb plant's not coming in, but Gas just plays himself. He gives himself up. The patience there could have come through. Wait till the plant comes in, but Esatag just pumps the brakes. Gas comes right into him. All gas, no brakes.
Well, Gas is being like, oh, why is nobody planting at the moment? Maybe he left the bomb site. Maybe he's evacuated. So yeah, a little perhaps inexperience in playing that a little over aggressively, but a good read from Esatag and a good perch that he finds to be able to pick him off. Almost a fantastic defense. That last swing, a little bit too wide from Truck. If that's contained, if he just waits patiently and still plays for the crossfire, that's a very difficult round for NIP to win.
Well, here's a boost. Lan gets the chance for the opener. Probably should have sunk that kill on Maxter.
And because of that money that they had built up from the previous round, they catch Maxter off guard a little bit with the FaMOS being out. And there's an M4 out towards long on Child King.
So you've got a couple of weapons.
He's very much alone.
Yeah, he's out there in the park.
They're going to bypass him entirely. No sound, and they're just playing contact.
This sucks for Wings Up, because the only gap really left open when you're not picking up information is the avenue of approach that NIP have chosen. And now they're trying to get through Connector, the fastest rotation up to try and support that gap, and Config's just holding that. So NIP have actually got the perfect call here to deal with this kind of round. And timing for Child King wasn't great, but because of the initial damage, Maxter only had a Mac 10 as well, and Child King's able to finish him off.
Well, he knows he's got to try and find Config as well. The lurk that was over the stairs. Oh, he's getting lurked as well from T-Spawn. That's been called out. Yeah, Gas is going to get a freebie, but Child King peaks a little bit too early. Not patient enough for Gas to stop that.
Yeah, perhaps Gas not communicating well enough. There's something there. A mistake was made, but it's now a 2v2. And there is a chance for Wings Up on the weaker weapons to pull a round out of the hat. But it's Gas once again, and this time he's got double the clutch in front of him, and he gets nowhere. Gets stopped at the banana, and that's going to be Headstrike picking up a round.
Yeah, that aim punch really didn't let him get involved in that fight whatsoever, did it? Good job from NIP. However, through this, there's been some of these elements of danger, like the M4s picked up the FaMOS in that round, but there's been enough money left around for Wings Up to buy again with this full losing bonus that's built up. They've done a good job with their economy, making sure they can get as many strong buys as possible. This would be a great time. We haven't really seen it quite yet. Lan had those couple of scout tags, but the scout and the op and bathrooms and at the A bomb site has not been impactful for Wings Up whatsoever.
Despite going for multiple opening chances, and Child King actually gets away with one. It looked like he's about to be sentenced to death with absolutely nothing left. But fortunately gets one, and that does give Wings Up a chance, especially with Lan finally chiming in with that AWP.
Yeah, and Esatag takes a little bit of a different route. Instead of going bathrooms and lane, he heads out towards long.
Is he going to check the right corner this time? No, Rez.
He can make the guess. You got the kill on Child King. Yeah, pushed up. You saw the op as well. You kind of make the educated guess that nobody's going to be in that corner.
Pushes forward beyond it. Reposition from Lan coming back around the back of those dice box. Is he going to roll the dice and peek a little further down? He isn't. He went wide. He might have been able to catch Rez.
He's got them simple stickers.
And that Gungnir gun in his hands. He may have a flashy weapon, but we got to see some flashy shots. 48 seconds left. Lan looks back to long again, but he has to worry about the bathrooms, and it's really uncomfortable. Now being spotted, needs to tuck behind those dice boxes and call for his teammates to come up on the rotation. Remember, Wings Up in the final 35 seconds have got the player advantage, and the AWP is the weapon you need to cleave out of position. And Rez is unsuccessful in doing so, and another kill from Lan this time around. You wanted impact from the op, Jason. There you go.
Yeah, beautiful round from Lan. I'll say he got a little bit of a gift. I was surprised when they saw his position behind dice boxes. There was a Molotov available for NIP. I'm surprised they didn't chuck it out and flush that op out into the open as they encroached onto the site. They chose to go a little bit more contact, trying to keep those two players hidden, trying to make it feel like it was just a Rez lurk. But that allowed Lan all the opportunities to re-peak with impunity and find 3 kills.
Tactical timeout taken for NIP. Their cage definitely rattled at this point.
It's the money more than anything that's rattled. They're trying to scrape together a force buy here and talk it over during this timeout. Wings Up starting to mount some decent enough defense to try and come back in this opening half.
DJL having a word with Esatag. If you're an interim IGL, you're going to certainly lean on the coach's input and impact, rather. So taking those timeouts throughout the half on the T side of Overpass certainly going to be a key factor for NIP here. Esatag 6-3 at the moment. The player leading the charge for NIP is in fact Rez at 8. And for Wings Up, you've got to love the fact that Lan just had a big round. Hopefully that fires him up. Hopefully that warms him up into this game, because the AWP can make a difference in your defensive half. What's the call from NIP out of the timeout?
Galil, AK, 2 Tech 9s, and a Deagle. This is looking like it's just going to be a standard execute at the B bomb site. We'll see if they how much of a timing they wait for with these smokes. Maybe they bust right through it. One lurker. That's going to be Rez with the Galil.
Gas and Marek's setup looks designed to deal with shutting down pistols running in, but it will fall if one of them goes down quickly. You would suspect the trade would be almost immediate from NIP, and they would break through that B bomb site. So there is an element of risk here, but it could work out for Wings Up. They could just stop them at the door immediately. And Rez, again, very proactive on his lurks. He's deep into bathrooms. If he shows presence here, that might keep some of the CTs waiting. And he's actually just taking the AWP out. He just peeks in with a Galil, and that's the AWP gone. Rez is looking for the long player, and King hasn't turned. Rez gets the follow-up kill, and now comes the B pounce. Marek and Gas sure get a couple, but Marek's run out of ammo, and Hetrick will feed on him. It is now flying left from heaven. A clutch needed from the sky, and it isn't going to happen. Hetrick sends the bullet on up, and NIP's decision to purchase works out perfectly.
That was almost a really scary round, like one of those weird rounds where like the fake or the lurker has like 10 times more impact than you expect, and he clears out the other side of the map, but at that point you're already committed to the B bomb site. Yeah, sure. You know, like that could have been dicey, but well managed from NIP, and obviously stunning from Rez.
Yeah, so sick. From the round that we were just talking about from Lan, the fact he pops off in the previous round to getting just peaked dry by Galil.
It looked like he didn't have head armor. I think Rez might have just like a single bullet headshot with the Galil.
I think you're right there. The Eagle's out, P250s. What a crash back down to reality it is for Wings Up.
Yeah, and unfortunately that might have been like kind of the reset, quote unquote, that they needed on NIP. That round that would have forced them back to just pistols, that would have given them a chance. That was an opportunity that slips away, and it's very late in this first half. So not looking good for Wings Up.
Rez looking to catch the pistol, crossing back into the site. Did have an opportunity to do so. But that's information for NIP of what they're up against.
I could see that coming.
Learn that one.
He like picked like 3 different spots. He was like, oh crap, which one is it?
It's like, I know they showed me this. This is the one, surely. Nope. That's not going in the Nard Out Here video.
It should. I'm sure he's got a blooper reel.
Maxter this time, though. Pressuring in from short. Good headshot, good transfer. Maxter again. Makes it look nice and easy. Configs there with him. And the rifles cut through this B-bomb site like a relatively lukewarm knife through some fridge-cooled butter.
Last round of the first half coming up. Wings Up is going to invest everything they've got. Yeah, that's a shame. That previous round.
Yeah, it just kind of sucked the life out of it, didn't it?
Yeah,
really?
it did, because like that was like a chance to bring this to 6-6, and then you're still kind of in things, and then you win the second half pistol, and you're feeling pretty good, you're feeling decent, and now it's just swung the complete opposite direction. That was the win they really needed. That was kind of their last chance to have a close affair. Now you have to say this is going to have to be a comeback for Wings Up.
Looking for that 4th round at the half. They did get that over on Ancient. Damn, didn't really matter all that much. And Maxter has another opening kill added to his collection.
Oh, you keep saying he's playing for a spot in NIP. I think he's making a decent enough case for it.
Yeah, and I think he's actually garnered a lot of support as well from the community who have been watching him over the last few games. People are pleasantly surprised by his performances, and he's gathering a lot of support, especially from Swedes who would love to see another Swede inside of this NIP team. So, you know, it's great to see young players getting opportunities to play for the big organizations in their country and actually running with it.
Yeah, getting an opportunity playing with the Young Ninjas, the academy team for NIP, and getting called up to the big leagues. They've been performing pretty well in some of the online cups they've played in, and now here on LAN with the squad having some impact. This will be a B play. Rez is going to try and flank all the way around towards Heaven. He's got to deal with Child King, who almost had the timing, who was looking for this exact maneuver from Rez.
Here he is. Rez creeping on by, comes down to timing. Will Child King be looking the right way? He will not. Rez executes him. Now he's got a second. Nice and clean from Rez. And no resurrection of this round for Wings Up as Ian turns around. It's 9-3 at the half. It's going to be NIP charging. And that is a huge scoreline now, and Rez is feeling good about it.
That's so frustrating for Child King, too, just because, like, you know the play is coming. Like, you know it the whole time. Like, you have the sense, you have the read. Rez has been lurking on you at the A-bomb site throughout this entire half. You know it's coming at some point, and just the timing is not with you when you're checking that angle. Oh, baby. Oh, baby.
All right,
well, this second kill from Rez. Whoop.
Yeah.
Peace.
I mean, you can see why people get excited about, you know, the individuals on NIP. If they just find a system that works, they've just got so much raw ability inside of this server. Rez, off the back of that final round of the half, is actually the top fragger now for NIP, 12 kills.
And we're going to switch sides. Wings Up, what's their offense look like on Overpass? It better start with the pistol.
Yeah, it better. I can't believe I called him Ian as well. I did it as well.
You did it?
Yeah, just there at the last round, Jason.
I didn't notice it. I wasn't going to call you out.
Yeah, well, I called myself out. I couldn't live with myself.
Yeah, the shame.
Yeah, I had to go get the bus.
It's really pulling you down.
Yeah, it is. But now I feel like a weight is lifted off my shoulders.
Okay,
I'm glad this
we all get
session
one. We all get one.
Is concluded as we're going to head back into the game. It's 9-3. Second half kicks off. NIP look for the pistol. If they win the pistol, it's a really good case here to be made. They can go ahead and survive in this competition in a 2-0 fashion over Wings Up. Maxter running down long. He's not alone. He has got a teammate in behind him, and the USPs look to try and dish out death, but it is nothing but death for Maxter. And Rez in behind the stone gets overrun, and the Glocks are looking good.
Yeah, all of a sudden, 3 versus 5 in favor of Wings Up as they move up long towards the A-bomb site. Get a couple players in towards bathrooms. You can continue with this split, but with 1 minute and 20 seconds, you really have kind of the whole map available to you. You can choose to go down the stairs. They're going to press forward. And information spotted from S-Tag. Trying to bait for Config.
Well, Config is going to see the absolute barrage of utility flying above his head. He goes to the peek out. It's Marek that is instantly gone. But Config would have hoped his teammates could stand a little longer. But Headtrick's out of there. And now a 2v4 for NIP to try and win. Wings Up are in the prime position to steal this one.
Once again, that's the kill on the flank. That was the door player that came up, Headtrick. So, I mean, the opportunity is there for Wings Up where they missed this kind of a call on Ancient. This time they've learned their lesson and they're going to readjust over to the B-bomb site.
And not only that, they're still committing Child King forward to keep them there and keep them focused on him at the moment so he can't rotate that second player down. But S-Tag knows exactly what's coming his way, and he better hope he can line up a couple of headshots here. He got a chance on the second, but only the one. And Config now with a 1v3 lying right in front of him. You know exactly where he's coming from. He's got 3 players shooting at him. Eventually, one of those bullets land right between the eyes. And Wings Up have the pistol to kick off the second half.
Yeah, they encountered resistance every step of the way, but handled it each and every time. Good job from Wings Up, keeping your eye on the flank as well. Probably had the sound cue of the door opening up, but then the readjustment back to B. That's the right call instead of pushing in towards 2A defenders. And obviously, a lot of this decided out towards long earlier. The double push from Rez and Maxter doesn't pan out whatsoever, and not enough production to hold off the hit.
Then we'll see NIP go with a force buy. They have done that throughout the series so far. I wouldn't expect it to be any different, and they are going for the force buy in this second round. Hetrick starts the force buy off with a tag in the scout. Is obviously going to make things a little easier for the pistol that's in behind him in the form of Rez, but the chase is stopped. Chalking and Rez, the Wings Up don't go around that corner.
Wings Up really need to make these rounds clean, where they couldn't have that on overpass. Remember, the round 2, they were only 1 player surviving. Round 3, 0 players survived, even in a victory. These ones have to be clean if they want to get the second half off to the paces and start closing the gap on the scoreboard. Any chance of a comeback, any chance of an upset here on overpass.
Ooh. So Rez stands and fights. He loses them, and he goes down. Wings Up just slowing down into this. Now they've got that advantage, and their main objective is keeping this one clean, getting it on the board.
They're going to get it as well.
Yeah, NIP have drifted elsewhere, haven't they?
Yeah,
so
the gamble rotation over to the other bomb site, so this one will be free for Wings Up. NIP will save, and we'll see them bring, what, the Scout, the MP9, the upgraded pistols into the next round, and just try and go for another setup one more time. So 5-9.
Not bad for Wings Up. Not bad at all. You would have to say that they're favored to actually win the next round too. So
the problem is, like, it's like the critical rounds in the halves to make them competitive have been lost by Wings Up each time, right? Back on Ancient, it was that 2v1 against Maxter inside the A-bomb site that just demolished them and allowed NIP to go on a streak. Here, it's that round where they had a chance again to reset NIP with a victory. Rez gets the 2 opening kills alone at the A-bomb site. It's like those kind of critical rounds that can change the half and allows you to be competitive or just have a really, really tough time. It's going against the Wings every single half. There's going to be one of those rounds coming up shortly. The first gun round is going to be huge. This next one obviously important as well.
I mean, there was even that round in the first half that probably fits the bill perfectly. It's when Esatag is in the 1v1 against Gas, and he just stops planting the bomb and just waits for him to walk into him.
Would have been great to have that clutch.
So there's another one of those scenarios that could have went the other way. And imagine they get one of those even. You know, you're looking at a completely different scoreline here. It's still 9-5. Still pretty close. But as we said, Wings Up should be winning this in this round. And we're looking at 9-6 as most likely outcome. But when NIP have pistols and they have Deegs in hands of players like Rez and CZ's available for config, there's always a chance, isn't there? There's always that opportunity that this round can be stolen away.
With the Scout. Gives up the angle. Might have had a chance in a couple seconds, but he realizes the danger coming from Party as well.
Oh, timing there for Hetrick. Maybe could have got a chance to take out Chalking. Oh, the timing against him twice in this round.
Yeah, that's frustrating. You can see he's like pissed off. He wants to go back and find it. NIP's going to start getting frisky on the map, though. Utility being sent out by Gas. Config, what a shot from the CZ.
Yeah, that's the worrying part. When Config gets freed up, when he gets aggressive, he senses a gap, he can take you out with that CZ.
And it's aggressive outside of the tunnels, and then he pushes forward to get the AK-47, realizes it's clear, and the rest of NIP shift immediately to the A-bomb site. Now, however, Wings is going to make the counter call. They've got a minute to play with, so they're going to come right back. A little bit of utility chucked out towards the A-bomb site. And they're going to rotate all the way back around where Config is still alone. So the question is, does NIP ever feel the timing of where this hit has not actually come in, not actually guaranteed to be at A? It's all on Config and his AK-47.
Yeah, he plays a bit of an off angle. He can maybe drop instead of actually going for those fights, which is exactly what he does. He'll be calling for his teammates to get over here and help quick. Config cannot do anything about the initial attack, but Rez will. Big shot on the Deagle, and damage done to Lan as well. He can't plant the bomb too comfortably, but eventually they'll punch those digits in, but Lan cannot escape. His last task, his last action alive in this round is to plant that bomb, and NIP have the player advantage with the weaker weapons coming back in on the retake. Flying has got a Molotov late into the round. That will be actually massive. There's no kit available on any of these NIP players. He gets that onto the bomb, and the smoke has been used for the choke point instead of the bomb itself. And so that might help them win this round as they're forced into Child King. He'll get the lineup on 2. And now Flying's quick reposition back out of Monster. Red's gonna, he's going to read it. He's going to go back for it. And he's running into the bomb. I don't think there's time at all.
He's
and
gone.
He can't win it. He's got to get away. But a lot of damage again done. NIP come close.
Yeah, they really do. And that, you're exactly right. That Molotov bought all the time they needed, keeping him off the plant, allowing Wings to play it a little bit differently, knowing that the defuse can't begin for some time. That Molotov was heroic. 6-9 in the favor of NIP. As you mentioned, good damage done, but another full buy for Wings Up. However, that's going to take all the money out of their pockets. Not all of it, but
most of it.
Quite low, most of it.
It's like taxes.
A plant here is going to be Wings Up. At least getting a plant will be everything.
So this is their opportunity then. This is their chance to make this competitive on overpass.
Yeah, this is that first real important swing round. This is the difference between being able to compete in this map for Wings Up or being in a really desperate situation.
And as you pointed out in the previous round, they haven't really been able to do that at all in this series.
Oh, their T-side on Ancient was atrocious, but that was a lot due to like not being able to handle the aggression from NIP. A little bit different here on Overpass, but Headtrick still finds the timing against the flashbang.
Yeah, it just works for him. He needs to be careful indeed up against Lan. He's jumping for it, he's taking risks, and he's seen the head. So he'll decide he doesn't want any of that re-peek action. So Headtrick takes that opening move, gets information on the second player being there, and then backs away. So connector control is there for Wings Up. They've got long control as well. And still a minute left. Oh, missed shot. That was an opportunity for Lan.
A huge opportunity.
Nope. Here we go. Subtech jumps are fixed. He's back up on top.
Sees nothing close. One teammate, Child King, working his way up.
Ooh,
tagged legged even.
Lucky.
Yeah, down to 12 HP. And he's been like a really sharp player for Wings Up that really can't be the aggressor any longer with that kind of health.
Oh, if Headtrick repeaks, it could be a little messy just for a second there, but he's gone for the wall bang. Maybe seen the heal of Child King, and that is going to take him out of the round, take him out of contention. But Rez falls to Flying. 15 seconds. That's the big problem here for Wings Up. They're running out of time. You say no chance. We'll see how they get it done. The bomb commits forward, and yep, you're right. No chance. It's over. That's going to be 10.
15 seconds. You've still got to deal with the player in the corner. You've still got to deal with the opera at the truck. That was not going to work for Wings Up. 6-10. At least they saved the op. And this is why I said the plant was going to be important. Would have been the difference between having, you know, like what, 4,100 versus 3,300. The difference of AKs or Galils if they want to buy in this round. So a decision to make for Wings Up if they really want to heavily contest here. Go for a half buy and let NIP get a little bit closer to the win, so they're going to take a timeout to talk things over.
And it is elimination now, starting to loom right in the face of Wings Up. You realize when you lose another swing round, when you lose another important round like this, that elimination is one step closer in this competition. And obviously the dream for this team would be to make it through and get into the arena, but that wasn't the reality for this team coming into this event. At least they've got the opportunity to have that crowd in front of them here. That's still got to feel pretty special, and being able to do it with a team that they played with some months ago. But NIP should be the team getting through this one and progressing forward, and I think that last one was a massive step in that direction. Look at the money here for Wings Up. More importantly, look at the buy they've got. So it lands on the AWP. Got a couple of pistols around it. Ooh. Gas taking too much there. He's down to 8 health. Not where you want to be if you're gas.
No, it's going to be a crappy round for him. Crappy round for Flying as well.
It's actually worse. I'd say worse for Flying.
Oh, there's the op. Equalizing kill found. Worth the sacrifice of Flying to get that trade onto Rez. However, you have no real tools to progress onto any bomb site. No utility. You're just relying on this op, and you can't even rely really on Child King's Deagle with this kind of HP. Still going to challenge. He kind of has to maintain the aggression this time.
Yeah, they still got a minute. Very deep down long. But NIP are aware of that, so Config's just watching it. It's a great angle from Config, because you don't actually have to commit too much of your life source to this. You've got the information. That should draw them in and focus on Hedrick. He'd maybe get away with one. Shot probably should have landed, but it didn't. And Config's not able to help him out at all. But he does recover. He gets behind that truck, and it is another one. Another opportunity for Config, but he doesn't sink it. He doesn't get that kill. And now perhaps a sinking feeling for NIP as Lan turns around the back. It is just Maxter alone. And the stand-in once again in the clutch. He had a 1v2 that devastated Wings Up on Ancient. He looks for another one here on Overpass. He's got Marek looking the wrong way. That's the first kill for him. He's got on the defuse, he's got on the smoke, and Lan's so far away. He doesn't have the weapon for this. That's the defuse, but the last second shot. He's gonna nail it, but it's not in time. Oh, they're not in time at all. And the hands to the face, it's milliseconds that make the difference. It's milliseconds that can break teams' runs. Oh, that is so heartbreaking.
That is really tough to swallow if you're Lan. What a round. He had a good triple kill in the first half to get them going. This was looking like he was putting together a very nice round. Another triple kill up into that 1v1, guarding everyone as they progress into the bomb site, doing it perfectly, making every right decision and nailing every shot in a long rotation.
Oh, it's so heartbreaking for him.
Even getting the prediction inside the smoke.
Oh, that's so sad.
It's not over yet, though. Like, it's hard. You have to shake that off because NIP, you have a chance if your Wings Up to reset them here. You know you've taken out all 5 players. You've made it costly. The money can't be great for NIP. So all focus forward.
As you hear that shot ring out, bomb is being defused.
Yeah, and your heart just sinks.
Deep smoke comes in for NIP, blocking that early peak for Lan. Spam battle through connector. Smoke is up. Gas has got himself into short water already. NIP not aggressive here on the CT side, giving quite a lot of space for Wings Up to play with.
No op this time either, and Hedrick's usually been the one, not aggressive, but taking angles that allow him to get the kind of first contact, take one shot at a pick-off, and obviously that resource not available to NIP in this round, so they'll stick up with a little bit of a long play, right? Rez will get contact, someone will swing from Flowers. There's the first kill, Child King up against the wall, double swing, can't even handle Config on the first one.
That's perhaps the spacing that Pimp was talking about earlier, right? You know, the trade is not going to come in there. So much time for NIP to adjust, so much time for Rez even to ready himself to go for another 1v1. Fortunately for Rez, he even had a teammate, so it's extra insult to injury there for Wings Up. Now you've lost that long prong to the approach. You're going for a risky play through Monster. It's been stopped, gas is gone, and Flying desperately hoping he can get a lineup of 2 players. He did get that chance, but it's not going to happen. And now Lan, looking for redemption, was close to a second shot to come in, but not able to do it. And that'll be map in series point for NIP. And for Wings Up, the other side of the story, it's elimination point.
Yeah, 6 chances as well for NIP. That's way too many. This will be NIP making it into the quarterfinals, and this last buy from Wings Up isn't going to be anything too special. Galil, 2 AKs, couple upgraded pistols as well. They've got a decent amount of utility, but just been getting picked off by this NIP defense. So NIP is going to book a quarterfinal spot. That's going to be up against ENCE on Saturday. They're also in the FaZe side of the bracket. FaZe, who's waiting in the wings of the semifinals.
Tough run ahead for NIP for sure. With this kind of form and these kind of shots coming through, sure it's against Wings Up, but it's still fun to watch.
It's nice because we're seeing NIP, you know, just get through this, and we saw them be competitive against FaZe. It's going to be a hard route for them, but you'd say like they've shown us a couple things that make us feel like they can challenge, especially against an ENCE team, as you mentioned, with another stand-in as well. Maxter has a lot more experience within this NIP roster at the moment than the ENCE stand-in, Vladin.
That's very true. And we did see some of the nerves getting to Vlad on yesterday.
Yeah.
If you go into the bigger arena tomorrow, how's that going to fare for him? On Saturday, rather, how's that going to fare for him? So, yeah, certainly an exciting matchup.
There's at least an interesting conversation to be had about the NIP ENCE battle.
One we'll have more on Saturday, absolutely. But in this moment, down to just 3 players. Wings Up run at CAC in 2023 is about to come to a close in Shanghai. To put the band back together, qualify for this event as a unit. They'll go and play it together, and then they'll go their separate ways.
Just an encore for the lineup. Hedrick waiting patiently. He's going to get some action here in just a second. Sees the shadow, makes it very easy.
He's used that so many times. He's looking to close this map and series with it. Hetrick gets a double. He softened up the final opponent in LAN as well. A couple of heartbreaking rounds throughout this game for LAN. Here he is, the last player standing. In the last motion, it will be 13-6. NIP progress to the quarterfinals, and Wings Up eliminated from their hometown tournament.
Well done from NIP. Just a solid performance. They didn't blow them out of the server. They didn't have like that crazy like 13-2, 13-3 scorelines, but just handled business, responded, never got themselves in too much trouble, able to win all the important clutches and rounds, and obviously showed some team dominance, on, especially on Ancient on that CT side, just outclassing Wings Up.
It's the result we expected. It's the result we actually wanted to see. As Counter-Strike fans of NIP, you want to see the amount of skill they have in this team actually come together and get results over a team like Wings Up, who have just put their team back together for this tournament. And they make it through to that quarterfinal and set themselves up with that interesting matchup versus ENCE, which will come up on Saturday. But for Wings Up, they still look pretty happy. They look like they're in positive spirits.
Yeah, for them as well, as we kind of mentioned, a return to kind of the older lineup. They obviously have two more players who have stepped in, so kind of a stand-in situation, kind of a weird situation. Don't even really know what term to use for it, but obviously moving forward, get to use that temporary modern lineup. Yeah, temporary lineup.
Yeah, I think that would be what we'd go with.
Good.
Yeah, but you know, Wings Up, they came to play. They showed us a couple of nice rounds, a couple of individual moments.
Child King was looking cool.
He was looking cool.
Yeah.
The Child King looks cool. Wouldn't you say, Trace? Wouldn't you agree?
I plead the fifth, bro. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. But anyway, hey, thank you very much, you two. That's, what do they call him, Dinkmo?
Dinkmo, yeah.
Dinkmo, yeah. That's going to be Dinko and Jason, or Moses for short. They're going to be done for the day, and so are we.
What about
first?
Dozas?
What about what?
Dozas.
Dozas.
Moses?
Dozas. Dozia. Who are we missing? Okay, about 3 more names. Anyway, look, Nip do it. They stay alive, albeit all it took was a little bit of a friendly wager here between Maniac and I, and now
Got down to the wire, but I have to admit defeat. Indeed, propelled by very successful pistol rounds on the side of Wings Up. This is most of the source of rounds for them. They definitely had a couple of skilled players out there. You mentioned Child King, Lan as well, not Ian, as Dinko pointed out. Yeah, the pistol rounds were for them, but when it went down to gun rounds, I think the story was pretty clear, and we're not going to manufacture a drama or manufacture very tense rounds. Gun rounds, it was very much in NIP's favor.
Yeah, I would agree with that sentiment. I think if you're NIP right now, you're quite happy about the performance. As Jason said, you got the job done. Sure, it wasn't this blowout that could have transpired. It wasn't a 13-2, 13-3. There were a couple of moments in the game where Wings Up could have done more damage. You know, we refer back to Ancient, where they got off to a good start, and then Max did the 1v4. Again, in this game, you got off to a decent start, sort of, or you fought your way back into the game where a couple of rounds could have gone their way, and then all of a sudden we would have this, you know, competitive game that we wanted, but at no point in the game did I feel that NIP weren't in control, and I think that's the sentiment for me, that they won the game without ever breaking a sweat.
How do we imagine NIP's chance versus ENCE now? Because that's the story we're about to tell. That's the movie we're about to see. It's teams with stand-in as well. Do we feel convinced by NIP? I don't think that was too convincing. I think it was barely job done.
I think they're going to run into a little bit more trouble with ENCE. But, I mean, I think that's given, right? Like, that's what we'd expect to make most sense on paper.
Yeah, it's a quality opponent in ENCE for sure. And, I mean, NIP, it's also hard to take too much away from this game. I think they also felt that they didn't have to play the A game in order to win this one. And had they been forced to step it up a notch, they could have.
And we did see some sort of evidence of maybe, you know, missed smokes. I mean, I saw Rez throw it right into the sign at one point. I'm like, well, that was cool top con smoke. I know that's not what it was meant for, but... yeah, still, there seems to be a little bit of rough around the edges.
I mean, the game is definitely not ironed out for NIP. I also spotted that they've made some adjustments on the CT side, having Rez play on the A side with the rifle, backing up Hetrick, whereas we know it's been a sort of a carousel with all players moving around. At some point, he was the B anchor, so it tells me that NIP is already anticipating Alex's arrival, and they are probably helping players practice wherever they're going to be once the setup is ready.
Yeah, check this out. We're ready down on the stage.
Before we get into this one, and then quite a huge break.
I mean, we tried to rest as much as possible to get ready for this game, but yeah, we didn't have time to prep anything, so we played a lot on like confidence and playing good CS, and it's talking good communication and energy, and it worked out.
刚刚问到的也是说，就在经历一开始那场大战之后呢，来到这场比赛，他们是怎么样进行一个准备的？然后 Rez 也是说到，他刚刚也是先回去休息了一下，然后呢，没有太多的时间来准备，然后就是靠自信来打。
Now, I do want to touch on the FaZe game, though, because that was a crazy one. It was so many chances you guys had in that. What was the feeling when you finished the game there?
Choke. I mean, I think we had we had that game in the bag in a lot of rounds, but obviously they are the best team in the world. They're gonna abuse all our mistakes we make. So, and we don't really have many things on the map either. So, like in the end, they had more preparation and more like structured, more better team play. But I'm really proud of the guys and how we played that game in the end. But yeah, anyone could win that one for sure.
还是稍微把问题倒回去一下，聊到了第一场比赛的一个情况。当时问到了就是 Rez 当时输掉了这场比赛的时候，当下的感觉是什么？然后他也说到感到非常非常的震惊，然后也说就是这场比赛其实他们在战术层面深度可能还稍微有点不够，然后打的时候就是很快就打不出太深的一个内容。可接下来呢，他也对到他队友感到非常自豪，因为那场比赛的确他们队友每个人都尽力了，然后不过对方也是抓住他们每一次的小失误。不过这场比赛对他来说，双方都是有可能拿下来的。
I do want to touch on Maxter because obviously it's his last one standing in for you. You've got Alex coming in, but are you impressed with it's his first international event? He comes in, you're able to do these kind of things to FaZe and push them like that. What do you make of his whole performance?
Yeah, of course. I've said this since day one when he joined us. That I'm super proud of him and super impressed on how he's performing in every official we have, and like with his little experience and like in the Tier 1 CS, he's doing a phenomenal job, and I'm very happy for him.
Max 作为队内替补来到这次的比赛，因为他们之后那个会有新的指挥过来 ，Alex 会过来嘛，然后也是问一下就是 Rez 对于 Max 整体的一个评价，然后也说到 Rez 也说到就是从第一天 Max 过来的时候，他就觉得这个小兄弟非常厉害，然后呢也算是证明了自己，每一次打的时候都打得非常非常的好。
And lastly, do you feel like you have the confidence with this team right now, just how you were able to play against FaZe, how you played in this game, that you can make it to the semis, you can win your quarters game?
Yeah, of course. We said this when we came here. Like we are here to win. We're not here to fool around, you know. So we're gonna play our absolute best to win this tournament for sure.
I like it.
以他们现在的阵容来讲，他们是否觉得有信心能够冲击8强跟4强？Rez 也说到，就是他们从来的第一天就跟自己说，就是他们是来赢的，所以呢，他们是充满了自信。
Now we want to do our magic moment.
那大家都懂了，这个环节接下来又来了。接下来我们会准备一些粉丝福利给大家。那接下来我们要让 Rez 来选出一位幸运的观众，我们将会送出雷蛇极星鲨 X ANC 主动降噪耳机。
You want this one?
I see my name there. I have a fan there, so I want that guy.
The one with the name. You come on up, man.
Okay, so yes, it is an exciting time for that young man there on the stage. I'm sure Rez will probably end up signing that if I had to guess, but that's what Victors do.
We would love to see that.
Yeah.
It's great for the fans, great for Rez, cool little interaction out there.
Yeah. So, Pimp, anything you want to add to this game before we keep going or what?
No, not really. I think, as we said, to summarize it, NIP got the job done. Wings Up did what they could, but they weren't on par with any of the teams in this group, to be honest.
I want to give a shout out to Maxter very, very quickly.
As
it was mentioned at the interview. Obviously, the level of opposition here is something we have to keep in context, but I feel like whenever presented with opportunities, he seems very capable of taking them. There's the 1v4 on Ancient as well, where he's showing beautiful play with the rifle. There's the 1v2 on Overpass as well, where he correctly analyzes the situation, hears his opponent rotating around long, kills the truck guy, immediately smokes and defuses the bomb. This tells me that he's got a feel for the game. He's not just standing in and being like a post shot and waiting for death. No, I think he's playing good Counter-Strike. He's making a great addition right now. He's maybe not the future of NIP, but he might be the future of someone else.
Yeah, and I mean, the skill showed in the server. I think that goes without saying. I'm glad we got to put a nice bow on that one, too, for Maxter. Hey, let's take a look at the brackets. Let's take a look at Group B now that it's kind of come to its ultimate end. That means the NIP move on to the quarters. And then obviously we already have FaZe and MOUZ up there. So something to grab on will be ENCE versus NIP and then Lynn Vision MOUZ to kick things off.
Yeah, it's going to be a stacked game at the very least. NIP versus ENCE. I feel like that's on paper a 50-50 game. Both teams coming in with a stand-in. Both teams are facing, potential changes on in-game leading role. You have the bracket in front of you right here. Whereas for the Lynn Vision Gaming against MOUZ, there's a clear favorite. MOUZ are playing like a world-class team right now.
I completely agree with you, but honestly, if you're MOUZ, this isn't the easiest game to prepare mentally. Like, imagine the drive you have when you go up against FaZe and you finally want to take down this behemoth of a team that always beats you. You just missed the bar, and then now you're playing against Lynn Vision, a team who you're supposed to dominate head and shoulder. You have no business losing. You're the second best team in the world. For a group of youngsters as they are, I'm going to be looking forward to seeing how they handle it, and if there's maybe just a little element of pressure that comes kicking in, because on paper, they're a much better team, of course.
Yeah, the home crowd as well, hopefully helping out Lynn Vision to give a great atmosphere in there as well. So if I'm MOUZ, I would be worried as well, but no doubt they should be winning that one.
Yeah, I happen to agree. I also think it's time to GTFO, gentlemen.
All right.
If you're okay with that, I'm okay with that.
So what are you eating tonight?
I'm cool. What am I doing tonight?
What are you eating tonight?
Well, whatever I want on his tab. On his tab. That's right. That's Maniac I'm pointing at. I love this camera angle just because of this one shot right here. Nonetheless, yeah, let's get out of here. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining us for the group stage. We need to go ahead and call it a day. We have an off day tomorrow, which means we pick things back up on the weekend with the playoffs of CAC 2023. We'll see you there.